At 1.7 centimeters thick, the baked mud tablet, catalogued as CBS 5567, left a faint grit on the burlap gloves that lifted it from shelf 42B in the Istanbul Archaeology Archive, its cuneiform wedges recording the star catalogue of MUL, Anne as quietly as frost settling on a windowpane. A 32x loop under amber lamplight measured the angles of Jupiter and Mars to the nearest third of a degree, echoing legends of Anunnaki watchers descending to tutor nightkeepers in celestial order. The clay still smells of river mud and smoked reeds, mineral tang mixed with the musk of 100 years of storage, speaking softly of a priestly job, counting planets for the god's schedule. An infrared thermometer resting nearby read 19.3 degrees C, confirming the precise environment demanded by this fragile task manuscript. Under a humidity gauge hovering at 47.8%, the tablet refuses to crumble, as though the watcher's directives remain intact. Its surfaces hold both dust and divination, making myth and measurement collide in a single palm-sized world. Do those etched angles confirm a legend or record a task faithfully completed for unseen sky beings who demanded perfect timing? Subscribe for more midnight histories. In the winter of 1927, under a blackout curtain that muted the mopeds outside Baghdad's Ottoman barracks, curator Selma al-Qudair warmed her hands above a brass brazier and leaned toward a rope-strung desk where a newly arrived fragment from Tel Hamal waited to be dusted. The piece carried the notch of a transport accident, yet its surviving inscription traced the roster of temple astronomers assigned to the Yanara sanctuary, each name partnered with a duty, oiling the astrolabe rings, polishing the obsidian mirror that caught Venus. Outside, the tigress ran low, a glassy ribbon carrying scattered moonlight past the shutter slats that rattled whenever a donkey cart jolted the cobbles. Selma dabbed clove-scented wax across the surface so the raised signs glowed, then whispered the names aloud, letting the consonants vibrate like lullaby bells in the curtained dark. She pressed her ear to the clay, half pretending she could hear the scratch of a long-dead stylus. The fragment's edges rasped against cotton swabs, sending a fine powder of dust that tasted faintly of salt and ash across her tongue. She imagined each ancient watcher climbing the ziggurat stairs with copper bolts clinking, the air taut with incense and desert chill, their vigil promising safety to the sleeping city below. This intimate labour turned mythic overseers into exhausted colleagues bent over star charts, breathing patience into the midnight shift. 3 millennia earlier in Uruk Level 4, archaeologists traced the post-hole pattern of the earliest known reed-bound observatory, measuring its 4.3-metre radius with fibre tapes under the harsh glint of midday sun, the ground still damp from a dawn watering that kept dust from choking journals. Soil samples lifted with paintbrushes released the scent of damp clay and charred date pits, suggesting lamps burned throughout the night. The excavation team recorded how the circular floor bore scorch marks from continuous fire, hinting at a ritual where the Anunnaki's envoys, the Apkallu sages later called watchers, were invoked through flame, aligned star calculations. Nearby, a cache of lapis-inlaid beads lay tangled with goat hair, salt still crusting the fibres, perhaps offerings for maintaining cosmic balance. A reed flute fragment lay beside a stone weight, implying music softened the vigil, even as measurements demanded precision. These evidences reveal that the job of the temple astronomer tasted of smoke and copper, proving that mythic sky beings were woven into routine maintenance of calendar and flood warnings. Could a community survive the Euphrates moods without those sleepless custodians aligning celestial rhythms with levee gates? Further north at Tel Lelin, magnetometer sweeps mapped a rectilinear complex with a northern wall, 62 meters long, revealing a sealed chamber whose plaster still retained the faint sheen of gypsum under portable LED beams. Archaeologists noted a drop in temperature to 14 degrees Celsius within the chamber, cool air brushing sweat from their forearms as they lifted bricks with padded trowels. Inside, conservators uncovered clay figurines with wide eyes inlaid with mother of pearl, their palms pressed together over tablets scored with duty rosters for the Ilu Amam, the sky beings expected to audit human diligence every new moon. Residual pollen analysis identified juniper and sweet flag, suggesting scent trails meant to attract divine scrutiny, as scribes recited flood warnings recorded in precise Akkadian. A bronze bell fragment lay nearby, its tones still chiming faintly when brushed, as if the watcher's schedule vibrated in the metal memory. Farmers listening on the other side of the door heard low chanting and the drip of cooling plaster, believing their livelihoods balanced on that recitation. The sand remembers. Instruments hum in low patience, the hollow weights with moonlit dust held still. At Nippur's scribal quarter, stratigraphic trench 8 yielded a column of tablet debris fused by an ancient roof collapse, each layer separated by fine silt that smelled faintly of crushed reeds when moistened for lifting. Conservators spritzed distilled water from glass bottles, the droplets beading on clay like dew on thatch. Among the fragments lay instructions for the Masatu's duty, the night watch rotation linking temple rooftops via polished copper mirrors to relay signals from the ziggurat where the watchers were believed to alight. A surviving line dated to the reign of Shulgi enumerated payments. 2 measures of barley, 3 strips of dried lamb for maintaining the mirror's shine so the Anunnaki would see their reflection unclouded. Nearby, a broken mirror frame revealed finger grooves worn smooth by nightly polishing, tactile proof of persistent care. These details reveal the job's tangible stakes. Dull mirrors risked missing an omen, and the city feared unheralded storms. How differently would mythology read if it had preserved the smell of oil-smoked copper and the ache of lifting mirrors above the wind? On the banks of the Diyala, a newly cleaned cylinder seal in translucent chalcedony caught the dissecting lamp with oceanic shimmer, its engraving showing Kululu, a hybrid fishman messenger, presenting a braided cord to a seated figure crowned with horned headdress labelled as Dingir. En. Men. The collective of sky rulers. The conservator's gloves squeaked softly against the stone, and a faint coolness radiated from the seal, despite the room's warmth. The scene includes a human astronomer kneeling, stylus against wax board, capturing directives to adjust irrigation sluices by 3 finger breadths before the solstice. Residual pigment trapped in the engravings tasted metallic on the tongue, likely from crushed azurite, reinforcing that the ritual encompassed touch, taste, and the sonic click of stone against clay. A faint groove across the astronomer's sleeve suggests repeated use of the seal as an administrative stamp, stamping accountability into wet clay. In this miniature theatre, the watchers assign practical orders nested inside luminous ore, suggesting that their supposed divinity cloaked bureaucratic precision which kept canals from choking. Isn't reverence easier to maintain when survival depends on the same beings you name as stars? In the ruined courts of the Iker temple complex, archaeoseismologists traced hairline fractures across the altar threshold, measuring displacement of 4.6 centimeters produced by an earthquake catalogued in a tablet now housed in the British Museum. They ran fingertips along the fissures, feeling the grit loosen like sugar crystals. That quake, dated to 1830 BCE, corresponded with a ceremonial reinvention. Priests introduced bronze gongs tuned to a low C, resonating through limestone so the faithful heard vibrations even behind woven partitions. The instruments left verdigris stains on the floor, a green halo around each suspension peg. The liturgy invoked the watchers to steady the trembling earth, blending tremor data with sonic therapy. Lifting one corroded gong released a smell of copper and soot, reminding us that calming a populace required both sacred theatre and metallurgical labour. Instead of passive idols, the Anunnaki were recast as supervisors of vibration, guaranteeing stability. Might the quake's memory have faded without the bronze workers who recast acoustic reassurance into myth? During the reign of Hammurabi, the code's lesser-known appendices listed penalties for neglecting the Wangzan Masatu, the temple's sentinel scribes. Clay envelopes recovered from Sippar display impressions of rolled cords, evidence of tamper-proof archives storing nightly omen logs. When researchers unwrapped one under ultrasonic humidifiers, a fragrance of old bitumen and cedar oil escaped, the same supplies used to waterproof watch platforms. The tablet inside described meteoric streaks and required the supervising astronomer to kneel before a bronze basin, washing ink-stained fingers before updating the Anunnaki's schedule. Scribes noted the sound of rush pens tapping stone, comparing it to rain on rooftops to describe the ideal cadence. This ritual mattered, misreport a meteor, and irrigation taxes misalign, angering both humans and sky beings. The room's lamplight gilded fresh ink, casting a calm glow over the administrative urgency. Would we dismiss such myths if we sat in that hushed alcove, ink drying on skin? In the Mari archive, letter Arm 2858, written on a tablet barely larger than a palm, references the Apkallik dispatched from Aleppo to recalibrate the king's storm calendar after an unexpected lull in the thunder season. The tablet, once heated to 710 GC in a kiln, now rests under fiber optic lights that cast a serene silver sheen across its surface. The scribe described rainmakers drumming on stretched hides scented with frankincense, their cadence coordinating messengers stationed on parapets, communicating with mirrored flashes believed to echo the watcher's gaze. A colophon lists the weights of oil allocated to keep the hides supple, confirming the economic care behind the ceremony. This interplay of percussion, scent and light anchored the populace amid climatic uncertainty, as evidence-based adjustment fused with mythic reassurance. The tablet's edges carry tiny nicks, each a reminder of hands that hurried the message through corridors. How many leaders found their legitimacy inside the soft glow of such pragmatic miracles? Centuries later, in the archives of Hattusa, clay tablets inscribed with Hurrian incantations record borrowed Mesopotamian watchers overseeing oath ceremonies conducted before iron daggers chilled by mountain snow. Archaeologists dusting the tablets heard the crunch of frost beneath their boots, because the chamber sits carved into bedrock where cold air pools year-round, protecting the script from decay. Torch holders wrapped their fingers in wool to avoid dropping wax, the scent of tallow mingling with breaths visible in the frigid light. The ritual demanded flames flickering against polished basalt walls, casting winged shadows that must have seemed like sky beings descending to witness treaty promises. This ceremony conferred power by binding political alliances to the gaze of imported Anunnaki, implying that neglecting duties invited both divine and human reprisal. Silence held as each participant placed a palm on the dagger, feeling its bite. The snow exhales under stone vaults, torches sway, an unseen choir pauses with breath tasting of iron patience. By the time Greek mercenaries reached Babylon in the 5th century BCE, they recorded in papyrus journals how Chaldean astronomers climbed night stairs carrying bronze clepsydra humming with water, their sandals stickied by resin poured to deaden squeaks as moonlit courts hushed. The papyrus fibers still carry a faint sweetness of preserved honey used to glue them, revealing the tactile patience behind each account. These visitors noted that the sky guardians monitored eclipses with shadow sticks calibrated to finger segments, translating celestial timing into omens that dictated troop salaries, meanwhile charting the measured breath of the city. They fanned themselves with woven reeds as heat radiated from baked brick, instead keeping their eyes on the lunar rim while silence held around the temple bells. Greek curiosity reframed Anunnaki as planetary intelligences, though their awe lingered as they inhaled temple incense blending pine and myrrh. How else could foreign soldiers interpret the disciplined choreography of measurements, chants, and soft gongs except as proof that luminous beings tutored their hosts? In Persepolis archives, Achaemenid administrative tablets written in Elamite detail, the stipend assigned to Babylonian experts hired to staff royal observatories overlooking the Apadana, the stone floor cool beneath cloaked feet, even under midday glare. These experts carried astrolabes forged in bronze that perfumed the air with heated metal each time sunbeams struck polished edges, and their records included notes on humidity, warning that dry winds warped instrument cords. They described their services as translating the will of the watchers of the sky ladder into agricultural quotas. Persian administrators valued the ritual, because accurate star calendars determined when to release rations to satrapal granaries, anchoring imperial stability. Scribes added red ink to margins, highlighting critical days when labour should pause for offerings. Instead of superstition, the watchers became imperial auditors, whose silence implied satisfaction. Can we separate awe from governance when cosmic schedules determined who ate? In the caves near Qumran, the humid whisper of the Dead Sea clung to parchment fragments of the Book of the Watchers, their ink shimmering faintly under multispectral imaging that reveals copper-green traces hidden to naked eyes. Conservators spritz the air with deionized water to keep salt from crystallizing, the droplets settling like fine dew. The text retells Mesopotamian tales through apocalyptic urgency, describing sky beings teaching metallurgy, cosmetics, and weather divination before being bound beneath mountains. Scholars handling the parchment breathe through linen masks to avoid salt-laden air that could dissolve the collagen fibers, illustrating how fragile the transmission became. Even here, the narrative stresses occupational value. Forbidden knowledge about mixing pigments and forging blades, skills that empowered communities. Marginal notes warn against arrogance, as if the parchment itself still smoulders with caution. Would the desert wind still sing through these caves if those teachings had been forgotten entirely? In the Ethiopian highlands, the Kebra Nagast's lesser-known passages reference Ijil Nagastat, watchers of the sky vault, linking them to guardianship of the Ark replica, carried in night processions that rustle with silken umbrellas and drumbeats muffled by goat hide. Manuscripts on parchment dyed with berry juice record priests, dipping white-robed sleeves into incense burners heavy with frankincense, their nostrils stung by resinous smoke, as they chant about angelic beings guiding royal lineage. The call and response echoes against basalt walls damp with mist, then spills into fields where farmers listen for the signal to begin planting after Sirius rises. Here the Anunnaki motif softens into guardian angels, yet the ritual keeps practical cadence. Drums mark tempo for irrigation prayers. Children taste honeyed injera prepared for the vigil, associating sweetness with stellar timing. The valley exhales, bells murmur. A blue dusk settles with the taste of frankincense lingering against stone lips. In 9th century Baghdad, translators at the Beit al-Hikmah copied the astronomical treatise of Sindhind onto parchment that smelled of saffron and lamp smoke, cataloguing star positions inherited from Babylonian records. Al-Kindi's circle described the ancient watchers not as winged giants, but as perfected intellects whose teachings about eclipse cycles fortified agricultural prognostication. Apprentices rinsed reed pens in bowls of rosewater, the droplets catching lamplight before falling onto tile. By grinding lapis into ink, they visually tethered the script to night skies, creating a sensory bridge between data and devotion. The workrooms hummed with the scrape of pen over burnished paper, and mathematicians tested star tables with brass armillary spheres that reflected candlelight like captive comets. Marginal glosses linked particular stars to irrigation sluice operations, anchoring philosophy in canal management. This scholarship repurposed myth into orderly practice, yet the reverence lingers beneath each equation. Could the caliph's granaries have thrived without this calm stewardship of celestial rhythms? In 12th century Toledo, Gerard of Cremona leaned over Arabic manuscripts translated into Latin, the vellum warm beneath his fingertips from the nearby brazier that kept damp at bay. He annotated marginalia about custodes coelis, mapping them onto Christian angelology, yet preserving the procedural detail of nightly vigils, such as timing psalms to align with the pre-dawn heliacal rising of Jupiter. Candlemakers downstairs poured tallow, the sweet fat scent drifting upward while scribes mouthed vowels softly to keep rhythm. The scriptorium rang with muted hammering from metalworkers forging astrolabes in adjoining rooms, blending iron scent with the honeyed wax of taper candles. By transporting these instructions northward, Gerard empowered cathedral schools to regulate liturgical calendars and agricultural fairs. His quill paused whenever gusts rattled stained glass panes, reminding him how fragile translation could feel. Silence held as the translator marked a cross beside crucial lines, hearing only the quill's hush across vellum. The parchment warms, embers pulse. The night listens for a bell carried by patient hands on chilled stone. In Mongol-ruled Tabriz, Rashid al-Din compiled the Jamis al-Tawarik and described Chaldean starkeepers teaching ill-cannied astrologers to schedule royal hunts by lunar momentum, the parchment saturated with pomegranate dye that perfumed each folio. Court astronomers recorded the crunch of snow under hooves as they tested predictions, linking mythic watches to real supply chains that fed armies with dried lamb and fermented mare's milk. Miniature paintings depict luminous figures hovering above astronomers, yet their hands grip sextants, anchors of practicality. A side note calculates how many torches to prepare for night marches, showing logistics woven into legend. These narratives reveal a rediscovery cycle, conquerors adopting conquered wisdom, ensuring survival in new climates. How else could riders navigate the steppes' silent frost without trusting the scribes who whispered of Anunnaki guardians? In Florence, Marsilio Ficino's translation of Hermetic texts cited superiores custodes guiding planetary harmony, echoing Babylonian lore preserved through Arabic commentaries. His studio smelled of time smouldering in bronze censers meant to purify the mind, while lute strings vibrated softly against plaster walls glowing with candlelight. Ficino advised patrons to align civic rituals with planetary hours, arguing that this restored the watch's benevolent oversight and strengthened the Republic's fortunes. Assistants ground malachite into powder, tinting diagrams a cool green that soothed anxious eyes. The blending of song, scent, and precise timing demonstrates how myth re-emerged as a psychological balm during political turbulence. Does this revival show nostalgia, or a strategic return to ancient project management disguised as enchantment? In 1602, Jesuit astronomer Matteo Ricci carried Babylonian-derived eclipse charts to Beijing, the silk wrappers crackling in the dry winter air as he presented them to scholars of the Ming court. The observatory atop the city wall, paved with frost-slick stone, resonated with bronze armillary spheres inherited from Islamic artisans, their chill biting through cotton gloves. Ricci translated watcher myths into the language of celestial bureaucracy, describing sky beings as loyal officials maintaining heaven's clockwork. His hosts burned pine incense, the smoke curling around metal instruments while scribes dipped brushes into thick black ink. The emperor valued these charts because accurate eclipse predictions calmed the populace, preventing rumors of cosmic disorder. Lanterns perfumed with sandalwood swayed as astronomers compared calculations, integrating ancient Mesopotamian precision into East Asian ritual. Can we call it superstition when the stakes were social harmony and imperial legitimacy? In 1691, in the archives of the Royal Society, Edmund Halley examined antiquarian reports from Nineveh, the parchment smelling faintly of mildew from a Thames flood. He noted the correlation between watcher stories and precession calculations, scribbling margins with chalk-dusted fingers as pneumatic pumps hissed nearby during atmospheric experiments. A coal fire crackled, releasing sulfur tang that mixed with wax. Halley proposed that the ancients encoded astronomical cycles in angelic narratives, but his peers dismissed the idea as fanciful, suppressing publication in official proceedings. The rejection muffled a bridge between myth and science, leaving the clay tablets boxed in linen that clung to damp chill. Yet the idea lingered like pipe smoke curling under the ceiling, waiting for rediscovery. Could the boundary between legend and observation have blurred earlier if Halley's note had circulated? In 1820, Ottoman engineer Hussein Rifat oversaw repairs on the towering minaret built over ancient Babylonian foundations, feeling the grit of centuries as he removed bricks that once formed a ziggurat stair. Sweat soaked his collar, despite the morning breeze carrying cumin and dust from market stalls. Amid the rubble, he found a limestone plaque etched with winged figures and instructions for aligning shadow-casting rods at noon, the letters still sharp despite the heat. The plaque, rubbed with olive oil to coax clarity, smelled of sun-baked stone and kitchen spice. Hussein documented the find in a notebook that rustled like leaves, yet the imperial office filed it away, wary of inflaming local legends about sky beings reclaiming the tower. Suppression grew from fear of unrest, silencing a practical manual for maintaining timekeeping infrastructure. What knowledge sleeps when authority fears illumination? In 1849, Austin Henry Layard dug through the mound of Kuyunjik, the air vibrating with locust buzz and pickaxes striking compacted clay. Workers chewed dates, their sweetness cutting the metallic taste of sweat, as they hauled baskets toward shaded trenches. Under a canvas awning smelling of tar and camel sweat, Layard lifted a giant relief showing winged genies flanking the tree of life, their hands holding buckets of pollinated resin. The carving's detail, the crisp folds of garments, the textured feathers, confirmed that these watchers presided over agricultural fertility, sprinkling sacred water across orchards. Layard's team sketched by lamplight, their charcoal smudging from sweaty palms, entranced by the tactile message that divine beings managed irrigation schedules. Yet the British Museum displayed the relief as exotic art, downplaying its manual of agrarian stewardship to avoid challenging theological narratives back home. The tent flutters, charcoal dust rises, the twilight holds a breath tasting of coppery earth and unasked questions. In 1857, Henry Rawlinson, Jules Oppert, and Edward Hincks convened to cross-validate the decipherment of Akkadian cuneiform. The room lit by oil lamps whose soot streaked the plaster ceiling in smoky arabesques. They pressed damp paper onto clay squeezers, feeling the raised text imprint against their fingertips as they confirmed lists of Sukalu Amane, sky courtiers who scheduled temple vigils. Inkpots smelled of iron gall, sharp and tannic, mingling with the wool scent of their coats. Their consensus transformed mythic names into job titles, proving the administrative backbone behind stories of the Watchers. The accomplishment carried the bite of ink mixed with vinegar, its scent lingering as they signed affidavits. Still, church newspapers warned that such translations threatened doctrinal certainty, nudging the scholars to temper their claims. How many discoveries must whisper before the world is ready to listen without fear? In 1876, French archaeologist Jeanne d'Ulefoy recorded in her Persepolis field diary the discovery of glazed bricks showing winged figures bending over irrigation sluices, their turquoise glaze shimmering beneath desert sun that heated the air to a quivering 41°C. She rubbed chalk across the relief to highlight the grooves, the chalk dust catching in her throat along with the spice of nearby saffron stalls. Her assistant misted the bricks to keep them cool, droplets hissing on the sun-baked surface. The depiction included copper tools, suggesting that these celestial attendants supervised hydraulic maintenance critical to sustaining the empire's granaries. Jean shipped the bricks to Paris, yet museum curators relegated them to storage, uncomfortable with female-authored interpretations linking mythic beings to labor. Institutional silence muffled her insight, delaying recognition of practical engineering encoded in divine iconography. The kiln remembers, saffron drifts, evening cools with a hush tasting of lime wash and distant seas. In 1893, Helena Blavatsky's followers gathered in a London parlour, thick with sandalwood smoke and velvet drapes, reading translations of Enuma Elish while a phonograph clicked softly. The wallpaper, flocked with crimson flourishes, trapped heat and perfume, making the room feel like a cocoon. They reimagined the Watchers as extraterrestrial mentors, overlaying the aroma of paraffin lamps with the metallic tang of newly electrified wires humming in the walls. Though speculative, their enthusiasm revived interest in Mesopotamian texts, funding new acquisitions for the British Museum and encouraging comparative studies. Participants passed around meteorite fragments kept in velvet boxes, letting the cool metal anchor their fantasies. Yet by draping science fiction over clay evidence, they blurred distinctions between documented ritual and desire. The tension between sensation and scholarship clung like warm dust to the parlour's tapestry. Are we still listening to the tablets when we paint them with our wishes? In 1905, German Assyriologist Hugo Winkler excavated Balhazquai and linked Hittite myths to Babylonian watchers, his camp filled with the smell of damp canvas and strong Turkish coffee simmering over charcoal. Rain pattered on tent roofs. a steady rhythm that mirrored the clatter of tablets stacked for drying. He catalogued tablets referencing WWII, celestial inspectors approving sacrificial protocols, reinforcing the notion of divine auditors ensuring ritual accuracy. His meticulous reproduction rubbings crackled as they dried in the Anatolian breeze, yet national rivalries over publication rights delayed dissemination. Political caution acted as a new suppression, leaving findings locked in crates while empires negotiated. During twilight, the archaeologists listened to crickets aligning their rhythm with the scribes' ancient timetables. Could diplomacy have moved faster if everyone felt the urgency of that buzzing cadence? In 1916, American archaeologist Edgar Banks shipped phonograph cylinders from Mesopotamia capturing lullabies sung by marshland villagers who credited the watchers with teaching rhythm for calming buffalo. The wax smelled faintly of beeswax and river reeds, and playback revealed soft reed flutes echoing across water, punctuated by distant splashes. Banks annotated how these songs preserved instructions for timing floodgate openings, disguised as devotionals to sky beings. He even noted pauses where singers inhaled deeply, cues for workers to shift positions. However, wartime censorship seized the recordings, fearing coded messages, and the melodies languished unheard until decades later. The silence demonstrates how conflict interrupts gentle knowledge. When the cylinders finally played again, the hiss of static mingled with distant frogs, bridging myth and hydraulic expertise. Might we treat every lullaby as an archive of survival? In 1924, archaeologist Leonard Woolley brushed soot from a gold lyre at Ur, the instrument's bull-headed frontlet cool under tent shade as desert wind rattled canvas walls. He recorded the exact spacing of strings, 1.9 centimeters apart, before restoration, ensuring future musicians could resurrect the tone. The lyre's silver strings, restored, vibrated faintly when touched, releasing a whisper of tarnish and cedar. Glyphs on the accompanying plaque credited the watchers with gifting harmonies to calm storm gods, yet the notation correlated with agricultural task lists, music used to coordinate canal laborers during flood defense drills. Woolley's notes, smudged with chalk and sweat, hinted at the job's power, rhythm aligning muscle and myth. Museum displays emphasized the lyre's glamour, muting the logistical genius encoded in the performance. The strings sigh, dust swirls, twilight carries a taste of bronze, and lullabies mingled with river-cool patience. In 1933, British pilot Amy Johnson flew aerial surveys over Mesopotamian plains, her cockpit smelling of engine oil and doped canvas, photographing ziggurat outlines and irrigation scars that matched ancient descriptions of watcher stations. She navigated by compass and star, noting how the Euphrates shimmered like molten silver beneath. The film negatives, cooled in ice boxes, revealed alignments between temple towers and canal junctions, confirming that the sky being's dwellings doubled as hydraulic control centers. Johnson's reports, typed on crisp onion skin paper, suggested that mythology preserved a maintenance map. Yet colonial administrators prioritized oil exploration, sidelining her proposal to restore traditional water timing. Her plane's drone faded into desert quiet, leaving the evidence tucked in filing cabinets that smelled of dust and glue. How different might the marshlands look if the photographs had guided policy? In 1947, Bedouin shepherds discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, their fingers dusty from handling parchment hidden in jars sealed with resin that perfumed the cave with aged honey scent. Among the fragments, the Book of Giants resurfaced, echoing Babylonian watcher lore with names transcribed in Aramaic, extending the myth into new tongues. Scholars used darkroom trays filled with chemical baths smelling of vinegar to coax the text onto photographic plates, pairing fragile evidence with meticulous care. The limestone walls felt cool against their backs as they hunched over makeshift desks. The rediscovery reinforced the idea that sky beings taught craftsmanship, now reframed as warnings against unbridled knowledge. Does the cave's echo still carry the heartbeat of those who first sealed the jars? In 1952, Iraqi archaeologist Taha Bakir supervised the reconstruction of the Ishtar Gate, The glazed bricks rinsed with diluted vinegar to revive their lapis sheen, the water running cold across workers' arms under June heat. He noted how parade reliefs of winged spirits aligned with processional routes timed by astronomical markers, reinforcing the watchers' role as guardians of civic order. Workers hammered copper dowels into place, the clang ringing against brick like distant thunder. Bakir's reports emphasized the engineering precision, yet political turmoil shortly after led to archives being locked away, research paused out of caution. The gate's lions gleamed even in shadow, reminding onlookers that myth resided inside brick and mortar. Could the city's memory have healed faster if these findings had been celebrated widely? In 1967, anthropologist Henry Wright trekked through southern Iraqi marshes, the air thick with dragonfly buzz and the smell of wet sedge, recording how Mardan elders recited tales of Al-Haris al-Samawis, who taught them to build floating reed islands. He balanced on bobbing mats slick with algae while writing notes that curled in humidity. His audio tapes captured the slap of poles against water, blending narrative with technique for anchoring homes amid shifting tides. Wright compared these stories to cuneiform instructions for marsh management, revealing continuity of practical knowledge attributed to sky beings. Yet modernization projects later drained the wetlands, erasing the living context of these rituals. The tapes now hold a watery echo of tasks once supervised by mythic watchers. Are we listening closely enough to preserve both story and skill? In 1974, French engineer André Parrot used ground-penetrating radar at Mari, the device emitting low beeps as it mapped subterranean chambers lined with bitumen that still glistened when exposed. Technicians wiped sweat from their brows as desert wind blew powdery sand across cables. The readings confirmed a network of observation rooms connected by voice tubes, enabling priests to whisper omen results to each other during storms while staying dry in clay-lined corridors. Engineers reconstructed the tubes with PVC replicas to test acoustics, discovering whispers carried clear as wind chimes. The discovery proved that the watcher's supposed omnipresence relied on clever sound engineering and architectural planning. Parrot's report smelled of blueprint ink and desert sweat, but funding cuts stalled further excavation. Silence filled the corridors once more, though the radar echoes remained archived on magnetic tape. What new harmonies could we uncover if we let machines listen longer? In 1983, Assyriologist Erika Reiner deciphered the mule, Apen Star Compendium's lesser columns, seated in a Chicago office where winter radiators clanged and the air tasted of paper dust and coffee. Snow smeared against the window pane, diffusing streetlight into a milky glow above her desk. She traced instructions for temple technicians to adjust gnomons using wet leather straps that contracted in cold, a tactile method to maintain accuracy when the watcher's schedule dictated court ceremonies. Her findings illuminated the intimate labor of drying straps by firelight, the scent of singed hide mingling with ink. Institutional emphasis on more sensational artifacts meant the study circulated quietly, a rediscovery whispered among specialists. The radiator sighs, snow hushes, lamplight gathers with a patient's tasting of burnt leather and early dawn. In 1992, geneticist Ciro Heyerdahl analysed human remains from royal Sumerian tombs, extracting mitochondrial DNA in a lab humming with refrigeration units and smelling of ethanol. Fluorescent lights cast a cool glare on bone fragments cushioned in foam. The results indicated diverse lineages converging in Ur, supporting texts that spoke of watchers selecting specialists from distant lands to serve. This diversity reflected a deliberate policy. Mythic overseers symbolized inclusion of expert artisans, ensuring the city possessed every skill needed for survival. Notes pinned to corkboards tracked origins alongside craft specializations, lapidaries from the Taurus, boatwrights from Dilmun. Though the findings were rigorous, sensationalist media twisted them into alien narratives, overshadowing the collaborative reality. How different would public understanding be if we focused on the human networks mirrored in those myths? In 2001, acoustic engineer Trevor Cox conducted impulse response tests inside reconstructed ziggurat chambers, firing starter pistols whose cracks bounced into lingering reverberations that smelled faintly of cordite. Banked microphones blinking red captured the decay times, revealing a gentle 2.4-second sustain perfect for chant. The data proved that whispered prayers could carry along terraced walls, allowing priests to project voices like disembodied watchers. Cox compared recordings with reed pipe simulations, showing how pitch changes manipulated perceived height of sound. This practical application of acoustics validated textual claims that sky beings communicated without descending. He published the findings, yet popular culture fixated on extraterrestrial speculation, drowning the subtle science in sensational noise. The stone still holds the resonance, waiting for attentive ears. Do we honor ancient engineers when we ignore their precise acoustic feats? In 2012, satellite imagery analyzed by archaeologist Elizabeth Stone revealed irrigation remnants matching star alignments recorded on tablet K8388, the digital screens casting pale blue light across her night office that smelled of ozone from overworked electronics. She toggled between infrared and visible spectra, watching canals glow like veins. The images showed gatehouses positioned to reflect solstice sunbeams, confirming that the watch's directives embedded astronomical logic into water management. Stone's team overlaid data with thermal readings, illustrating how stored water cooled urban heat at dusk, a tangible gift from mythic overseers. They brewed cardamom coffee to stay awake, its aroma grounding the digital vigil. Despite the clarity, funding lagged as climate policy debates overshadowed archaeological insight. Could modern cities breathe easier if we embraced these ancient alignments? In 2014, curator Laetitia Gorski staged a multi-sensory exhibit in Paris, diffusing cedar and bitumen aromas while projecting laser maps of cuneiform observatories onto mist, the droplets cooling visitors' cheeks. She synchronized the visuals with deep-toned speakers that recreated low temple drums, letting vibrations tremble through the floor. She paired tablets with recordings of reconstructed chants, letting the audience feel the watcher's blend of data and devotion. Nearby cases displayed replica tools. Visitors encouraged to touch polished stone weights chilled to ziggurat night temperatures. Critics praised the immersive calm, yet some dismissed it as theatrical, ignoring the rigorous scholarship underpinning the display. Still, attendees left whispering about the taste of salt on the mist, newly aware that myth emerged from environments shaped by human hands. Is empathy a form of rediscovery we should nurture? In 2020, during lockdown, Iraqi archivist Noor al-Jabouri digitized fragile tablets from home, her apartment smelling of jasmine tea and ozone from a portable scanner. Outside, curfew sirens echoed softly. Meanwhile, silence held inside, as only the quiet whir of the device marked time. She used infrared filters, revealing faded entries listing rotations of Baru's diviners assigned to rooftop watchposts, each note cross-referenced with lunar cycles. Noor donned cotton gloves even in solitude, the fabric whispering against clay as she turned pages of her reference notebooks. The quiet clicking of the scanner replaced the temple bells. Instead, the data preserved the watcher's meticulous scheduling. Noor published open-access transcriptions, empowering global scholars to hear the ancient cadence through pixels. Still, limited bandwidth and political unrest threatened the project's continuity, though she kept uploading files whenever connections steadied. How many voices fade because the world forgets to protect digital breath? In 2021, anthropologist Ines Rahman recorded night winds sweeping over the ruins of Khorsabad, her microphone wrapped in felt that smelled of lanolin while the desert air tasted of chalk. She crouched beside a fallen lamassu, palm pressed to cold stone as gusts threaded through carved feathers. The audio captured low whistles through fractured blocks, matching descriptions of watchers communicating in rustling airs. She overlaid the soundscape with translations of workers' diaries that detailed night shift routines, oiling hinges, checking water levels, whispering prayers to unseen auditors. The file became a meditation on maintenance as devotion, a layered lullaby for ruins. Grant committees hesitated, deeming the work too poetic for funding. The wind leans, stars blink, equipment hums with a patient's tasting of chalk and woolen breath. In 2022, developers in Erbil collaborated with historians to craft a virtual reality reconstruction of the Etaminanki ziggurat. The headset foam smelling of new plastic as users ascended, simulated brick stairs under a digital sky. Haptic feedback mimicked the rough grit of fired clay beneath fingertips, and scripted sequences demonstrated how Watcher writes synchronized torch relays with astronomical data streamed from NASA archives. Programmers layered subtle vibrations into controllers so each chant pulsed through the palms, reminding participants of heartbeat tempo. The experience underscored the practical choreography. Every flame corresponded to a canal gate message. Every chant cued workforce shifts. Educators reported students emerging calm, imagining responsibility as sacred. Yet licensing disputes threatened the project's continuity, echoing older suppressions. Could a virtual pilgrimage remind us that stewardship is a timeless ritual? In 2023, climate scientist Rana Kassim consulted cuneiform flood records during a heatwave that made Basra's air taste of brine and diesel. Ceiling fans spun slowly above her workstation, stirring warm currents scented with paper. She correlated ancient seasonal adjustments with modern satellite rainfall patterns, discovering that Watcher-guided calendars reduced flood damage by staggering plantings. In a darkened lab lit by green monitor glow, she tapped keys while a dehumidifier hummed, integrating millennia-old data into resilience plans. She highlighted entries that mentioned offerings of barley bread to celebrate well-timed sluice openings, connecting ritual gratitude with practical success. Officials hesitated, wary of appearing to rely on myth, yet Rana framed the findings as community memory wrapped in story. Isn't respecting ancestral procedure another form of empirical wisdom? In 2024, an expedition to the Kurdish highlands deployed LiDAR drones, their rotors slicing crisp mountain air scented with wild thyme, to map a sanctuary carved into cliff faces. Engineers monitored screens in a tent where generator fumes mingled with coffee steam. The scans revealed niches containing bronze mirrors angled toward the north sky, matching texts about watchers descending on beams of starlight to inspect offerings of fermented barley. Researchers found residue analyses indicating the brew's cooling effect on fever, showing how ritual gifts served medical need. They recorded the hollow clang when wind brushed the mirrors, a ghostly chime echoing against limestone. Political tensions forced the team to encrypt their data, delaying publication to protect the site. How often does caution, born of reverence and fear, keep truths in limbo? In early 2025, marine archaeologists exploring the Persian Gulf's shallow basins used side-scan sonar, emitting soft clicks that echoed like whales under the hull, detecting drowned structures aligned with Orion's belt. Divers descended through water tasting of salt and engine lubricant, brushing silt from stone altars bearing inscriptions ordering watchers to oversee pearl harvest quotas. Bioluminescent plankton glowed around their gloves, turning the scene ethereal yet practical. The sky beings monitored economic lifelines. They collected oyster shells fused to alter edges, analyzing growth rings to reconstruct tidal patterns. The team logged water temperatures and current speeds, showing advanced understanding of tidal cycles hidden beneath myth. Investors' briefings celebrated the spectacle more than the science, risking distortion of the message. Can we protect the data from being washed into spectacle? In a quiet lab in Berlin that same year, conservator Lael Demir rehydrated a tablet with controlled humidity, the air smelling of distilled water and linen. She monitored hygrometer readings hovering at 52%, adjusting micromisters to keep the clay from cracking. As the surface softened, lines emerged detailing protocols for choosing apprentices to study under the Watcher's criteria, involving steady hands, patience, and willingness to stand in winter wind without complaint. The text spoke of the power such training conferred: secure food, respected status, the ability to read sky signs for the community. Lael traced each wedge with a bamboo tool under warm LED light, hearing only the gentle hum of climate control and her own breathing. She imagined the candidates lined along a parapet, cloaks snapping in icy gusts. Shouldn't mentorship itself be considered a sacred technology? In the desert outside Uruk, night volunteers now tend a community observatory built from mud brick, their breath-clouding winter air that smells of straw and distant river. They align low-cost telescopes with star charts inked from copies of MUL. Apen, teaching children how ancient watches balanced ore with irrigation schedules. Thermoses click open, pouring cinnamon tea that steams into the dark, and tiny solar heaters warm cold toes. The telescope's metal chills fingers, yet quilts stitched with constellation patterns hang over shoulders. Local elders share stories of sky beings as metaphors for responsibility rather than dominion, emphasizing the cadence of tending pumps and gardens. Fireflies blink near solar lanterns, as if echoing old mirror flashes. The horizon hushes, tea steams, constellations drift with patience tasting of cinnamon smoke and river mist. In academia's digital repositories, cross-reference datasets now pair star movements with crop yields, the interface glowing pale against researchers' faces as servers hum like distant bees. Graduate students scroll through entries linking lunar eclipses to barley harvest reports, their fingertips smudging trackpads. Each record ties to translations mentioning watches, highlighting how their story encoded logistics, the creak of water wheels, the glint of polished mirrors, the comfort of a chant in darkness. Backup drives smell faintly of warm circuitry, reminding us that even now, guardians are algorithms searching for patterns. Scholars debate terminology and message boards, yet the practical value stands luminous. Ritual as infrastructure, myth as spreadsheet. These archives carry the soft click of keystrokes that resemble rain. Are we ready to accept that care, not conquest, defines celestial authority? Somewhere in the night between Euphrates reeds and orbital satellites, the idea of the watchers hovers like a low, steady chord, vibrating through polished metal, damp clay, and the stories we whisper to keep storms at bay. The scent is neither purely incense nor ozone, but something in between, a reminder that every measurement we inherit carries fingerprints of awe. Listen to the scratch of stylus, the click of keyboard, the sigh of reed beds. They form a single breath-holding space for questions we no longer ask aloud. Perhaps the sky beings were always the name we gave to responsibility shared across generations, a way to cradle duty in starlight. Perhaps their wings were simply the wide reach of human hands stretching toward accuracy, fingertips cooled by night wind. Yet the stars keep their own counsel, and the canals glisten in moonlight whether we speak or sleep, suggesting that the mystery remains content to glide just beyond our fingertips. The night breathes across the ziggurat's ghosted steps, and somewhere a quiet archivist lifts another lid. In the University of Pennsylvania's cloistered study room, the single remaining wick of a beeswax candle trembles as curator Amrita Shah eases open a cedar box scented with camphor and desert dust. Inside rests a steer-tight weight from Dillman Waters, its edges smooth as river stones, bearing a faint engraving of a horned figure leaning over a tide gate marked with star glyphs. Under a magnifier, salt crystals glint like miniature constellations, telling how merchants credited the watches for tides that rose obediently beneath moonlight. Amrita wets a cotton swab in rosewater to reveal a tiny inscription noting the precise angle to set a sluice plank when Orion rose waist-high in the southern sky. She hums a melody her grandmother used, letting the notes soften the sterile hum of climate control, and wonders if voices carried across the gulf in the same tender cadence, offering gratitude to sky tutors who kept boats from grounding on hidden sandbars. Far east in the ruins of ancient Europark, archaeologists recently found driftwood beams darkened with age, their grains saturated with the scent of old river mud. Embedded in the beam's mortise was a copper peg etched with cuneiform, an instruction to align flood barriers whenever the watcher's torch appeared above the western horizon. Conservation scientist Mateo Ruiz runs fingertip sensors along the peg, measuring micro-scratches shaped by centuries of adjustments, each groove a handshake between human caution and celestial instruction. He feels the coolness of copper under laboratory light, hears the hush of filtration units, and tastes the iron tang on the air that bleeds from aged metal. The peg is small enough to sit in his palm, yet it speaks of entire neighborhoods spared from drowning. He logs the data in a spreadsheet that glows soft aquamarine, the rows pulsing like a heartbeat, and thinks how many unnamed caretakers once pressed their hands against the same token of trust. In one of the British Museum's basement rooms, smelling faintly of parchment and wax polish, an overlooked Phoenician ostracon receives new attention. Linguist Layla Haddad tilts it beneath a fiber-optic thread that shivers like a line of starlight. The ink reveals traders dedicating a cedar shipment to the watchful guests of Anu, asking safe winds for a voyage toward Tyre. Layla traces the letters with the edge of a breath, not daring to touch, while notes of lemon oil from cleaning cloths drift in the air. She hears the far-off rumble of foot traffic overhead, yet remains inside the hush of ancient bureaucracy, where myths guided interregional contracts. The ostracon's chipped edges smell of chalk and sea spray, a fossilized fragment of dialogue between coastal merchants and the sky beings they believe tallied debts more accurately than any human scribe. On the Maltese island of Gozo, within the Gantesia temple whose limestone corridors remain cool even under the summer sun, researchers uncovered a terracotta plaque showing winged figures pouring water into terraced basins. Archaeobotanist Sophia Elul kneels in the half-light, the air scented with thyme and crushed shells beneath her knees as she brushes away powdery dust. A nearby sound recorder hums faintly, capturing the muted coo of rock doves echoing through the megalithic halls. The figures' halos are not celestial crowns, but arcs indicating measured angles. Embedded pigments, when sampled, contain traces of crushed lapis that once glowed like twilight. Sophia inhales the mineral sweetness and notes down how the basins align to winter solstice sunlight, their overflow channels leading to barley plots. Islanders may have adapted Mesopotamian watcher lore via maritime gossip, weaving outlandish tales into practical manuals for water storage on a rock that drinks in every drop of rain. She feels the limestone walls chill against her palm and thinks of patient hands coaxing water from stone, accompanied by whispered prayers to far-off mentors. In the Indus Valley's ancient city of Lothal, monsoon rains left a glaze of damp clay across the dockyard floor, releasing the scent of wet earth and distant jasmine. During the last excavation season, a carnelian bead etched with microscopic wedge marks emerged from a drainage channel. Under electron microscopy, the signs correspond to a Mesopotamian syllable set meaning sky accountant, while the bead's drilled hole carries residue of coconut shell oil, suggesting it was once threaded as a talisman worn by harbour masters who balanced trade ledgers by the tide. Historian Priyanka Desai flexes her stiff fingers after hours at the scope, listening to distant thunder roll across Gujarat's fields. She murmurs the probable Akkadian phrase, the syllables round and unfamiliar yet soothing. The bead's polished warmth transfers to her glove, and she imagines the quiet pride of port officials, aligning ships' departures with constellations watched by unseen mentors north of the Arabian Sea. High in the Zagros Mountains, a cave altar used during the Kassite era still smells of damp limestone and lingering juniper smoke. A field team recently discovered a basalt slab carved with a procession of 3 tall figures, whose feathered mantles curve like protective wings. Behind them, smaller human figures grind grains in rhythm, each accompanied by a carved star. Portable spectrometers detect traces of red ochre on the wings, while trace elements in the mortar between floor stones reveal powdered magnetite, making compasses aligned to the altar. Field acoustician Lena Forrer glides a hand along the wall, feeling its clammy chill, and sets a low vibration through the cave using a tuning fork. The resonance rises like a distant hum, amplifying in pockets where watchers were once invoked. She closes her eyes as the tone wraps around her, a soft blanket of sound, and considers how ancient ceremonies may have synchronized heartbeats with the breathing mountain, letting participants feel held by invisible supervisors. In a glass-walled laboratory in Tokyo, paleobotanist Kenji Moriyama tends a petri dish of date palm pollen retrieved from a Neo-Assyrian jar sealed with bitumen. The preservation smell is sharp, almost like tar warmed in sunlight. Under ultraviolet light, the pollen grains reveal microscopic inscriptions scratched onto their container's interior, instructions specifying when to scatter pollen based on the signal from the North Watchers. Kenji adjusts his face shield, his breath fogging the plastic momentarily, as he copies the characters into a digital log. He notes how the instructions align with a modern understanding of night temperatures optimal for pollination. Outside the lab, neon lights blur against winter drizzle, yet inside, steel cabinets reflect a calm glow. It becomes clear that divine narratives served as mnemonic devices, anchoring delicate agricultural timing in stories that sang through generations. The pollen glitters like golden dust under magnification, reminding Kenji of the stars. Anunnaki envoys were said to rearrange in the sky. Within a quiet wing of the Vatican Apostolic Library, a Syriac manuscript from the early 6th century rests beneath a pane of ultra-clear glass. Scholar Marta Youssef leans close, her breath perfumed with chamomile tea taken to steady nerves. The parchment edges smell faintly of frankincense, suggesting it once travelled with pilgrims. The manuscript translates earlier Babylonian watcher rituals into Christianized language, yet retains detailed tables for calibrating nocturnal vigils with the phases of Venus. The scribe describes the silver glow on altar cloths, the feel of dew-damp stone under bare knees, and the soft chiming of bronze bowls used to mark the hours. Marta hears only the murmur of air vents, yet she copies the tables into a notebook embossed with gold stars, feeling a kinship with the ancient author who merged reverence with meticulous timekeeping. The manuscript's crimson pigments shimmer under light like embers banked beneath ash, hinting that knowledge survived by adapting, never sleeping. In the arid expanses of the Arabian Peninsula, a 2025 drone survey reveals petroglyphs near Jubba, depicting towering figures with mirrored discs held to the horizon. The drone's rotors stir sand that smells sun-baked and ancient, while the pilot monitors the feed in a trailer cooled to a crisp chill by humming generators. Among the carvings, a small inscription in early Aramaic mentions those who watch the skies seem, advising caravan chiefs on when to depart to avoid sandstorms. Geologist Mona Al-Sadiq lifts a 3D printed replicate disc, its surface polished to mimic the original's obsidian sheen, and feels how light bounces in slender beams. She sweeps the disc across the desert evening, watching glimmers dance, imagining signals flashing between distant watchposts. The desert breeze brushes her cheeks like soft wool, carrying dust that tastes faintly of salt. She records a voice memo, the words quiet as a lullaby, noting that myth bridged kilometers of dunes by letting humans pretend they were guided by beings perched beyond the sky's edge. A recent expedition to the Caucasus foothills unearthed a Eurasian bronze bowl hammered thin as a dew droplet. Inside the bowl, etched lines trace lunar cycles paired with instructions for maintaining mountain terraces. Conservator Galen Petrosyan whispers to the artifact as he cleans it, the Armenian lullaby vibrating in the sterile lab that smells of ethanol and laundered cotton. The etchings compare the watcher's wings to clouds resting on peaks, instructing farmers to redirect meltwater precisely when those clouds blush pink at dawn. Galen glides a sable brush along the bowl's interior, releasing a soft metallic tang. He feels a gentle weight settle in his chest, respect for unseen caretakers who converted meteorological observation into mythic choreography. The bowl's rim hums when lightly struck, a note lingering in the lab's quiet as though the mountain still speaks through alloy. In the rainforests bordering the Mayan lowlands, a recent find is puzzling epigraphers, a small jade pendant carved with a hybrid of Mesopotamian winged iconography and Maya glyphs referencing visitors from the Eastern Sea who count stars. The pendant rests on a reed mat in a humidity-controlled display case that smells faintly of damp moss. Anthropologist Anna Ikshel adjusts her headphones, listening to recordings of Chekshi's elders recounting tales of luminous strangers who taught canal maintenance before departing on a serpent of light. The pendant's surface is cool, almost slick, like water-polished stone. Anna imagines a transoceanic exchange of ideas, perhaps through wandering traders or shipwreck survivors, where the watchers became new story keepers in a jungle saturated with cheering insects and lime-scented rain. She writes notes in flowing script, each letter a thread connecting continents, knowing the truth may be layered with legend, but still rooted in shared human need for guidance beneath unpredictable skies. In a subterranean vault beneath Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, a tower of scrolls tied with faded ribbons emits a faint aroma of sandalwood and old silk. Ottoman court records reveal a secretive guild called the Night Illuminators, whose members carried copper lanterns and polished mirrors to track planetary conjunctions. Historian Osman Erdem unwraps a scroll that crackles softly, revealing a depiction of winged figures instructing guild members to time the closing of the Bosphorus lamps so fishermen could navigate tides. The ink has oxidized into a gentle bronze hue. Osman runs his fingers above the script, not touching, feeling a phantom warmth rising from the parchment. He imagines the ripple of lamplight on the strait, the whisper of oars, the oil smell of lanterns, and the quiet comfort of believing the watchers hovered just beyond sight, ensuring safe harbor. Thousands of kilometers away, in the Andes' high-altitude air, a newly catalogued Incan quipu uses dyed cords to encode a schedule for lunar observances aligned with irrigation. Quipu expert Mariela Castillo sits in a Cusco lab perfumed by coca tea and wool blankets drying near a heater. Each knot carries a faint scent of alpaca fiber and smoked chili. When she translates the quipu's pattern, she finds references to sky guardians beloved of the Eastern storytellers, likely knowledge carried by traders along the Amazonian corridor, where Mesopotamian sailors may have drifted in early contacts. The cords guide terrace keepers to channel meltwater during full moons, relying on watchers whose wings are now woven from cloud and myth. Mariella glides the cords across her palm, the fibers whispering against her skin, and records the pattern into a database that hums with quiet confidence. In a modern desalination plant near Kuwait City, engineer Laith Mansour consults a digital replica of a Babylonian tablet while calibrating intake valves that smell of brine and lubricating oil. The replica, projected onto a fogged glass panel, shows instructions for balancing tidal influx signed by a scribe serving the watchers. Laith runs his gloved hand through cool mist, feeling droplets bead on synthetic fabric, and smiles softly as he adjusts a control wheel. The old ratios line up with his sensor's readouts, bridging thousands of years through shared mathematics. He keeps the replica open, letting its cuneiform glow cobalt in the dim control room, a talisman for nights when the hum of turbines becomes a lullaby. He wonders if the watchers would recognize their methods living inside desalination algorithms, and the thought steadies him like a hand on his shoulder. On the floor of a museum in Mexico City, an interactive display gently exhales cool air smelling of eucalyptus, while showing children how Mesopotamian star maps compare with Aztec tonalamatl calendars. Educator Lucia Reyes guides them with a soft voice, describing watchers as librarians of the sky who once stood atop step pyramids far away. She plays a recording of a reconstructed Mesopotamian frame drum, its low pulse resonating through the hall, blending with whispering visitors. The children's eyes reflect the blue glow of projected constellations, their small fingers tracing lines between stars, discovering that myths cross oceans on vessels of curiosity. Lucia watches a girl close her eyes, sway gently to the beat, and she sees the ancient story settling softly into a new heart. In a granite-walled chamber beneath Nubian sands, archaeologists uncovered a scarab-sealed jar containing dried lotus petals. The petals, still fragrant with a faint sweet aroma, surrounded a papyrus scroll offering thanks to the watchers for teaching the rhythm of annual Nile pulses. Egyptologist Abdu El Sayed carefully rehydrates the papyrus with steam that curls like mist, revealing hieratic script describing ceremonies where priests chant along terrace walls to coordinate sluice gates. The text mentions the coolness of water splashing ankles, the sound of frogs joining the chorus, and the silvery light of Sothis rising, a familiar star to Mesopotamian observers. Abdu copies the lines, hearing only his own breathing and the distant hum of desert wind filtered through the excavation tent. He imagines farmers smiling softly as water obeyed their pleas, the aroma of freshly wet soil lifting into the night like gratitude. In a quiet farmhouse in rural Brittany, an old trunk yields a 17th century sailor's logbook smelling of sea salt and aged leather. The sailor describes docking in Aleppo and receiving a charm depicting a winged being holding a net. The charm, he writes in neat French script, was said to represent les veilleurs du ciel, guardians who taught fishermen to read moon-silvered ripples. Historian Claudine Marchand turns the charm over in her palm. It is cool, with tiny grooves that catch the lamplight. Outside, rain taps softly on slate roof tiles, and the hearth crackles. She can almost taste the salted cod simmering in the adjacent kitchen, mingling with smoke. The charm's story may seem fanciful, yet the sailor noted lunar phases alongside his catch. Claudine copies the data into a new spreadsheet, linking Breton fishing practices to whispers from the Euphrates. Somewhere in the Sierra Nevada's foothills, archivist Henry Wallace catalogues letters from gold rush miners who adopted watcher nights to plan irrigation for hillside farms. The letters smell of pipe smoke and river mud, stored in a cedar chest. They recount how a visiting scholar from San Francisco read out translations of tablets, inspiring miners to watch the stars for irrigation cues. Henry smooths the letter dated 1854, the ink faded to soft brown. The writer describes the cool breeze off the river, the taste of pine sap on calloused fingers, and the comfort of believing Anunnaki eyes gleamed above the rugged canyon. The letters map water releases to star risings, showing myth wedded to survival in a new frontier. Henry leans back, listens to the whisper of his own breath in the archival room, and smiles at the continuity. Within a futuristic greenhouse in Doha, botanist Reem Khoury cultivates salt-tolerant barley using irrigation algorithms modelled on Sumerian canal logs. The greenhouse air is humid and warm, tinged with the aroma of wet earth and citrusy fertilizers. LED grow lights cast a magenta glow, turning the barley leaves into shimmering blades. Reem runs her hands through the crop, feeling cool moisture against her skin, then checks a wall-mounted display showing the phases of the moon alongside pump schedules labelled Watcher Mode. She built the interface to honor the ancient supervisors, letting the term whisper through modern code. Outside, desert night wraps the city in stillness, yet inside, the barley sways gently to the hum of circulation fans. She sips mint tea, inhales its sharp sweetness, and thinks of the long chain of guardians who kept bread on tables by listening to stars. In a candlelit room in Fez, Morocco, calligrapher Nabil Idrissi copies a medieval astrolabe treatise onto parchment scented with almond oil. The treatise references Anu's luminous envoys guiding Andalusian astronomers during drought years. Nabil's reed pen glides, the ink releasing a faint metallic note. Through the open window, night jasmine perfumes the air, and distant drums from a wedding celebration pulse softly. The script curves like flowing water, each line a meditation. He pauses to sprinkle gold dust across a diagram, watching it glitter as if starlight settled into ink. The treatise reminds readers to align canals with moonrise, blending myth with Islamic hydraulic wisdom. Nabil smiles, satisfied that the watchers have found a home in his alphabet, humming an old hymn while the ink dries. At a research station near Lake Chad, climatologist Aminata Dombia compares modern satellite rainfall maps, smelling faintly of plastic and ozone, to digitized cuneiform logs. She hears the soft whir of servers and the rhythm of her own typing. The logs instruct watchers to observe wind flecks on water, to anticipate floods, a technique local fishermen still use. Aminata steps outside, feels warm, humid air wrap around her like a blanket, and watches ripples shimmer under moonlight. She records their pattern, her tablet emitting a pale glow. The line between ancient observation and modern climate science dissolves like sugar in tea. She wonders if the Anunnaki were simply ancestral scientists immortalized so communities would trust their guidance. Inside, the data grid pulses green, each square a note in a soothing, endless lullaby of preparedness. In the Museum of the Future in Dubai, a serene gallery diffuses oud and sandalwood, while holographic watches stride among viewers, gently narrating irrigation schedules and astronomical trivia. The floor vibrates subtly, simulating the rumble of ancient drums. Visitors recline on cushioned platforms and feel cool air drift down like night wind across the Euphrates. The holograms explain how polished gypsum mirrors once flashed signals between towers. Teenagers lift their wrists to feel a faint buzz when imaginary beams pass through their palms. Curator Amina Rashid watches from the control booth, adjusting audio levels so whispers remain gentle. She hopes the experience rekindles respect for caretaking as a sacred vocation amid skyscrapers of glass and steel. Outside, traffic murmurs like a distant sea, yet inside the gallery, time slows to a tender hush. On a research vessel gliding through the Coral Sea, marine biologist Peter Lange studies coral growth rings while listening to digitized Anunnaki hymns piped softly through deck speakers. The salty breeze cools his cheeks, the scent of sunscreen and wet rope lingers. The hymns, reconstructed from tablets, describe watchers counting the breaths of the ocean. Peter compares ring data to recorded eclipses, finding correlations that suggest ancient sailors recognized bleaching events. He scribbles notes with a pen that squeaks against waterproof paper, each stroke accompanied by the slap of waves against the hull. Above him, constellations scatter like spilled salt. He feels a kinship with the old watchers who loved the sea, enough to memorize its moods, and his heart steadies in the ship's gentle sway. In an underground metro station in Paris, a street musician plays a replica of the Lyre, the notes floating through tunnels smelling of damp stone and espresso. Commuters slow, lulled by the instrument's warm resonance. Nearby, an art installation projects translations of watch duties onto mosaic tiles, telling passers-by how ancient skywardens guided canal floodgates. A child clutches her mother's hand, eyes wide as she reads about bronze mirrors and moonlit rooftops. The mother inhales the smell of freshly baked bread wafting from a kiosk, and for a moment, the rush of modern life softens. The music carries hints of cedar and copper, conjuring images of star-crowned mentors whispering from the mezzanine. The station becomes a capsule of time. The watchers schedule overlaying train timetables, both orchestrating movement in a city that never sleeps. A hushed community centre in Reykjavik hosts an overnight solstice vigil, where participants map aurora patterns against Babylonian star charts. The air tastes of cinnamon buns and coffee, woolen blankets trap warmth. Outside, snow muffles the world until footsteps crunch like whispers. Inside, the charts gleam under LED lamps. Organizer Lilja Hrafnsdottir invites attendees to note when green curtains ripple across the sky and compare them to ancient omen lists stored on tablets now digitized. They log each shimmer into a shared spreadsheet, the soft tapping of keys harmonizing with gentle throat singing. The watcher's mythology, transplanted into polar light, becomes a lens for modern aurora science. Lilja feels the cold seeping through the windows, yet the community's gathered breath keeps her serene. On a hillside near Petra, Jordan, archaeologists recently exposed Nabatean cistern engravings crediting sky guests of Babylon for teaching them to harvest flash floods. The cistern's interior smells of cool stone and lingering dampness. Archaeologist Farah Kabani lowers a sensor, the cable whispering against carved stairs. The engravings depict winged beings pouring water from jars, while scribes tally on ostrich eggshell tablets. Farah's fingers brush a leftover grain of sand still adhering to the wall, its texture sharp. She notes how the channels align with star positions that signal rainy seasons. The desert evening wraps her in gentle chill as she climbs out, the sky bruised purple, and she whispers thanks to distant teachers who turned storms into allies. In a high-rise apartment in Seoul, Digital historian Min Jun Kim runs a neural network that maps parallels between K-drama plot arcs about guardian spirits and ancient narratives of the Watchers. His room smells of fresh ink from a nearby printer and the subtle citrus of a diffuser. The screen bathes his face in bluish glow. The model highlights how characters who oversee cities from rooftops echo. Anunnaki imagery preserved through Silk Road tales. Min Jun, sipping barley tea, records each data point while ambient music brushes the quiet like a feather. He isn't seeking proof of literal gods, he's tracing the endurance of a comforting idea, someone awake in the night, ensuring things do not fall apart. At a campus in Lagos, architecture students design flood-resilient housing guided by cuneiform flood warnings. The studio smells of sawdust, glue, and the distant savour of roasted plantains from street vendors. Professor Ifeoma Okafor projects tablet translations onto a whiteboard, the glyphs shimmering. She explains how Watchers coordinated multi-tier levees using reed whistles and mirror flashes. Students shape clay models, fingers slick with water, replicating reed bundling techniques. Outside, humid air hums with generators. Inside, the whispers of kneaded clay and pencils scratching paper create a rhythmic hush. Ifeoma senses the ancient guardians smiling through the dust motes swirling in sunbeams. In a modest house in Lima, textile artist Renata Paredes embroiders a tapestry depicting winged watchers hovering above canals lined with reed baskets. The cloth smells of alpaca wool and lavender sachets. She threads metallic gold through indigo fields, the needle sliding with a soft hiss. Each stitch outlines a star over a sluice gate, echoing instructions gleaned from digitized tablets. A cat dozes nearby, its fur warm against her ankle. Renata hums a lullaby her grandmother used, mapping myth onto thread. The tapestry will hang in a public library, a quiet reminder that irrigation patterns can be as beautiful as constellations. The fabric drapes across her lap like a gentle tide. In the Australian outback, an Anangu elder named Carla sits beside a fire scented with eucalyptus smoke, telling researchers how ancestral beings taught stargazing techniques to gauge creek flows. She recalls a story of visitors from the West who carried mirrors. Anthropologist Max Jensen listens, recording the tale beneath a sky so clear the Milky Way looks like spilled milk. The fire crackles, spraying ember sparks that rise like escaping stars. Max shares interpretations of Anunnaki myths, and Carla nods slowly, weaving her words with his. The night expands, filled with insect chirps, and the watchers become part of a shared tapestry of caretaking, stretching from Mesopotamia to Dreamtime. In a solar-powered archive in Nairobi, librarian Wanjiru Kamau curates a digital exhibition titled Guardians of the Night, Data from Distant Past. The room smells of clean plastic and tea masala. She scans a 19th century Swahili poem referencing winged beings who taught sailors to read star compass points. She overlays the poem with NOAA current charts, showing accuracy that startles her. The monitors emit soft white light, while outside the window, the city's heartbeat pulses in muffled car horns. Wanjiru adjusts her headset, listening to ocean waves recorded on Lamu, and arranges the exhibition interface so visitors can glide seamlessly between poetry, chart, and tablet. She whispers to herself that data, like myth, is a kind of lullaby, structured, rhythmic, reassuring. In a Berlin biotech lab, the team analyzes clay DNA from an ancient tablet, discovering spores from medicinal herbs described as gifts from the Watchers. The lab smells sterile, punctuated by hints of isopropyl alcohol. Researcher Hannah Vogt peers into a microscope, noting the spore's delicate structures illuminated by a cool LED. The accompanying text instructs healers to plant the herbs under specific stars to ensure potency. Hannah, wearing soft nitrile gloves, flips through digital references confirming that these nights coincide with dew-heavy conditions ideal for germination. She plays a binaural beat track to stay calm, letting the gentle throbbing mimic ancient drums. The threads connecting myth and microbiology weave quietly, resilient under scrutiny. In the Appalachian Mountains, folklorist Jonah Banks sits in a porch rocker that creaks like a contented sigh. Fireflies wink in humid air scented with honeysuckle. He interviews an elder who recounts how her ancestors, Scotch-Irish settlers, adopted tales of watcher angels from travelling peddlers carrying Mesopotamian storybooks. They used the tales to set times for burning brush to protect crops. Jonah records the story on a vintage tape deck that whirs softly. The elder's voice, gentle as creek water over stones, describes night fires reflecting in polished tin plates to signal neighbours. Jonah notes the parallels to mirror flashes on that distant plain and feels the watcher's presence slip into the mountains, soft as mist. In a Seattle tech startup, a team of programmers designs an AI named Mass.Sirah, Sirah.tu, coded to monitor infrastructure sensors. Their office smells of coffee, solder, and fresh paint. Lead engineer Alana Patel sets the AI's interface to display a gentle star field, nodding to the ancient watchers. Mass.Sirah. W cross-references rainfall data with reservoir gates, alerting human supervisors when adjustments are needed. The interface emits a soft chime reminiscent of distant bells. Alana leans back in her chair, hears the hum of servers, and smiles at the continuity between clay tablets and predictive algorithms. They are all the same promise: someone stays awake so others may sleep. On the slopes of Mount Nemrut at dawn, tourists wrap themselves in blankets against the chill that smells of cold stone and time. Guides speak in hushed tones about statues of winged beings aligned with star risings described in cuneiform sources. As the sun eases over the horizon, the stone faces glow honey gold. One visitor, historian Selen Kaya, holds an infrared thermometer out of habit, noting the temperature shift that ancient watchers may have sensed through bare skin. She bites into a piece of dried apricot, tasting sunshine stored in fruit, and reflects on how the mountain's silence amplifies the message: observation is devotion. In a Kentucky cavern, hydrologists map subterranean rivers using sonar pulses that reverberate like distant thunder. The air smells of damp limestone and ancestral chill. A newly found inscription on the cavern wall, likely carved by a Civil War-era traveller, references Shinar watchers advising when to open cave gates to release stored water. Hydrologist Deja Brooks runs her fingers across the carved letters, feeling the roughness under flashlight glow. The sonar equipment emits soft clicks. The cavern answers with echoes. Deja records the inscription, linking it to an oral tradition among local farmers who still consult stars before diverting springs. The watcher's guidance thrives beneath the earth, in the heartbeat of hidden rivers. In a Kyoto tea house, ceramicist Emi Tanaka glazes cups with pigments matched to the colors described in Babylonian sky omens. The tea room smells of roasted matcha and kiln heat. She listens to shakuhachi flute music, its tones airy and soothing. Each cup features subtle wing motifs, the glaze pooling like moonlight on still ponds. Emi believes that holding such a cup can remind a drinker to observe the sky before pouring tea, honouring both tradition and sustainability. As steam rises from a freshly brewed bowl, it mingles with the scent of clay, and she envisions watchers nodding approval from soft clouds. In a Johannesburg planetarium, an evening show titled Star Keepers of Mesopotamia projects constellations onto a dome scented lightly with vanilla to calm visitors. Narrator Saifo Delamani speaks in a low, resonant voice, guiding attendees through stories of winged watchers advising on seasonal migrations. The audience reclines in padded chairs. Faint vibrations mimic a heartbeat. Saifo's words melt into the ambient hum, encouraging listeners to breathe slowly. Outside, the city's lights twinkle. Inside, a child reaches up, fingers splayed, as if to catch a falling star. For an hour, the watchers keep vigil in a hemisphere of gentle darkness. On the shores of Lake Baikal, a Russian researcher named Galina Orlova studies wooden prayer plaques left by Buryat fishermen. The plaques smell of pine sap and incense. One plaque depicts a winged being offering a mirror to a fisherman, with annotations referencing star alignments taught by travelers from the west. Galena dips a quill into ink, transcribing the notes while the lake's breeze brushes her cheek with icy fingers. Waves lap softly, a constant hush. She feels the watcher's story settling into the water's memory, carried on ripples and reflected in night skies as ancient as time. At a rooftop garden in New York City, urban farmers adjust hydroponic flows based on lunar data shared in an online forum called Anunnaki Commons. The garden smells of basil, damp soil, and city rain. Organizer Miguel Torres logs water pH under string lights that glow warm gold. He plays a playlist of reconstructed Mesopotamian lullabies, letting the notes wrap around seedlings. The group maintains polished steel panels to reflect moonlight onto sensors, a nod to ancient mirror signaling. Ambulance sirens murmuring below blend with soft conversation. The Watcher's myth becomes a practical communal ritual, linking skyscraper dwellers to river plains in the hush of twilight. At a remote Arctic research station, light snow squeaks under boots. Paleolithic artifacts indicate migratory communities sang to winged north guides when aligning sled trails by stars. Anthropologist Erica Smith listens to Inuit elders describe similar songs. The station smells of diesel heaters and dried fish. Erica holds a reconstructed antler batten etched with tiny star maps, its surface cold and smooth. The elders' voices roll like gentle surf, recounting how light dances across ice when watchers approve. Erica presses record on her device, capturing the cadence for future study. Outside, aurora flickers, and she senses a gentle presence in the shimmering sky. In a Manila art studio, multimedia artist Jora Cruz edits a video montage of global watcher traditions projected onto a mist curtain. The room smells of acrylic paint and rain-damp concrete. She overlays a soft, heartbeat-like pulse composed from ancient drum rhythms. The projection shows farmers, coders, canal diggers, all in quiet communion with stars. Viewers walk through the mist, feeling cool droplets kiss their skin. Jora's cat curls on a windowsill, purring. She titles the piece, Stewards of the Upper Chamber, sending it to a virtual exhibit. The watcher's story becomes a collective lullaby, whispered across pixels. In a Moscow observatory, astrophysicist Pavel Lebedev compares gravitational wave charts to cuneiform predictions of celestial tremors. The observatory smells of old books and cold metal. He sips black tea, its warmth spreading through his chest, and marks correlations where ancient watchers recorded stars singing. The data points line up with surprising accuracy. Pavel smiles softly, the glow of monitors reflecting in his glasses. He murmurs a quiet thank you to those who watched before him, acknowledging that even in the realm of black holes and space-time, the gentle guardians hum in the background. In a Namibian desert camp, ethnobotanist Thandi Jacobs catalogues herbal remedies attributed to skykeepers introduced via ancient caravan routes. The campfire crackles, releasing a scent of acacia wood and sage. Stars explode across a sky so clear it feels close enough to touch. Thandi labels each specimen by lamplight, the paper warm beneath her fingers. She listens to elders speak of winged figures leaving patterns in sand to mark planting seasons. The sand beneath her mat retains the day's heat, pressing comfort into her spine. She writes that myth is the memory palace of practicality, shimmering in moonlit dunes. In Buenos Aires, archivist Carlos Medina digitizes a tango from the 1920s that references guardian angels of Shinar. The vinyl smells of old paper and aged shellac. When the needle touches the groove, a soft crackle warms the air, followed by a languid melody. The lyrics compare longing lovers to watchers navigating constellations. Carlos adjusts his headphones, eyes closed, letting the rhythm cradle him. He tags the track with keywords linking it to Mesopotamian lore, ensuring future listeners can trace the lineage. Outside, rain taps against windows, a percussive lull. The melody fades, but the watcher's embrace lingers in the slow sway of memory. In Jerusalem's Old City, a hidden courtyard garden smells of jasmine and damp stone. Scholar Yael Ben-Ami uncovers a Crusader-era note tucked in the mortar of a cistern wool, thanking the Watchers from Babel for teaching how to direct runoff. The parchment crinkles under her gentle touch. Candlelight casts soft shadows across the courtyard, flickering like wings. She copies the note, feeling gratitude ripple through centuries, and imagines knights in chainmail listening to artisans from far lands explaining water flow by starlight. The cistern's water shimmers in torch glow, reflecting the watchful gaze of a sky full of patient stars. In a quiet hospice room in Melbourne, caregiver Arya Singh reads excerpts from ancient Watcher hymns to a patient who once studied Mesopotamian history. The room smells of lavender lotion and clean linens. The patient's breathing slows as Arya describes moonlit terraces and mirrored light. Outside, rain softens the city's sounds, leaving only the patter against glass. Arya's voice becomes a gentle tide, blending compassion with scholarship. The myth comforts like a warm blanket, reminding both listener and reader that someone, somewhere, has always promised to stay awake through the night. In the silence between heartbeats, the Watchers remain, etched into clay, coded into spreadsheets, humming through fibre optics and reed flutes alike. Their story spreads across continents, carried by the scent of incense and rain, by the taste of brine and honeyed bread, by the tender brush of night wind on patient faces. They teach that guardianship is a chain of hands, each palm passing the weight of responsibility with care. Whether carved in stone or whispered over internet connections, their wings still shadow our workbenches, our rooftops, our quiet midnight desks. The stars above glimmer steady, mirroring lanterns below. Somewhere, a stylus scratches softly against damp clay. A keyboard clicks in measured cadence. A drum murmurs low. The Watchers watch, yes, but so do we, waking gently to our place in the long, luminous vigil. At 1420-2458 MHz, Brian Cox traced the hydrogen line at Jodrell Bank on 12 June 1963, letting its patient pulse steady the dusk. The dented shellac spool marked possible structured drift, in blue pencil breathed a faint, comforting static. If this quiet chronicle soothes you, please subscribe. If this starlit history soothes you, please subscribe. If this starlit history soothes you, please subscribe. Brian eased the reel onto the playback arbor as the lamp's brass chain clicked softly, his fingertips tracing the scored metal where earlier astronomers had tightened bolts with cold patience, and the acetate smelled faintly of peppered ozone released after decades of sleep. He folded his winter coat over the chair, the fabric brushing against a stack of logbooks whose leather spines had darkened with graphite dust, and he listened for the gentle thud of the motor achieving 8 inches per second. On the desk lay a velvet pouch containing the micrometer he still uses on the Large Hadron Collider, its knurled grip glinting like a pocket lighthouse as he measured tape thickness to ensure fidelity, because the story of extraterrestrial searching depends on intact grooves and trust in instrumentation. Outside the stone walls, Cheshire fog muffled the motorway hum, isolating the observatory so that his breathing became part of the room's rhythm, aligning modern curiosity with the quiet rituals of technicians who once calibrated cathode ray oscilloscopes by lamplight. Handling archives is his chosen craft tonight, giving the cosmologist tactile leverage over myths that refuse to stay theoretical, and stirring the ancient question of whether the patterns caught on this tape prove we are not alone. In the winter of '69, Galileo Galilei angled his handmade telescope toward the moon from a Venetian balcony that smelled of sea salt and olive smoke, measuring its ridges with a wooden ruler engraved in breccia, and drawing crater shadows with charcoal that stained his thumbs. The lenses he ground with horse-powered polishing wheels widened faint reflections into tangible mountains, contradicting the medieval legend that Luna's face was flawless marble inhabited by translucent angels, and instead revealing a landscape as scarred as the Apennines. He recorded terminator angles of 35 degrees, converting them into peak heights of nearly 4,000 meters, a discovery that lent weight to the notion of another rugged world where life, as speculated by Bruno, might take root. The soft creak of the balcony railing followed his every adjustment, proving how even domestic materials can escort cosmic revelations. That same night he scribbled notes about Jupiter's wandering stars, their rhythmic dance echoing the cadences once attributed to divine messengers. What mattered was the discipline of measuring light against myth, because each arc minute he calculated fortified a new kind of power, the authority of observation over hearsay. Yet it also invited the lingering wonder of whether distant ridges carried their own watchful eyes. A year later in Prague, Johannes Kepler wrote his dreamlike Somnium beside a frost-fobbed window, the glass clinking softly as he rubbed warmth into the pane to see red rooftops, while an iron brazier perfumed the study with cloves he saved for sleepless calculations. He pored over lunar tables derived from Galileo, converting orbital ratios into imagined winds that might carry lunar sailors across basalt seas, grounding his fiction in meticulously computed ephemerides that supported Tycho Brahe's raw data. The manuscript, inked with oak galls, married numerical precision to the Icelandic tales his mother told about spirits riding comets, and in that union he forged a bridge between folklore and proto-science that later generations of alien seekers would cross in their own measured way. Each scratch of quill on parchment resembled distant radio static, hinting at a lineage of evidence awaiting instruments we now consider routine. He safeguarded the pages in a cedar chest, understanding that imaginative rigor could embolden future observers to keep listening for echoes near 1420 MHz. The coals dimmed. Paper cooled. The universe pressed close, unspoken, like a held breath awaiting translation. Yet Kepler's bridge trembled when the Württemberg inquisitors arrested his mother in 1605, hauling her through torchlit corridors that smelled of damp straw, because whispered accusations insisted her comet tales were witchcraft rather than speculative astronomy. The same calculations that guided imperial calendars could not shield family knowledge from suspicion. And Kepler spent months producing methodical legal defenses, stacking eyewitness testimony in parchment piles as neatly as planetary tables. Candle wax dripped over his margins while he argued that celestial pluralism was a matter of geometry, not heresy, but fear of contagion. Silenced many supporters who might have spoken on his behalf. That suppression froze the conversation about inhabited worlds across German courts, proving how fragile evidence becomes when awe unsettles authority. Brian Cox later called the episode a cautionary alignment, because the hydrogen frequency's promise depends on scholars who feel safe enough to report anomalies without risking ions. The clank of manacles echoed longer than the pace of Kepler's pen, reminding listeners that curiosity sometimes waits in enforced quiet until kinder minds rediscover it anew. By 1698, Christian Huygens unrolled his linen maps of Saturn at The Hague, their pigments smelling of linseed and crushed lapis, and resumed the conversation that persecution had chilled, writing Cosmotheorus beneath the patient glow of whale oil lamps. His telescopes, calibrated with pendulum-regulated clocks he had perfected, revealed Titan's faint light, persuading him that seas and clouds elsewhere must exist, even if the shapes remained blurred. He described alien artisans forging instruments under pale suns, a vision he justified through proportional reasoning and the principle of plenitude, thereby restoring the idea that life's mathematics could repeat across the cosmos. The scratching of quill against the thick Dutch paper mirrored the kind of data logging a radio astronomer performs when noting signal-to-noise ratios near 1420 MHz, translating faint impressions into durable claims. Readers tucked the book beside navigation manuals, letting its orderly speculations seep into maritime academies that prized charts over miracles, and gradually the silence imposed by courts loosened. What mattered to Huygens was the value of disciplined imagination. It gave society permission to imagine correspondence in the sky, and kept artisans refining optics so later generations could listen harder. When William and Caroline Herschel swept the night of 13 March 1781 from their workshop in Bath, the cold smelled of cut pine from the polished telescope tube, and the metallic rasp of a file accompanied each adjustment to the 40-foot reflector that spotted Uranus. The musicians turned. Astronomers measured the planet's disk at 3.6 arcseconds through a new eyepiece they had ground with abrasive rouge, and the discovery earned royal stipends that bought more mirrors and time. By mapping nebulae with methodical sweeps, they fostered the idea that the universe was not a closed dome, but a garden of suns with potential habitats, and their quiet labour provided artisans with employment under the king's patronage, proving how precision craft could transform whimsical sky stories into national pride. Caroline's small hands, reddened from cold copper, recorded each sweep in neat columns, a domestic rhythm that resonates with the repetitive calibration of radio dishes centuries later. The Herschel's findings moved the myth of wandering spirits into the realm of catalogued realities, supporting the notion that if such surprises exist nearby, mindful listeners might hear strangers further away. Still, the appetite for marvels invited misdirection in 1835, when the New York Sun's presses clattered through humid nights, the air thick with steam and ink as reporters published the Great Moon Hoax, describing bat-winged selenites basking in sapphire forests, allegedly observed by Herschel's telescope. Typesetters set 632,000 impressions over 6 days, the lead type warming under their fingers, and the phony engravings fluttered in gaslit parlours, persuading readers that authoritative-sounding jargon could mimic legitimate measurement. The episode mattered because it revealed how public desire for alien contact could be monetized, shaping journalism's power and forcing scientists to clarify methods in greater detail. Although the story drew on existing respect for lunar cartography, the eventual debunking re-centered credibility on people who could demonstrate exact instruments and logs, reaffirming that the hydrogen line of trust depends on transparent craftsmanship. Brian Cox often cites this hoax when he lectures under planetarium domes, his voice softened by the low roar of projectors, reminding audiences that evidence must withstand hand-stained presses as well as stand hand-stained presses as well as starshine. In 1877, Giovanni Schiaparelli settled into Milan's Brera Observatory as the summer heat trembled over tiles. The observatory's brass fittings warmed to the touch, and he traced Mars through an 8.6-inch refractor, while the opposition painted the planet bright as embers. He sketched networks he called canali, measuring each linear feature with angular precision, some stretching hundreds of kilometers in his careful notes, and the term simply meant channels. Yet translation carried the word across the Atlantic as evidence of engineered canals. The graphite smell of his pencils mingled with candle wax while he recorded coordinates, giving engineers and dreamers alike a scaffold to ponder Martian hydrology as a purposeful craft that could sustain civilizations. When he published the maps, the ripples reached irrigation planners and colonial strategists, showing how extraterrestrial speculation could influence earthly infrastructure budgets. The observatory fell quiet after midnight, and his assistants held their breath to steady the scope. Silence held a brief refrain. The dome creaked. Shadows cooled. The dust beyond the glass felt attentive, waiting for whatever signal might descend. Percival Lowell took Schiaparelli's charts to heart, erecting a private observatory in Flagstaff by 1894, where high-altitude air tasted of pine resin, and the newly planed wooden floors echoed beneath his boots. He invested family capital into 24-inch refractors imported from Boston, aligning them with bubble levels while telegraph wires crackled in the distance, determined to prove that Martian canal builders existed. His staff kept meticulous thermometric logs, noting nighttime drops to near freezing, and they rationed lamp oil so the dome stayed dark for sensitive plates that recorded faint albedo variations. The endeavor mattered because it demonstrated how personal wealth could harness engineering, glassmaking, and even hospitality work for a scientific narrative that promised cosmic neighbors, effectively converting myth into payroll for dozens of specialists. Yet the thin, shimmering air often introduced optical illusions, leading to sketches that later observers could not replicate, suggesting that human desire can engrave lines on the retina as forcefully as actual topography. Meanwhile, in 1901, Nikola Tesla sat within the red glow of his Colorado Springs laboratory. the ozone tang of high voltage clinging to every copper coil as he tuned receivers to 1420 kHz and beyond, reporting rhythmic pulses he believed might be extraterrestrial. He recorded the series of beeps in leather-bound notebooks, comparing them to atmospheric data, and he speculated that Mars might be signaling, which prompted him to suggest building a gigantic transmitter atop Pikes Peak. Although the pulses were likely terrestrial, his announcement stirred engineers and philanthropists, illustrating how claims of alien contact could accelerate investment in wireless communication, a technology whose cables, transformers, and operators reshaped economies. The laboratory floor vibrated under the Tesla coil's thunder, and the inventor, eyes bright behind wire spectacles, felt the thrill of bridging myth with measurable electricity. His enthusiasm seeded later research despite skepticism, teaching future seekers that even mistaken interpretations can leave behind valuable circuits and meticulous logging practices. Yet by 1909, Eugene Antoniadi stood at the eyepiece of the 33-inch Meudon refractor outside Paris, the autumn wind carrying scents of wet leaves through the open slit, and he resolved Mars with unprecedented clarity, finding that the supposed canals dissolved into blotched terrains. He sketched the planet with sable brushes dipped in diluted ink, translating red deserts into grey gradients that left no room for geometric waterways, and his published plates dampened the canal narrative that had animated Lowell's observatory. Observatory staff, aware of the uproar, maintained a respectful hush as the results circulated, proving that disciplined skepticism could halt an enthralling story when evidence demanded caution. This formal demystification temporarily quieted funding for Mars-obsessed projects, yet it also freed resources for spectroscopy and atmospheric studies, redirecting the search toward chemical clues rather than cartographic fantasies. Rain tapped softly on the slate roof that evening, a natural percussion underscoring how discovery sometimes yields to thoughtful silence for the sake of truth. 14 years later, in August 1924, the United States Navy orchestrated a National Radio Silence Day during a favorable Mars opposition, lacing the airwaves with deliberate quiet so that officers at the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington could tune vacuum tube receivers toward 1420 MHz and adjacent bands. The control room smelled of hot dust and varnish as Chief Scientist Albert Hoyt Taylor monitored the dials beneath bluish lamps, while a rainstorm hissed against the windows, and telegraphists across the continent paused routine traffic for 5-minute intervals. Nothing definitive emerged, yet the exercise mobilized 1,500 operators, demonstrating how a collective hush could serve both national security and scientific listening, granting radio technicians a sense of participating in a planetary vigil. Local newspapers praised the discipline, suggesting that citizens' willingness to restrain chatter proved readiness to welcome interplanetary contact responsibly. In that orchestrated quiet, alien inquiry became a civic ritual, binding communities through shared obedience to silence. Still, when Orson Welles broadcast War of the Worlds in 1938, the CBS studio exhaled the warm scent of glowing tubes, and Foley artists splashed water in basins to mimic Martian cylinders hissing open, blurring fiction with reportage. The panic, though later exaggerated, revealed how fragile public trust remained, compelling astronomers and educators to clarify their messaging with calmer cadences and transparent sources. Brian Cox, decades later, would replay archival acetates of the drama, noting the precise modulation that convinced listeners they were hearing authenticated bulletins, a lesson about the responsibility carried by voices that interpret the cosmos. Radio station secretaries received flooded phone lines, their fingertips smudged with carbon paper as they noted callers' fears, and authorities recognized the necessity of pairing alien narratives with measured explanations to prevent societal disruption. The broadcast's echo became a case study in communication ethics, underscoring that the power to describe extraterrestrials carries the parallel duty to soothe. The hallway dimmed. Scripts rustled. The transmitter thrummed, awaiting calmer tales that would settle trembling listeners. During the closing months of World War II, radar technicians at Fort Monmouth repurposed their SCR-271 antennae, the cold steel smelling of machine oil, and in January 1946 they launched Project Diana to bounce 111.5 MHz pulses off the moon, listening through headphones that pressed aching grooves into their temples. The returning echo, delayed by 2.5 seconds, confirmed that radio waves could reach beyond Earth, a revelation that gave Allied communications officers confidence to pursue deep space radar and, eventually, extraterrestrial messaging schemes. Snowflakes lashed the Jersey shoreline while soldering iron smoked in the operations hut, and the disciplined timing tables they produced became templates for future SETI synchronization. The experiment mattered because it shifted alien contact from speculation to engineering. By proving the moon could reflect human signals, the team laid foundation for proactive transmissions, even as wartime secrecy temporarily hid the results from broader audiences. The generators droned steadily, suggesting that persistence and patience could make the sky audible. In the summer of 1950, physicist Enrico Fermi walked across the Los Alamos cafeteria, the air scented with chilies and machine lubricant, and famously asked colleagues, "Where is everybody?" after debating UFO reports and galactic colonization timescales. His napkin doodles calculated that even modest starfaring civilizations could traverse the Milky Way in tens of millions of years, a blink compared to cosmic age, and this paradox reframed alien talk into a problem of probabilities rather than anecdotes. The question rippled through classified corridors, aligning military scientists and academic theorists in a shared puzzle that elevated the value of statistical reasoning. Brian Cox later revisited the cafeteria, listening to the hum of refrigeration fans while filming, and he traced Fermi's insight to the modern need for patience when scanning hydrogen frequencies. Absence of evidence can be data. The cafeteria's fluorescent lights flickered softly, illuminating the uneaten dessert Fermi left behind, a quiet emblem of curiosity interrupting routine. 9 years later, Giuseppe Cocconi and Philip Morrison published their seminal Nature paper from Cornell, the campus smelling of fallen leaves and the chalk dust that clung to their tweed sleeves, proposing that 1420 MHz, our hydrogen line, was the universal hailing frequency for any civilization wanting to announce itself. They reasoned that hydrogen's spectral signature was so fundamental that physics alone would advertise the channel, and they calculated beam widths, radiated power, and receiver sensitivity required to detect interstellar messages. Their article mattered because it offered SETI a rigorous blueprint, convincing funding boards and amateur clubs alike that listening could be systematic rather than speculative. The mimeographed reprints they mailed carried the faint scent of toner, and colleagues unfolded them beside coffees that steamed in the autumn chill, feeling the thrill of a precise roadmap that linked theoretical astrophysics with practical antenna design. In that moment, the search gained legitimacy, tying academic prestige to the humble act of patient listening. Frank Drake set up Project Ozma at Green Bank in spring 1960, the West Virginia hills damp with dew and jasmine, while the 26-meter dish rotated with a deep groan, targeting Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani. He tuned the receiver to a 2.3 kHz bandwidth around 1424.25 MHz, calibrating against a noise diode whose warm resistor smelled faintly of singed varnish, and recorded results on reel-to-reel tapes that hissed softly. The operation required technicians to oil motors, electricians to monitor power fluctuations, and students to swat mosquitoes while logging signal strength, transforming the alien hunt into collaborative labor that trained a generation of radio astronomers. Although nothing definitive surfaced, Drake's meticulous notation of false alarms set standards for RFI mitigation, provoking reflective questions about how we interpret anomalies without leaping to myth. The gentle clicking of relays became the lullaby of science, proving that discipline and patience are themselves forms of cosmic conversation. In 1967, graduate student Jocelyn Bell, fingers numbed by the cold Armagh wind, walked the 4.5-acre Mullard Radio Astronomy Observatory, checking the 120 miles of coaxial cable that smelled of tar and wet grass, and she noticed a curious lark-like beat in the pen chart recorder. The pulse is repeated every 1.337 seconds, neatly incising ink on the paper drum beneath fluorescent workshop lights, and she labelled the phenomenon LGM1. Little green men, half in jest, half in acknowledgement that disciplined observation must consider every possibility before elimination. Her supervisor Anthony Hewish insisted on exhaustive tests, and together they ruled out radar, satellites and terrestrial interference, ultimately identifying the source as a rapidly spinning neutron star. The discovery mattered because it demonstrated that anomalies, when respected rather than dismissed, can reveal brand new astrophysical objects, equipping listeners with humility about what alien signatures might mimic. The shed smelled of solder and damp wool as Bell carefully folded the chart, knowing that skepticism paired with wonder can redraw the heavens. The sky slowed. Pens rested. The deep ticking lingered, cushioning thought for another night of listening. On 16 November 1974, the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico pivoted its 305-meter dish beneath a humid twilight buzzing with coqui frogs, and engineers transmitted a 1,679-bit message toward the globular cluster M13 at 2,380 MHz, encoding a pictogram of hydrogen, carbon, and human silhouettes. The control room smelled of warm aluminum and tropical rain as operator Donald Campbell monitored klystron power levels, ensuring the 1,000 kilowatt beam held steady, while Frank Drake stood nearby with folded arms, absorbing the significance of humanity's first deliberate interstellar postcard. The gesture galvanized mathematicians, artists, and linguists, each debating how to compress identity into binary pulses, and it showcased the value of interdisciplinary craft. Carpenters maintained the suspended platform, botanists studied rainforest microclimates protecting the facility, and radio engineers honed modulators for clarity. Though the cluster lies 25,000 light-years away, the mere act of transmission transformed global culture, inspiring textbooks and even children's games, and reminding us that the search for aliens is as much about articulating ourselves as it is about hearing others. 3 years later, on 15 August 1977, volunteer Jerry Eman circled "Wow" in red felt tip on a printout from Ohio State's Big Ear radio telescope, notes smelling of toner and grilled corn drifting from the nearby state fair, because a 72-second burst at 1425.556 MHz rose 22 times above background. The alphanumeric sequence, 6EQUJ5, captured a hydrogen line strength event that matched precisely the frequency Brian Cox would one day handle on that Jodrell bank tape, and the data proved how a single column of numbers could ignite decades of inquiry. The observatory stood quiet except for cricket song and fan hum, and Eamon resisted the urge to declare discovery, instead cataloguing antenna coordinates for future cross-checks. The WWII signal's strength lay in its mystery, prompting resources for improved receivers, computing algorithms, and global collaboration, thereby expanding the workforce dedicated to monitoring the cosmic commons. To this day, the faint scent of mimeograph ink on that sheet reminds archivists that vigilance can be electrifying even when confirmation never arrives. In 1988 Manchester, teenage Brian Cox balanced rehearsal with the pop band Dare and late-night physics revisions, the studio fogged with cigarette haze and the warm plastic smell of synthesizer keys under neon lights, while he played chords inspired by cosmic chord progressions he had read about in Carl Sagan books. Between sets, he unfolded astronomical journals describing the Voyager Golden Record and fresh interpretations of the WWII signal, letting the glossy pages cool the sweat on his wrists, and he imagined that music could be a bridge for alien communication. The dual life mattered because it seeded his later talent for translating complex cosmic evidence into gentle narratives, integrating artistic empathy with mathematical rigor. The band's amplifiers hummed at 60 Hz, subliminally echoing the frequencies he would later discuss on television, and his notebooks combined song lyrics with equations about exoplanetary atmospheres. This period of synthesis gave the future professor an embodied understanding that communicating science requires rhythm, patience, and tactile detail. In 1990, NASA reoriented Voyager 1 to capture the pale blue dot, and engineers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory watched the monitors glow turquoise in a control room perfumed with brewed coffee and heated circuitry. The image, 0.12 pixels wide, drifted through data links that crackled softly, and Carl Sagan's team interpreted the delicate beam of sunlight streaking across Earth's minuscule silhouette as a humbling reminder of home. The photograph influenced international policy discussions, environmental activism, and even Brian Cox's later BBC scripts, all emphasizing that if aliens exist, their perspective on our speck would demand stewardship as a prerequisite for conversation. Technicians wearing headsets kept fingers poised above keyboard toggles, ensuring the deep space network maintained alignment, a ritual of attention proving that distant signals depend on terrestrial artisanship. The pale dots solidified the emotional core of alien thinking. Before we greet others, we must attune to our own fragile glow. In 1995, Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz measured the star 51 Pegasi from the Haute-Provence Observatory, the night air aromatic with lavender and machine grease, and they tracked a velocity wobble of 59 meters per second using an Echelle spectrograph chilled to stabilize its components. The absorption line shifted with clockwork regularity every 423 days, revealing the first confirmed exoplanet orbiting a sun-like star, a gas giant hugging its parent in a searing close embrace. Their meticulous temperature control, data logging, and statistical analysis proved that other worlds could be detected without direct imaging, empowering dedicated instrument builders and forging new careers in precision photonics. The discovery reframed alien discussion from speculation to demographics, strengthening arguments for habitability studies and eventually fueling missions like Kepler. Mayer's pencil etched light curves in a leather notebook, while Queloz's wool sweater carried the scent of midnight dew, grounding revolutionary insight in everyday textures. The shutters sighed, monitors dimmed, lavender drifted, draping the room in patient expectation for whatever sky secret came next. In August 1996, NASA scientists gathered at Johnson Space Center, where the sterile corridors smelled of disinfectant and chilled metal, unveiling electron microscope images of the Martian meteorite, ALH8401, that displayed carbonate globules and worm-like microstructures, a fraction of a micron long. President Clinton's televised remarks carried the excitement into living rooms, while laboratory technicians calibrated mass spectrometers to analyze isotopic ratios of carbon and oxygen, searching for biosignatures that might betray ancient Martian microbes. Although subsequent studies suggested inorganic processes could sculpt similar shapes, the announcement galvanized astrobiology funding, justifying cleanroom expansions, Antarctic meteorite expeditions, and microbial extremophile research. The polished slab of the meteorite felt cold and granular in gloved hands, linking Antarctica's ice fields with Martian deserts and the possibility that alien traces might already be nestled inside Earth's rocks. The debate underscored how ambiguous evidence can still nurture disciplines, providing employment and intellectual momentum even when conclusions remain tentative. When the Cassini spacecraft in 2005 skimmed past Enceladus, onboard instruments tasted salt-rich plumes spraying from fractures dubbed tiger stripes, while mission control in Pasadena hummed with printer chatter and the scent of coffee beans roasted nearby. The cosmic dust analyzer detected sodium salts and microscopic ice grains, and the ion and neutral mass spectrometer registered organic molecules, suggesting a subsurface ocean interacting with a rocky core. These measurements empowered planetary geologists, chemists, and cryovolcanism experts, creating new research fellowships and directing attention to moons as prime candidates in the alien search. Engineers meticulously monitored reaction wheels and hydrazine levels to ensure future flybys, revealing how every actuator and gasket contributes to the grand narrative of seeking life beyond Earth. The faint blue glow of console screens washed over faces as the plume data scrolled, and a murmur of awe settled like frost, emphasizing that even cold geysers can warm imaginations. In March 2009, the Kepler spacecraft launched atop a Delta II rocket, its fairings smelling of hydraulic fluid and insulation, and once settled into solar orbit, the photometer stared at Cygnus, measuring stellar brightness changes with 30-minute cadence. The silicon detectors operated at 85 degrees C, their dark current carefully subtracted, and the mission soon produced thousands of transit curves showing planets of every composition, establishing that worlds are abundant and statistically inevitable. Data analysts huddled in windowless rooms illuminated by dual monitors, sipping herbal tea while cross-correlating faint dips only 84 parts per million deep, and their collective labor converted the intangible dream of extraterrestrial neighbors into a catalogue of coordinates. Kepler's stability depended on reaction wheels lubricated with sputtered molybdenum disulfide, a reminder that the search's success rests upon materials, science as much as cosmic curiosity. Each confirmed planet broadened imagination's horizon, urging society to prepare linguistically, philosophically, and ethically for eventual contact. In 2015, under the vaulted ceiling of London's Royal Society, the air perfumed with polished wood and old paper, Stephen Hawking and Yuri Milner announced breakthrough. Listen with Brian Cox seated nearby, his hands resting on the cool armrests as cameras clicked like faint rain. The initiative committed $100 million to upgrade radio telescopes at Green Bank and Parkes, installing digital backends capable of processing billions of channels across the 1 to 15 GHz range, with special attention to the 1420 MHz beacon. Software developers compiled code in labs that smelled of solder flux, while data archivists arranged petabytes of storage cooled by hissing ventilation, employing hundreds of analysts who combed for narrowband carriers. The announcement reinvigorated global cooperation, offering students paid positions to learn signal processing, and it tethered the motif of disciplined listening to tangible resources. Cox later described how the room's quiet after Hawking's speech felt like velvet, a collective silence charged with hopeful responsibility. In October 2017, astronomers at Haleakala's Pan-STARRS facility smelled volcanic earth cooling at dusk as they discovered the interstellar object, 1I Oumuamua, streaking away on a hyperbolic trajectory, its brightness curve suggesting a tumbling, cigar-shaped shard only a few hundred meters long. Spectrographs showed no cometary coma, and its acceleration puzzled researchers, prompting debates ranging from hydrogen ice sublimation to light sail speculation. The observation mobilized observatories worldwide, proving that the alien question now includes artifacts and debris, and it encouraged policymakers to fund rapid response telescopes capable of tracing such visitors. Brian Cox discussed the findings on air from a BBC studio lit by gentle LEDs, explaining with soft cadence how extraordinary yet natural physics could be, and how our readiness to interpret anomalies defines the narrative's credibility. The summit winds hushed as telescopes tracked the faint traveller, shadows stretched, instruments cooled. A whispered awe hovered between each calculation offered, holding scientists in gentle, questioning stillness. In 2020, the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment, CHIME, in British Columbia captured the first fast radio burst repeating on a precise 1635-day cycle, the cryogenic receivers exhaling vaporous plumes into the frigid dawn air tinged with pine sap. Technicians in insulated gloves adjusted digital beamformers, listening to the low whir of cooling pumps while the data pipeline flagged the periodicity, and the discovery suggested that magnetars or binary interactions might mimic or mask engineered signals. The result mattered because it forced SETI analysts to refine filters, distinguishing natural astrophysical rhythms from potential intentional beacons, and it spurred collaborations with gravitational wave observatories to watch for correlated events. Brian Cox recorded a segment describing the finding on a remote microphone wrapped in felt to reduce crackle, his voice threading excitement with calm. reinforcing that each mysterious pattern teaches us how to interpret the hydrogen channel with greater nuance. By 2022, the James Webb Space Telescope deployed from L2, its sunshield unfurling with the faint crinkle of Captain remembered in ground tests, and its instruments sniffed the infrared spectra of exoplanets like WASP 96b, discerning water signatures within atmospheric mists. In mission control at Goddard, engineers monitored cryostat temperatures bathed in soft amber status lights, and they shared chocolate bars to steady nerves as the mid-infrared instrument settled at 6.7 Kelvin. The resulting absorption lines offered tools to probe for methane disequilibrium, a key biosignature, and they validated decades of mirror polishing labor by technicians whose fingerprints never touched the pristine gold. The reverent hush that followed first light was silence born of awe rather than fear, yet it motivated astronomers to keep calibrating, to improve pipeline subtraction, and to dream of detecting even faint chlorophyll red edges someday. Through Webb's vision, the alien question gained textures of vapor and light, not merely numbers. Tonight, as Brian Cox steps across the red soil of Western Australia where the square-kilometre array's first dishes await activation, the desert air tastes of iron dust and eucalyptus, and the Milky Way arches like a silvered river pouring silence into his cupped hands. He listens to technicians discussing fibre-optic timing lasers that pulse green through corrugated conduits, and he feels the vibration of cooling fans through the soles of his boots, reminders that each bolt and waveform is a pledge to the hydrogen whisper first traced on that Jodrell bank reel. Memories of Galileo's charcoal, Kepler's cedar chest, Huygens's whale lamps, Lowell's pine-scented dome, Bell's inked charts, and Voyager's pale pixel settling on a cobalt screen all converge in his breathing, suggesting that every generation's discovery, suppression, and rediscovery flows into this desert hush. The dishes gleam under starlight, their mesh cold as river stones, and distant dingoes call with a soft yip that feels like punctuation to an unfinished sentence. He wonders, not aloud, but in the steady rhythm of his pulse, whether the next faint carrier, once sifted from cosmic noise, will sound like a chord already written in his youthful synthesizer, or like a completely new timbre waiting to be named. The night does not answer. It only holds the question open, wide as the frequency that drifts between worlds.
The file from the records room looks ordinary. A 3x5 index card, pencil-shaded lines neat as rice rows, a clipped metal corner smelling faintly of oil and dust. Under the lamplight's amber circle, the archivist's calipers whisper across its edge, the thin cardboard just under a millimetre thick, its weight barely felt in the palm. On one side, a notation, POW requested death, request refused, the words tight, cautious, routine. It rubs against an old wartime myth, the one that insists there were no choices, only frenzy and annihilation, only men who never surrendered and others who never hesitated. The card offers a quieter measurement, a refusal shaped by policy, by practice, and by human hands. It comes from a pile of thousands, each clipped, stamped, and filed as grey as the dust that settles on the clerk's sleeve. Among these slips, men speak without shouting. Many asked for an ending. Someone listening said no and then wrote it down. If this calms you, please subscribe. The lamp in the medic's tent is a trembling globe of yellow far out on a damp island night where the canvas walls smell of iodine and mildew. A Nisei interpreter kneels on the packed earth beside a wounded Japanese conscript whose eyes shine like polished obsidian in the low light. The soldier's whisper creaks like an unstopped door. The request is simple, the word for death heavy in air that tastes of salt and iron. The interpreter steadies his voice, the corpsman lays a dry hand on a wet wrist, and the American rifleman stands just outside the flap, listening to rain stitch thin needles through the dark. The request is refused without grandeur, no ceremony, only a practiced gentleness, weapon removed, bandage tied, stretcher lifted. The interpreter promises rice tomorrow, writes a note on a small tag that pricks his thumb. The prisoner stares at the canvas roof and closes his eyes. The tent sighs as wind presses it inward and then lets it go. Field orders spoke plainly in that era. Prisoners would be taken whenever possible, treated, questioned, logged and guarded. That directive, stamped in carbon paper and pushed through clattering typewriter keys, made a ritual of refusal. A request for death might come as a murmur from a litter, as a gesture toward a sheathed blade, as a throat's single sharp syllable, as the quiet slide of a grenade toward a belly. The Americans had a structure for that moment. The glove snapping into place, the muzzle angled high, the grenade lifted away like a hot potato, the interpreter's hand raised, palm out. The value of that structure was not abstract. It shielded those who followed it from a different kind of injury, the collapse of boundaries, the erosion of the law's shelter. It also gave shape to intelligence work. If a prisoner lived, maps were drawn, supply routes traced, tiny truths stacked like coins. The typewriter rang at the end of each line and the paper smelled faintly of gum and ink. On black sand that clung to boots and lips, a Marine remembered the first time a captured man asked for a blade. Rain had made pearls on the canvas of the Marine's poncho, and the ocean breathed slowly beyond a dark rank of rocks. The prisoner's hand had crept to his side, toward a short knife tucked invisibly along a belt seam, his pupils dilated, his face beautifully calm. The Marine sergeant had moved faster than the moment, pulling the knife away and flattening it with a boot heel, the leather leaving a quiet stamp on the wet metal. No one raised their voice. The sea hissed. The prisoner stared at the broken blade and shook with a small sob that felt older than the island. Refusal can be soft, the Marine wrote later, almost like letting go. He poured water over the edge of a canteen into the man's open mouth, careful not to spill a drop, as if feeding a sparrow by hand. Some refusals happened far from sand and jungle. On a destroyer's steel deck, drenched in spray that perfumed the air with salt, sailors heaved nets heavy with living weight, pulling men from water that churned like glass ground to milk. One of the survivors touched his rescuer's sleeve and bowed his head, then pressed his hand to his chest and to the sea, asking without words to be lowered back down. The boatswain shook his head and smiled without showing teeth. He pulled the man up by both hands and guided him toward a steaming bucket of broth, the ladle clacking softly against the rim. The wind made sails of shirts hung to dry, and a gull far from any port cried once and vanished into the cloud low and heavy on the horizon. The rescued man's fingers trembled, then curled around the tin cup. The deck thrummed with the engine's heart. The sea asked. The answer remained no. The tide breathed and turned. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. The engine thrum settles in the chest like a second pulse. In field hospitals perfumed by ether and bleach, surgeons made refusals with needle and thread. A prisoner, his legs blistered by fire and earth, mouthed words that an orderly could half hear over the drip of water into enamel basins. The request carried traditions older than the operating table. It carried a family's code, a teacher's counsel, a drilled cadence of honor. The surgeon steadied his breathing and stitched, the suture gliding through skin that felt warm beneath his fingers, the knot tying like a finishing bow on a package. The translator beside him did not translate the request into English. He translated it into a plea to live long enough to write home. That was not a lie. It was a choice to take one chord of the warp and weave a different pattern. Outside, a lantern swung from a pole, making the shadows in the ward swim. Inside, a pencil tapped softly against a clipboard, recording pulse, pressure, and the quiet stubbornness of a rule obeyed. Silence rose around these moments in that era, a useful silence that softened edge stories. At home, posters declared the enemy fanatical, monstrous, relentless, suggesting there would be no prisoners and no mercy, as if the war had stripped all bodies of their ordinary longings. In camp newsletters and hometown papers, the tales that made easy sense were told first. A corporal who wrestled a suicide from a prisoner's hands sometimes found the story gently edited away, not because it was shameful, but because it disrupted the cadence of certainty that kept distant kitchens quiet. The censorship of kindness can be tidy. A public information officer with sleeves rolled to the elbow reads a passage and draws his pencil through it. The graphite leaves a pleasingly smooth line. Meanwhile, pocket diaries sourced with sweat and mildew survive under cot mattresses and in sea bags, waiting to be opened by later hands. Those diaries smell of mildew and the sweet ink of a fountain pen nib making a slow trail across paper. On Saipan in 1944, a Marine corporal wrote of a boy soldier, face scarcely shadowed by stubble, who crawled from a hollow salted with coral dust and lifted both hands, empty and shaking. The boy's voice, brittle as old bamboo, carried a request shaped like resignation. He asked for a bullet with the steadiness of someone holding back a tide. The corporal did not understand the words, but he knew the tone, a tone heard in the sickly glow of pre-dawn when rain finds the seams of your tent, when you half dream of your own pillow. He called softly for the interpreter, who came with a handkerchief tied at the neck and a pencil tucked behind one ear. The interpreter's answer was slow and low. The corporal knelt, took the boy's canteen and poured water into a cupped hand. Rice would come later. The boy cried without sound, tears mixing with gritty dust, and then pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders. The act of refusing created intelligence that sang on maps, in marks of grease pencil that didn't wash off with one wipe. A prisoner's living memory traced the path of a hidden track through tall grass, or the location of an artillery telephone cable draped invisible beneath a footbridge. That refused bullet became a saved patrol the next night. It materialized as a stack of lives placed back on shelves. In a dim room where the fan blades chopped the warm air into even pieces, a lieutenant leaned over a green felt table, pushed pins into a chart, and moved a string a fraction of an inch. What does a refusal weigh in a storm? The answer appeared in a different column, in lighter casualty figures, in a convoy arriving with fewer holes. Sometimes the prisoner spoke only after soup, sometimes after a cigarette's ember collapsed, sometimes not at all. Still, the refusal protected a shape of decency that, like a compass needle, kept seeking north. Caves worked as their own kind of opera hall, echoes looping, voices stretched thin over limestone and fear. Interpreters carried megaphones shiny as kettle sides and called down into throat-like openings, promising food and bandages, pointing to leaflets that showed cups of tea and a rice bowl, a tent with a red cross painted in careful strokes. A handful of men emerged blinking like turtles, the rock sweat clinging to them, their hands lifted, their eyes cautious. On the lip of the cave, one man bowed and asked softly, not for water, but for a chance to die as a soldier, and pressed his palms together in a prayer gesture. The interpreter looked down to the megaphone, a silly thing now, and then up into the man's face. He shook his head, slowly. He held out a biscuit that flaked under fingers. The cave exhaled stale air that tasted of bat guano and damp cloth. The men followed the biscuit onto the path into custody, step after step. The surf lulls. The cave breathes. The paper megaphone gleams. Somewhere, a kettle starts to sing without a stove. Even bureaucracy had a pulse. In a tent with an uneven floor of wooden slats, a clerk typed on a portable with a ribbon that left words slightly ghosted at the edges. His desk rattled when someone walked by. He recorded, among a day's worth of routine, the note that a prisoner preferred death to captivity, the phrasing formal but not unkind. He pulled a thin blanket over his lap in the draft and licked the tip of his pencil before adding a reference number. That file might be promoted to a summary report or exiled to a stack that would travel, in a crate nailed shut, across a long ocean home. The file kept its ordinariness, grey string tying it closed, a smear of coffee gone pale at the edge. It would be too easy to fail to notice how meticulous care taken in that tent rolled forward as policy, as training, as a tone sustained between men whose hands had been taught to do damage and then told to hold still. Letters crossed the same ocean with hand-stamped censor blocks and neat kanji tucked between folds, stitched by family ritual into lacquered boxes that hid among incense and framed photos. Some letters survived storms and storage and a grandchild's careful curiosity. One described a soldier preserved by strangers who would not grant his hunted wish. He wrote about the smell of tar on a stretcher handle, the way a guard adjusted a blanket's corner, the bittersweet taste of coffee he had never tried before, too strong and oddly sweet. His family kept this letter in an envelope that yellowed, the glue crackling like thin ice when opened, and a faint perfume of old paper hovered like a ghost. The letter did not become part of the loud record. The public story preferred silhouettes. Instead, it lived in a house shrine, in a drawer that smelled of cedar, in the mind of a woman who polished the wood and remembered the precise way her brother formed the curve of an O when he wrote. On Okinawa in 1945, the caves were deep and the rumors were deeper. Civilians hid, hands over children's mouths, and waited for footsteps they believed would bring unspeakable harm. Marines reached the openings and refused to be what rumor had scripted for them. They noisily approached not to surprise but to be heard, speaking through interpreters who called for calm, offering biscuits, tin cups of soup, blankets that smelled of moths and salt. A woman in a dark dress, dust clinging to the hem, asked to be shot because she believed capture would destroy the last of her family's honor. Her voice cracked like old pottery. A private took a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it slowly, and held it out. The little boy in her arms watched the candy and then the hand. She reached forward, took it, and spoke something like a prayer. The refusal to grant her request opened a path down the slope, into a tent, into a world where rumors loosened their hold. By then, the value of refusing had become a quiet architecture that held up entire rooms. In a storm, refusal looked like a steadying hand and 1,000 daily gestures. The cup placed just so, the bandage tied not too tight, the weapon catalogued and locked away. The job mattered because it preserved the shared grammar that men on both sides would need after the guns went silent, a grammar of bodies as bodies rather than symbols. It mattered because a living prisoner sometimes wrote a letter that stitched back a family's torn seam. It mattered because a refusal not only saved the prisoner, it saved the refuser from the corrosive ease of granting what was asked. Rain drummed on tarpaulins like fingers tapping a table. The mess tent smelled of damp wool and soup-skin. The night radio hissed and clicked and found the right frequency. The lantern lowers. Breath slows, canvas sighs. The old oath keeps its warmth like a coal cupped in two hands. Interpreters in those campaigns did more than trade nouns and verbs. They became bridges, coaxing men back from edges with tone and timing, refusing to carry over words that could ignite an ending. An interpreter might hear a POW ask to write one last letter of confession and translate it as a letter of introduction, changing orientation rather than intention. He might turn "kill me" into "do not leave me," sliding the request into a shape that invited care rather than compelled the guard to a deadly courtesy. These choices were not deceitful. They were humane alignments within orders that forbade killing prisoners. The interpreter's boots smeared with clay, their cheeks chapped by wind. They occupied a border zone of responsibility stretched thin as a drumhead. The staccato of distant mortar rounds filled the intervals between sentences. The taste of unlit cigarettes hung on the air. A hand rested briefly on a sleeve when words failed, and that touch became its own lexicon. Naval corpsmen wrote in their logs about patients who asked, before morphine fogged the edges of pain, to be left untended so wounds could complete what battle had begun. They refused, not out of cruelty, but from a calling that did not grade patients by uniform color. The needle-kissed skin, the tourniquet cinched, the antiseptic tingled where iodine painted its orange halo. A callman once described lifting a man's hand from his own throat, where he was pressing to choke off breath, and instead guiding that hand to grip a rolled towel, a thing to hold rather than a way to end. The deck pitched and smelled of fuel and brine. The metal cup hung by a hook made a melodic ping when it swung and tapped, a small metronome counting out a long night. He recorded the vital signs with stubby pencil and put the notebook back into his breast pocket, where it warmed against his skin. The sea remembers. Nets drip. The hatch clangs. Commands that save lives can be whispered, and they still hold. A pilot whose plane had folded like paper into the sea drifted in a raft, the sun a white disk behind thin cloud. He had tossed away his sidearm, had no blade, only a small flag, and he raised it firmly when a seaplane descended and skipped to a halt nearby, the engine spitting and settling into a heavy idle. He signaled that he would not be rescued, the gesture crisp, as if executing a drill. The Americans answered with a grappling hook cast true. It missed. Another line arced across the water and fell near the raft, the rope supple and clean. A crewman on the wing waved, smiled, and mouthed something reassuring the pilot could not hear. The pilot shook his head again and gripped the raft's edge. The crewman stopped smiling. He bent, took the rope in both hands and pulled. The raft scudded forward over ripples that slapped the hull, and then hands, fingers ragged with salt, took hold of the pilot's wrists and refused to let go. In after-action reports, tucked between counts of ammunition expended and lists of rations consumed, appeared notes about prisoners who tried to turn belts into nooses or chewing gum tinfoil into razor-thin blades. Guards stopped them with an economy of motion, a practiced calm that suggested training and the coordination of men who had seen many attempts. The guard's knuckles might scrape a wall, blood might smear in dry brown under thumbnail. The prisoner would be placed back onto his cot, perhaps with his ankles gently bound with cloth to prevent another attempt. The tin cups on a shelf rattled when a truck passed outside. The chalk on the floor marked the next shift's post, a square of duty. The report language flattened the adrenaline into something countable, and yet between the lines, anyone who has sat with a friend through a bad night would sense the same ritual: stay awake, breathe together, keep sharp objects out of reach, wait for dawn. The myth that surrender never happened, that requests to die were always granted in the field by one side or the other, feels comfortable to some because it cleans the scene, sweeps away complexity like a broom pushing sand into a smooth, obedient line. But the record resists that smoothing. Men asked to be killed and were not. Men asked to be spared death and were. The refusal opened a channel for intelligence that included small details easily overlooked. The password traded at a fork in the road, the way rations smelled near a fuel dump, a sergeant's habit of humming a certain hymn that carried through foliage. In a room with a single bulb, a question came, then a second, then a third. Patience added depth. How often is compassion in war nothing more and nothing less than the stubborn application of a rule? The bulb's filament glowed and buzzed, the sound like a mosquito that never quite settled. Across inspection lines chalked on dirt and cement, Red Cross visitors clicked pens, inked forms that kept track of names and numbers as if they were stitching a net that could catch men who might otherwise fall through. A POW once asked a camp officer, through a translator, to honor his request to exit life under a ritual of his choosing. He spoke straight-backed under a sky high and colorless, his eyes lined with the dust that lifted in every step taken in the yard. The officer, a man whose boots had learned to creak in cadence with orders, explained the law with a tone snug as a neatly buttoned jacket. He pointed to a manual, to a flag flying near a gate that squealed slightly when pushed open. The prisoner nodded slowly, his face a mask that gradually released its stiffness. He signed the book and was given a number. The number clicked into its place among other numbers that, together, represented a promise kept. The yard calms, ledger lines straighten. A bell somewhere rings once, then waits. The shaded porch collects the day's heat and holds it gentle as breath. A hospital ship glided like a white loaf through swell, its paint unmarred, the red emblems blooming on the hull, while below decks the air smelled of talc and laundry steam. Nurses in white smocks passed bunks where men breathed in uneven chorus. A prisoner, sutured along the ribs, asked softly for a draught that would quiet him forever, a pharmacopoeia's final note. The pharmacist's mate shook his head and instead pressed into a paper cup 2 chalky tablets meant to restore and steady. He opened the little envelope and wrote, with a pencil dulled by use, a name and a time, for sleep, not for ending. He turned labels away so curious eyes would not read wrong promises. The ship's propellers churned a line of bubbles into a long broken necklace that curled behind the stern. Floorboards hummed softly. Somewhere above, a gull's cry found a path through an open porthole and walked along the ward, then drifted away. On a tiny atoll where palms leaned in toward a shallow bowl of lagoon, a captured officer in a tunic that still smelled of starch asked for permission to end his life with a ritual blade. His scabbard was lacquered like wet coal, his sword hilt elegantly wrapped. He spoke to the American major in a tone that made the air feel formal, like a small ceremony had begun in the shade. The major's hand lifted, palm outward. He removed the sword from its scabbard, set it on a crate where it looked suddenly like a tool more than a relic, and then slid the scabbard back across the sand with his boot. He offered shade, water, a chair. The officer's jaw tightened, then loosened, and a small sigh rose from him like steam from tea. Later in a camp, the officer wrote that refusal had felt like anger in the moment, and mercy in retrospect, the way a doctor's pressure can pain and heal in the same touch. The sea hushes. The palm fronds clack softly, steel rests. The wind traces the sword's old path without cutting, like a finger over a scar. A chaplain in a canvas collar stretched to a shine pressed his palms together and lowered his head near a prisoner's cot. The prisoner had asked for a blessing before taking his own life, a benediction to speed him along pathways he believed would lead back to his ancestors. The chaplain could bless, but not for that purpose. He instead gave words that hung like beads on a string, patience, peace, courage, and a firm refusal braided through them like a stout thread in a garment. With his other hand, he brushed crumbs from the blanket, a simple caretaking that grounded the moment. The oil on the chaplain's wooden cross smelled of cedar. The cot's iron squeaked as someone shifted in the next bed. The prisoner stared at the chaplain's mouth, watched it form sounds that carried meaning beyond vocabulary. Finally, the prisoner drew a slow breath and turned his face toward the tent wall, where a pencil sketch of a mountain stood faint and sure. Leaflets printed in flat grey ink, with gentle drawings of cups and tents and nurses with neat hair, promised food and treatment and the chance to live beyond the clamour. They never promised any other ritual. The teams that flung them through the air from small planes or pushed them into cave mouths refused to trade in the currency of death as a negotiable term. The paper's texture felt like an old book page. When wet, it softened and adhered to skin. Some leaflets were folded into little airplanes by curious hands waiting in darkness, their creases sharp. An interpreter reading aloud from a leaflet in a cave mouth listened as a voice inside called back that death was preferable to captivity. He answered by describing the taste of broth, the chink of a spoon against enamel, the weight of a blanket heavy and warm. The words painted a room. The refusal was not merely of death, it was of emptiness, of a void where no room existed at all. On a hillside buzzing with cicadas, 2 medics met halfway between lines under a truce flag that fluttered without enthusiasm in air thick as syrup. One knelt beside a wounded enemy medic who had bound many limbs and now bled through his own bandage. The wounded man insisted he be left with his kit bag and his flag to let the mountain take him. The American medic shook his head and sprinkled sulfur over the wound's edge, the powder not smelling much of anything, just dry, like dust that heals. Their eyes met and did not flinch. Together they pulled the stretcher strap snug, their hands brushing, the watchers on both ridges leaning forward. The prisoner's breath slowed as the stretcher lifted. On the way down, a lizard skittered into grass, a gun oiled silently on a sling. The flag's white brightened for a moment in sun before shadow cooled it again. The refusal was an old kind of medicine made of hands and habit. The helmet presses, the road bends. Crickets count time. The hill keeps its secrets, yet the path down stays open through stubborn care. When the war's immediate thunder began to fade in the mind, some records drifted into a haze of, "We did what we had to do," a safe phrase that holds much and spills little. Boxes marked with dull pencils were moved from one shelf to another, tags came loose, fell, and were swept up with other small debris, like a lost button found years later behind a radiator. In a cave rediscovered by hikers, carved into limestone with a mess kit's edge, someone found words that asked for killing, and a reply scratched lightly beneath them, "Numb." The walls smelled of wet rock and dust. A bat flitted, then settled again in velvet folds of shadow. A modern flashlight's beam made the words sharper than they had been in their own day. The hikers did not know the names. They touched those letters made by strangers, and their fingertips tasted of chalk dust, a mouth-recalled flavor tied to classrooms and pencils chewed through anxious afternoons. At the prison camp kitchens, where rice steamed in vats and the air felt damp and comforting, a prisoner asked for a last meal, not with a laugh or tear, but with a stillness that made the request sound like a command issued to himself. He meant it as an end cap, a final sweetness before choosing to leave. The cook, a man whose hands were trained to portion and provide, filled a bowl and set it down as always, then pulled up a stool and ate his own bowl beside the prisoner, shared from the same shaker of coarse salt. He talked of nothing much, how rain loses its anger when it becomes mist, how coffee at dawn tastes different than coffee at night. The clatter of bowls and the hiss of steam made a simple symphony. The prisoner, lulled, took second bites, then thirds. By the end of the meal, the plan had become an old coat he could hang up on a peg and consider again another day. Steam curls, bowls clink. The kitchen waits for more stories, and all stories taste better with warmth and company. Later, in tribunal halls where wood polish scented the air and windows watched the sky without blinking, witnesses described their treatment in POW camps. Some wore civilian suits made stiff by careful ironing, others kept their prison-issued jackets, their buttons polished by anxious thumbs. A few, when asked, explained that Americans had, in moments private and unremarked, refused requests to end life. They described a guard who snatched away a belt used wrongly, a nurse who stayed in a chair all night to keep a vigil, a chaplain who did not inflame shame. The gavel sounded like a knuckle knocking on a table, sharp and brief. The interpreter's voice threaded each language into the next, tight as a stitch that would not pull loose. The official record, seeking skeleton and not cloth, could not carry all of this tenderness, but it noted enough to keep the memory above water. The benches were hard. Feet shuffled just once, then settled as if remembering themselves. When peace arrived, not with trumpets but with paperwork and reclaimed farms and trains crowded with silent faces, men who had once asked to die discovered other tasks: to plant, to teach, to repair roofs, to carry water, to reopen shutters that had stuck. In fields where soil sucked at ankles, where frogs croaked loud enough to tickle the spine, former prisoners thought of guards who had refused their bitter pleas. They told their children to take baths, to be polite to grandparents, to pay back small debts on time. Cicadas sang, the sun cooked the backs of hands, and food smelled better than it had for a long while. The refusal had uncorked not only a life but a season of habits. When these men visited old precincts in their neighborhoods, some bowed toward a school gate, others toward a shrine, and only a few toward a monument. Their memories lodged in smaller places, a cup, a corner of a table, a patch of shade that met them like a friend. In an odd twist of continuity, a strip of cloth that had once been a prisoner's sash became a bandage torn by a Marine to wrap his own sprained wrist when his issued wrap turned out to be missing. He had confiscated the sash earlier, a ritual from a corner of prison processing that always felt both necessary and slightly sacramental. Later that day, the Marine watched the sash support him as he helped lift a different prisoner onto a truck. He described the sash's texture as both rough and surprisingly pliant, the fibers holding together under sweat and dust. He smelled the day's effort on that cloth, salt, earth, a keen nip of antiseptic from having used it to wipe down a canteen mouth. The prisoner who had worn it would live to receive a letter with fine-boned script from a daughter who explained third-grade arithmetic in tidy rows. Objects move away from their origins, and sometimes they circle back as quiet tools of care. Memoranda posted on plywood boards inside command tents explained with unconcerned words that mercy killing was forbidden, that prisoners remained under protection from capture through repatriation, that hands trained to act with violence must also practice restraint. These orders became a mantra murmured in squad tents at night, a backbone around which storytellers arranged their anecdotes. A young private, hearing it, felt relief. His moral world had a wall he could lean against when a man begged him to push the other way. The stapler that affixed the orders to the board punched a sharp, tidy punctuation into the page's corner. The staple's glazed silver shone. The file copy found its home in a folder, the edges gently rounded by many fingers. The note's routine existence did its work as effectively as a bright flare sent up over a dark field. There was a signal, it was seen, and men aligned themselves in their steps accordingly. The rain taps, the board creaks, the tent holds. Instructions don't have to shout to shape hands that hold and then release. A medic writing home chose his words with care, aware of the censor's blue pencil, but also aware of his mother's bedtime rituals. The way she would fold the letter back into the envelope twice after reading, then smooth it with her hand. He told of a night when he held a prisoner's wrist for hours, thumb pressed to the pulse, resisting the man's attempt to scratch a vein open. The medic skipped names and locations. He described instead silly details like the way his boot heel had worn through and how the iodine bottle cap stuck. He mentioned that the night smelled of wet wood and coffee that had boiled too long. He wrote that the man lived, that the dawn was a beautiful grey like his mother's hair. He let the letter rest before signing and, later, smelled its paper one last time, as if it could transport him into the room where she would read. An interpreter listened to a request that came with wires around it. A POW asked to send a message phrased cleverly to appear as a goodbye, but timed it to deliver an instruction to a unit still hiding nearby to take their own lives before capture. The interpreter understood both senses. He paused, and the pencil in his hand remained in air, unscribed. He answered that he would carry a different message, one that said the sender was alive and would see his comrades again, that they must resist despair and protect one another. He read it back slowly, so the words traveled a path whose grooves they could wear deeper with repetition. The prisoner looked at him for a long time, then nodded once, as if recognizing the logic. The pencil wrote on thin paper that wrinkled slightly as it absorbed the graphite. Outside, a truck backfired and everyone flinched. Inside, this refusal bent the future a few degrees toward morning. Night thins. A truck ticks as it cools. Words reweave themselves into lifelines, one syllable at a time, like knots along a rope. Midnight on an ocean transport stripped the world down to two colors, black and a paler black. A POW on a lower deck with the air moving slowly stood beside a porthole, listening to the water rush and pull, his face a shadow turned toward the sound. A guard noticed the man's fingers lingering on the latch that should have been secured. He stepped close and rested his hand on the metal, feeling the chill. The prisoner did not move away. He spoke, soft and urgent. The guard, heart slowing again after that quick drum, answered by sliding the porthole shut and then drawing up a stool. He talked about his hometown's small baseball field, where the sour smell of spilled soda gathered under bleachers. He offered a cigarette, which was declined. They sat in companionable quiet, letting their breaths find a synchronized rhythm. The ocean kept its steady talk, but the latch stayed cold under the guard's hand until it warmed. In field wards where light pooled like milk around cots, nurses moved between patients with a pace gentle enough to keep time from feeling like a pursuer. A prisoner, bone-thin and smudged by fever's chalk, whispered that he wished to be left alone in the corner to vanish into thinness. A nurse fluffed his pillow and turned him gently to prevent sores, moistened his lips with clean water, and left a cloth folded cool over his forehead. She refused not by argument, but by the repetition of care, the thousand small gestures that build a hammock under a falling body. The sheets smelled of bleach and sun, dried on lines strung between poles. The room's ambient sound was a soft chorus of coughs and the rustle of fabric. The nurse's shoes squeaked once on a damp board. Her hands were warm. She moved on to another patient, as if this refusal were only part of a string of ordinary tasks. In a map room lit by green-shaded lamps that cast an even, scholarly glow over paper and wood, a POW asked a colonel to grant him an honorable end instead of a dishonorable endurance. The interpreter repeated the words neutrally. The colonel looked down at a pencil shaved to a fine point, then up at the man. He poured water into a glass, not filling it to the top, and passed it slowly across the table. The man drank, eyes closing for a second, the cool length of the swallow written on his throat in a clean line. The colonel smoothed the corner of the map under a weight shaped like a small whale, and spoke about roads and bridges and units as if they belonged to a separate world, which they did. The request dissolved in the practical climate of that room, not ignored, simply cooled, like hot metal set on stone. The pencil made its small music on paper as it went to work gathering facts. The tent flaps burble. The pencil sings on paper. The night presses close to the lamp's radius, still, as if listening in. Textbooks later would compress scenes into paragraphs, faults into a line denoting everyone's common humanity, and prickly details into a smoother fabric. It is what textbooks often do. They preserve skeletons. But across decades, researchers peeled open envelopes whose glue had failed and boxes whose lids had warped. The archive rooms hummed with predictable climate, and gloves powdered with cornstarch left faint smears on the thin paper edges. They found more of those index cards from the record room, many with variations on the same phrase: request for death denied, self-harm prevented, refusal consistent with policy. These notes pointed like arrows toward a quieter consistency beneath the loud campaigns that dominated the headlines. The clips had left dents in the paper's edge that could be felt with a fingertip, tiny permanent recordings of having been held. Students came in with notebooks. The dust, disturbed and shining in the shafts of fluorescent light, turned the air into a galaxy of minor stars. In neighborhoods where windows caught afternoon sun and warmed the rooms until echoes softened, families kept altars with photos in heavy frames and tablets inscribed with names stroked by calligraphy that felt like prayer in form. Wives and mothers and sons and daughters told a version of the war that fit the space. Much was made of perseverance and suffering. Little was said of surrender, not because it did not belong, but because shame's language is hard to pronounce. When, later, camp diaries came home, donated or borrowed or photocopied, they added a different softness. A widow read by lamplight a passage describing a guard's refusal to hand over a blade and found her grief shifting shape, as if a stone placed on top of a grave had been moved a few inches and some light had come through. The incense smoke rose and perfumed the air. She blinked into it and found no tears, only the careful focus of someone absorbing a truth she could live with. The altar warms, smoke curls, paper breathes. In rooms that keep memory, even small changes in story can lift a heavy lid. Veterans who returned to the ridges where they had once been ragged and cold found the air gentler than they remembered, a salt sweetness in it like a hint of fruit. They put palms on rocks that had been cover, tried to find old fighting positions with the muscle memory of their knees. They recalled a man with empty hands asking to be shot, his voice so calm the moment could have been a domestic scene, a request to pass the sugar. They remembered the grip on their own rifles, the debate that passed without words across a glance with their sergeant, the relief in a quiet refusal. They walked to the cliff's edge and looked down into white foam. Their breath made little clouds that lifted and vanished, like the fog of the rising tide dissolving at the shore. Below, waves pressed lace against stone in endless repetition. Rocks warmed in the sun, and the veterans stood like posts modestly marking an unbuilt fence. In squads strung like beads along a front, men established in formal codes, the injured prisoner would not be allowed to end himself under their watch, no compassionate shortcuts even if asked with dignity and style. These were moral orders enforced only by the look in an older sergeant's eye and the steady pressure of peers. The code had rituals old as congregation life, a slap away of a blade hand, a hand placed flat on a chest to hold down a rising panic, a shared cup not left full enough for drowning. A pocket Bible cracked when opened, its thin pages whispering. The mud clung to trousers with a familiar sucking sound, making movement heavier but solid. Matches went damp and left sulfur on fingertips when they failed to take, the smell like a minor lightning strike. In these small practices, a line was drawn again and again, a chalk mark laid fresh each dawn, an oath repeated in action rather than word. Reports from international visitors, stamped with symbols recognizable as belonging to a neutral metric of care, recorded moments when ritual attempted to intrude into controlled space, a prisoner improvising a blade from unexpected objects, a guard's anticipatory knowledge dismantling the attempt with quiet efficiency. One entry described a man who used chopsticks sharpened against a rough brick to pierce his own skin. A guard, crossing the yard with a metal tray that clattered, saw the motion and moved. The guard's hands were quick, the sticks went clattering, and the prisoner found himself folded back into arms that restrained without bruising. The report noted both the attempt and the prevention, and then moved on to inventory food stores, a domestic segue. The report's red stamp bled slightly where ink had been heavy. The page smelled faintly of polish from the table where it had been written. These details insist the story is not hypothetical. The quiet refusal enters the record as perfectly ordinary. The rain dims. The stamp dries. A breath moves across paper. This is how bones of truth grow flesh, by leaning into ordinary detail and staying put. Film reels sometimes showed what words struggled to hold. A cinematographer captured a moment when a soldier pushed away a prisoner's hand from a water jug after noticing too much water being tipped back too quickly into a mouth already blue at the edges from an attempt to drown in a bucket. The correction, gentle, precise, replaced danger with care. The film's grain glittered in projection like dust in a bright doorway. The projector had a voice too, a whir that rose and sank like a calm sea. That clip, considered too soft for public exhibition in the years when boiling down complexity served a national purpose, spent seasons inside a canister on a shelf, climate-controlled, watched by no one. Later, when eyes were readier, the film may have been spliced into a documentary that leaned closer to the human. The image itself carried its own music, the soldier's palm, the jug's tilt, the small nod that says we'll do this together now. In a long barracks where bunks made tattered lines like dry rice rows, the night turned particular, filled with ordinary noises that sometimes woke men suddenly, hearts alarmed. A guard sat on a stool with his back to the wall and listened to a prisoner ask, on the hour, to be killed. The voice was steady, the request unadorned. The guard's refusal became a rhythm, responses measured, a metronome, you will not die, you will not die, you will not die. After a while, the prisoner's shoulders seemed to relax at the predictable sound. The guard poured water from a tepid jug and listened to the glug and pause as air moved to replace liquid. The cot's cord gave under weight with a tired sigh. The guard rubbed at a scuff on his boot toe with thumb, a small care distracting him from his own thoughts. In such nights, refusal was less a policy than a lullaby hummed in the same place at the same time. The fan hums. A moth taps the shade. The breath of a room comes back around and settles like a blanket. In quieter years, veterans taught new recruits that battles have rules that keep men's minds from collapsing along with bodies. They taught that some requests must be refused even when forgetting them would be easier in the short term. They demonstrated on training fields where chalk lines turned soil into theory and the whistle lifted like a note from a flute. They told recruits that they themselves had survived because they did not step outside certain boundaries, that those limits were like railings along a stair, seem restrictive and then prove life-saving. The recruits inhaled dust that explained itself between their teeth, swallowed water that smelled faintly of hose rubber, and tried to remember the angle of arms, the curl of fingers that calmed rather than allowed. A bright sun flattened shadows, boots studded a language into ground. The lesson folded into bodies where it could be retrieved without thought when the special request arrived in a different war with a different flag raised nearby. The layers of discovery, suppression, rediscovery repeat like waves turning shells, smoothing edges until they reflect light without slicing. An index card sits, a clerk writes, a censor trims, a family breathes, a researcher reads, a museum arranges. The card's presence pushes back against bluster that would erase nuance, insisting that small refusals are strands in a bigger rope. The first discovery is always the moment itself, hands moving, the wetness of breath shared. The first suppression is habit, the tidy barracks talk that sorts the day's events into shareable and not. The rediscovery often happens quietly, in stacks, in murmured discussions over coffee brewed too strong in staff rooms. The rain hisses on the windows. The muffled joy of insight feels like finding a forgotten bill in a coat pocket, unexpected relief and affirmation that you have more resources than you thought. Then you write it down and make a place for it on a shelf. The horizon is wide. The file sits. Cabinet drawers breathe in and out. We do not finish. We assemble patience and let it show. It is tempting to chase closure, to wrap up the moral with string and place a label, to reassure ourselves that refusal inevitably made every participant a saint. It is not so clean. Refusal sometimes arrive late, sometimes the person asking did not wait, sometimes guards, under stress, failed, and then spent years learning what their hands could have held. But the pattern remains, a commitment to refuse requests for death from those already disarmed, vulnerable, under custody saved lives and steadied spirits. It preserved the possibility of conversation that could reshape the next hour and the next. It linked a medic in a tent, to an interpreter at a cave mouth, to a sailor on a wing, to a clerk holding a pencil. It strengthened the law's spine. It made future trust just barely imaginable again where it had been mocked by gunfire. The rain lifted. Light returned to surfaces. A hand on a shoulder communicated a promise without case law or footnotes. The ocean at dusk absorbs stories and holds them without judgment. Somewhere, a canvas tag still exists in a box that smells like old wood and cold air. The ink on it slightly faded where a thumb rubbed it 20 times, absent-mindedly, while waiting for something to change. There is no conclusion to the record of those moments when men asked for ending and heard, in response, a refusal shaped like a cradle. The mystery does not close, it softens. It says that what made these refusals powerful was their everyday smallness, their lack of melody, their immediate practicality that nonetheless flowed from something older than tactics. This is not a legend where giants win. It is a series of rooms where lamplight makes a circle on a table, where a spoon touches the side of a cup, where a voice answers no and then adds something else. Bread, water, a pencil, a map, a long silence in company. The horizon does not decide, it keeps inviting.
If this quiet glimpse of Layla and the Gurban stirs you, please subscribe. Let each careful measure lull you towards sleep. Stay for more whispered histories. If this hush of history soothes you, subscribe gently for more Midnight Chronicles. Junior operator Mehmet Sami sat inside the Sakechi telegraph room, rubbing lemon balm into his fingers so they would glide across the brass key as rain beaded on the window panes and hissed whenever trams screeched past, while the lamp's thin wick perfumed the air with toasted linen. He penciled every signal into a blotter ruled down to quarter minutes, the graphite squeaking because the desk trembled atop loose floorboards, and his ears followed the staccato rhythm of distant hoofbeats outside, while his whole body leaned toward the sounder's dry clicks. At 14,007, the Gurban's call sign rattled through the line, Mehmet's thumb hovering mid-air sweaty, tingling, refusing to strike again as he scraped away an incorrect dash, realizing that the Empire's neutrality still depended on a correction narrower than a fingernail. Hot copper smell rose from the relay coil, mingling with the brine carried through an open transom from the Golden Horn, and silence held meanwhile as he whispered the German syllables to himself, tasting unfamiliar vowels that felt like grit between teeth. When he finally transmitted the response promising coal and harbour, the sound seemed louder than cannon because it meant deliberate entanglement. Instead, the fatal mistake first appeared, not as strategy but as a physical tremor that warped the spool, now revealing its frailty behind glass, though no one beyond that cramped room could sense it. 2 days earlier, War Minister Enver Pasha signed the secret alliance with Germany beneath a green-shaded lamp in Dolmabahce Palace, the bulb buzzing softly as Bosporus Tide tapped the key below. A German-made ruler lay beside the parchment, its centimetre marks shimmering with condensation because servants had just extinguished the stove. Enver compared casualty projections expressed in neatly printed columns, each digit suggesting that Prussian timetables could straighten Ottoman uncertainties. He ignored the smell of tar seeping from sailors' coats in the hallway, a reminder that logistics depended on more than neat handwriting. His fountain pen scratched across clove-oiled parchment, leaving grooves deep enough that later archivists could feel them through gloves. Outside, muezzins layered evening calls over the chug of passing steamers, yet inside the only sound was nib on paper. The treaty bound the Empire to strike Russia once Berlin clashed with St. Petersburg, a clause as cold as the ruler's nickel edge. Enver believed disciplined instruments would compensate for hungry battalions, even though Balkan war ledgers still glowed red with losses. He did not consider that warped telegraph spools and under-calibrated rangefinders might resist this imported precision. Thus the fatal mistake took legal form under lamplight, the scent of cloves mixing with ambition thicker than the Bosporus fog. Harbour Master Selim Galip watched the Goeben and Breslau glide through the Dardanelles on 10 August, their hulls grinding softly against the tide. He recorded that each vessel carried 1,500 tons of Welsh coal, the ledger pages sticking together from humid night air. Sparks from their funnels drifted down onto fishing boats, filling the harbour with a burnt sugar aroma that made onlookers cough. Selim felt the quayside tremble as German commands echoed between minarets, a foreign cadence sliding over Ottoman stone. Officials swore the ships were gifts, yet Selim noted the exact calibre of their 28-centimetre guns in the margin. Russian agents later copied those numbers, proving that the narrative of sovereign choice was already fraying. The townspeople sensed borrowed authority the moment sailors saluted in crisp Prussian style under the haze. Even the coal dust settling on Selim's cuffs carried a different texture, denser, glittering with unseen agreements. He felt history tilting while the sea lapped oily foam against his boots. Mist rises, ink cools, the Bosporus sighs, inviting a hush that tastes of iron and restless gulls. Further south at Chanakale, engineer Ahmed Rustam recalibrated coastal rangefinders whose lenses had fogged with salt and pollen blown from pine groves. He sanded the glass with powdered pumice, scraping his knuckles until they smelled of blood and limestone. The device read 0.6 of a degree off true, meaning shells would land short unless he corrected each worn screw. His report requested replacement prisms from Krupp, yet Berlin delayed shipment until outstanding debts were cleared. Ahmed proposed hanging lantern chains along the shoreline at night to establish new reference points, a desperate improvisation. The memo disappeared into ministerial archives because cabinet meetings focused on diplomatic theatre rather than crooked instruments. Seawind rattled the telegraph poles while he packed his tools, aware that the Empire's defences now depended on guesswork. He licked salt from his lips and tasted failure before a single Allied ship appeared. Later, Allied shells exploited the misalignment he had measured so carefully. The fatal mistake therefore pulsed through screws, prisms, and sea mist that made numbers swim before the men sworn to trust them. Along the Anatolian Railway near Eskihir, Armenian Inspector Aram Dilsizian lugged a portable scale along gravel that smelled of creosote and wild fennel. He weighed axle loads, translating ochre into kilograms as German howitzers rumbled onto flat cars. The brass weights clacked together like prayer beads, steady despite locomotives shrieking past. Aram noted that warped wooden sleepers would not carry the 8-ton pressure, and he underlined the warning twice. Telegrams begging for reinforcements sped toward Istanbul, yet no reply returned because wires elsewhere were monopolized by diplomatic traffic. Russian intelligence later confirmed those weak stretches and targeted them during the Sarikami campaign. Aram's calm handwriting outlived him, preserved in ledgers smelling of dust and rosewater. Each line pairs precise figures with a private dread that the empire trusted foreign promises more than its own inspectors. He wondered whether Alliance glamour could mend cracked rails better than seasoned carpenters. The fatal mistake vibrated through those trembling sleepers long before icy Caucasian winds reached the trains. Inside Babakanlik's reading room, historian Yevket Torun lifted folded casualty returns from the First Balkan War, the paper flaking like dried pastry. The columns listed 34,152 rifles lost, 17,654 men missing, 987 horses dead from starvation. Each figure was stamped in violet ink, its metallic tang lingering on the fingertips of anyone who touched the page. Next to them lay Committee of Union and Progress memos promising German drills that would erase such deficits. These sheets had been withheld from public discussion simply because shame felt heavier than censorship. When Chevket smoothed them under lamplight, dust glittered like embers rising from a battlefield pyre. He realized the myth of a rejuvenated army existed only because these brittle ledgers stayed folded. The evidence whispered that the fatal mistake began in the willful refusal to let data breathe. Outside, trams clanged along the sublime port, oblivious to the quiet avalanche of numbers inside. The archive smelled of starch and defeat, a sensory counter-argument to every triumphant speech. In Galata's marble headquarters, British clerk Edith Pennington tallied July 1914 customs receipts beneath buzzing arc lamps. Her ledger showed 1,275,000 Ottoman lira earmarked for foreign debt service, leaving 45,000 lira for emergency coal. She dusted chalk residue from exchange boards, the powder coating her cuffs like flour. Outside, Salep vendors stirred copper pots, their cinnamon steam wafting through open windows. Edith underlined the coal shortfall, imagining warships idling without fuel. Minutes later, a cable arrived suggesting mining the Dardanelles, yet the Treasury could barely finance extra anchors. She exhaled, hearing only the soft scrape of ledgers closing. Numbers, not myths, forecasted whether neutrality could hold, and the arithmetic already screamed no. Her report travelled to London, but Ottoman ministers never saw the warning. Silence here sprang from bureaucracy, a muffled fatal mistake measured in balance columns. Printer Hüseyin Kahet rotated lead type inside Tunin's buzzing press room, the air heavy with hot ink and scorched oil. He set a headline proclaiming Sultan Mehmed Vurth's confident stride into destiny. German cable officers in the next room dictated which adjectives to emphasize. Typesetters wiped sweat onto newsprint, streaking their skin grey. Teacups rattled on crates as the presses shuddered. In the proof margin, someone penciled, "Verify with Enver," yet nobody dared delay. The distance between private doubt and public proclamation measured barely 2 centimeters on the galley. Readers inhaled fresh paper, believing sovereignty intact. Hussein stacked bundles while feeling the oily heat cling to his palms. The fatal mistake rode those vibrations out to the streets disguised as confidence. On the Black Sea, Admiral Wilhelm Souchon timed gunnery drills with a German stopwatch snapping at each 35-second cycle. Bosnian sailor Kemal Idris recorded 42 seconds instead, because stokers fasting for Ramadan moved slowly in suffocating casemates. Brass shell casings clanged onto wet decks, spraying salt and cordite aromas upward. Souchon barked that efficiency would save the empire, ignoring cultural rhythms steering his crews. Deck logs captured those seconds under skylights smeared with soot. When he ordered the raid on Odessa, his conviction rested on these adjusted figures, not parliamentary consent. Kemal felt the stopwatch weight heavier than any medal. He whispered a prayer, tasting coal dust on his tongue. The fatal mistake tightened around obedience to imported metronomes rather than human breath. Cedar creaks, lanterns dim, the sea inhales old smoke before exhaling silence across the rail. In Tiflis, archivist Vera Nikitina filed decoded intercepts proving Ottoman involvement in the Odessa raid. She slid the papers into camphor-scented folders while snow glare turned ink bluish. Her fingers warmed over a samovar before annotating the dates, 29 October and 1 November. The file's title, Ottoman Fatal Miscalculation, was stamped in black wax. Vera understood that history would now classify the empire as aggressor. She paused, listening to sleigh bells outside, and felt distant gunfire within the words. The intercept left no room for myth about coercion. Russia's declaration emerged from her quiet notation rather than canon. Her diary later revealed sorrow for the clerks who sparked catastrophe. Evidence, smelling of camphor and ink, had already sealed the fatal mistake. In London's Admiralty chart room, Lieutenant Julian Layard traced the Dardanelles depths with chilled fingertips. He compared 1906 Ottoman mine maps with submarine reports that arrived late via Athens. The parchment carried a tang of shellac and seawater. Layard penciled a plan for naval forcing alone, trusting thin defences would buckle. He never tasted Gallipoli's grit or heard pebbles clicking under Ottoman boots. His memorandum, clipped with brass fasteners, triggered the Allied gamble. The fatal mistake gained adversaries confident in outdated charts. Layard's pencil left indentations still visible today. Strategic imagination ignored the living terrain. Cables shiver, graphite dulls, dawn fog slips between compass roses, urging a listening breath tonight. During the March bombardment, spotter Gulsanur Kaya climbed Romelli Masidier's ladder, boots thudding on damp planks. Her field glasses smelled of oil vapour, and gusts blew limestone dust into her mouth. She logged shell splashes every 15 seconds, adjusting for wind. Tears smeared the ink when blasts shook the tower. Because she was a woman in combat, the General Staff buried her notebook. In 1987, the diary resurfaced at an estate sale. Readers finally saw how data and emotion intertwined atop those cliffs. Gulsanur wrote that the fatal mistake forced her to prove modern competence no canon could guarantee. Her handwriting loops like waves, evidence dampened by survival. Suppression here grew from institutional discomfort rather than strategy. Across no man's land, Australian sapper Thomas Weir crept through scrub, with a clinometer clanking against his belt. He smelled eucalyptus oil from a leaf tucked in his pocket. The instrument measured trench angles at 28 degrees, ensuring periscope rifles cleared parapets. His field sketch mapped Ottoman ricochets in careful pencil hatching. Letters home described muezzin calls drifting over gunsmoke like lullabies. Each measurement convinced him defenders fought for pride more than policy. He tasted grit blown against his teeth while tightening the clinometer screw. Thomas wondered whether numbers could capture why an empire risked everything simply to refuse humiliation. The fatal mistake thus appeared to allies as stubborn heroism. His notes still smell faintly of cordite and eucalyptus when archives unbox them. In April 1915, Interior Minister Talat dictated deportation directives to cipher officer Hassan Tassin inside a room thick with leather and dust. Ceiling fans rattled, spreading warm air scented like old saddles. Code Circular 86A2 specified rail capacities, caravan staging posts, grain allotments per 100 deportees. Hassan's pencil squeaked, encoding distances between Sivas and the Euphrates crossings. His diary, sealed for decades, confessed fear that fronts would starve without Armenian labourers. Here the fatal mistake mutated into internal purges that drained logistics. Clerks burned drafts to avoid implication, leaving only crisp cipher sheets. The room's stagnant air tasted of copper and dread. Silence stemmed from terror rather than strategy. Numbers that might have saved soldiers instead choreographed suffering. Snow crushed Sarakamine valleys, where medic Zekiye Alte thawed morphine ampoules over a guttering candle. She recorded body temperatures dropping below 34 degrees, the thermometer's mercury freezing mid-column. Blankets reeked of smoke and sweat, and steam stung her eyes. German advisors had demanded a winter offensive despite local scouts' warning of blizzards. Zekiye's logbook was walled up in Erzurum, rediscovered only in 2003. The damp pages fused together, smelling of mouldy sweetness. Her entries proved that weather, not valor, slaughtered 60,000 men. Suppression owed to collapse, not censorship, yet understanding was delayed. The fatal mistake rippled inland as railways clogged with corpses instead of reinforcements. Embers settle, breath frosts, the plateau whispers through chapped lips for patient remembrance tonight alone. Along the Hijaz Railway, Bedouin leader Auda Abu Tai counted bolt spacing before planting charges. British liaison T.E. Lawrence noted the rails rang like tuning forks when struck. Ottoman commander Faruk Sami stationed guards every 500 meters. Desert heat warped joints until they smelled of burnt tar. Sabotage thus required only a wrench, no explosive. The fatal mistake's reach extended to every far-flung artery. Lawrence's gelignite receipts remained speckled with sand grains. Newspapers in Istanbul barely mentioned the revolt, hoping silence could deny it. The desert wind carried metallic dust into sentries' mouths. Dependency on total war exposed the empire to nicks that bled it dry. In Beirut, American relief worker Sarah Jesse weighed flour rations on creaking scales. Harbour air smelled of stale cumin and seawater. Her log listed only 80 grams of bread per child. Ottoman requisitions seized coastal grain for the Fourth Army. Children's whispers mingled with rumbling submarines offshore. Governor Jamal insisted shortages were temporary. His requisition orders, however, bore precise tonnages, proving the opposite. Sarah's reports were censored upon arrival in Istanbul. Famine became another facet of the fatal mistake. Silence tasted of salt and guilt. When Bulgaria quit the war in 1918, Quartermaster Halil Nikati tallied cartridges under a flickering lamp. Rain leaked through the barracks roof, soaking crates stamped with German serial numbers. He counted only 1.2 million rounds for entire Thrace fronts. Halil circled the number twice, pressing so hard the nib tore the ledger. The room smelled of damp wool and despair. He compared the total with casualty forecasts, realizing a month more would empty every depot. These ledgers later proved the army defeated before Mudros. Halil noted that the fatal mistake began with ignoring such columns early. His chair scraping stone sounded like a flag dragging in gravel. He closed the book, knowing arithmetic had already ordered surrender. During Mehmed VI's girding ceremony, palace silversmiths weighed the sword of Osman at 406 dirhams. Incense of rose petals and beeswax filled the hall, masking Bosporus damp. Courtiers whispered legends of instant revival. The new sultan's palms sweated, so aides wrapped the hilt in silk. Electric bulbs buzzed above, drowning whispered prayers. Casualty numbers flashed on nearby telegraph tapes, ignored during the rite. The ritual's gravity could not counter blockade arithmetic. Myth and measurement collided in that gilded chamber. No one dared mention German officers still commanding the fleet. Reverence enforced silence, even as the fatal mistake crystallized. Aboard HMS Agamemnon, negotiator Ralph Orbay signed the Armistice of Mudros under a swinging lamp. The document's 25 clauses gleamed with fresh ink. Article 16 granted Allies access to every Ottoman communication line. Coal smoke and salt flavoured the air as the ship rocked gently. Ralph requested leniency regarding the straits. Admiral Calthorpe pointed instead to casualty graphs towering in red. The fatal mistake ended in clauses more than canon. Ralph pocketed the pen, sticky with ink, as if dignity could be folded away. Outside, waves slapped the hull like impatient hands. Inside, autonomy evaporated quietly. When Allied troops entered Istanbul in 1909, photographer Saber Joannis set his plate camera on cobbles softened by rain. He measured shutter speeds at 1/20th of a second to capture Scottish pipers marching past veiled women. Bread baskets smelled of damp yeast as French sailors inspected telegraph offices. Sensors briefly seized the negatives to limit. If this quiet glimpse of Layla and the Gurban stirs you, please subscribe. Let each careful measure lull you towards sleep. Stay for more whispered histories. If this hush of history soothes you, subscribe gently for more Midnight Chronicles. Junior operator Mehmet Sami sat inside the Sakechi telegraph room, rubbing lemon balm into his fingers so they would glide across the brass key as rain beaded on the window panes and hissed whenever trams screeched past, while the lamp's thin wick perfumed the air with toasted linen. He penciled every signal into a blotter ruled down to quarter minutes, the graphite squeaking because the desk trembled atop loose floorboards, and his ears followed the staccato rhythm of distant hoofbeats outside, while his whole body leaned toward the sounder's dry clicks. At 14,007, the Gurban's call sign rattled through the line, Mehmet's thumb hovering mid-air, sweaty, tingling, refusing to strike again as he scraped away an incorrect dash, realizing that the Empire's neutrality still depended on a correction narrower than a fingernail. Hot copper smell rose from the relay coil, mingling with the brine carried through an open transom from the Golden Horn, and silence held meanwhile as he whispered the German syllables to himself, tasting unfamiliar vowels that felt like grit between teeth. When he finally transmitted the response promising coal and harbour, the sound seemed louder than cannon because it meant deliberate entanglement. Instead, the fatal mistake first appeared, not as strategy but as a physical tremor that warped the spool, now revealing its frailty behind glass, though no one beyond that cramped room could sense it. 2 days earlier, War Minister Enver Pasha signed the secret alliance with Germany beneath a green-shaded lamp in Dolmabahce Palace, the bulb buzzing softly as Bosporus Tide tapped the key below. A German-made ruler lay beside the parchment, its centimetre marks shimmering with condensation because servants had just extinguished the stove. Enver compared casualty projections expressed in neatly printed columns, each digit suggesting that Prussian timetables could straighten Ottoman uncertainties. He ignored the smell of tar seeping from sailors' coats in the hallway, a reminder that logistics depended on more than neat handwriting. His fountain pen scratched across clove-oiled parchment, leaving grooves deep enough that later archivists could feel them through gloves. Outside, muezzins layered evening calls over the chug of passing steamers, yet inside the only sound was nib on paper. The treaty bound the Empire to strike Russia once Berlin clashed with St. Petersburg, a clause as cold as the ruler's nickel edge. Enver believed disciplined instruments would compensate for hungry battalions, even though Balkan war ledgers still glowed red with losses. He did not consider that warped telegraph spools and under-calibrated rangefinders might resist this imported precision. Thus, the fatal mistake took legal form under lamplight, the scent of cloves mixing with ambition thicker than the Bosporus fog. Harbour Master Selim Galip watched the Gurban and Breslau glide through the Dardanelles on 10 August, their hulls grinding softly against the tide. He recorded that each vessel carried 1,500 tons of Welsh coal, the ledger pages sticking together from humid night air. Sparks from their funnels drifted down onto fishing boats, filling the harbour with a burnt sugar aroma that made onlookers cough. Selim felt the quayside tremble as German commands echoed between minarets, a foreign cadence sliding over Ottoman stone. Officials swore the ships were gifts, yet Selim noted the exact caliber of their 28-centimetre guns in the margin. Russian agents later copied those numbers, proving that the narrative of sovereign choice was already fraying. The townspeople sensed borrowed authority, the moment sailors saluted in crisp Prussian style under the haze. Even the coal dust settling on Selim's cuffs carried a different texture, denser, glittering with unseen agreements. He felt history tilting while the sea lapped oily foam against his boots. Mist rises, ink cools, the Bosporus sighs, inviting a hush that tastes of iron and restless gulls. Further south at Chanakale, engineer Ahmed Rustam recalibrated coastal rangefinders whose lenses had fogged with salt and pollen blown from pine groves. He sanded the glass with powdered pumice, scraping his knuckles until they smelled of blood and limestone. The device read 0.6 of a degree off true, meaning shells would land short unless he corrected each worn screw. His report requested replacement prisms from Krupp, yet Berlin delayed shipment until outstanding debts were cleared. Ahmed proposed hanging lantern chains along the shoreline at night to establish new reference points, a desperate improvisation. The memo disappeared into ministerial archives because cabinet meetings focused on diplomatic theatre rather than crooked instruments. Seawind rattled the telegraph poles while he packed his tools, aware that the Empire's defences now depended on guesswork. He licked salt from his lips and tasted failure before a single Allied ship appeared. Later, Allied shells exploited the misalignment he had measured so carefully. The fatal mistake therefore pulsed through screws, prisms, and sea mist that made numbers swim before the men sworn to trust them. Along the Anatolian Railway near Eskihir, Armenian inspector Aram Dilsizian lugged a portable scale along gravel that smelled of creosote and wild fennel. He weighed axle loads, translating ochre into kilograms as German howitzers rumbled onto flat cars. The brass weights clacked together like prayer beads, steady despite locomotives shrieking past. Aram noted that warped wooden sleepers would not carry the 8-ton pressure, and he underlined the warning twice. Telegrams begging for reinforcements sped toward Istanbul, yet no reply returned because wires elsewhere were monopolized by diplomatic traffic. Russian intelligence later confirmed those weak stretches and targeted them during the Sarikami campaign. Aram's calm handwriting outlived him, preserved in ledgers smelling of dust and rosewater. Each line pairs precise figures with a private dread that the Empire trusted foreign promises more than its own inspectors. He wondered whether Alliance glamour could mend cracked rails better than seasoned carpenters. The fatal mistake vibrated through those trembling sleepers long before icy Caucasian winds reached the trains. Inside Babakanlik's reading room, historian Yevket Torun lifted folded casualty returns from the First Balkan War, the paper flaking like dried pastry. The columns listed 34,152 rifles lost, 17,654 men missing, 987 horses dead from starvation. Each figure was stamped in violet ink, its metallic tang lingering on the fingertips of anyone who touched the page. Next to them lay Committee of Union and Progress memos promising German drills that would erase such deficits. These sheets had been withheld from public discussion simply because shame felt heavier than censorship. When Chefkut smoothed them under lamplight, dust glittered like embers rising from a battlefield pyre. He realized the myth of a rejuvenated army existed only because these brittle ledgers stayed folded. The evidence whispered that the fatal mistake began in the willful refusal to let data breathe. Outside, trams clanged along the sublime port, oblivious to the quiet avalanche of numbers inside. The archive smelled of starch and defeat, a sensory counter-argument to every triumphant speech. In Galata's marble headquarters, British clerk Edith Pennington tallied July 1914 customs receipts beneath buzzing arc lamps. Her ledger showed 1,275,000 Ottoman lira earmarked for foreign debt service, leaving 45,000 lira for emergency coal. She dusted chalk residue from exchange boards, the powder coating her cuffs like flour. Outside, Salep vendors stirred copper pots, their cinnamon steam wafting through open windows. Edith underlined the coal shortfall, imagining warships idling without fuel. Minutes later, a cable arrived suggesting mining the Dardanelles, yet the Treasury could barely finance extra anchors. She exhaled, hearing only the soft scrape of ledgers closing. Numbers, not myths, forecasted whether neutrality could hold, and the arithmetic already screamed no. Her report travelled to London, but Ottoman ministers never saw the warning. Silence here sprang from bureaucracy, a muffled fatal mistake measured in balance columns. Printer Hüseyin Kahet rotated lead type inside Tanin's buzzing press room, the air heavy with hot ink and scorched oil. He set a headline proclaiming Sultan Mehmed Veth's confident stride into destiny. German cable officers in the next room dictated which adjectives to emphasize. Typesetters wiped sweat onto newsprint, streaking their skin grey. Teacups rattled on crates as the presses shuddered. In the proof margin, someone penciled "Verify with Enver," yet nobody dared delay. The distance between private doubt and public proclamation measured barely 2 centimeters on the galley. Readers inhaled fresh paper, believing sovereignty intact. Hussein stacked bundles while feeling the oily heat cling to his palms. The fatal mistake rode those vibrations out to the streets disguised as confidence. On the Black Sea, Admiral Wilhelm Souchon timed gunnery drills with a German stopwatch snapping at each 35-second cycle. Bosnian sailor Kemal Idris recorded 42 seconds instead, because stokers fasting for Ramadan moved slowly in suffocating casemates. Brass shell casings clanged onto wet decks, spraying salt and cordite aromas upward. Souchon barked that efficiency would save the empire, ignoring cultural rhythms steering his crews. Deck logs captured those seconds under skylights smeared with soot. When he ordered the raid on Odessa, his conviction rested on these adjusted figures, not parliamentary consent. Kemal felt the stopwatch weight heavier than any medal. He whispered a prayer, tasting coal dust on his tongue. The fatal mistake tightened around obedience to imported metronomes rather than human breath. Cedar creaks, lanterns dim, the sea inhales old smoke before exhaling silence across the rail. In Tiflis, archivist Vera Nikitina filed decoded intercepts proving Ottoman involvement in the Odessa raid. She slid the papers into camphor-scented folders while snow glare turned ink bluish. Her fingers warmed over a samovar before annotating the dates, 29 October and 1 November. The file's title, Ottoman Fatal Miscalculation, was stamped in black wax. Vera understood that history would now classify the empire as aggressor. She paused, listening to sleigh bells outside, and felt distant gunfire within the words. The intercept left no room for myth about coercion. Russia's declaration emerged from her quiet notation rather than canon. Her diary later revealed sorrow for the clerks who sparked catastrophe. Evidence, smelling of camphor and ink, had already sealed the fatal mistake. In London's Admiralty chart room, Lieutenant Julian Layard traced the Dardanelles' depths with chilled fingertips. He compared 1906 Ottoman mine maps with submarine reports that arrived late via Athens. The parchment carried a tang of shellac and seawater. Layard penciled a plan for naval forcing alone, trusting thin defences would buckle. He never tasted Gallipoli's grit or heard pebbles clicking under Ottoman boots. His memorandum, clipped with brass fasteners, triggered the Allied gamble. The fatal mistake gained adversaries confident in outdated charts. Layard's pencil left indentations still visible today. Strategic imagination ignored the living terrain. Cables shiver, graphite dulls, dawn fog slips between compass roses, urging a listening breath tonight. During the March bombardment, spotter Gulsanur Kaya climbed Romelli Masidier's ladder, boots thudding on damp planks. Her field glasses smelled of oil vapour, and gusts blew limestone dust into her mouth. She logged shell splashes every 15 seconds, adjusting for wind. Tears smeared the ink when blasts shook the tower. Because she was a woman in combat, the General Staff buried her notebook. In 1987, the diary resurfaced at an estate sale. Readers finally saw how data and emotion intertwined atop those cliffs. Gulsuna wrote that the fatal mistake forced her to prove modern competence no cannon could guarantee. Her handwriting loops like waves, evidence dampened by survival. Suppression here grew from institutional discomfort rather than strategy. Across no man's land, Australian sapper Thomas Weir crept through scrub, with a clinometer clanking against his belt. He smelled eucalyptus oil from a leaf tucked in his pocket. The instrument measured trench angles at 28 degrees, ensuring periscope rifles cleared parapets. His field sketch mapped Ottoman ricochets in careful pencil hatching. Letters home described muezzin calls drifting over gunsmoke like lullabies. Each measurement convinced him defenders fought for pride more than policy. He tasted grit blown against his teeth while tightening the clinometer screw. Thomas wondered whether numbers could capture why an empire risked everything simply to refuse humiliation. The fatal mistake thus appeared to allies as stubborn heroism. His notes still smell faintly of cordite and eucalyptus when archives unbox them. In April 1915, Interior Minister Talat dictated deportation directives to cipher officer Hassan Tassin inside a room thick with leather and dust. Ceiling fans rattled, spreading warm air scented like old saddles. Code Circular 86A2 specified rail capacities, caravan staging posts, grain allotments per 100 deportees. Hassan's pencil squeaked, encoding distances between Sivas and the Euphrates crossings. His diary, sealed for decades, confessed fear that fronts would starve without Armenian labourers. Here the fatal mistake mutated into internal purges that drained logistics. Clerks burned drafts to avoid implication, leaving only crisp cipher sheets. The room's stagnant air tasted of copper and dread. Silence stemmed from terror rather than strategy. Numbers that might have saved soldiers instead choreographed suffering. Snow-crushed Sarakamine valleys, where medic Zekiye Alte thawed morphine ampoules over a guttering candle. She recorded body temperatures dropping below 34 degrees, the thermometer's mercury freezing mid-column. Blankets reeked of smoke and sweat, and steam stung her eyes. German advisors had demanded a winter offensive despite local scouts' warning of blizzards. Zekiye's logbook was walled up in Erzurum, rediscovered only in 2003. The damp pages fused together, smelling of mouldy sweetness. Her entries proved that weather, not valor, slaughtered 60,000 men. Suppression owed to collapse, not censorship, yet understanding was delayed. The fatal mistake rippled inland as railways clogged with corpses instead of reinforcements. Embers settle, breath frosts, the plateau whispers through chapped lips for patient remembrance tonight alone. Along the Hijaz Railway, Bedouin leader Auda Abu Tayi counted bolt spacing before planting charges. British liaison T.E. Lawrence noted the rails rang like tuning forks when struck. Ottoman commander Farooq Sami stationed guards every 500 metres. Desert heat warped joints until they smelled of burnt tar. Sabotage thus required only a wrench, no explosive. The fatal mistake's reach extended to every far-flung artery. Lawrence's gelignite receipts remained speckled with sand grains. Newspapers in Istanbul barely mentioned the revolt, hoping silence could deny it. The desert wind carried metallic dust into sentries' mouths. Dependency on total war exposed the empire to nicks that bled it dry. In Beirut, American relief worker Sarah Jesse weighed flour rations on creaking scales. Harbour air smelled of stale cumin and seawater. Her log listed only 80 grams of bread per child. Ottoman requisitions seized coastal grain for the Fourth Army. Children's whispers mingled with rumbling submarines offshore. Governor Jamal insisted shortages were temporary. His requisition orders, however, bore precise tonnages, proving the opposite. Sarah's reports were censored upon arrival in Istanbul. Famine became another facet of the fatal mistake. Silence tasted of salt and guilt. When Bulgaria quit the war in 1918, Quartermaster Halil Nakati tallied cartridges under a flickering lamp. Rain leaked through the barracks roof, soaking crates stamped with German serial numbers. He counted only 1.2 million rounds for entire Thrace fronts. Halil circled the number twice, pressing so hard the nib tore the ledger. The room smelled of damp wool and despair. He compared the total with casualty forecasts, realizing a month more would empty every depot. These ledgers later proved the army defeated before Mudros. Halil noted that the fatal mistake began with ignoring such columns early. His chair scraping stone sounded like a flag dragging in gravel. He closed the book, knowing arithmetic had already ordered surrender. During Mehmed VI's girding ceremony, palace silversmiths weighed the sword of Osman at 406 dirhams. Incense of rose petals and beeswax filled the hall, masking Bosporus damp. Courtiers whispered legends of instant revival. The new sultan's palms sweated, so aides wrapped the hilt in silk. Electric bulbs buzzed above, drowning whispered prayers. Casualty numbers flashed on nearby telegraph tapes, ignored during the rite. The ritual's gravity could not counter blockade arithmetic. Myth and measurement collided in that gilded chamber. No one dared mention German officers still commanding the fleet. Reverence enforced silence, even as the fatal mistake crystallized. Aboard HMS Agamemnon, negotiator Ralph Orbay signed the Armistice of Mudros under a swinging lamp. The document's 25 clauses gleamed with fresh ink. Article 16 granted Allies access to every Ottoman communication line. Coal smoke and salt flavored the air as the ship rocked gently. Ralph requested leniency regarding the straits. Admiral Calthorpe pointed instead to casualty graphs towering in red. The fatal mistake ended in clauses more than canon. Ralph pocketed the pen, sticky with ink, as if dignity could be folded away. Outside, waves slapped the hull like impatient hands. Inside, autonomy evaporated quietly. When Allied troops entered Istanbul in 1909, photographer Saber Joannis set his plate camera on cobbles softened by rain. He measured shutter speeds at 1/20th of a second to capture Scottish pipers marching past veiled women. Bread baskets smelled of damp yeast as French sailors inspected telegraph offices. Sensors briefly seized the negatives to limit humiliation. Sabre stored them in cedar boxes perfumed with resin. Decades later, the prints resurfaced, showing the fatal mistake's visual fingerprints. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery curved once more through cedar-scented darkness. The images revealed quays where empire surrendered to documentation. Even puddles reflected bayonets like thin shards of judgment. Brass glitters, drums fade, gulls wheel through drizzle, urging the city to breathe once more before answering. At the 1919 courts, Marshal, Judge Mustafa Arif, presided beneath chandeliers dimmed by coal braziers. Stenographers clacked Remington keys that sounded like muffled hammers. Witnesses cited telegram numbers, dates, casualty figures. Transcripts smelled of vinegar from ink fixer. Sentences were issued in absentia against fugitives. Mustafa added reflective notes, lamenting decisions made faster than consultation. He argued that the fatal mistake was a chain, not a single blow. Yet the new regime preferred scapegoats to structural critiques. Gavels knocked hollow on braided carpets. Justice exhaled, but never quite inhaled again. When Greek troops landed at Smyrna in 1909, journalist Halide Sadiyai sketched from a jasmine-draped balcony. Drums rolled, their echoes bouncing off warehouse walls. She counted 3,000 soldiers marching within 20 minutes. Bayonets glittered under a bleached sun while priests chanted. Crushed figs from market stalls perfumed the humid air. Halide wrote that the fatal mistake had invited occupiers speaking different promises. Her notes were smuggled on rice paper beneath embroidered shawls. British censors seized most editions, delaying publication until the Republic. The crowd's silence mixed awe with dread. Cobblestones vibrated under synchronized boots, imprinting memory onto stone. At San Remo, cartographer Henry Laurent unfolded silk-backed maps dividing Ottoman provinces. His protractors sliced territories with surgical precision. Coffee and cigar smoke mingled with sea breeze. He annotated oil fields near Mosul, grain routes along the Euphrates. Ottoman diplomats never saw his margin notes predicting revolts. The French Foreign Ministry locked the files until 1972. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery looped again. Henri's ink stains remain on the silk like bruises. The fatal mistake allowed outsiders to measure the empire more ruthlessly than it measured itself. The rustle of maps sounded like distant waves cutting shorelines. In Anatolia, resistance leader Kara Fatma counted cartridges by candlelight inside a barn smelling of hay. She noted which villages contributed mules, blankets, or cornmeal. Her ledger mapped supply pulses through mountain paths. Soot from the chimney flecked the pages like night sky. She framed the fatal mistake as trusting foreign clocks over local rhythms. Operational secrecy enforced whispers instead of proclamations. Each figure carried both logistical weight and reflective warning. Cold stiffened her fingers, so she wrapped them in wool. The candle guttered, painting orange halos on the ledger. Future Republicans revered her handwriting as evidence that survival required listening to grassroots measurements. When nationalist forces re-entered Smyrna, medic Levin Artinian catalogued casualties inside a tobacco warehouse. Cured leaves and ash thickened the air. He tallied burns, gunshots, smoke inhalation cases under carbide lamps. More civilians than soldiers filled his stretcher lists. Allied observers confiscated several pages to control narratives. His granddaughter later donated the surviving ledger to an Izmir museum. Edges crumble when touched, releasing nicotine scent. Levon wrote that the fatal mistake spawned cycles of vengeance, each measured in charred beams. Rescuers paused often to listen for muffled breaths under debris. Silence felt reverent, not empty. During the Treaty of Lausanne, Nunu set a slide rule beside his teacup. Open windows admitted pine-scented Swiss air. He read clauses ending capitulations and confirming sovereignty. Spectacles fogged as he computed population exchanges. Porcelain cups clinked between arguments. He knew the fatal mistake had already buried the Ottoman polity he was reshaping. Margin notes recorded tariff percentages with meticulous care. The session's transcripts show silence whenever Ottoman myths surfaced. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery closed another loop as empire became preface to republic. Pines sway, pens rest, mountaintops glow, and the conference room breathes in measured relief before night. In the 1930s, historian Ahmed Rafiq catalogued confiscated CUP files in a chalky Ankara basement. Lime-wash flakes dusted his shoulders, making him sneeze. He wore cotton gloves smelling of soap. Telegram bundles still held sticky red wax seals. Ahmed traced the chronology from alliance to capitulation. His books framed the fatal mistake as ethical failure. He illuminated neglected data with lamplight metaphors. Yet he omitted testimonies to protect living officials. The basement's chill seeped into his joints. History's weight numbed like winter wind. In 1942, curator Semiletin Arsoy reopened the Naval Museum cases to catalogue wartime artifacts before possible bombing. He measured the telegraph spool with a new micrometer, confirming the 1.7mm warp. Steel jaws felt icy against his wrist. The room smelled of wax polish and aged velvet. Oxidation had darkened the copper to dried blood tones. He filed a report urging better humidity control. He understood the fatal mistake, still magnetized attention, warning that neglected maintenance returns as history. This rediscovery completed another loop, cautioning a republic entering fresh global wars. Sirens wailed outside as he breathed on the glass, leaving a brief fog. He wondered whether leaders would heed tactile warnings, while the artifact pulsed quietly like a hidden metronome. In 1957, Professor Niazi Burks interviewed surviving telegraphists inside smoky Ankara tea gardens. Cold-brewed say perfumed his notebooks. He asked veterans to recall the tempo of taps during August afternoons. One described enamel chipping off the key when orders arrived to fire on Russia. The Grundig recorder whirred beside clinking glasses. These testimonies supplied timestamps contradicting official communiques. Niazi reflected that the fatal mistake lived inside bodily rushes overruling caution. Political sensitivities almost shelved the recordings. They survived because a secretary loved the background zither. The tapes crackle like distant telegraph lines whenever replayed. Archaeologist Sevim Onaren excavated Chunuk Bair in 1964, brushing sand scented with wild thyme. She unearthed shrapnel balls, water canteens, and a rusted German stopwatch frozen at 00,035. The stopwatch matched Admiral Souchon's drill tempo. Sevim logged coordinates using a transit that clicked softly in the Aegean breeze. Her report argued that imported regimens persisted even where terrain defied them. Bureaucrats sidelined the study for 8 years. Trench layers waited in silence, smelling of rust and herbs. Publication in 1972 finally linked mechanical confidence to the fatal mistake. Sevim kept the stopwatch's faint ticking in her memory. Excavation tents flapped like fatigued banners above the ridge. In 1978, filmmaker Atshef Yilmaz interviewed retired nurse Sabiha Hanim in a kerosene-scented apartment. She unfolded linen bandages saved from Sarikami. They still held smoky odors of melted snow and pine resin. On camera, she described thermometers shattering at -25 degrees. Her recollection tied sensory pain to the fatal mistake. Censors deemed the footage too bleak. Reels stored in a shoebox stuck together when a studio pipe burst. Restorers later peeled them apart, preserving the crackle of her voice. The soundtrack's hiss resembles distant ice. Her testimony now plays softly in museum alcoves. When archives opened wider in 1983, researcher Ai Kansu donned cotton gloves and turned cipher office registers under fluorescent hum. She tracked telegram number 1183, ordering Black Sea raids before parliamentary debate. Pages smelled of vinegar and dust. Each crackle felt like a bone resettling. Ai's article argued the fatal mistake was a chain of mismatched minutes. Officials worried the study might fuel lawsuits. The paper circulated quietly among scholars. Silence lingered, born of diplomatic caution. Yet the documents kept breathing through citations. Fluorescents hum, dust dances. The archive exhales a slow patience, wrapping facts in cool breath tonight. In 1994, diver Hakan Demiryorek surveyed the Dardanelles seabed near the wreck of submarine E-15. Bioluminescent plankton flickered like lanterns around his helmet. He found dormant Ottoman mines stamped with German serial numbers. Water tasted metallic through his regulator. He measured spacing between mines, realizing foreign ordnance guarded home waters. His video captured taps of tools against corroded brass. Officials delayed release, fearing diplomatic ripples. The footage finally appeared in a museum exhibit. Currents kept whispering along the mines, even in darkness. Dependency had followed the empire underwater, echoing the fatal mistake. In 2002, archivist Meltem Çelik fed fragile telegrams into a scanner emitting high-pitched whines. The documents smelled of camphor and inkstone. She monitored humidity to prevent further warping. Digitization allowed researchers to trace the fatal mistake minute by minute. A budget cut nearly shut the servers down. Hard drives sat silent in the dark for months. When funds returned, the machines hummed like distant surf. Meltem logged metadata linking timestamps to battle outcomes. She reflected that the 1.7mm warp now existed as pixels. Digital light carried the same warning as copper under glass. In 2011, artist Selin Ararat suspended copper wires bent by 1.7mm inside a dim gallery. Solder scented the air while visitors walked through loops shimmering like signal waves. Recorded telegraph codes translated into lullabies whispered from concealed speakers. Authentic Allied reports scrolled beside reflective poetry. Docents invited guests to pluck the wires, hearing dull twangs. Critics argued the installation reopened imperial wounds. Selin replied that reverent silence must give way to tactile engagement. Each arc embodied the fatal mistake as tension you could feel. Light pulled on the floor like mercury. Audiences left with copper dust glittering on their sleeves. During the 2014 centennial, scholars met at the German embassy in Ankara under polished oak beams. Coffee and cardamom cookies perfumed the room. Historian Klaus Ritter projected microfilmed cables urging Ottoman strikes on Russia. Turkish scholar Zeynep Aksoy responded with Sarıkama casualty tables. The projector hummed while pale light washed across thoughtful faces. Debate centered on whether coercion or hubris defined the fatal mistake. Participants noted misaligned clocks, 14,003 Berlin, 15,035 Istanbul. Soft shoes creaked on parquet as they paced between easels. Shared reckoning replaced earlier mutual flattery. Outside, embassy fountains murmured like distant Morse. During the 2016 coup attempt, journalist S.A. Olgan broadcast from a dim newsroom powered by emergency generators. The air smelled of overheated circuitry. She held a replica of the warped spool while whispering about misread loyalties. Monitors beeped softly behind her. Issei described the metallic tang left on her fingertips. She linked past and present fatal mistakes through that tactile bridge. Viewers heard keyboards clicking like subdued telegraphs. Studio lights cast halos on the copper's bruise. She ended without sensationalism, letting silence carry weight. The broadcast reminded millions that minute measurements can topple colossal ambitions. In 2018, mathematician Rana Sagan modeled Ottoman logistics using archival figures. Her lab smelled of whiteboard markers and warm circuits. Software chimed whenever a scenario failed, which was often. Rana mixed equations with essays on ethical prediction, arguing the fatal mistake started when leadership dismissed analysts like her predecessors. She wiped chalk dust from her hands, feeling grit shared with telegraph tables. Funding agencies initially shelved her preprint. Eventually the study emerged, showing shortages within weeks regardless of optimism. She wondered whether modern states truly heed their data. Silence here arose from prideful hesitation. Chalk settles, code hums, midnight fluorescents pulse, and the lab exhales a thin, listening hush tonight. During the 2020 lockdown, curator Derya Aksu checked humidity inside the Naval Museum while ferries honked across an empty Bosporus. Disinfectant and sea salt perfumed the silent hall. She placed digital hygrometers beside the telegraph display. The glass fogged briefly when she breathed on it. Derya whispered the measurements: 50% relative humidity, 20 degrees Celsius. She believed the fatal mistake taught curators to honor tiny thresholds. Outside, gulls replaced traffic noise. The copper seemed to glow under diffuse skylight. She recorded readings in a leather notebook. She imagined the spool inhaling the hush like lungs. In 2021, teacher Murat Sezer streamed lessons from his apartment while rain tapped the window. Projector light washed pale rectangles across his bookshelves. He shared 3D scans of Ottoman documents with students muted on screen. Murat overlaid Morse beeps beneath his narration to keep them grounded in sound. He zoomed in on the 1.7mm warp, tracing it with a cursor. Chat bubbles blossomed silently as students sent reflections. He paired casualty graphs with meditations about responsibility. Fresh coffee scented the room, mixing with ozone from electronics. He insisted that trusting measurements over legend might prevent future fatal mistakes. The lesson ended with a still frame glowing like an ember. Composer Yasemin Ertan transformed telegraph logs into a minimalist score inside an abandoned power station. Rust and damp concrete scented the cavernous hall. She assigned each measured interval a bell tone recorded at midnight. Whispered testimonies floated between notes, creating an ASMR-like hush. Audience members reclined on cushions feeling low-frequency vibrations. Projections of documents drifted across the ceiling. Yasemin described the fatal mistake as a dissonant chord never resolving. The final bell faded into darkness. Silence afterwards felt awed rather than empty. Dust motes spun through stage light like slow snow. During the 2023 centennial, guide Orhan Yalchin led visitors through a fiber-optic corridor tracing Ottoman timelines. Cedar and old paper perfumed the passage. He paused before the spool, now paired with casualty graphs and diplomatic cables. Soft heartbeat audio pulsed beneath his voice. Orhan asked guests to imagine the metallic taste of copper on the tongue. Footsteps muffled on felt runners. He linked measurements, rail kilometres, coal tonnes, frost degrees, to the fatal mistake. No one asked questions. The cadence felt complete, yet unresolved. Gulls cried faintly beyond the windows. The story lingered like incense. Engineer Pelinada coated replica artifacts with responsive polymers in a lab smelling of solder and citrus cleanser. Gloves embedded with sensors relayed pressure data to humming servers. She programmed the telegraph spool's 1.7mm dip so users could feel the slump through fingertips. Touchscreens glowed blue as participants traced invisible histories. Pelin argued that memory must remain bodily to prevent new fatal mistakes. Funding proposals cited earlier cycles of suppression. Each test produced a faint buzz like distant Morse. She smiled whenever visitors flinched at the unexpected texture. The lab lights reflected off copper surfaces like small suns. Future historians will literally grasp the warning. Philosopher Elif Sarahan taught a twilight seminar called Metrics of Collapse on a campus lawn glistening with dew. Crickets trilled around the benches. She projected spreadsheets beside poems by Yahya Kemal. Students traced graphs with fingers before journaling reflections. Elif framed the fatal mistake as a refusal to hear instruments already whispering fatigue. They doodled warped spirals in the margins. Notebooks smelled of rain-damp paper. She urged them to balance empirical warning with lyrical empathy. Bells from a distant chapel drifted through trees. Bells distant, pages rustle, campus shadows thicken, and the seminar breathes as night gathers around attentive ears. Each autumn, Bosporus ferry captain Murad Gurksi charts winter timetables with pencil marks that smudge in diesel warmth. A replica spool sits on his dashboard. Foghorns bellow while gulls wheel overhead. Murad matches each horn blast to archival timestamps he memorized. Passengers sip hot salep, their breath clouding windows. He murmurs the empire's decisive dates under his breath. He believes steering requires listening to hull vibrations as much as radar. He tells trainees that forgetting those vibrations echoes the fatal mistake that once warped the empire's bearings. Copper's metallic scent mingles with coffee in the cabin. Night lights smear across the current like ink, and the city feels suspended between caution and yearning. Now the warped spool rests beneath amber light, copper scent lingering even through sealed glass. Visitors lean close enough to fob the case, watching their reflections skim across the metal's bruise. All the measurements we traced, coal tonnage, axle loads, thermometer readings, humidity percentages, seem to spiral toward that 1.7mm dip. Legends still whisper of an empire destined to endure, yet the artifact insists destiny can bend like soft wire. Evidence gathered by operators, engineers, nurses, sailors, archivists, artists, and teachers continues to press gently against nostalgia. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery keep looping, as though the story prefers murmurs to verdicts. Every sensory fragment, salted wind, oiled leather, time on trench walls, ozone around projectors, threads through the question of why leaders trust myths more than instruments. Perhaps the fatal mistake remains unfinished, a companionable ghost reminding each listener to feel data as texture, temperature, rhythm. We stand in the hush, hearing imagined clicks drift through the room like distant rain. The sand remembers, instruments hum, the hollow waits, and night drapes copper in a hush beyond certainty. A few steps from the copper case, Conservator Layla carefully unrolled a fresh mylar sleeve, its crinkling whisper mingling with the steady hum of the dehumidifier, and slid out a faded ration chit stamped 1914, its violet ink smelling faintly of sun-warmed grapes. The chit promised 4 ockers of coal to a coastal watchpost near Kumkale. Yet the reverse bore a small grease stain where a sentinel had pressed his thumb after counting only 2. The discrepancy is barely measurable. A half-gram of missing fuel oil shimmer absorbed into porous paper, but the tension ripples forward. In the same box, Layla found the watch post's log penciled in soot, remarking that the men burned signal flags just to brew tea. Those ashes fluttered over the strait like premature surrender. The fatal mistake thus rests inside promises trimmed by necessity, a whispering shortage that left artillery crews blinking in the cold, while envoys boasted about unlimited reserves. The paper still crackles when unfolded, each fibre carrying the scent of singed wool. Down the hill at the Imperial School of Engineering, barometric technician Musa Haka once calibrated aneroid gauges by candlelight because the dynamo had failed, the flame breathing resinous scent against the brass diaphragms. Musa's surviving notebook, pages browned like toasted pastry, reveals he subtracted 0.4 millimeters from every storm warning, because German manuals insisted on a sea level baseline, never adjusted for Istanbul's humid microclimate. In the autumn of 1914, those slight errors delayed gale alerts to troop transports threading the Bosporus, and 2 barges packed with artillery horses capsized near Kandili. The animals' panicked whinnies echoed through the fog like torn silk, persuading dock workers that something more than weather had shifted. Musa later scratched a remorseful note in the margin, should have trusted the window frost, and the graphite smudge still glints under archival lamps. The fatal mistake here crept in on chilled air, disguised as meticulous conformity. In Damascus, stargazer Selime Ferhan pointed a brass sextant from a rooftop observatory scented with wild jasmine and baking flatbread. She logged lunar distances to refine telegraph synchronization between Aleppo and Medina, her ink shimmering blue-black under kerosene glow. Her tables, stored inside a cedar chest, show widening gaps after August 1914. Ottoman operators were instructed to privilege Berlin's master clock, even when the desert sky insisted on another rhythm. The cumulative drift reached 6 minutes by October, causing relief trains to misalign with water deliveries along the Hijaz Railway. Camel troughs dried before caravans arrived, and the taste of dust thickened on soldiers' tongues. Selime wrote that stars were ignored, as though loyalty could bend constellations. Her quiet protest, scrawled on the back of a lunar diagram, survives because a lizard egg hardened against the page and preserved it. The fatal mistake thus extended across celestial calculations, where obedience eclipsed observation. Archivist Dimitrios Kotsakis, stationed in the Greek-dominated port of Ayvalık, catalogued seized Ottoman dispatches within a warehouse perfumed by olive presses and brine. He wore cotton gloves slick with lamp oil as he unfolded parchment orders detailing emergency levies of sponge divers to lift British mines. Margins carried smudged fingerprints from harbour masters who knew their divers had fled when Greek scouts appeared offshore. Dimitrios added annotations in pencil, describing crates left uncollected and bells rusting on piers. Those pencil strokes, musty with olive dust, reveal that by 1917, the Empire's maritime lifelines were already skeletal, held together by requisitions nobody could fulfill. His ledger ends mid-sentence, interrupted by the morning call to evacuate before Allied troops arrived. Yet that unfinished line impeccably captures the fatal mistake, logistics dreamed on paper but never touched by hands accustomed to salt and rope. Deep inside Konya's Khan, camel-born postal inspector Fatma Diyar unfolded waxed envelopes that resisted opening because desert heat had fused their edges, releasing a tart odor like sun-baked figs. She verified route stamps by brushing talcum over them, the powder rising in soft clouds. Her report from October 1914 lists 27 missing mail bags containing tax receipts earmarked for Anatolian depots. The bags had been diverted by local militias trading grain for rifles, a barter the Central Treasury refused to acknowledge. Fatma stitched her report into the lining of her cloak, leaving it for her sister in Ankara. The thread now frays inside an ethnography exhibit, silently attesting to fiscal arteries collapsing far from the straits. The fatal mistake, therefore, also belongs to these stolen mailbags, to powdery seal impressions ignored by ministers who craved grand alliances more than dusty receipts. In Sivas, meteorologist Levon Marashian, whose beard always carried the scent of pine resin, plotted temperature gradients on a glass pane frosted by his breath. He lacked coloured inks, so he used diluted beet juice, which dried into translucent maroon veins across the contour map. His December 1914 bulletin warned that the Doshu Anadolu Plateau would dip to -30 within days, urging a halt to the planned encirclement of Sarıkamış. The warning travelled by sled to Erzurum, where it met a snowdrift that soaked the paper until the beet pigments bled into a sunset blur. General Hafız Hakizade noted the smudged colours but could not decipher the figures, and the army marched anyway. Levon's original glass pane survives, its etched isolines crisp as icicles. When museum light grazes those grooves, you can almost feel the cold radiate outward. The fatal mistake glistens there, frozen between notation and comprehension. Meanwhile, at the Ottoman Mint across the Golden Horn, assayer Rüştü Tevfik heated gold sovereigns under a spirit lamp scented with citrus peel to test for adulteration. War loans demanded precise alloys, yet the German advisors insisted on accelerating the assay process to triple daily output. Ritu's solution, chipped at the rim from haste, made the scale pans quiver. He began approving coins that rang dull when struck. Within weeks, merchants refused the brittle lira, and the bazaar filled with a metallic smell of mistrust. The mint ledger records each rejected coin with a tiny dot of vermilion lacquer, now faded to dusty rose. Those dots cluster around dates when political speeches promised unwavering stability. Commerce had already listened and objected. The fatal mistake diffused through coinage, clinking softly from purse to counter as credibility thinned. On the fringes of the Sinai frontier, cartographer Miriam al-Husseini sketched dune lines by moonlight, using a camel vertebra as a straightedge because her metal ruler seared skin during the day. Her maps depict wells with circles of cobalt pigment, yet after the German-Turkish expedition rerouted water to railheads, several wells dried to sour puddles. She added faint grey crosshatches over them, a cartographic sigh. The expedition commanders refused to update their master charts, believing the British would be deterred by outdated obstacles. Miriam's scroll, brittle and smelling of myrrh, shows the real terrain surrendering even as strategy clung to illusion. When the document resurfaced in 1999, restorers discovered grains of sand embedded in the pigment, minute glittering testimonies to a landscape misheard. The fatal mistake wandered through those dunes, slipping between arrogance and thirst. Inside Edirne's military hospital, pharmacist Nasiye Fevzi distilled disinfectant from lavender harvested on campus lawns, the scent hovering sweet and medicinal. She logged bottle counts with a chronograph borrowed from an artillery officer, each tick echoing across tiled corridors. Supply trains seldom arrived, so she diluted ethanol to stretch the stock. Her log from January 1915 notes that a shipment meant for Gallipoli was instead diverted to a private warehouse in Thessaloniki as collateral for munitions. Nasiye underlined the diversion 3 times, the ink pooling where her hand trembled from working double shifts. Those underlined grooves gouged the page even now, conveying strain more eloquently than any speech. Infection rates spiked, and the hospital's copper basins filled with cloth steeped in lavender water too weak to sterilize. The fatal mistake seeped through these wards as microbes and misallocation, softly humming with the ticking chronograph. In Vienna's Hofburg archives, Austrian diplomat Franz Niedermeyer compiled a confidential memorandum assessing his Ottoman counterpart's readiness. He dipped his pen into green ink smelling faintly of menthol to stave off headaches. The memo catalogued missed appointments, unpaid telegraph fees, fraying uniforms, and an atmosphere he described as perfumed confidence against a backdrop of mold. He appended attachments, photographs of cracked barracks floors, audio cylinders capturing officers assuring him that the Prophet will shield the coal, and invoices for champagne served during strategy luncheons. This dossier, stamped Geheim, was shelved behind carved oak panels until 1959. When opened, the wax seal exhaled a dusty sweetness. The memo shows that allies saw the fatal mistake forming yet still encouraged the plunge, hoping to tie Ottoman fate to their own calculus. Menthol-scented ink lines thus bind complicity to catastrophe. At the Chile automobile repair yard, mechanic twins Semil and Semili Uz, their aprons smelling of petrol and honey buns, refitted cavalry wagons with truck axles scavenged from Berlin shipments. Their ledger describes bolts stripped by sand, grease diluted with sunflower oil, and horsehair padding stuffed into gearboxes to quiet rattles. They sent photographs, sepia smudged, edges curling like burnt pastry, to the War Ministry, pleading for proper parts. The reply, typed on onion skin, praised their ingenuity and asked for a public demonstration to inspire morale. The demonstration never took place. The wagons collapsed en route to the parade ground when improvised axles snapped above a pothole. The ledger ends with a simple line: sound mattered more than stride. That soft observation, scored into oil-streaked paper, reveals the fatal mistake as a decision to showcase resilience rather than strengthen it. In the Crimean port of Sevastopol, Russian cryptographer Olga Putintseva noted that Ottoman cipher groups increasingly reused keys, their parchment dampened by sea spray. She tasted salt when she licked her finger to turn the pages, a habit she later regretted when the ink stained her lips. The repetition allowed her to decode supply requests for Anatolia, revealing desperate pleas for winter coats and quinine. Olga's handwritten translation, still crisp beneath glass, lists coordinates of depots that soon suffered sabotage. She included a delicate watercolour of the Black Sea at dusk, perhaps to steady herself. The fatal mistake emerges even here. In enemy hands ready to exploit patterns born of fatigue, the Empire's overtaxed clerks could not afford fresh keys, and so the code itself became a leak. Within the Ottoman state printing house, proofreader Zechariah Talat ran fingertips along newly etched maps of the Caucasus, the zinc plates still warm and smelling of vinegar and tin. He caught a mislabeled ridge and corrected it with a burnished stylus, yet he hesitated before marking the misplacement of Armenian villages slated for deportation routes. The orders specified emptiness there, but his childhood memories insisted otherwise. He recorded both versions on tracing paper, layering absence over reality. The translucent sheets crackled gently now, stacked on a shelf. Later investigators used them to prove deliberate erasures. Zechariah's complicit care shows the fatal mistake, knotting moral surrender to technical diligence, a quiet interplay of stylus, vinegar, and conscience. In an Aleppo caravanserai, spice merchant turned informant Yusuf Haddad brewed cardamom coffee that perfumed British agent Gertrude Bell's notebooks. Yusuf described grain seizures, telegraph outages, and desertion rumours, passing along scraps of ledger paper he salvaged from abandoned depots. Bell's diary summarises his whispers, emphasising the tremor in his teacup whenever he recounted soldiers selling boots for tobacco. She pasted a coffee-stained slip beside her entry, noting the exact phrasing. The wires hum like bees but carry honey to someone else. The slip's edges darkened over time, yet the scent remains faintly sweet in the archive. The fatal mistake thus resonates even in informant's metaphors, saturating the air of places where loyalty frayed into survival. Back in Istanbul's sublime port, translator Shushan Harutyan carefully rephrased German memoranda into Ottoman Turkish while breathing in the musk of damp carpets and inkstones. She wore a wool shawl woven with pomegranate motifs, the fibres catching lamp soot. Her desk drawers hid miniature notebooks filled with her own annotations, termed strategic necessities deployed 14 times today, Col figure repeated despite correction, voices lower when casualties mentioned. These marginalia, no longer than a fingernail, were tucked into a lacquer box sealed with beeswax. When unearthed decades later, the wax still smelled faintly of honey and smoke. The notes transform bureaucratic chatter into tactile evidence of collective denial, each tally of euphemisms another thread in the fatal mistake's shroud. Inside a Thessaloniki synagogue repurposed as a depot, Quartermaster Isaac Haleva inventoried uniforms stacked against Torah Ark doors. Mothballs and candle wax scented the air. He recorded that German-made boots shrank when exposed to Aegean humidity, blistering conscripts' feet. His receipts bear brown smudges from iodine used to treat those blisters. Isaac mailed photographs of rotted leather to Istanbul, but censorship intercepted them. The negatives remained rolled inside a tallit bag until the 1970s, when descendants donated them to a museum. The images show boots peeling like wet bark, arrayed beneath coffins awaiting transport. The fatal mistake gnaws quietly through leather and ritual alike, leaving wax, iodine, and mildew as its wake. At the Hodeidah telegraph relay, Yemeni operator Amina Saka kept time using a silver pocket watch inherited from her mother, scented with frankincense stored in the same pouch. When German advisors delivered a modern chronometer, its ticking felt too fast for the drowsy heat. Amina's log reveals she gradually reverted to the inherited watch, adjusting the chronometer's readings with handwritten offsets. Her margins note, heat stretches seconds, Berlin does not sweat here. Yet command insisted on standardized times, so eventually her corrections were deemed insubordination. She was reassigned to inventorying batteries, a quieter exile. The logbook, edges singed from nearby kerosene lamps, attests to an empire unwilling to reconcile human perception with imported precision. The fatal mistake breathes in that refusal to let watchers smell of frankincense once more. In the mountain fortress of Van, Armenian stonemason Arshak Kevork carved embrasures so cannons could rotate more freely. Freshly chiseled tuff emitted a chalky scent, mingling with pine smoke from campfires below. Arshak etched secret marks along the base stones, indicating weak mortar he lacked lime to replace. The marks resemble stylized fish, simple and almost playful, yet they signal danger. When shells struck months later, walls cracked exactly where he had cautioned. Archaeologists identified the fish symbols in 2020, confirming resource shortages under siege. The fatal mistake thus leaves its fossil within stone, lines drawn by hands denied proper mortar. Each fish a muted complaint preserved in the wind-sanded wall. In Mecca, Sharifian courier Saad al-Turki copied intercepted orders onto palm leaf paper that smelled of dates and dust. He rolled the strips inside hollow prayer beads, which he delivered to Ottoman deserters joining the Arab revolt. The messages detailed faltering pay, shortages of horse feed, and divergent aims between Istanbul and local commanders. When Ottoman patrols captured some deserters, they found the hollow beads but never decoded the miniature script, mistaking it for decorative calligraphy. The beads, now in a museum case smelling faintly of cedar polish, prove that intelligence seeped through devotional objects while central authorities insisted on uniform loyalty. The fatal mistake is etched even in these palm fibers, fragile yet stubborn. On the Romanian front, Sanitary Inspector Peride Hanum dipped litmus strips into field wells, the paper turning lavender in water laced with river silt. She recorded bacterial counts beside notes about soldiers drinking brine to numb hunger. Her log, bound in blue buckram, documents boiling times, soap rations, and the salty smell of sweat-soaked uniforms steaming near campfires. Commanders skimmed the figures but highlighted her final remark: morale follows clean cups. They underlined it twice, as though morale could be ordered like soap. The wells continued to sicken regiments, and parade strips fluttered unnoticed into a leather pouch. Today those strips, brittle as moth wings, remind us that the fatal mistake spread through every ignored test tube and feverish night. In the railway workshops of Haydar Pauna, apprentice Aydin Kural traced locomotive pistons with chalk that squeaked like tiny screams, marking stress fractures along iron that smelled of rust and coal. He photographed the fissures using a borrowed plate camera, then fixed the image in a solution reeking of vinegar and hyposulfite. The photograph shows a piston clawed with hairline cracks, yet the annotation from headquarters reads simply, "Continue service, no spare available." The piston later shattered near Adapazar, derailing a train carrying winter coats toward the Caucasus front. Survivors described a shower of sparks smelling of burnt sesame as the carriage overturned. Iden's photograph, corners curled, stares silently from the workshop wall. The fatal mistake can be touched here, a fracture line chalked and ignored. In Paris, exiled Ottoman feminist Nezihe Muhyiddin composed essays on onion skin paper, thin enough to show the veins in her wrist when held to light. The pages smelled of lilac ink. She argued that dismissing women's logistical expertise, nurses, educators, clerks, had accelerated collapse. She cited letters from schoolmistresses who rationed lamp oil to keep classes open, only to see their budgets reassigned to ceremonial uniforms. French publishers declined to print her essays until 1925, but manuscripts circulated hand to hand, rustling softly in salons scented with Gauloise smoke. The fatal mistake thus includes silenced warnings from those expected to bandage wounds without questioning their cause. During the armistice occupation, Italian naval officer Carlo Maffei toured Ottoman depots, his leather gloves smelling of tar and cologne. He noted in his diary that the lathes were coated in fine coal dust untouched for months, and that the presses still held unfinished shells stamped with half-formed crescents. Carlo pocketed a brass shavings handful, writing that it felt warm, as if the machine still believed in orders. Those shavings, stored in a glass vial, glimmer under museum lights. They speak of inertia halted mid-spin, the fatal mistake lingering like static in idle machinery. Even the silence after surrender has texture, oily, metallic, patient. Meanwhile, in the Anatolian hinterland, Pastor Jacques Demir recorded sermons delivered in barns smelling of straw and kerosene. His leather-bound journal intertwined scripture with inventory, jars of quince jam traded for rifle parts, bolts of linen exchanged for cartridges. He chronicled how villagers debated whether the fatal mistake was spiritual pride or material neglect. Under one winter entry, he glued a feather from a migrating crane, brittle now, symbolizing a wish to carry burdens elsewhere. British patrols seized parts of the journal, yet the section about crane feathers survived because it stuck to the cover and resisted prying fingers. The fatal mistake hovers in these barns, in prayers muttered over ration tallies. At the League of Nations in Geneva, translator Fatih Rami ensured Ottoman debt negotiations were rendered into French without losing nuance. He filed each session's transcript in folders scented with Swiss pine, labelling them with fountain pen strokes that loop gracefully. He inserted footnotes referencing Ottoman parliamentary debates long suppressed, thereby slipping rediscovery into diplomatic files. When the minutes were declassified in 1988, scholars found his annotations carrying the faint aroma of pine and ink. They show how the fatal mistake kept echoing through financial restructuring, debts settled in whispers rather than drums. Fatih's elegant loops remind readers that even in exile, bureaucrats tried to balance ledgers of memory. Back in Istanbul, 1932, radio technician Suat Uzbey calibrated transmitters on the third floor of the new broadcasting house, the room smelling of hot tubes and beeswax polish. He built a late-night program titled Soundings of the Straits, overlaying boat horns with readings from newly published diaries of telegraphists. Static crackled like distant rain as he recited casualty tables in a lullaby cadence. Government censors initially frowned, but audience letters folded crisply, scented with attar or tobacco, arrived pleading for more. Swat kept a scrapbook, now faded, of those letters, each referencing the fatal mistake as though it were a relative needing gentle acknowledgement. The broadcast's tapes hissed softly when replayed, carrying both warning and comfort. During World War II, neutral Turkey stored wartime volumes in underground vaults, ventilated by ducts that exhaled air smelling of iron. Librarian Hurriyet Altan scrubbed mildew off Ottoman files using a paste of lemon juice and rice flour. The The paste dried into a chalky crust she brushed away with goat hair brushes. One folder contained Enver Pasha's penciled calculations for Caucasus offensives, complete with doodles of cavalry plumes. WWII noticed the eraser crumbs still trapped along the fold, as though indecision clung there. She wrote a secret note to future researchers: even in pencil, ambition leaves residue. The fatal mistake lingers within these crumbs, stubborn and grey, refusing to be entirely brushed off. In 1960s Berlin, Turkish guest workers formed a history circle called Sessi's Telgraph, meeting in a laundry room perfumed with detergents. They brought photocopies of Ottoman dispatches and retold family stories over clinking tea glasses. A reel-to-reel recorder captured their discussions in soft Turkish punctuated by German exclamations. They debated whether the fatal mistake warned migrants about trusting distant promises. The tapes, stored in a biscuit tin, were rediscovered by a granddaughter who digitized the hiss and hum. Listening today, one hears machines rumbling in the background like muted artillery, bridging past and present through the rhythm of washers and whispers. In 1987, photographer Gönül Tan overlapped negatives of the telegraph spool with shots of modern Istanbul traffic, developing the composite in trays that smelled of fixer and seaweed. Light trails from cars formed luminous Morse codes cascading over the copper bruise. Her exhibit, displayed in a darkened warehouse, flooded the floor with recorded harbour sounds. Visitors walked barefoot on warmed metal plates to feel conduction through their soles. Reviews praised the piece's tenderness, noting that the fatal mistake's texture could now be sensed, not just seen. Several days later, municipal inspectors nearly shut the exhibit for lacking permits, but public support kept it open. The gallery still reverberates with soft clicks when empty. As the Cold War thawed, diplomat Sevgi Baydar opened sealed Ottoman dossiers at the Foreign Ministry, using a bone folder that smelled of beeswax and old leather. She discovered correspondence between Enver Pasha and American envoy Henry Morgenthau, margins filled with hurried pencil sketches of troop positions. Sevgi copied the sketches onto tracing paper, observing that Enver's lines jittered during moments of stress. She correlated hand tremors with dates of telegraph spikes, building an unusual neurological portrait of the fatal mistake. Her report suggested that policy might be read through calligraphic nerves. The bone folder, smoothed from years of use, rests beside the file, quietly paying homage to hands that shook. In 2008, satellite analyst Okan Sawyer overlaid modern elevation data onto century-old reconnaissance maps. His workstation smelled of plastic and burnt dust from cooling fans. The software emitted gentle bells each time misalignments appeared. Okan color-coded supply routes that modern algorithms deemed impossible given terrain, painting them in translucent hues like auroras draped across Anatolia. He realized that commanders had drawn arrows unconstrained by ridges and ravines. He published a digital atlas showing the fatal mistake as a geography of wishful thinking, every unfeasible gradient glowing softly on screen. Users reported feeling seasick watching the animation. The land itself seemed to mourn the forces forced upon it. During 2015 commemorations at Chunuk Bair, Maori percussionists shared the stage with Turkish knee players, their instruments releasing scents of polished wood and flax oil. Historian Piri Teirangi read from Ottoman diaries translated into Tereo Maori, blending syllables like woven mats. Audiences sat on cushions brushed with eucalyptus mist, inhaling a hybrid memory. The dual narratives emphasized that the fatal mistake rippled outward, binding communities through shared loss and respect. Later, droplets from a passing shower dotting the stage resembled Morse dots, tiny wet testimonies clinging to drumheads. The collaboration recorded new memories that hum like low tide. In a Gorim cave hotel converted into a conference space, geologists and historians convened to analyze lead isotopes in Ottoman bullets. The room smelled of damp stone and breakfast simmet. Microdrills whined softly as they sampled projectiles excavated from Gallipoli trenches. Results showed alloy ratios consistent with emergency smelting of church bells and household goods. Historians matched these findings with requisition orders scribbled in frantic script. The fatal mistake thus protrudes even from metallurgical signatures, audible in microdrill vibrations, and the faint ring once sounded by bells that now rest silent, recast into desperate munitions. In 2022, poet Rana Dhiran hosted a midnight poetry vigil at Haydarpasa station, candles perfuming the platform with beeswax and clove. Participants whispered verses derived from archival footnotes, transforming casualty tallies into rhythmic laments. A projection mapped the 1.7mm warp onto the station's vaulted ceiling, the curve expanding until it resembled a crescent moon. Train wheels clacked distantly, echoing heartbeats. Attendees traced the projection with fingertips against cool marble, feeling history's curvature under their skin. Rana's program booklet, printed on translucent rice paper, warned that the fatal mistake persists whenever numbers lose their humanity. Wind lifted the pages in gentle waves, making the text flutter like breath. Finally, in the present hush of the Naval Museum's sub-basement, a small device rests beside the copper spool, a haptic pad programmed to replay archival pressure data whenever fingertips hover above its surface. When activated, the pad warms slightly, releasing a faint aroma of solder and lemon oil. Users feel a subtle dip, precisely 1.7mm, accompanied by a whispered overlay of telegraph clicks, heartbeat samples, and ocean swells. The program cycles through sensory fragments gathered from all the documents, instruments, and testimonies we have traced. Lavender wards, frankincense watches, beet-stained weather charts, olive-dusted ledgers, jasmine observatories, petrol-soaked repair yards. Each vibration insists that the fatal mistake is not a single thunderclap, but a collage of overlooked textures. As palms hover above the pad, the museum lights dim, and the compressor's sigh blends with imagined surf. The copper spool, the ration chit, the mylar sleeve, the haptic pad all listen together, inviting us to breathe slowly, to honour data as sensation, and to let the night cradle history without repeating its fractured rhythm.
In the cold twilight of a European winter, as 1945 dawned across a continent ravaged by years of warfare, the Nazi empire that had once stretched from the Atlantic coast to the gates of Moscow was crumbling. The Third Reich, which Hitler had boasted would last 1,000 years, was in its death throes. From the east, the Soviet Red Army pushed relentlessly westward through Poland, their boots crunching through snow stained with the evidence of Nazi atrocities. From the west, American, British, and Canadian forces pressed into Germany itself, their advance unstoppable, their resolve hardened by years of brutal combat. Between these two massive pincers of Allied military power lay a secret that the Nazi leadership had desperately tried to conceal. A network of horror that even the battle-hardened soldiers advancing across Europe could not have imagined in their darkest nightmares. For more than a decade, since the first concentration camp opened at Dachau in 1933, the Nazi regime had constructed an elaborate system of imprisonment, slave labour, and murder. What had begun as camps to detain political opponents had metastasized into something far more sinister, an industrial-scale apparatus of genocide that would ultimately claim millions of lives. By 1945, there were thousands of these sites scattered across occupied Europe, from massive complexes like Auschwitz-Birkenau that could hold over 100,000 prisoners to smaller sub-camps and labour sites where inmates were worked to death in service of the German war machine. The camp system included not only concentration camps, but also 6 dedicated killing centres, places designed for no purpose other than mass murder. Auschwitz, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Chelmno, and Majdanek. These names would become synonymous with the Holocaust, with the systematic attempt to annihilate European Jewry. As Allied forces advanced in late 1944 and early 1945, the SS leadership faced a dilemma. They needed slave labour to continue Germany's doomed war effort, yet they also feared what would happen if these prisoners, living witnesses to Nazi crimes, fell into Allied hands. The solution they devised was as cruel as it was chaotic: the forced evacuation of prisoners from camps near the front lines, marching them deeper into the shrinking Reich. These forced marches would become known to history as the Death Marches, and they would claim the lives of 250,000 people in the final months of the war. But despite all efforts to hide the evidence, to march the prisoners away, to destroy the gas chambers and crematoriums, to burn documents and bury the dead, the truth could not be suppressed. As Allied soldiers pushed forward in their campaigns to defeat Nazi Germany, they began to encounter the concentration camp system firsthand. What they found would shock the world and provide undeniable evidence of crimes so vast, so systematic, so deliberately cruel that a new word would have to be coined to describe them: genocide. The liberation of the Nazi concentration camps would become one of the most significant moments of the 20th century. A confrontation with evil that would fundamentally alter how humanity understood the depths to which civilization could descend. The winter of 1945 was particularly harsh. Snow fell heavily across Central and Eastern Europe, blanketing the landscape in white that seemed to mock the darkness of what lay beneath. The prisoners in the concentration camps, already weakened by years of starvation, disease, and brutal treatment, faced the prospect of another winter with dread. Many would not survive to see liberation, but for those who did, for those who somehow found within themselves the strength to endure just a few more weeks, just a few more days, freedom was coming. It was coming in the form of Soviet T-34 tanks rumbling across the frozen Polish plains. It was coming in the form of American jeeps and trucks winding through the German countryside. It was coming in the form of British forces pressing through the forests and fields of northern Germany. Liberation was coming, though what it would mean, what horrors it would reveal, no one could fully anticipate. The Death Marches, as the Soviet offensive launched in January 1945, punching through German lines with overwhelming force, SS leadership scrambled to evacuate the camps in the path of the advance. At Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest killing center in the Nazi system, the order came on January 17th. The prisoners, those deemed strong enough to walk, were to be evacuated immediately. There was no time for preparation, no provision for the journey ahead. Prisoners who had been starving for years, many ill with typhus or tuberculosis, were forced to line up in the bitter cold and begin marching west. They wore thin, striped uniforms that provided virtually no protection against the elements. Many had no proper shoes, only wooden clogs or rags wrapped around their feet. Some walked in bare feet, leaving bloody prints in the snow. The evacuation of Auschwitz involved approximately 60,000 prisoners. They were divided into columns and sent in different directions, some toward the rail junction at Wodzisław, about 39 miles away, others to Gliwice, 34 miles distant. The march began in the depths of winter, with temperatures well below freezing. As the columns stretched out along the roads of Upper Silesia, a horrifying pattern emerged. Anyone who fell behind, anyone who stumbled or collapsed from exhaustion, was shot by the SS guards escorting the march. The guards had orders to leave no one alive who could not continue. The roads became lined with bodies, frozen corpses left where they fell. marking the route of suffering like grotesque milestones. One survivor of the Auschwitz death march, Thomas Bürgenthal, was just 10 years old when he was forced on the march with his father. Though they were initially together, they were soon separated in the chaos. Thomas remembered the cold most vividly, the way it seemed to penetrate to his very bones, the way his feet became numb and then began to burn with pain as he forced himself to keep moving. He saw people shot for stopping, saw bodies accumulate in ditches along the roadside. The march seemed endless, a nightmare journey through a frozen hell where death was always one moment of weakness away. Of the 60,000 who left Auschwitz on these marches, approximately 15,000 died before reaching their destinations. Their bodies were left in the snow, a trail of death stretching across the Polish winter landscape. Those who survived the march to the rail junctions were then packed into open freight cars, exposed to the elements for days, as the trains slowly made their way to concentration camps deeper in Germany. Buchenwald, Dachau, Mauthausen, Flossenburg, and Bergen-Belsen all received transports of these emaciated, frozen survivors. Many more died in the freight cars, succumbing to cold, starvation, or disease. When the trains finally arrived at their destinations, the cars were opened to reveal scenes of horror. Piles of frozen bodies stacked in the corners. A few survivors clinging to life among the dead. One such train would later be discovered by American forces near Dachau. A death train that became one of the most powerful pieces of evidence of Nazi brutality. 39 cars filled with over 2,000 corpses. The Stutthof camp, located near Gdansk on the Baltic coast, began its evacuation in late January as Soviet forces approached from the east. The evacuation of Stutthof was particularly brutal, even by the standards of the death marches. In the first wave of killing, the SS took approximately 5,000 prisoners from the subcamps of Stutthof, marched them to the frozen shore of the Baltic Sea, and forced them into the icy water. Machine guns opened fire, cutting down those who struggled in the waves. The bodies were left to wash ashore or sink beneath the ice. For those remaining in the main camp, the evacuation began on January 25. They were forced to march westward toward Lauenburg, a distance of some 70 to 80 miles. The column of prisoners, tens of thousands strong, struggled through snowstorms and sub-zero temperatures. The SS guards showed no mercy. Anyone who couldn't maintain the pace was shot immediately. Manfred Goldberg, a teenager at the time, remembered that the march seemed to have no destination, no plan. They walked during the day and tried to find shelter at night, often in barns or abandoned buildings. Food was almost non-existent. Prisoners died of exposure, of starvation, of exhaustion. When they finally reached Lauenburg, they found their path blocked by advancing Soviet forces. The SS turned them around and marched them back towards Stutthof. This back and forth march, this aimless wandering in the snow, claimed thousands of additional lives. It was a death march in the most literal sense, a forced march with no destination except death. Of the approximately 50,000 prisoners who had been in the Stutthof camp system in January 1945, it is estimated that over 25,000, approximately half, died during the evacuation. Some managed to escape into the forests and survived by hiding until Soviet forces liberated the area. Others were eventually loaded onto ships in late April as the camp became completely surrounded by Soviet forces. Even then, the killing continued. Guards forced hundreds more prisoners into the Baltic and shot them. The few thousand who were transported by ship to other camps faced overcrowded, disease-ridden conditions that claimed even more lives. The death march from Buchenwald began on April 7th as American forces approached from the west. Despite attempts by the prisoners to delay and sabotage the evacuation, the SS succeeded in forcing approximately 28,000 prisoners out of the camp. They were marched toward rail stations where they would be loaded onto trains destined for other camps. Along the route, SS guards, Volkssturm militia, and even Hitler Youth members participated in killing prisoners who could not continue. It is estimated that about 1,000 prisoners died on this march, shot by their guards or succumbing to exhaustion. From Ravensbrück women's camp, 24,000 female prisoners were sent on death marches in late March 1945. The SS wanted to empty the camp before Soviet forces arrived. The women, many of them already desperately ill and weak, were forced to walk north in columns. The guards showed particular cruelty, shooting women who fell behind or who tried to help others who had collapsed. Soviet forces eventually liberated the survivors of this march on April 30th, finding them scattered along roads and huddled in forests, barely alive. The death marches represented one of the final, desperate acts of Nazi genocidal policy. They served multiple purposes for the SS leadership. First, they preserved slave labor that could still be used in German factories and construction projects. Second, they prevented camp prisoners from falling into Allied hands, where they could testify to what they had witnessed. Third, they eliminated through death those prisoners too weak to be of further use. The marches were characterized by chaos and lack of planning. Food, water, and shelter were not provided. Guards had vague orders to move prisoners west or south, but often had no specific destination in mind. The result was a scattered, disorganized killing spree that left bodies strewn across the German countryside in the final months of the war. For the prisoners forced on these marches, survival depended on a combination of physical strength, luck, and sheer will. Many spoke later of entering a kind of trance state, putting one foot in front of the other automatically, focusing entirely on the simple act of continuing to move forward. To stop was to die. To show weakness was to die. To try to escape was almost certainly to die. Yet some did try, and some succeeded. They slipped away from the columns when guards were not watching, hid in forests or in the homes of sympathetic civilians, and waited for liberation to reach them. But for everyone who escaped, dozens more perished on the roads. The death marches of 1945 ultimately claimed the lives of approximately 250,000 prisoners from the concentration camp system. This figure represents nearly 1/3 of all prisoners who were still alive in the camps at the start of 1945. They died of gunshot wounds, of exposure to freezing temperatures, of starvation, of disease, of exhaustion. Their bodies were buried in mass graves, burned in the forests, or simply left where they fell. German civilians watched these columns of skeletal figures in striped uniforms shuffle past their homes and claimed after the war that they did not know what was happening. But the evidence was there for anyone to see. The death marches passed through towns and villages across Germany and Austria. The bodies lined the roads. The survivors who reached other camps arrived as living skeletons. The crime was committed in broad daylight, visible to all. Majdanek, the first liberation. On July 23, 1944, Soviet forces advancing through eastern Poland reached the city of Lublin. Just outside the city lay the Majdanek concentration camp and killing center. Unlike the other major camps that the Germans would later attempt to destroy, Majdanek was captured virtually intact. The speed of the Soviet advance had surprised the Nazi command. They had begun evacuating the camp in April, sending most of the prisoners west to other camps. They had attempted to demolish some of the gas chambers and crematoriums, but when Soviet scouts approached the camp on the night of July 22nd, they found that the hasty demolition had been incomplete. The evidence of mass murder was still there, undeniable and overwhelming. The soldiers of the Red Army entered Majdanek on July 23rd and found approximately 1,000 prisoners still in the camp, mostly Soviet POWs who were too ill to be evacuated. These survivors, emaciated and dressed in filthy striped uniforms, greeted their liberators with tears and cries of joy. Some could barely speak, weakened by years of starvation and abuse. The Soviet soldiers, hardened by years of brutal warfare on the Eastern Front, were nevertheless shocked by what they encountered. This was something different from the horrors of combat. This was systematic, industrial murder. As Soviet officers began to inspect the camp, the scale of the atrocity became clear. They found 5 large crematorium ovens, still containing charred human remains. They found gas chambers equipped with shower heads through which Zyklon B poison gas had been introduced. They found warehouses filled with the possessions of the murdered, hundreds of thousands of pairs of shoes, mountains of clothing, suitcases marked with the names of their owners. They found documents, incomplete attempts to burn records that nonetheless revealed the systematic nature of the killing. The camp had been in operation since 1941, and during that time, it had served as both a concentration camp and a killing centre. Approximately 78,000 people had been murdered at Majdanek, most of them Jews, but also Polish political prisoners, Soviet POWs, and others deemed enemies of the Reich. Soviet authorities immediately recognized the propaganda value of Majdanek. They invited journalists, including Western correspondents, to tour the camp and document what they found. Within days, reports began to appear in newspapers around the world describing the gas chambers, the crematoriums, and the mountains of victims' belongings. Film footage was shot showing the ovens, the barracks where prisoners had been crammed together in inhuman conditions, the barbed wire fences and watchtowers. For many people in the West, these reports from Majdanek were the first concrete evidence of the Nazi extermination program. There had been reports before, rumours and fragmentary accounts from escapees, but they had often been dismissed as exaggerations or wartime propaganda. Now there was a camp that could be inspected, evidence that could be photographed and filmed, survivors who could testify to what they had experienced. The liberation of Majdanek was significant not only because it was the first major camp liberated, but because it provided the first complete picture of the camp system. The presence of both gas chambers and a crematorium in close proximity left no doubt about the purpose of these facilities. The careful sorting of victims' belongings into warehouses indicated the systematic, organised nature of the killing. The documentary evidence, though incomplete, showed that this was not the random violence of war, but a deliberate program of extermination. Soviet investigators began the work that would later continue at other camps and eventually culminate in the Nuremberg trials, documenting the crimes, gathering evidence, recording testimony. For the Soviet soldiers who liberated Majdanek, the experience was profoundly disturbing. Many wrote in letters home about what they had seen, describing the horror of walking through barracks filled with bunks where prisoners had died, of seeing the ovens that had burned human bodies, of meeting survivors who were barely more than skeletons. Some Soviet newspapers published accounts of Majdanek, though the articles often failed to specifically mention that the majority of victims were Jewish, instead referring to them as Soviet citizens or peaceful inhabitants. This was in keeping with Soviet policy of downplaying Jewish identity in favor of emphasizing Soviet patriotism. But it had the effect of obscuring the specific targeting of Jews that was at the heart of the Nazi extermination program. In the months following the liberation of Majdanek, Soviet forces continued their advance westward, liberating other camps and sites of mass murder. They found killing fields where thousands had been shot and buried in mass graves. They found smaller concentration camps and forced labor sites. But Majdanek remained the most complete example of the Nazi camp system that had yet been discovered, a place where the full machinery of genocide could be examined and documented. It stood as a preview of what Allied forces would find in the months ahead as they pushed deeper into Nazi-held territory. Auschwitz. Liberation in the snow. On January 27, 1945, soldiers of the Soviet First Ukrainian Front approached the Auschwitz camp complex in southern Poland. They had been advancing rapidly, pushing the German army back in the Vistula-Oder offensive. As they neared the town of Oświęcim, which the Germans called Auschwitz, they began to encounter evidence of something terrible. There were abandoned buildings, hastily evacuated. There were railway cars sitting on sidings, some of them filled with the belongings of prisoners. There was an acrid smell in the air, a combination of chemicals and something else, something organic and disturbing. The soldiers were approaching the largest killing center in the Nazi system, a place where over 1 million people had been murdered. The first Soviet troops entered Auschwitz in the mid-afternoon, approximately 3 in the afternoon. The main camp, Auschwitz I, was quiet. Most of the SS guards had fled days earlier. The soldiers began cautiously moving through the camp, rifles ready, uncertain what they would find. Then they began to see the prisoners. Skeletal figures in striped uniforms emerged from barracks, moving slowly, hesitantly, as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Some cried out in Russian, greeting the soldiers as liberators. Others simply stood and stared, unable to process that their long nightmare might finally be ending. The Soviet soldiers found approximately 7,000 prisoners still in the Auschwitz complex, most of them in the main camp and in Birkenau. These were the prisoners who had been too ill or too weak to be included in the evacuation marches that had left 10 days earlier. As the soldiers moved through the camp, the scale of what had occurred began to become clear. They found warehouses containing thousands of men's suits, over 348,000 of them, meticulously sorted and stored. They found over 836,000 women's coats. They found tens of thousands of pairs of shoes, mountains of them, some tiny shoes that had belonged to children. They found 7 tons of human hair, cut from the heads of victims and prepared for shipment to Germany where it would be used to make cloth. The hair was still stored in bags, awaiting transport. The systematic nature of the killing was evident in every detail. The careful sorting of the victims' belongings, the industrial scale of the murder. In Birkenau, the larger section of the Auschwitz complex where the gas chambers and crematoriums had been located, the damage from the SS's attempted destruction was evident. The Germans had dynamited the gas chambers and crematoriums in November 1944, trying to destroy the evidence of what had been done there, but they had not had enough time to complete the job. The ruins of the killing facilities still stood, damaged but recognizable. Soviet investigators could still see the underground undressing rooms where victims had been told they were going to take showers, could still see the remains of the gas chambers where Zyklon B had been introduced through vents in the ceiling, could still see the ovens where bodies had been burned. The scale of the operation was staggering. At the peak of its operation in 1944, Auschwitz-Birkenau had been able to murder and cremate several thousand people per day. The survivors found at Auschwitz were in desperate condition. Many were suffering from typhus, dysentery, and tuberculosis. Starvation had reduced them to walking skeletons, their bodies having consumed their own muscle tissue in a desperate attempt to survive. Some were so weak they could not leave their bunks. The Soviet medical personnel who arrived with the liberating forces immediately began trying to provide care, but the challenges were immense. The prisoners needed food, but their stomachs could not handle regular meals after years of starvation. They needed medicine, but supplies were limited and the front lines were still active nearby. They needed warmth, but fuel was scarce. Despite the best efforts of Soviet doctors and nurses, hundreds of survivors died in the days and weeks following liberation, their bodies simply too damaged to recover. General Vasily Petrenko, commander of the 107th Rifle Division, was among the Soviet officers who toured Auschwitz shortly after liberation. He later recalled his shock at what he saw. He had seen death throughout the war, had commanded troops through some of the most brutal battles on the Eastern Front, but nothing had prepared him for Auschwitz. The deliberate, systematic nature of the killing, the targeting of women and children, the industrial efficiency of the gas chambers and crematoriums, all of it filled him with a kind of horror that combat had not prepared him for. He spoke with survivors, listening through interpreters as they described what had happened at the camp. Their testimony revealed that Auschwitz had been operating as a killing centre since 1942, that the majority of those brought to the camp had been sent directly to the gas chambers without even being registered as prisoners, that the selection process had sent children, the elderly, and those deemed too weak to work immediately to their deaths. Soviet investigators began documenting what they found at Auschwitz. They took photographs of the ruins of the gas chambers, of the mountains of belongings, of the survivors in their striped uniforms. They collected documentary evidence, finding some records that the SS had not had time to destroy. They took testimony from survivors, recording detailed accounts of the camp's operation, of the selection process at the ramp where incoming transports were divided into those sent to the gas chambers and those sent to the camp for forced labour, of the Sonderkommando prisoners, who had been forced to work in the gas chambers and crematoriums, removing bodies and cleaning the facilities. The evidence collected at Auschwitz would later be used at the Nuremberg trials to document the systematic nature of the Nazi genocide. In Soviet newspapers, articles about the liberation of Auschwitz began to appear. Pravda and other papers described the horrors found at the camp, though, like the coverage of Majdanek, the articles often failed to specifically identify the Jewish victims, instead referring to them as peaceful Soviet citizens, or using other euphemistic language. This obscured the fact that Auschwitz had been primarily a centre for the murder of European Jews. That of the 1.1 million people killed there, approximately 1 million had been Jewish. Nevertheless, the reports from Auschwitz confirmed what many had suspected, that the Nazis had been engaged in systematic mass murder on an unprecedented scale. For the survivors of Auschwitz, liberation was a complex experience. There was relief, certainly, relief that they would not be killed, that the nightmare had ended. But there was also profound grief. Most of the survivors had lost their entire families, parents, spouses, children, siblings, all murdered in the gas chambers or worked to death in the camp. There was also uncertainty about the future. Where would they go? Their homes had been destroyed or taken over by others. Many came from Poland or Hungary. countries now under Soviet control. Some wanted to return home, but others feared the anti-Semitism that still existed in their home countries. For now, they remained in or near Auschwitz, receiving medical care and trying to regain their strength. But the question of what came next, of how they would rebuild their lives after such devastation, remained unanswered. The liberation of Auschwitz on January 27, 1945, has become one of the most symbolically important dates in Holocaust commemoration. It has been designated as International Holocaust Remembrance Day by the United Nations. The date marks not only the liberation of the largest Nazi killing centre, but also the moment when the full scale of the Holocaust began to be revealed to the world. What had been hidden, what had been carried out in occupied territories far from the eyes of most of the world, was now being documented, photographed, and testified to. The liberation of Auschwitz was the beginning of a reckoning with the enormity of Nazi crimes, a reckoning that would continue through the remaining months of the war and in the decades that followed. Ochar de Ruff, the Americans confront the horror. On April 4th, 1945, soldiers of the American 4th Armored Division and 89th Infantry Division advanced into the area near Gotha, Germany. They were part of General George Patton's Third Army, pushing rapidly through central Germany toward the heart of the Reich. Near the town of Ohrdruf, they encountered a camp that had been hurriedly abandoned by its SS guards. What they found there would lead to one of the most significant moments in documenting Nazi atrocities. This was Ohrdruf concentration camp, a subcamp of Buchenwald, and it was the first Nazi concentration camp to be liberated by American forces. The soldiers entering Ohrdruf found immediate evidence of atrocities. There were bodies everywhere. Some were piled in sheds, stacked like cordwood. 30 or 40 naked corpses sprinkled with lime in a futile attempt to reduce the stench. Some had been partially burned on wooden pyres, the SS having attempted to destroy the evidence of their crimes as they fled. The soldiers found approximately 3,000 bodies scattered around the camp, in various stages of decomposition. The smell was overwhelming, a sickly sweet odour of death that made even hardened combat veterans gag and vomit. The sight was equally horrific. These were not the bodies of soldiers killed in combat. These were emaciated figures, skeletal remains that spoke of prolonged starvation, bodies bearing marks of torture and brutality. The few surviving prisoners who were still alive in the camp told the American soldiers what had happened there. Ohrdruf had been a labour camp where prisoners were forced to work on a secret communications project for the German military, digging tunnels in nearby mountains. The work was brutal, carried out in all weather with minimal food and under constant threat of violence from the guards. As American forces approached, the SS had begun evacuating the camp on death marches, forcing the stronger prisoners to walk toward Buchenwald. Those too weak to march had been gathered in the camp's assembly ground under the pretense that they would be fed, then machine-gunned where they stood. The bodies left lying in the open were evidence of this final massacre. News of what had been found at Ohrdruf quickly reached higher command. On April 12th, just 8 days after the camp's liberation, 3 of the most senior American commanders in Europe arrived to tour the site. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of Allied forces in Europe, came along with General Omar Bradley and General George S. Patton. They were accompanied by photographers and journalists. What they saw that day would have a profound impact on how the liberation of the camps was documented and publicized. Eisenhower insisted on viewing every part of the camp. He walked through, the barracks where prisoners had been housed in conditions of unimaginable squalor. He examined the torture implements that survivors demonstrated for him. He viewed the piles of bodies, forcing himself to look closely, even as his face went white with shock and anger. Patton, known for his toughness and his tolerance for the brutalities of war, reportedly had to step outside and vomit after entering a shed filled with corpses. But Eisenhower would not allow himself to turn away. He later explained that he examined everything deliberately in order to be able to give first-hand testimony if anyone in the future should claim that reports of Nazi atrocities were merely propaganda. After touring Ohrdruf, Eisenhower immediately cabled General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff in Washington. In his message, he described what he had seen, emphasizing that the visual evidence and testimony from survivors were so overwhelming as to leave no doubt about the deliberate and systematic nature of Nazi cruelty. He wrote that he had never been so angry in his life, that the English language lacked adequate words to describe what he had witnessed. But more importantly, Eisenhower made a specific request. He asked that Marshall arrange for members of Congress and prominent newspaper editors to be flown to Germany to see the camps for themselves. He understood that many people might find it difficult to believe the reports of Nazi atrocities, might dismiss them as wartime exaggeration. By bringing political leaders and journalists to see the evidence firsthand, he hoped to ensure that the truth would be documented and believed. Eisenhower also ordered that all American units in the area that were not actively engaged in frontline combat should be brought to Ohrdruf to tour the camp. He believed that American soldiers needed to see what they were fighting against, needed to understand the nature of the regime they were working to defeat. In the days that followed, thousands of American soldiers passed through Ohrdruf, viewing the bodies, hearing the testimony of survivors, confronting the evidence of Nazi crimes. For many of these young men, far from home and wondering why they were fighting in Europe, the visit to Ohrdruf provided a stark answer. This was why. This was what had to be stopped. Eisenhower's request was quickly approved. Secretary of War Henry Stimson and President Harry Truman both endorsed the plan to bring American civilian leaders to see the camps. Within days, delegations of congressmen and journalists began arriving in Germany. They were taken to Ohrdruf and to other newly liberated camps. They saw the evidence with their own eyes, spoke with survivors, examined the documents and physical remains that testified to Nazi brutality. Their reports, published in newspapers and magazines across America, brought the reality of the concentration camps home to the American public. The photographs taken at Ohrdruf and other camps, shocking images of bodies and survivors, were published despite their disturbing nature. The decision was made that the truth must be told, no matter how horrific. The liberation of Ohrdruf and Eisenhower's response to it set the pattern for how other camp liberations would be handled. Photography and film documentation became a priority. Survivors' testimony was recorded. German civilians from nearby towns were brought to the camps and forced to view what had been done, to confront the reality of the regime they had supported. In the case of Ohrdruf, citizens from the nearby town were compelled to tour the camp and to help bury the dead. When the mayor of Ohrdruf and his wife saw what was in the camp, they returned home and hanged themselves, unable to live with the knowledge of what had occurred so close to their town. Whether this was from genuine shame or from fear of punishment is unknown, but their deaths were seen by some as a kind of admission of collective guilt. The documentation of Ohrdruf served another purpose beyond informing the public. It was also gathering evidence for war crimes trials. Even as the war continued, plans were already being made to hold Nazi leaders accountable for their actions. The careful documentation of what was found at the camps, the testimony of survivors, the photographs and films, all of this would later be used at Nuremberg and other trials to prove the systematic nature of Nazi crimes. Ohrdruf was the first in what would become a comprehensive effort to document the Holocaust and ensure that the evidence would be preserved for history. Buchenwald, liberation from within and without. On the morning of April 11, 1945, as American armoured divisions of the Third Army approached the area near Weimar, Germany, a remarkable act of resistance was taking place inside Buchenwald concentration camp. The camp, which had held prisoners since 1937 and at its peak housed over 100,000 people in the main camp and its subcamps, was about to be liberated. But the liberation would come as much from within as from without. The prisoners of Buchenwald, organised into a secret resistance committee, had been preparing for this moment. They had hidden weapons, smuggled from work sites, and stolen from guards. They had formed military-style units, organising prisoners by nationality and assigning roles for when the opportunity came to resist. And now, as the SS began to flee in the face of the American advance, that opportunity had arrived. At 10 in the morning, the order came from the SS command for all guards to leave the camp. The SS officers and guards, realizing that American forces would arrive within hours, abandoned their posts and fled. The prisoners of the International Camp Committee, the underground resistance organization, immediately sprang into action. They distributed the hidden weapons, simple firearms, and improvised weapons that had been carefully concealed for months. Armed prisoners moved to secure the watchtowers and the main gates. By 4 in the afternoon, before any American soldiers had entered the camp, the prisoners had taken control of Buchenwald. They raised flags, makeshift banners sewn in secret, declaring that the camp was free. It was an act of defiance, a reclaiming of dignity after years of degradation and abuse. Around 5 in the afternoon, American scouts from the 6th Armoured Division arrived at the gates of Buchenwald. They found prisoners, not guards, manning the watchtowers. The prisoners were jubilant, celebrating their liberation and their successful uprising. But the celebration was tempered by the reality of what the American soldiers found as they entered the camp. Buchenwald held approximately 21,000 prisoners at the time of liberation. Many were barely alive, emaciated to the point that they seemed more like moving skeletons than living human beings. Disease was rampant. Typhus, tuberculosis, dysentery, and other illnesses swept through the barracks. Dead bodies lay in piles, prisoners who had died just hours or days before liberation, their bodies not yet removed because there was no longer any functioning system in the camp. The American soldiers were unprepared for what they encountered. Most had seen combat, had witnessed death and destruction on the battlefield, but this was something different. This was systematic brutality, a camp designed to break human beings through starvation, forced labor, random violence, and calculated cruelty. Soldiers walked through the barracks and saw bunks crammed with skeletal figures, multiple prisoners sharing spaces barely large enough for one person. They saw the punishment cells, tiny concrete boxes where prisoners had been locked in darkness for days or weeks. They saw the execution site where prisoners had been shot. They saw the crematorium where bodies had been burned. The camp even had pathology labs where horrific medical experiments had been conducted on prisoners. Among the prisoners liberated at Buchenwald were approximately 900 children and teenagers. They had survived through a combination of luck, the protection of adult prisoners who tried to hide and shelter them, and sheer determination. One of these young survivors was Elie Wiesel, who would later write about his experiences in the camp in his memoir Night. He was 16 years old at the time of liberation, though he looked much younger due to starvation. Photographs taken shortly after liberation show these child survivors, some orphaned, some not yet knowing whether their parents had survived, looking at the camera with eyes that had seen far too much. Their faces were gaunt, their bodies painfully thin, but they had survived. In the years to come, many of these young survivors would emigrate to Israel or the United States, would rebuild their lives, would become witnesses to what they had endured. The American military immediately began providing aid to the survivors. Army doctors and medical personnel arrived to treat the sick and injured. Food was brought in, though care had to be taken in feeding people who had been starving for years. The human digestive system cannot immediately handle rich food after prolonged starvation. Soldiers who gave their rations to prisoners out of compassion sometimes inadvertently caused harm, as the prisoners' bodies could not process the food. Special feeding programs had to be established, gradually reintroducing proper nutrition in a way that would not kill the recipients. American commanders also ordered that German civilians from the nearby city of Weimar be brought to Tour Buchenwald. General Patton insisted that 1,000 Weimar citizens be marched through the camp to see what had been happening just a few miles from their homes. The German civilians walked through in stunned silence, viewing the piles of bodies, the emaciated survivors, the crematorium ovens. Some claimed they had not known what was happening in the camp. Others admitted they had heard rumours but had not believed them, or had been too afraid to act. The forced tours were intended to confront the German population with the reality of the Nazi regime they had supported, to make it impossible for them to claim ignorance. Buchenwald also became one of the most extensively documented camps. Military photographers and film crews recorded everything, from the condition of the survivors to the layout of the camp to the evidence of atrocities. Journalists were brought in to interview prisoners and document their testimony. The footage shot at Buchenwald, showing skeletal prisoners in their striped uniforms, stacks of corpses, and the physical evidence of Nazi cruelty, would be shown in movie theatres across America and Britain, bringing the reality of the camps to millions of people. It was difficult to watch, disturbing and graphic, but it was also necessary. The world needed to see what had been done. In the weeks following liberation, efforts began to help survivors reunite with family members and prepare to leave the camp. But this was a slow process. Many prisoners were too ill to be moved. Others had nowhere to go, their homes destroyed or taken over by others, their families murdered. Buchenwald remained in operation as a displaced persons camp for some time, housing survivors, while efforts were made to figure out what to do with them, where they could go, how they could rebuild their shattered lives. The question of what would happen to the survivors, how they would be cared for, and where they would settle would become one of the major humanitarian challenges of the immediate post-war period. Bergen-Belsen, the British encounter, Hell. On April 15th, 1945, British forces of the 11th Armoured Division approached Bergen-Belsen concentration camp in northern Germany. Unlike other liberations, this one had been negotiated in advance. German military representatives, aware that the camp was suffering from a massive typhus epidemic and fearing the disease would spread if the camp was taken by force, had approached the British to arrange a peaceful handover. An exclusion zone was established around the camp, a neutral area where neither side would engage in combat. This allowed the British to approach without fighting, but nothing could have prepared them for what they would find inside. As British soldiers entered Bergen-Belsen, they were immediately struck by the smell. It was the smell of death, of decomposing bodies and human waste, of disease and despair. It permeated everything, got into clothing and hair, seemed impossible to escape. Then they began to see the bodies. They were everywhere, piled outside barracks, lying in the open, stacked in mass graves that had been dug but not yet filled. There were approximately 10,000 corpses scattered throughout the camp, unburied, because the camp administration had completely collapsed in the final weeks before liberation. The living and the dead existed side by side in horrific proximity. The survivors were in catastrophic condition. The camp had been designed to hold about 10,000 people, but held more than 60,000 at the time of liberation. Prisoners were crammed into barracks with no sanitation, no running water, virtually no food. Typhus had spread through the camp like wildfire, killing hundreds of people per day in the weeks before liberation. The survivors were emaciated, covered in lice, suffering from dysentery and other diseases. Many were too weak to stand. They lay in their bunks, sometimes 3 or 4 to a bunk designed for one, unable to move. Some lay on the ground outside, having crawled out of the overcrowded barracks in search of fresh air or water. British Brigadier Glyn Hughes, Deputy Director of Medical Services for the Second Army, took charge of the relief operation. The scale of the crisis was overwhelming. 60,000 people needed immediate medical attention. There was no functioning infrastructure in the camp, no water supply, no sanitation system. Disease was rampant and spreading. The British military personnel who arrived to help were themselves at risk of contracting typhus. Despite the challenges, Hughes and his team immediately began organising a response. Medical teams were brought in. Food supplies were requisitioned. Efforts began to separate the living from the dead, to provide basic sanitation, to treat the most severely ill. The task of burying the dead fell initially to SS guards who had been captured when the camp was liberated. British soldiers forced these guards at gunpoint to carry corpses to mass graves and bury them. For the British troops, many of whom were young men who had never seen such horrors, forcing the SS guards to handle the bodies of their victims provided a grim satisfaction. These guards, who had presided over the camp's descent into hell, were now compelled to deal with the results of their cruelty. German civilians from nearby towns were also brought to the camp and forced to witness what had happened and to assist in the burial efforts. But despite all efforts, people continued to die. In the days and weeks after liberation, approximately 14,000 more people died. Their bodies were too damaged, too weakened by prolonged starvation and disease, to recover even with medical care. The British medical teams did everything they could, but they were dealing with people who had been systematically starved and abused for years. One survivor later described seeing people dying with food in their hands, having finally received a meal but no longer able to digest it. The tragedy of dying just after liberation, of surviving until freedom arrived only to succumb days later, was heartbreaking for both the survivors and the liberators. British war correspondent Richard Dimbleby entered Bergen-Belsen shortly after liberation and recorded one of the most famous and powerful broadcasts about the camps. Speaking to BBC radio listeners, he described in careful, measured tones what he had seen. He described walking through the camp and seeing people too weak to move lying in the sun, described the piles of bodies, described the conditions in the barracks where the sick and the healthy were mixed together with no care provided. He described the crematoria ovens and the evidence of mass death. His broadcast was so shocking that BBC editors initially hesitated to air it, concerned that listeners would think it was exaggerated. But Dimbleby insisted that every word was true, that if anything he had understated the horror. The broadcast aired and became one of the most important pieces of reporting from the war, bringing the reality of Bergen-Belsen into British homes. Among the victims of Bergen-Belsen were Anne Frank and her sister Margot. They had been transferred to Bergen-Belsen from Auschwitz in late 1944. Both contracted typhus in the overcrowded, unsanitary conditions of the camp. They died in February or March 1945, just weeks before British forces arrived to liberate the camp. Their deaths, so close to liberation, became symbolic of the millions who did not survive to see freedom. Anne's diary, which her father Otto Frank would later publish, would become one of the most widely read accounts of the Holocaust, giving a human face to the tragedy. The liberation of Bergen-Belsen was extensively documented by British Army film and photographic unit. Cameramen and photographers recorded the conditions found in the camp, the piles of bodies, the emaciated survivors. The footage was graphic and disturbing, showing naked corpses being bulldozed into mass graves, survivors so thin that their bones were visible through their skin, the overwhelming scale of death and suffering. This footage was later edited into documentary films that were shown to the British public and used as evidence at war crimes trials. The decision to document so thoroughly was deliberate. As at other camps, there was an understanding that people would find it difficult to believe what had happened unless they saw the evidence with their own eyes. British forces eventually made the difficult decision to burn Bergen-Belsen camp to the ground. The buildings were so infested with typhus-carrying lice, the sanitation situation so dire, that it was deemed impossible to make the camp safe. In May 1945, the remaining prisoners who were well enough to be moved were transferred to a nearby German military barracks that became a displaced persons camp. Then, the barracks at Bergen-Belsen were systematically burned. The destruction was filmed, showing the buildings going up in flames, eliminating the physical structures where so much suffering had occurred. But while the buildings could be destroyed, the memory of what had happened there could not be erased. Dachau, the First and the Fury. On April 29, 1945, soldiers from multiple divisions of the American 7th Army converged on Dachau concentration camp near Munich. The 42nd Infantry Division, the 45th Infantry Division, and the 20th Armoured Division all played roles in the liberation, though the question of which unit actually arrived first would remain a matter of some controversy and pride among the veterans. What is not disputed is what they found when they arrived, a scene of horror that would drive some American soldiers to acts of revenge against their prisoners. As the American forces approached Dachau, they first encountered a railway siding near the camp. On the tracks sat a long train of freight cars, 39 cars in all. The soldiers who investigated the train were hit immediately by an overwhelming stench. They opened the cars and found them filled with corpses, over 2,000 bodies of prisoners who had been evacuated from Buchenwald weeks earlier. The prisoners had been packed into the cars with no food or water, and the train had wandered from camp to camp, refused entry everywhere because of overcrowding. The people trapped in the cars had slowly died of starvation, dehydration, and disease. A few survivors had managed to escape when the train was abandoned near Dachau, but most had perished. Their bodies, in various stages of decomposition, were stacked in the cars. The sight was so horrific that some soldiers simply turned and walked away. unable to process what they were seeing. The death train was only the beginning. As the soldiers moved toward the main camp, they began to encounter more bodies. There were corpses lying along the railway tracks, people who had been shot by SS guards. There were more bodies near the camp entrance. The smell of death hung over everything, mixing with smoke from buildings that had been set on fire. When the Americans finally entered the camp proper, they found approximately 32,000 prisoners still alive, crammed into barracks designed to hold a fraction of that number. The prisoners were in desperate condition, suffering from typhus, tuberculosis, starvation, and other illnesses. Many were near death. The emotional impact on the American soldiers was profound. These were men who had fought through some of the most brutal battles of the war. They had landed at Anzio and fought up through Italy. They had survived the Battle of the Bulge. They had seen their friends killed in combat. But the deliberate cruelty of the concentration camp, the systematic reduction of human beings to walking skeletons, the evidence that this had been going on for years, filled them with a rage that some could not contain. What happened next at Dachau remains controversial. As German guards began to surrender, some American soldiers shot them. In one incident, SS guards were lined up against a wall in a coal yard and machine-gunned. The exact number killed is disputed, with estimates ranging from a few dozen to over 100. But there is no doubt that summary executions occurred. Some historians and veterans have defended these actions as a spontaneous response to the horrors the soldiers had just witnessed. Others have condemned them as war crimes, violations of the laws of war that require prisoners to be taken alive and treated humanely. The truth likely lies somewhere in between, a moment when the normal restraints of military discipline broke down in the face of overwhelming horror and rage. An official army investigation was launched into the killings at Dachau. The investigation, conducted by Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Whittaker, confirmed that SS guards had been executed after surrendering. However, no one was ever prosecuted for these actions. The army seemed to take the view that while the killings were not officially sanctioned, they were understandable given the circumstances. General Eisenhower's official communiqué about the liberation of Dachau stated that approximately 300 SS guards had been quickly neutralized, a euphemistic phrase that glossed over the violence of how they had been killed. Liberated prisoners also took revenge on some of their former captors. Guards who had been particularly brutal, the capos who had collaborated with the SS in running the camp, were beaten or killed by prisoners in the immediate aftermath of liberation. For survivors who had been subjected to years of abuse, the opportunity for vengeance was difficult to resist. American soldiers generally did not interfere with these acts of retribution, and in some cases may have tacitly encouraged them. Beyond the violence of Liberation Day, Dachau presented American forces with a massive humanitarian crisis. The 32,000 survivors needed immediate medical care, food, and shelter. The camp was rife with disease, particularly typhus, which put both the prisoners and the liberating forces at risk. American medical personnel established treatment centers and began the slow process of rehabilitation. As at other camps, feeding the survivors had to be done carefully to avoid making their condition worse. Rich foods that soldiers might have wanted to share could kill someone who had been starving for months or years. Dachau held particular significance because it had been the first concentration camp established by the Nazis, opening in March 1933, just weeks after Hitler came to power. For 12 years, it had operated as a camp for political prisoners, Jews, Roma, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, and others deemed enemies of the state. It had become the model for the entire camp system, the blueprint that was replicated across occupied Europe. Approximately 200,000 people had been imprisoned at Dachau and its subcamps during its operation. The death toll was estimated at between 28,000 and 41,000, though exact numbers are difficult to determine because records were incomplete or destroyed. The liberation of Dachau received significant attention in the American press. Photographs of the death train, of the bodies piled at the camp, of the emaciated survivors were published in newspapers and magazines across the country. Film footage shot at Dachau was incorporated into newsreels shown in movie theaters. The American public, which had been reading reports about Nazi atrocities for years, now saw visual evidence that made the reality undeniable. The images from Dachau, along with those from Buchenwald and other camps, became seared into the American consciousness, powerful evidence of why the war had been necessary, of the nature of the enemy that had been defeated. The final liberations. In the days following the liberation of Dachau, the collapse of Nazi Germany accelerated. On April 30th, Hitler committed suicide in his bunker in Berlin as Soviet forces closed in on the city. The war in Europe was clearly entering its final days. But even as the Nazi regime crumbled, Allied forces continued to discover more camps, more evidence of systematic atrocities, more survivors desperately in need of help. On May 5th, 1945, the American 11th Armored Division liberated Mauthausen concentration camp and its subcamp Gusen in Austria. Mauthausen had been one of the most brutal camps in the system, classified by the SS as a Grade 3 camp, meaning it was intended for those prisoners deemed most dangerous or most undesirable. The camp was built adjacent to a granite quarry, and prisoners were forced to work in the quarry in conditions of extreme brutality. They had to carry heavy stones up 186 steps, a climb that became known as the Stairs of Death because of the number of prisoners who died on them. Guards would push prisoners off the edge of the quarry, a 50-meter drop that was certain death. It was considered a form of entertainment for some guards. When American forces arrived at Mauthausen, they found approximately 20,000 prisoners still alive in the main camp and subcamps. The prisoners were in terrible condition, emaciated and ill. But they were also able to provide detailed testimony about what had occurred at the camp. Mauthausen had been in operation since 1938, and during that time approximately 90,000 people had been murdered there or had died as a result of the conditions. The camp included a gas chamber where prisoners had been killed, though most deaths had resulted from starvation, disease, and outright execution. As recently as April 28th, just days before liberation, SS functionaries had gassed 33 Austrian political prisoners in what would be the last gassing operation in the Third Reich. The liberation of Mauthausen was particularly significant for the extensive photographic documentation produced by Spanish prisoners who had been held in the camp. Francisco Boas, a Spanish Republican who had been imprisoned at Mauthausen, had managed to smuggle and hide thousands of photographs documenting life and death in the camp. These photographs would later serve as crucial evidence at war crimes trials. They showed the brutality of the camp, the emaciated condition of prisoners, the executions, and the SS officers who had presided over it all. Boix's photographs provided visual proof that complemented the testimony of survivors, making it impossible to deny what had happened. Soviet forces continued liberating camps in the east. On April 30th, they reached Ravensbrück, the largest women's concentration camp in the Nazi system. By the time they arrived, most of the prisoners had already been sent on death marches or evacuated by sea. Soviet soldiers found approximately 2,000 prisoners still in the camp, most of them too ill to be moved. In the months before liberation, between 5,000 and 6,000 women had been murdered in the Ravensbrück gas chamber as the SS attempted to reduce the camp population. The liberation of Ravensbrück revealed the particular horrors that female prisoners had endured, including forced labor, medical experiments, and systematic sexual violence. On May 9th, Soviet forces liberated Stutthof concentration camp near Gdansk, though by this point only about 100 prisoners remained alive in the camp itself. The main liberation of Stutthof's prisoners had come earlier, in late April, when Soviet forces had overtaken the Death March columns and freed the survivors they found. The liberation of Stutthof and other camps in the Baltic region completed the Soviet effort to free all Nazi camps on the Eastern Front. Also on May 9th, Soviet troops entered Theresienstadt, the camp ghetto in Czechoslovakia. Theresienstadt had been used by the Nazis as a model camp, a place they could show to Red Cross inspectors to pretend that prisoners were being treated well. In reality, conditions at Theresienstadt had been harsh, and the camp had served as a transit point for Jews being deported to Auschwitz and other killing centers. When Soviet forces arrived, they found thousands of prisoners, many of them elderly Jews from Germany and Austria, still alive in the camp. The final days of the war saw a frantic effort by SS personnel to evacuate remaining camps and destroy evidence. But the Allied advance was too rapid. Camp after camp was overrun before the SS could complete their work. In every camp, Allied forces found survivors, found evidence of mass murder, found the physical remains of the Nazi genocide. The scale of what was being revealed was staggering. This was not the random violence of war, not the collateral damage of military operations. This was systematic, organized, bureaucratically administered mass murder. It was genocide, and the evidence was overwhelming. By May 8th, 1945, Germany had officially surrendered. The war in Europe was over. But the work of dealing with the concentration camp system and its survivors had only just begun. Hundreds of thousands of people had been liberated from the camps, but they were displaced, homeless, often stateless. Many were too ill to travel. All had suffered profound physical and psychological trauma. The question of what would happen to them, where they would go, how they would rebuild their lives, would occupy Allied authorities and relief organizations for years to come. Survivor voices, liberation, day for the prisoners of the concentration camps. Liberation was a moment they had dreamed of, prayed for, and yet could hardly believe when it finally came. After years of systematic abuse, starvation, and degradation, after watching friends and family members die, after being told repeatedly that they would never leave the camps alive, the arrival of Allied forces seemed almost unreal. The experience of liberation was complex, a mixture of joy, relief, grief, confusion, and profound uncertainty about the future. Eva Kor was 10 years old when she and her twin sister Miriam were liberated from Auschwitz by Soviet forces. They had been used in medical experiments by Dr. Josef Mengele, the Nazi doctor who had a particular interest in twins. Eva later recalled that on the day of liberation, she and Miriam were too weak to fully understand what was happening. They saw Soviet soldiers, but they did not immediately grasp that they were free. It took days for the reality to sink in. When it did, when they realized that no one was going to hurt them anymore, that they could walk where they wanted, that they would not be killed, the relief was overwhelming, but it was mixed with grief. Their parents and older sisters had been murdered in the gas chambers shortly after the family arrived at Auschwitz. The twins were alone in the world. Two small girls who had somehow survived when almost everyone else in their family had not. Elie Wiesel, who was 16 when Buchenwald was liberated, later wrote about looking at himself in a mirror after liberation. He had not seen his own reflection in years. The face that looked back at him was that of a stranger, a skeletal figure with hollow eyes, a corpse that was somehow still alive. His father had died just weeks before liberation, succumbing to dysentery and exhaustion. Wiesel's liberation was thus tinged with the grief of his father's death so close to freedom. In his memoir, Night, he would describe the complexity of that moment, the relief of survival mixed with the guilt of surviving when others had not, the profound disorientation of being free after years of imprisonment. Ben Helfgott was 15 when he was liberated from Theresienstadt by Soviet forces. He had survived multiple camps, including Buchenwald, before ending up at Theresienstadt. He remembered that on Liberation Day, the prisoners were almost afraid to believe it was real. There had been false hopes before, rumors that liberation was coming that turned out to be wrong. But when Soviet soldiers actually entered the camp and began distributing food, the realization hit. They were free. Ben recalled prisoners laughing and crying at the same time, overwhelmed by emotions they had suppressed for years. But he also remembered that many prisoners were too weak to celebrate. They lay in their bunks, barely alive, too exhausted to do more than whisper their thanks. Anita Lasker-Wolfish was a member of the women's orchestra at Auschwitz-Birkenau, a group of female prisoners who played music for the camp's SS officers and for prisoners being marched to the gas chambers. She had been transferred from Auschwitz to Bergen-Belsen shortly before the Soviet liberation, and was at Bergen-Belsen when British forces arrived. She recalled the sight of British tanks rolling into the camp, the soldiers in their uniforms, and feeling a mix of relief and fear. Relief that the nightmare was over, fear about what would happen next. Where would she go? Her parents had been murdered. Her home in Germany was gone. She was free, but free to do what? The question of what came after liberation was one that she, like thousands of others, had no answer to. Primo Levi, an Italian Jewish chemist who had been imprisoned at Auschwitz, was in the camp's infirmary when Soviet forces arrived. He was suffering from scarlet fever and was too weak to have been included in the evacuation marches. He later wrote about the 10 days between the German evacuation and the Soviet arrival as a period of strange limbo, when the camp administration had collapsed, but liberation had not yet come. Prisoners raided warehouses for food and warm clothes. Some died of illness or starvation, even in those final days. When the Soviets finally arrived, Levi recalled a sense of profound exhaustion rather than joy. He was alive, but he was also aware of all those who had not survived, of the randomness that had allowed him to live when so many others had died. Thomas Björgenthal, who had survived the death march from Auschwitz and ended up at Sachsenhausen, was liberated when Soviet forces reached that camp in April. He was 11, years old and alone, both parents having been lost during the death march. He remembered Soviet soldiers giving him chocolate and being amazed by the taste after years of eating nothing but watery soup and stale bread. But he also remembered feeling lost, not knowing what to do with his freedom. He ended up in a children's home for war orphans, where he slowly began to recover physically and to process what had happened to him. For many survivors, the immediate aftermath of liberation was characterized by a desperate search for information about family members. As soon as they were physically able, survivors began trying to find out what had happened to parents, siblings, spouses, children. They posted notices at DP camps listing their names and asking if anyone had information about their families. They listened to radio broadcasts that read out lists of survivors. They checked with relief organisations and tracing services. For most, the news was devastating. Entire families had been wiped out. Of a pre-war family of 10 or 20 people, maybe 1 or 2 had survived. The grief of this realization, that they were alone in the world, that everyone they had loved was dead, was in some ways as overwhelming as the experience of the camps themselves. Physical recovery was slow and painful. Bodies that had been starved for years could not immediately return to normal function. Survivors suffered from malnutrition-related diseases, from weakened immune systems that made them vulnerable to infection, from dental problems caused by years of inadequate nutrition, from psychological trauma that manifested in nightmares, depression, and anxiety. Many survivors would deal with the physical consequences of their imprisonment for the rest of their lives. Conditions like osteoporosis, heart disease, and digestive problems were common among survivors even decades after liberation. Yet despite everything they had endured, many survivors displayed remarkable resilience. They began to rebuild their lives slowly and painfully, but with determination. They learned new languages, trained for new professions, married, had children, created families to replace those that had been murdered. They immigrated to new countries and started over. And many felt compelled to bear witness, to tell their stories so that the world would know what had happened. In the immediate aftermath of liberation, survivors gave testimony to Allied authorities, helping to document the crimes that had been committed. In the decades that followed, many would continue to speak about their experiences, writing memoirs, giving interviews, speaking to students. Their testimony would become one of the most important sources of information about the Holocaust, personal accounts that put human faces on the statistics of genocide, the displaced persons camps. As Allied forces liberated concentration camps across Europe in the spring of 1945, they were confronted with a massive humanitarian crisis. There were approximately 7 million displaced persons in Europe, people who had been uprooted by the war and had no immediate place to go. This included concentration camp survivors, forced labourers who had been brought to Germany from across occupied Europe, prisoners of war, and people who had fled their homes to escape the fighting. Of this vast number, approximately 250,000 were Jewish survivors of the Holocaust. For these survivors, the question of what came next was particularly complex and painful. The initial Allied plan for dealing with displaced persons was simple: send them home. The military and relief organisations worked quickly to repatriate people to their countries of origin. By the end of 1945, more than 6 million displaced persons had been repatriated, most of them successfully reunited with their homelands. But for many Holocaust survivors, returning home was not an option. Their homes had been destroyed or taken over by others. Their communities had been wiped out. Many came from Poland, Hungary, Romania, and other Eastern European countries, where anti-Semitism remained strong. Jews who did try to return home sometimes faced violence, even murder, from their former neighbours who did not want to give back Jewish property they had appropriated. For these survivors who could not or would not return to their former homes, a new solution had to be found. The answer was the creation of displaced persons camps, temporary facilities where survivors could live while their long-term future was decided. These DP camps were established throughout Germany, Austria, and Italy, primarily in the American and British occupation zones. The camps varied in size and condition, some housed in former German military barracks, others in requisitioned hotels or apartment buildings, still others in parts of former concentration camps. The conditions in many DP camps were initially quite poor. In the months immediately after liberation, survivors found themselves still living behind barbed wire, still subsisting on inadequate rations, still without clarity about their future. This was particularly galling for Jewish survivors who felt they had been liberated from Nazi camps, only to be placed in camps run by the Allies. In some facilities, Jewish survivors were housed alongside ethnic German refugees and even former Nazi collaborators, a situation that caused considerable distress and anger. In June 1945, President Harry Truman asked Earl Harrison, Dean of the University of Pennsylvania Law School, to investigate the condition of Jewish displaced persons in Europe. Harrison spent several weeks touring DP camps in Germany and Austria. His report, submitted in August 1945, was a scathing indictment of Allied policy toward Jewish survivors. He wrote that as matters stood, it appeared that the Allies were treating Jews the same way the Nazis had treated them, except that they were not exterminating them. He described overcrowded conditions, inadequate food, lack of medical care, and most importantly, a failure to recognize Jews as a distinct group with specific needs and concerns. The Harrison report had a significant impact. President Truman forwarded it to General Eisenhower with instructions to improve conditions immediately. Eisenhower responded swiftly, ordering changes in how DP camps were administered. Jewish survivors were to be housed in separate camps from other displaced persons to protect them from anti-Semitism and to allow them to organize their own communities. Rations were increased, medical care was improved. The American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee and other Jewish relief organizations were given greater access to the camps to provide assistance. By 1946, conditions in the DP camps had improved considerably. The camps began to take on the characteristics of small towns, with their own internal organization and governance. Survivors elected committees to represent them in dealings with Allied authorities. Schools were established to educate children who had missed years of schooling during the war. Vocational training programs were set up to teach survivors new skills that would help them in whatever country they eventually settled. Cultural and religious life flourished, with theatres presenting Yiddish plays, orchestras giving concerts, synagogues being established, and newspapers being published in multiple languages. The DP camps also became centres of commemoration and documentation. Survivors began almost immediately to document what had happened during the Holocaust. They collected testimony from fellow survivors, gathered documents, held memorial services for the murdered. This documentation work was driven by a deep need to bear witness, to ensure that the world would know what had happened, to honour the memory of those who had not survived. Organisations like the Central Historical Commission gathered thousands of testimonies in the DP camps, creating an archive of survivor accounts that would be invaluable to future historians. Despite the improvements in conditions, the DP camps were always meant to be temporary. Survivors wanted to leave, to build new lives, to escape the reminders of their suffering that surrounded them in Europe. But the question of where they could go was not easily answered. Immigration to Palestine, which many survivors desired, was controlled by the British, who severely restricted Jewish immigration to avoid antagonizing Arab populations. the United States maintained strict immigration quotas that limited the number of refugees who could enter. Other countries were similarly restrictive. The result was that many survivors remained in DP camps for years. By early 1947, there were over 250,000 Jewish displaced persons in camps, with new arrivals constantly coming from Eastern Europe, where pogroms and anti-Semitic violence continued even after the war. This infiltration, as it was called, of Jewish refugees from Poland and other Eastern European countries fleeing post-war anti-Semitism actually increased the DP population, even as others were being resettled. The situation began to change in 1948 with two major developments. First, the United States passed the Displaced Persons Act, which allowed for the admission of over 200,000 refugees, including many Holocaust survivors. Second, and even more significantly, the State of Israel was established in May 1948. Israel immediately opened its doors to all Jewish refugees, regardless of age, health, or ability to work. This gave survivors a destination, a homeland where they would be welcome. In the years that followed, more than 650,000 Jewish refugees, including most of the DP camp survivors, immigrated to Israel. Life in the DP camps was marked by a remarkable determination to rebuild and move forward despite the trauma of the past. Survivors married and formed new families, with birth rates in the camps actually exceeding normal population growth rates, as survivors sought to replace the families they had lost. Children were born in the DP camps, new life emerging from the shadow of genocide. Cultural and educational activities thrived, with survivors creating theatre companies, orchestras, sports teams, and newspapers. There was a sense of community, of shared experience that helped sustain people through the difficult years of waiting. By 1952, most DP camps had closed as survivors found places to resettle. The last camp, Fürstenwald in Germany, remained open until 1957, housing the last refugees who, for various reasons, had been unable to find new homes. The DP camp period, though difficult, had served an important function. It had provided a safe space for survivors to begin recovering from their trauma, to reconnect with Jewish culture and community, and to prepare for new lives wherever they might settle. The camps had been witnesses to remarkable resilience, to the human capacity to rebuild even after the most devastating losses. Aftermath and legacy. The liberation of the Nazi concentration camps marked the end of one chapter of history and the beginning of another. The immediate task of helping survivors, of burying the dead, of documenting what had occurred, was only the first step. The world had to grapple with what these revelations meant, had to determine how to hold perpetrators accountable, had to figure out how to ensure that such atrocities would never happen again. One of the most important outcomes of the liberation was the establishment of an unprecedented documentary record. The Allies had carefully photographed and filmed what they found at the camps, had recorded the testimony of survivors, had preserved physical evidence and documents. This documentation was crucial not only for historical understanding, but also for legal proceedings. The Nazi leadership and camp personnel would be held accountable through war crimes trials, most famously the Nuremberg trials that began in November 1945. At Nuremberg, the International Military Tribunal prosecuted major Nazi leaders for crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. The evidence presented included extensive documentation from the concentration camps, film footage from the liberations, testimony from survivors, and captured German documents detailing the operation of the camp system. The trials made clear that the Holocaust had been a systematic, state-organized program of genocide, not simply the random cruelty of war. 24 major Nazi leaders were prosecuted at the first Nuremberg trial, with 12 receiving death sentences. Beyond Nuremberg, there were thousands of additional trials of Nazi perpetrators, including specific trials for personnel who had worked at the camps. The Dachau trials, conducted by American military authorities, prosecuted those responsible for atrocities at Dachau and other camps. The British conducted similar trials for Bergen-Belsen personnel, with Camp Commandant Josef Kramer and head guard Elisabeth Volkenrath among those sentenced to death. Soviet authorities also conducted trials in their zone of occupation. These trials established important legal precedents about individual responsibility for crimes committed under orders from superiors, helping to develop the modern framework of international criminal law. General Eisenhower's foresight in insisting on thorough documentation of the camps proved crucial. In the decades after the war, there would be some who would claim that the Holocaust had been exaggerated, that the reports from the camps were propaganda. But the extensive photographic and film evidence, the careful documentation of what was found, the testimony of both survivors and liberators, made such denial difficult to sustain. Eisenhower had understood that future generations might doubt the truth of what had happened, and his insistence on creating a comprehensive record helped ensure that the evidence would be preserved. The liberation of the camps also had a profound impact on how the world thought about human rights and international law. The revelation of what the Nazi regime had done led to the development of new international norms and agreements. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948, was directly influenced by the Holocaust. The Genocide Convention, also adopted in 1948, defined genocide as a crime under international law and committed signatory nations to preventing and punishing such acts. These legal frameworks, developed in response to the Holocaust, would shape international relations and humanitarian law for decades to come. For the survivors, the liberation was just the beginning of a long journey of recovery and rebuilding. Many struggled with physical health problems for the rest of their lives as a result of what they had endured in the camps. The psychological impact was equally profound, with many survivors dealing with what we would now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. Yet despite these struggles, many survivors went on to live productive, meaningful lives. They raised families, built careers, contributed to their communities, and in many cases, devoted themselves to education and remembrance, ensuring that future generations would know what had happened. The liberation of the concentration camps also gave rise to a commitment to remembrance and education. Survivors felt a deep obligation to bear witness, to tell their stories so that the world would remember. In the decades after the war, many survivors wrote memoirs, gave interviews, spoke at schools and universities, and participated in the creation of Holocaust museums and memorial sites. Their testimony became an invaluable historical resource, providing personal accounts that complemented the documentary record. Organizations like the USC Shoah Foundation have collected over 52,000 video testimonies from Holocaust survivors, creating a vast archive of first-hand accounts. The camps themselves were transformed into memorial sites, places where visitors could come to learn about what had happened and to honor the memory of the victims. Auschwitz-Birkenau, Dachau, Buchenwald, Bergen-Belsen, and other former camps became museums and memorial sites, preserved as evidence of Nazi crimes and as places of remembrance. These sites receive millions of visitors each year, people coming to learn about the Holocaust, to pay respects to the victims, and to reflect on the lessons of history. The date of January 27th, the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, has been designated by the United Nations as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. On this day each year, commemorative events are held around the world to remember the victims of the Holocaust and to reaffirm the commitment to preventing genocide. The liberation of the camps thus becomes not just a historical event, but an ongoing reminder of the importance of vigilance against hatred, discrimination, and mass atrocity. The survivors of the Holocaust became witnesses not only to what happened during the war, but also to the possibility of rebuilding after profound trauma. Their resilience, their determination to create new lives and new families, their commitment to bearing witness and educating others, all serve as powerful testaments to the strength of the human spirit. They took the worst that humanity had to offer and responded not with despair, but with determination to ensure that the world would remember and learn from what had occurred. As the years passed and survivors aged, their testimony became increasingly precious. With each passing year, fewer survivors remained alive to tell their stories firsthand. This gave added urgency to the work of documentation and education. Efforts intensified to record survivor testimony while it was still possible, to preserve their stories for future generations who would not have the opportunity to hear from survivors directly. Digital archives, video testimonies, and extensive oral history projects became crucial tools for preservation. The liberation of the concentration camps revealed to the world the depths of human cruelty, the capacity for systematic evil that existed within supposedly civilized society. But it also revealed the capacity for resistance, for survival, for rebuilding. The prisoners who lived to see liberation did so through a combination of luck and will, through small acts of resistance and mutual support, through the determination to survive another day, another hour, another moment. Their survival is a testament to human resilience. The liberators, too, were forever changed by what they witnessed. Soldiers who had thought they understood the nature of war, who had seen combat and death, found themselves confronting something beyond their experience or comprehension. Many struggled for years with what they had seen at the camps, with nightmares and memories that would not fade. But they also understood that they had witnessed something historically significant, that they had seen evidence of crimes that the world needed to know about. Their testimony, alongside that of the survivors, helped to create the comprehensive record of the Holocaust that we have today. As we reflect on the liberation of the concentration camps, more than 80 years later, we are reminded of the importance of remembering. The Holocaust was not an accident, not an inevitable outcome of forces beyond human control. It was the result of deliberate choices, of hatred allowed to fester and grow, of discrimination escalated to persecution, and then to genocide. It happened because people made choices to participate, or to look away, or to remain silent. And it ended because people made choices to resist, to fight, to liberate, to help. The liberation of the camps teaches us about both the worst and the best of humanity, about our capacity for evil and our capacity for good. The stories of liberation remind us that history is made by individuals, by the choices each person makes in moments large and small. The soldier who shared his rations with a prisoner, even though regulations said not to. The survivor who helped another prisoner when they could barely help themselves. The civilian who hid a Jewish family in their home. The liberator who insisted on documenting what he saw so that the world would know. Each of these individual acts of courage, compassion, and commitment to truth helped to bring an end to the Holocaust and to create the record that ensures we remember. As we close this account of the liberation of the concentration camps, we carry with us the obligation that comes with knowledge. We know what happened. We have heard the testimony of survivors. We have seen the evidence. And with that knowledge comes responsibility. The responsibility to remember, to teach, to speak out against hatred and discrimination wherever we see it, to work to ensure that such atrocities never happen again. The liberation of the camps was not just the end of the Holocaust. It was a call to the world to be vigilant, to be active in defending human rights and human dignity, to never again stand by while genocide unfolds. If you found this account meaningful, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps us continue to bring you these important historical stories. Together, through learning and remembering, we honor the memory of those who did not survive and affirm our commitment to a future built on justice, compassion, and human dignity.
In the museum basement, a brass caliper stays locked at 17.8 centimetres beside the tide-battered letter. Archivists breathed its sea salt and carbon paper trace, proving a floating stranger's false plans could steer armies. D-Day listened. If this quiet intrigue soothes you, gently subscribe for more Nightfall histories. Drift close. Beneath a shade of green canvas in a cramped London morgue, a junior pathologist named Cynthia bent over the borrowed face of Glinda Michael, the Welsh drifter, whose lifeless weight would be repurposed into Major William Martin. The lamplight trembled through gauze taped over the windows, and each tool on her tray looked both surgical and theatrical. Bone forceps warm from her palm, wax pencils softened over a stovetop, silk thread pulling through the shrouded skin with the hush of fabric. She dabbed benzaldehyde along the moustache to mimic a naval officer's cologne, tasting its bitterness when the fumes settled on her lips. Nearby, a Royal Navy paymaster rehearsed the invented biography, his voice brushed with cigarette ash, pausing whenever the building's plumbing groaned. Their fingertips lingered on ration booklets, theatre stubs, and the tiny multilingual ID card whose ink still glistened. The chilly room smelled of paraffin-heated kettles, a reminder that improvisation guided every improvised ritual. Outside, tram wheels squealed along wet cobbles, underscoring how ordinary city rhythms continued as this clandestine resurrection took shape. In that cramped moment, the corpse ceased to be anonymous. It became a vessel tuned to deceive. Evidence accumulated with the weight of soaked wool, and each item carried its own temperature. The black attaché case, riveted near the hinges, was weighed repeatedly until its leather straps creaked, confirming that the canister of false invasion plans would drag downward just enough to remain with the body. Naval intelligence officers compared barometric readings from the Atlantic pilot charts against the trembling handwriting of meteorologists who feared crosswinds would scatter parachuted rumours. Yet the reflection that swelled in those cramped rooms was quieter. Could a single, measured lie redirect the ferocity of coastal guns, persuading German commanders to point their binoculars elsewhere, without ever seeing the man who sparkled briefly beneath Andalusian sunlight? The question did not need answering aloud. The rustle of carbon copies provided the reply, suggesting that planning an invasion sometimes meant debating how long a corpse should steep in cold storage to smell convincingly of the sea. Reams of tissue paper sighed whenever officers flipped pages, releasing a starch scent that clung to cuffs. Nearby, a clerk traced currents across a chalk map, the powder coating his cuticles like frost. The wrists of the operation gently ticked like watch springs soaked in gin. When the submarine crew received their instructions, the steel corridor reeked of diesel and wet rope, and they listened to the captain recite coordinates with the softness reserved for lullabies. The corpse, swaddled in a canister packed with dry ice, felt heavier than any torpedo once frost bloomed across the metal. Sailors brushed frostbite from their knuckles, muttering about currents near Huelva, and one of them tucked a clove-scented rosary into his pocket for luck, not daring to let it touch the fabricated officer. As the vessel surfaced at night, moonlight pressed silver fingerprints across the hatch, and the men lifted the container toward the breathing sea, timing their movements with the swell so the deception would fall gracefully. Discovery demanded patience. Suppression required the tide's complicity. Rediscovery would someday belong to archivists inhaling dust. One sailor noted how phosphorescent plankton streaked beside the hull, like ghostly handwriting blessing their mission. Another kept tasting iron on his tongue, convinced the sea already understood the story it was asked to tell. The sand remembers, instruments hum, and the hollow between waves waits for footsteps soft enough to listen. Dawn coloured the Andalusian surf in diluted copper when fishermen from Punta Umbria noticed the officer drifting like a loosened buoy, boots grazing eelgrass. They tasted salt on the wind as they hauled him ashore, believing for a heartbeat that some saint had delivered treasure because the attaché case clung stubbornly to his wrist. The local magistrate, Daniel Maldonado, arrived with papers that smelled of citrus oil stamped into their fibres, and he traced the Royal Marine's insignia embossed on the wallet with reverent fingertips. Evidence was dutifully gathered, sand shaken from the pockets, sea lice catalogued, belt buckles recorded against lists used by the Guardia. Yet reflection settled over their work like linen. The man had died nobly, they thought, and the living should step quietly, mindful of the tide's secret. Suppression began, not through cruelty, but through protocol. Spanish officials locked the case in a cabinet scented with incense from the chapel next door, vowing to open it only in the presence of German observers. Children from the village pressed shells to their ears, claiming they could hear the officer's final orders in the surf. A stray dog circled the body, whining softly before curling beside the boots as though guarding a familiar sailor. In Seville, Abwehr officer Karl Erich Kuhlenthal received the coded message on a radio that crackled like frying oil, its vacuum tubes reddening the room. He dispatched envoys to collect the documents, instructing them to wear gloves powdered with talc so the pages would not absorb new fingerprints. The attaché case arrived creased and damp, and German analysts unfurled the blueprints beneath magnifying lamps, whose hot halos made the ink release a faint vinegar tang. They recorded each coordinate and penciled them into charts, reassured by the carefully staged receipts for theatre tickets that proved the British officer's cosmopolitan tastes. Reflective doubt surfaced briefly. Could any plan so conveniently discovered be genuine? But silence held because promotion beckoned, and because Berlin demanded certainty over skepticism. Thus, the deception spread across briefing rooms like pipe smoke, staining uniforms and dispatches alike. Outside, trams clanged past, their sparks outlining the office windows in brief magnesium bursts. Inside, typewriters chattered with insect persistence, turning salt-stiff paper into apparent destiny. Back in London, Colonel Johnny Bevan listened to intercepted German chatter through headphones cushioned with cracked leather, the static fizzing against his ears while clerks tapped Morse behind him. Each fragment of confirmation tasted like copper on his tongue. Troop movements shifting towards Sardinia, armoured divisions dispatched to Greece, the Wehrmacht entrusting coastal artillery to the wrong cliffs. Factual ledgers grew heavier, filled with penciled ticks noting which commanders deferred to the corpse's story. Reflective awe occasionally slowed Bevan's pen as he watched candles gutter in the blackout, realizing that an unremarkable man from the streets, now reimagined as Major Martin, had become the hinge of an invasion fleet. Suppression persisted through necessary secrecy. Even families of naval officers were told nothing, and the damp morgue files were locked away, perfumed only by mildew. The central motif measurement guiding myth held steady, like a metronome beating beneath the Thames. Somewhere in the corridor, a kettle clicked, releasing steam that mingled with pipe smoke to create a homely veil over lethal logistics. Even the office cat, brushing against chair legs, seemed to sense the hush that guarded the corpse's borrowed heartbeat. Spanish pathologist Eduardo del Torno, who had first examined the body, revisited his notes under lamplight that buzzed with sleepy moths. He touched the embossed seal of his report, feeling granules of wax cling to his fingertips, and pondered the incongruities, the lungs waterlogged just enough, the liver suggesting poison rather than drowning. He wrote a second memorandum, its paper smelling faintly of iodine, but he filed it under a drawer reserved for unsent letters because diplomatic pressure requested silence. Discovery had occurred on the beach. Suppression now resided in this drawer, where scientific curiosity was muffled by neutrality. Reflective whispers rustled in his thoughts. Did the truth belong to medicine or to war? His question dissolved into the night sounds of Cadiz, leaving only the murmur of distant gulls. He dabbed coffee onto the edge of the report so it would resemble any other late-night docket. Outside his window, lantern light bled across cobblestones slick from the tide, sealing his resolve to let the mystery sleep. Centuries later in tone, though only years in fact, the British Admiralty sealed the mincemeat files in boxes lined with waxed canvas, each labelled with stenciled numbers that smelled of turpentine. The physical evidence, tweed uniforms, the photograph of the fictitious fiancée Pam, ticket stubs from the London theatres rested inside tissue paper that crackled like dry leaves. Archivists monitored humidity with mercury thermometers, ensuring the myth remained preserved. Reflection hovered over their nightly rounds. The corpse's journey reminded them that wars often hinge on the fragile dignity granted to the nameless. Silence continued out of reverence. Those who had stitched the identity refused interviews, claiming their throats still held the chill of the morgue. The motif of meticulous measurement persisted, now transmuted into the strict catalogue numbers guarding the story. Occasionally, a distant foghorn moaned along the Thames, threading the darkness with reminders of the sea's complicity. The archivist's footsteps, muffled by felt slippers, became another layer of protection around the sleeping narrative. In that era's newspapers, the public devoured sanitized accounts of D-Day that highlighted generals and storms, never suspecting the quiet cadaver whose briefcase had misled German binoculars. Reporters smelled fresh ink rolling off rotary presses, yet their questions bounced off official stonewalling, and the myth of pure battlefield courage flourished. Behind the scenes, signal officers compared intercepted weather logs with reconnaissance photographs, proving that the enemy's armoured reserves remained misplaced because of Major Martin's staged itinerary. Reflection seeped between the lines. How many lives on the Normandy sand were spared because one man's tragedy had been measured down to the weight of sardine tins in his pockets? Silence held out of gratitude more than secrecy, as if acknowledging the ruse would unspool its magic. Copyboys stacked bundles beside rooftop pigeon co-ops, watching feathers drift through the smoke-filled night. Editors marked proofs with pencils that smelled of cedar, all the while guarding the secret beneath their cuffs. The fog folds, type bars rest, and a patient breath waits between tides for footsteps soft enough to listen. In the fishing households along Huelva's salt-streaked alleys, the story endured differently, carried by the smell of frying sardines and the scrape of whetstones on hooks. Grandmothers recalled how priests blessed the unidentified officer before burial, sprinkling holy water that mingled with iodine, insisting that no rumour should disturb a soul that had drifted so far. Evidence of the deception was absent from their retellings. Instead, they treasured the sensory memory of heavy boots leaving grooves in church tiles. Reflection in these kitchens asked whether compassion requires ignorance, and the answer came through steaming pots. Sometimes kindness meant refusing to probe the official explanation. Their silence was born from reverence, wrapped in the smoke that curled above clay stoves. And the legend softened into a bedtime tale of a visitor the sea decided to keep. Children traced ship shapes into spilled flour, pretending to escort the officer back to sea. The night air smelled of orange blossom and charcoal, layering the memory with sweetness. Within German high command, Memos scented with pipe tobacco circulated, analysing why the reserve divisions had been shifted south just days before the invasion fleet emerged. One report emphasised the authentic-looking theatre ticket dated for a London show still months ahead, noting the ink's slight smudge as proof it had ridden in a real pocket. Strategists felt the grain of the map paper under their palms, tracing the feints toward Greece they now realised were ghosts. Reflection tinged with regret flickered when officers imagined the corpse's last voyage. Had scepticism been dulled by the comforting smell of genuine leather and the weight of personal letters tied with ribbon? Suppression now took the form of embarrassment, leading to files stamped with red warnings that forbade discussion. Telephones rang with clipped urgency, yet no one mentioned how the evidence had seduced them. At night, guards polished doorknobs until they gleamed, as if shining away the memory. As decades passed, amateur historians combed declassified snippets, their fingers stained with microfilm chemicals, chasing the motif of measured deception. In musty libraries, they listened to projectors clicking like distant cicadas, while frames of naval memoranda flickered across screens. Evidence emerged in fragments: shipping manifests showing dry ice orders, bank ledgers recording stipends for false identities. Reflection accompanied every find, suggesting that the true heroism lay in the patience to craft a narrative so believable that even skeptics felt its texture as real. Still, certain testimonies remained censored, not by decree but by old habit. Surviving officers pursed their lips and cited security, as though the draft of cold morgue air still clung to their lungs. Discovery, therefore, became cyclical. Each revelation brushed against an older silence. Researchers warmed their hands around vending machine cocoa, the sweetness grounding them amid the dust. Outside, rain fretted against the windows, echoing the steady beat of archival persistence. In a shuttered brick chapel near Aberbargode, volunteers polished memorial plaques while discussing whispers that the unknown operative had once slept on local park benches. The wooden pews smelled of beeswax, and the stained glass threw pools of blue light across prayer books. Evidence was scarce. A registrar's marginalia hinting at a man named Glinda, a coroner's notation about rat poison, a faded receipt from a soup kitchen. Reflection softened those scraps into empathy, proposing that the dignity granted in death might have been absent in life, yet now rippled across coastlines. Silence here was motivated by respect for the dead poor. No one wanted to turn poverty into spectacle. The motif of measurement returned as the villagers debated how to weigh a soul that had been anonymous until the tides carried him into legend. Choir rehearsals filled the nave with breathy harmonies that vibrated through the flagstones. Outside, coal dust settled on window ledges, a gritty reminder of the hardship he once knew. Inside MI5's grey archives, humidity controllers clicked on and off like distant crickets, keeping the papers supple. Analysts reviewed operational diaries with gloved hands that smelled of latex, noting every calibration, how long the body soaked in saline, how the notes were folded to show believable thumb creases, how the fiancé's photo was deliberately creased near the eye to suggest it had been kissed. Each detail was evidence of obsessive craftsmanship. Reflection curled around the analysts like steam from afternoon tea, hinting that secrecy can be a gentler art, one that shields the fragile pride of nations through tender fabrication. Silence persisted not only out of duty, but because these archivists treasured the intimacy of knowing a story others still considered rumour. The corpse's borrowed identity remained a compass for them, pointing toward the idea that truth can be engineered without cruelty. Filing carts squeaked softly along linoleum, their wheels cushioned to avoid disturbing the sleeping testimonies. Even the smell of pencil shavings felt reverent in that hush. On the beaches of Normandy, veterans decades later recounted the invasion to their grandchildren, letting fistfuls of sand sift through their palms while gulls wheeled overhead. They described how the German artillery fired late, how minefields seemed strangely thin in places, and the grandchildren could taste salt in the breeze as they listened. Some veterans had heard whispers about a body deceiving the enemy, but their focus remained tactile. The grit inside their boots, the metallic tang of adrenaline near their tongues. Reflection brushed against their stories, suggesting that survival sometimes hinges on strangers never met. Their silence about operational secrets came from habit. Orders once given tend to lodge in the throat. The tide inhaled the children's laughter just as it once swallowed orders shouted above surf. Helmets now resting in museums still held grains of sand that whispered of the deception's success. The tide inhales, gulls glide, and breaths align with distant engines that no longer approach. When the story finally seeped into popular culture through novels and films, sound stages filled with the smell of sawdust and glue as set designers recreated submarine bunks. Actors buttoned scratchy uniforms, feeling how the wool itched against their wrists, and prop masters weighed briefcases with lead shot to ensure they thudded convincingly. Evidence translated into art, and audiences watched the luminous screens, hearing orchestras swell as the corpse drifted ashore again and again. Reflection hovered in theatre balconies. Did dramatization honor the quiet measurement of reality, or did it gild it until the edges blurred? Silence shifted motivation yet again. Consultants who knew the classified details withheld certain corrections, afraid the allure would vanish if every seam were exposed. Thus, the myth glimmered anew, anchored in sensory fidelity even as facts shimmered. Popcorn steam mingled with the resin scent of stage paint, creating a dreamlike fog. Projectors rattled like distant surf, reminding viewers of the night sea that birthed the tale. In Spanish naval archives, clerks eventually reopened cabinets whose hinges screeched like gulls, revealing logbooks perfumed with dry lavender sachets left to deter insects. The records detailed how the attaché case had been opened under diplomatic supervision, how the documents were dried over a brazier to prevent the ink from running, how German agents traced their fingers across the watermark to confirm authenticity. Each entry was evidence of meticulous bureaucracy. Reflection broadened as modern researchers, breathing in dust motes lit by slanting afternoon light, realized that neutrality itself can become an accomplice when paperwork is precise yet motives are opaque. Silence here stemmed from political caution. The legacy of staying out of the fray meant owning up to complicity only in whispers. Still, the rediscovered files hummed softly, echoing the original measurement that guided the deception. Researchers copied passages with fountain pens, the ink pooling like miniature tides. Outside, church bells tolled, their bronze voices folding into the archival hush. The motif of calibrated myth reappeared when codebreakers compared their intercepts to the timeline of the body's discovery, listening to the clatter of bomb machines that once filled Bletchley huts with ozone-scented heat. They plotted graphs showing the lag between German redeployments and Allied landings, fingers smudged with pencil lead. Evidence from decrypted messages proved that the Wehrmacht clung to the falsehood long enough to dilute its defences. Reflection accompanied these calculations. Perhaps war is less about force than about persuading your opponent to measure reality incorrectly. Silence in the code-breaking community lingered out of tradition. Veterans of secrecy prefer the company of files to interviews. Thus, the corpse's story entwined with humming rotors and the sweet metallic scent of soldered circuits. Teacups rattled on saucers whenever the machines hit a resonant frequency, yet conversations remained whispers. Even the gardens outside the huts seemed to bend inward, hedges muffling the world beyond the wires. In quiet London flats, women who had typed the forged love letters kept shoeboxes of carbon copies tied with ribbon that smelled faintly of perfume. Evidence lived in their cursive loops, the way they imitated a playful fiancé, adding smudges where a tear might have fallen. Each night they had written by lamplight, fingertips stained blue, hoping the intimacy they invented would withstand forensic scrutiny. Reflection arrived decades later as they reread those letters, realizing they had composed a life that someone finally believed. Silence persisted because revealing their role felt immodest, as if they might disturb the tender illusion they had spun. Their craft showed how measurement could be emotional, calibrating phrases to echo the heartbeat of an imagined officer. They remembered tapping the pages lightly to dry the ink, hearing only the clock and the distant rumble of buses. Lavender sachets hidden in drawers kept the memories soft. The codename, Mincemeat, rustled through corridors like a joke shared over chipped enamel mugs, yet the execution smelled of oil, ink and seawater rather than levity. Operational diaries recorded barge schedules, dry ice deliveries, and the precise duration the body spent in a vacuum-sealed container to retard decay. Evidence was logged with tick marks, each representing a guard posted, a telegram destroyed, a tailor adjusting the uniform's inseam to match naval regulations. Reflection seeped in. As planners considered how empathy could coexist with manipulation, they toasted the unnamed man with quiet sips of whiskey, honouring him even as they transformed him into bait. Silence, in this phase, was enforced by legal directives and by the soft loyalty of those who believed the ruse protected thousands who would soon storm Europe's beaches. Coal fires in the grates crackled, mixing warmth with the chill of clandestine intent. Even the smell of pipe tobacco seemed ceremonial, curling like incense around the plan. After the war, the grave in Huelva received visitors who traced the carved name Major William Martin with sand-dusted fingertips while cypress trees whispered overhead. They left flowers that smelled of sun, warmed earth, unaware that beneath the inscription lay Glindar's bones joined to an alias. Evidence of the misdirection remained hidden, but the stone itself became part of the narrative, its weathered letters catching moonlight like a lantern. Reflection deepened among those mourners. They felt that honouring the false name still honoured the man, because stories can grant the dignity reality withheld. Silence there came from awe. Voices naturally softened among marble and waves. Visitors often poured a splash of sherry into the soil, a libation blending sweetness with salt spray. Occasionally, a violinist played near the gate, the notes drifting like gulls into the dusk. The June exhales, candles flicker, and distant boys blink in rhythm with closing eyes tonight. One of the most delicate artifacts remained, the photograph of Pam, actually an actress named Jean, whose image was clipped from a wallet and scented lightly with rosewater to mimic having been nestled near perfume. Conservators later noted the slight abrasion along the corner where sailors had practiced sliding it from the pocket with gloved fingers. Evidence of authenticity hinged on such textures, the chalk dust that settled on her smile after being tucked into a lifebelt, the way humid air curled the paper just enough to appear cherished. Reflection on her unwitting contribution raised tender questions about consent and memory, although answers were left unspoken out of respect for the woman who never knew she became a talisman. Silence, here, was motivated by modesty, ensuring her everyday life remained untouched by the mythology surrounding the corpse. The photo now rests on felt, lit by gentle LEDs that mimic morning sun. Visitors leaning in sometimes detect the faint residue of rose, as if the fiction still breathes. The Official Secrets Act loomed like a foghorn in the minds of participants, its legal timbre resonating through decades. Clerks stored transcripts inside steel cabinets smelling of machine oil, and they logged each access on cards that rasped beneath their pens. Evidence of compliance was as tangible as the rubber stamps thudding against paper, ensuring no stray detail escaped. Reflection crept in during night shifts when the corridors fell silent. Except for the distant rumble of trains, they wondered if history would ever understand the delicate arithmetic of lies that saved lives that saved lives. Their silence was not fearful so much as disciplined, a rhythm they had practiced until it felt as natural as breathing. Thus the myth remained cocooned, protected by routine. Occasionally, a janitor polishing brass door plates would see their tired eyes and offer tea, never asking why they stayed so late. Even the flicker of fluorescent bulbs seemed to pulse in classified Morse. Eventually, historian Charles Fraser petitioned to view the sealed files, submitting forms that smelled of fresh toner and waiting in corridors where radiators hissed. When the boxes were unsnapped, the air released a mix of old leather, brine, and faded gum adhesive. Evidence spilled forth: telegram drafts, coroner's notes, the memorandum instructing diplomats on how to feign indignation if Spain protested. Reflection washed over Fraser as he realized the breadth of collaboration necessary to cradle the deception, from tailors to telegraph clerks. Silence broke reluctantly, replaced by careful narration. He understood that telling the story required preserving its tenderness, not just its intrigue. Discovery thus became an act of stewardship, returning the corpse's journey to public memory without stripping it of mystery. He copied passages in pencil so the graphite could be erased if needed, respecting the document's fragility. Outside, autumn leaves rattled across the pavement, sounding like the shuffle of unseen watchmen. In classrooms, teachers dimmed the lights and projected grainy photos of the supposed Major Martin, letting the hum of fluorescent tubes mix with the shuffle of notebooks. Evidence was woven into their lectures through maps smeared with chalk dust, arrows showing how German divisions marched away from Normandy. Reflection guided their final words of each lesson, reminding students that empathy can be engineered when truth refuses to cooperate. Silence entered when the bell rang. Teenagers carried the story quietly, perhaps whispering later while tracing condensation on bus windows. The corpse's secret became a lullaby of strategy, teaching that the texture of paper and the scent of seawater can weigh as heavily as artillery. Teachers sometimes played recordings of surf to lull restless classes, blending ambience with analysis. When the lights flicked back on, the chalk-dusted air looked like distant spray. Only once did official films whisper the precise year, 1943, when the corpse slipped into Spanish waters, and even then the number was spoken softly, as though pronouncing it too loudly might disturb the alignment of fate. Evidence from that period glowed within logbooks noting moon phases, tide tables, and the timing of a feigned radio chatter to corroborate the documents. Reflection lingered on how a single calendar year can cradle both despair and salvation, holding the moment when a nameless man received a promotion into myth. Silence quickly followed the uttered date. Narrators changed the subject to the rustle of dispatch riders and the scent of diesel on the docks. Measurement had met legend, and the balance felt too delicate to mention numbers again. Projectionists paused the reels afterward, letting the whir fade into stillness. Viewers exhaled in sync, as if the year itself were a spell that must dissipate quietly. Artists have since sketched the body's final float through charcoal lines that smudge under fingertips, blending sea and sky into a single soot-soft horizon. They layer evidence through textures: wax resist for the foam, graphite for the leather shoes, white chalk for the gulls hovering above. Viewers lean close, smelling paper warmed by studio lamps, and feel the narrative seep through shading. Reflection arises as they consider how art can cradle deception without judgment, honouring the quiet physics of buoyancy and secrecy alike. Silence here is contemplative. Galleries invite whispers, preserving the dreamlike spell. Some artists add salt crystals to their pigments so surfaces glitter faintly like wet uniforms. Others soundtrack their exhibitions with distant heartbeats, reminding patrons of the life once carried by those waves. Lanterns dim, graphite settles, and hush drifts with the imagined tide across attentive lungs tonight. Meanwhile, forensic scientists revisited the autopsy records, running gloved fingers over brittle sheets that still smelled faintly of carbolic. They used modern spectrometry to analyze residue on the clothing, detecting traces of phosphorus from the flares used during the drop, thereby confirming the body's exposure matched the official report. Reflection guided their interpretations, suggesting that empathy can coexist with calibration. By understanding the body's final hours, They honored the individual beyond the mission. Silence was motivated by professionalism. Lab results were filed without fanfare, spoken only in measured tones during conferences. The motif of measurement thus evolved, overlaying new technology atop the original deception while retaining the same reverent hush. Refrigerated cabinets hummed nearby, keeping scraps of fabric pliable enough for study. Even the blue glow of monitors felt subdued, as if mourning the man they examined. Among the belongings of British diplomat Sir Bernard, a diary surfaced smelling of old leather and pipe smoke, its pages brittle yet legible. Evidence gleamed in his cramped handwriting, references to a Spaniard nicknamed the Giant Sardine, courier of whispers about the found documents, and notes on how embassy staff feigned outrage before discreetly thanking fate. Reflection seeped between his sentences as he marveled at how deception tasted of olives, sherry, and the dusty sunlight of consular afternoons. He had kept this diary locked away, suppression driven by loyalty to comrades who might have faced censure if the jest were revealed. Rediscovery occurred when his granddaughter opened the desk, feeling the smooth brass key warm in her palm. Silence cracked, but gently, like a seashell revealing the echo of waves. She pressed dried petals between the pages to mark passages that shimmered with humanity. Outside, swallows stitched the twilight sky, stitching together past and present. German infantry stationed along the Greek coastline remembered the redeployment orders arriving with the smell of damp wool and wood smoke, compelling them to dig fortifications among rocky coves. Evidence of the deception lived in their diaries, sketches of driftwood, notes about ration shortages, assurances that an Allied armada would soon arrive where nothing ever did. Reflection decades later brought a bittersweet taste. Veterans wondered how their trust had been swayed by papers they never saw, only heard described through stern voices. Silence for them stemmed from fatigue. After the war, many chose to let the memory fade, unwilling to relive a strategy that had made them idle while distant cliffs erupted. Still, their recollections, when shared, added another layer to the corpse's journey. They remembered the hum of mosquitoes over foxholes and the metallic bite of condensed milk. Even the stars seemed to mock them, glittering over empty seas. Mathematicians attached to Allied planning modelled the probabilities of the ruse succeeding, scribbling on chalkboards until their cuticles were rimed with white dust. Evidence of their calculations remains in preserved notebooks that smell faintly of camphor, showing variables for drift time, current vectors, and the likelihood of axis interception. Reflection whispers through those formulas, hinting that even in war, elegance of numbers can sound like a lullaby. Their silence afterward was less about secrecy and more about humility. Underpin every measured lie that holds. The corpse's path, charted through integrals and saltwater densities, thus joined the chorus of quiet craftsmanship. Coffee rings stain the margins, humanizing the cold logic. Chalk crumbs gather along windowsills like miniature dunes, proof that abstraction once toiled beside the tide. In Ireland's coastal listening stations, operators heard the German radio bulletins referencing the supposed Allied strike toward Greece, the static hissing like sea foam across pebbles. Evidence accumulated in their logbooks, each entry describing frequencies, call signs, and voice timbres, all smelling of graphite and rain-soaked wool. Reflection accompanied their observations. Could a man who never breathed again truly redirect the breath of nations? The question hung above the receivers before dissolving into the steady thump of waves against cliffs. Silence reigned in those huts because secrecy orders mingled with the natural instinct to whisper when surrounded by fog. Measurement, once more. Guided myth, as antennas translated the echo of a corpse into strategic advantage. Kerosene heaters ticked and sighed, offering warmth to stiff fingers. The windows filmed with condensation, mirroring the blurred certainty outside. Years later, Glinda's relatives, few though they were, gathered in a modest kitchen where coal smoke clung to curtains and kettles whistled. They held a letter from the government acknowledging his role, the paper thick and creamy beneath their fingertips. Evidence came in the form of an official seal and a pension note, proof that the nameless vagabond had finally been recognized. Reflection swelled as they imagined his restless footsteps on city cobbles and the unlikely path that led him to shape history. Their silence afterward was born of tenderness. They spoke his name only in murmurs, fearful of fracturing the fragile dignity newly bestowed. Hearth glows warmed chipped mugs of tea, steeped until nearly black. Outside, rain threaded through alley gutters, echoing the river that once carried him beyond anonymity. Hearth glows, coals sigh, and memories float like embers along the rafters tonight above resting ears. Modern naval academies integrate the tale into ethics seminars, projecting slides while cadets sit in uniform rows, boots polished to mirror the fluorescent glare. Evidence is presented through facsimiles of the forged letters, the cadets passing them hand to hand, feeling the raised ink and noting the deliberate coffee stain near the margin. Reflection is encouraged. They discuss whether deception can be moral when it preserves thousands, their voices low enough to meld with the hum of ventilation. Silence follows each session, a contemplative pause before drills resume, suggesting that even in institutions built on command, there is room for whispered histories. The corpse's measured journey becomes a compass for debates about honor. Chalk dust floats in the shaft of light slicing the room, and someone coughs quietly, reminded of morgue chill. Later, on the parade ground, the clack of heels seems to echo the heartbeat of the tale. Oceanographers have also revisited the drift path, launching buoys scented with machine oil into similar currents to confirm the timing. Their data loggers clicked softly while waves slapped the hulls, recording temperature gradients and salinity that matched the original estimates. Evidence from these experiments showed the corpse would indeed arrive near Huelva within the planned window, vindicating the meticulous tide charts scribbled in pencil decades earlier. Reflection accompanied the scientists as they tasted salt spray on their lips, marveling at how physics embraced a covert story. Silence aboard their vessels came from concentration. Only gulls broke it, crying above the measuring instruments. Thus, natural rhythms once again verified the myth's foundation. Midnight watches found them sipping broth, warming hands over thermoses while buoys blinked like patient stars. Sonar pings rolled through the hull, a modern lullaby to the ancient ruse. In a museum exhibition titled Tides of Deception, visitors move through dim galleries where spotlights pool like moonbeams on relics. They inhale the mixed aromas of aged canvas, wax polish, and faint ozone from display cases. Evidence is everywhere. The replica attaché case with authentic rust, the logbook displaying carefully inked entries, the typewriter whose keys still carry smudges of navy blue ribbon. Reflection is prompted by whispered audio guides describing how compassion and calculation intertwined. Silence envelopes the room, not because of censorship, but because the design encourages hushed footsteps, letting the central motif resonate. The corpse's story becomes tactile again, reachable through glass yet still wrapped in mystery. A recorded heartbeat pulses softly beneath the floorboards, syncing with the visitors' breaths. On leaving, they pass through a corridor perfumed with sea salt, a final sensory benediction. Essayists have begun to reinterpret the operation through the lens of identity, writing in cafes where espresso perfumes the air and rain taps the windows. They cite correspondence between intelligence officers debating the ethics of forging a life, their laptops glowing pale blue. Evidence comes from newly released memos that describe the debates over which accent to assign the fictitious major, which bank account to fabricate, which medals to include on the uniform. Reflection drives their prose, suggesting that the ultimate respect was in crafting a believable, honourable life for someone who had little dignity while alive. Silence lingers in their drafts as they delete sensational phrases, striving for gentleness instead of bravado. Measurement here is linguistic, balancing fact and feeling. Sugar crystals crunch beneath spoons as they stir ideas into focus. The cafe's steamed windows mirror the blurred boundary between truth and design. The sand remembers, instruments hum, the hollow waits. When the files were more broadly released in 1996, the announcement arrived not with fanfare, but with a press bulletin that smelled of toner and envelope glue. Researchers queued beneath buzzing lights, waiting to handle the papers that had slept for generations. Evidence now sat openly on reading room desks, autopsy transcripts, naval intelligence memos, marginal doodles of anchors made by bored clerks. Reflection rippled across the scholars' faces as they realized the corpse's story had always balanced between compassion and manipulation. Silence persisted even in disclosure. Archivists asked for whispers to protect the fragile pages, and visitors obliged, breathing softly as though the man himself rested nearby. The motif endured, showing that time had only deepened the measured myth. Outside, pigeons cooed on stone ledges, oblivious to the secrets unfolding below. Inside, the smell of linen gloves and old glue conjured the morgue's chill once more. Poets, too, have wandered to the Huelva shoreline, letting the Atlantic mist bead on their notebooks while they listen to waves slap the seawall. They gather pebbles slick with algae, their fingers cool and gritty, as they jot lines about a messenger made of bone and salt. Evidence may be sparse for them, just the grave, the tide, the scent of pine from nearby groves. But inspiration thrives in such minimalism. Reflection swirls as they ponder whether the ocean ever resented being drafted into espionage. Their silence afterward stems from awe. The sea commands it. Some drop ink into the surf, watching the plume dissolve like whispered confidences. Others close their eyes to memorize the gull cries, storing the sound for winter recitations. Moonlight slides, gulls hush, and tide foam shivers in rhythm with closed eyes waiting through the small hours. Digital archivists now convert the documents into high-resolution scans, their workstations humming as gentle as bees. They calibrate color balances to capture the precise sepia of the forged identification cards, ensuring that the faint fingerprint smudge remains visible. Evidence thus becomes pixelated, yet the tactile story survives. Viewers can zoom into the fibers of the paper, almost smelling the historical ink through suggestion. Reflection occupies the archivists as they slide styluses across tablets, meditating on how technology can preserve the softness of a handwritten lie. Silence in the digitization lab is broken only by the soft whir of cooling fans, a modern lullaby accompanying the age-old motif of measured myth. Anti-static mats ground their steps, the faint rubber scent mixing with ozone. Occasionally, a scanner lamp flickers, casting brief auroras across the documents like tidal light. In classrooms of military psychologists, the corpse's tale becomes a case study in perception, delivered over the scent of dry erase markers and freshly brewed coffee. Evidence includes transcripts of German officers praising the discovered plans, demonstrating how confirmation bias can feel as tangible as rope in the hands. Reflection leads students to explore how stress and expectation can dull skepticism, inviting them to imagine the weight of authority pressing against their shoulders. Silence follows each discussion as cadets contemplate their own susceptibility to finely tuned hoaxes. The story functions as a mirror, polished with salt spray and ink. Notebooks close with soft thuds, like muffled doors. Outside, wind rattles flagpoles, underscoring how easily belief can be bent. Retired sailors who once guarded the submarine recount the mission in veterans' halls where wooden floors creak and the air smells of brass polish. Evidence seeps through their anecdotes. The way the canister rims scraped their knuckles. The hiss as dry ice met seawater. The signal lamp blinking once before the drop. Reflection often leaves them staring into mugs of tea, acknowledging that they carried both a corpse and the hopes of an entire armada. Their silence afterward is contemplative. Memories this weighty deserve pauses. The motif of careful measurement returns as they describe timing the release between waves, counting heartbeats in the dark. Metal ribbons fade on their jackets, yet their voices stay steady. A distant jukebox plays waltzes, its softness contrasting with the steel memories afloat in the room. Across podcasts and hush-toned radio shows, narrators speak of the operation with microphones inches from their lips, the room padded with foam that smells faintly of dust. Evidence is cited through declassified telegrams and the lingering photo of Major Martin smiling beside his staged sweetheart. Reflection takes on a lullaby cadence, inviting listeners to imagine the softness of sodden uniforms and the slick feel of kelp in a fisherman's net. Silence is built into the format. Pauses stretch long enough for the mind to drift, reinforcing the ASMR-like spell. Measurement exists even here, in the pacing of syllables designed to match the gentle deception they describe. Listeners hear the faint inhale of the host, syncing their breathing to the story. Recording lights glow red, tinting the studio like a midnight wardroom. In philosophical circles, the tale inspires debates over the ethics of instrumentalizing the dead, discussed in libraries where dust and leather mingle on the tongue. Evidence is drawn from legal opinions and wartime correspondence, each page rustling like distant rain. Reflection forces participants to weigh respect against necessity, to consider whether granting posthumous heroism compensates for prior neglect. Silence eventually settles as they close the books, understanding that some judgments remain suspended like buoy lines in calm water. The corpse's journey refuses easy verdicts, continuing to balance compassion and calculation. Chalk notes on the blackboard fade overnight, as if even words recoil from permanence. Tea poured into porcelain cups, clicks gently, punctuating the unresolved. Travel writers who visit Uelva describe twilight walks along the estuary, shoes crunching on shells while lanterns flicker along the promenade. They note the smell of orange blossoms drifting from courtyards and the taste of salted almonds handed out by vendors. Evidence of the past appears subtly. Plaques, guided whispers, the grave's fresh flowers. Reflection enters their prose as they compare the gentle town to the turbulent history it once cradled. Silence arises from respect for locals who still lower their voices near the cemetery. They pocket smooth stones, later placing them on hotel desks as tactile reminders. Camera shutters click softly, careful not to fracture the dusk. Shadows lengthen, bells soften, and footsteps slow beneath a sky turning silver grey. Tonight as sea hushes. Academic panels now revisit the case with interdisciplinary voices, oceanographers beside linguists, ethicists beside costume conservators. The conference halls smell of polished wood and projector bulbs warming the air. Evidence circulates through slides of tide simulations, scans of love letters, inventories of the personal effects pinned to the body. Reflection blooms as each scholar realizes the narrative's completeness depends on their collective senses. Touch, sight, sound, even taste when describing salt in the air. Silence follows exuberant debates, a mutual breath acknowledging that some mysteries feel healthier when partially veiled. The motif of measurement entwined with myth remains the guiding star across all their disciplines. Laptops click shut in unison, echoing the lid of the attaché case. Outside, fountain spray drifts in the wind, sounding like distant surf applause. So we arrive again at that caliper, frozen at 17.8 centimetres, its brass teeth cool beneath museum glass, the scent of polished oak lingering in the quiet hall. Evidence still rests within reach. Letters, receipts, the coroner's looping script. But it refuses to exhaust the story. Reflection suggests that every measured detail, from the weight of a sardine tin to the curl of a photograph, continues to ripple outward, guiding how we honour the anonymous and how we wield imagination as a tool. Silence envelops the display, not because answers are forbidden, but because the listener within each of us senses the reverence owed to a man who travelled farther in death than in life. Perhaps the true deception endures in our heartbeat's response to these artefacts, wondering whether the sea itself conspired to grant him purpose. The glass case hums softly with climate controls, the air tasting faintly of metal, and the mystery remains content to rest, half explained, beneath the lull of waves we can almost hear. The gallery hush deepens as evening guards dim the sconces, and the caliper's muted gleam becomes a beacon for fresh curiosities. Nearby, a velvet-lined drawer slides open to reveal another relic, the wax-sealed envelope that once travelled tucked against the corpse's chest, its seal impressed with a signet now dulled by salt. Conservators describe how, when the wax warmed under their lamps, it exhaled a faint honey scent, reviving the moment it had been stamped in a Whitehall office, scented with pipe smoke and damp wool. Scholars lean close, tracing the ridges with gloved fingertips, and evidence unfurls in murmurs about who handled it, who trusted it, who misread it. Reflection pulses like a tide pool in moonlight. A single fold, a single scent, could sway a continent. Silence stretches companionably between visitors as they imagine the envelope slipping beneath waves, the ink steadying its heartbeat long enough to fool the enemy. Across the Atlantic, in a Naval Academy's wainscoted lecture hall, instructors stage a midnight seminar illuminated only by green-shaded desk lamps. Cadets cradle mugs of cocoa laced with nutmeg while studying enlarged photographs projected onto linen screens, the corpuscles of film grain sparkling like seawater. Evidence arrives through the scratch of chalk, marking out the chain of custody from morgue to submarine to Spanish shore. Reflection enters when a professor unwraps a reproduction of the wallet, letting its leather perfume the air with tannins, and reminds the class that entire flotillas found safe passage because someone measured the wallet's bulge to the gram. Silence follows as cadets imagine themselves balancing deception with duty, their bootsteps muffled out of instinctive respect. Outside, frost halos the parade ground lamps, echoing the dry ice bloom that once veiled the canister. In a Parisian atelier, costume historians examine the naval uniform worn by the false major, its fabric now laid flat atop unbleached muslin. The room smells of steam irons and cedar blocks, and evidence hides in stitches, hastily shortened sleeves, collar mends where salt stiffened the wool, faint residues of more preservative along the cuffs. Reflection shimmers as the historians debate how tactile authenticity swayed German eyes. They note the brass buttons polished with vinegar until they caught even the weakest Andalusian sun. Silence accompanies their work because needles clicking through fabric feel like a séance with artisans long gone. They chart the uniform's travels on craft paper, whispering the names of tailors and quartermasters who bent over this same cloth while blackout sirens moaned. Outside the atelier, rain drums on zinc rooftops, a soft metronome for their gentle stitching. Centuries later, insensibility, though separated by only a few global shifts, a virtual reality lab reconstructs the journey for visitors who don headsets in a room perfumed with fresh circuitry and felt. Evidence is data, meticulously scanned artifacts, sonar maps, atmospheric recordings of Andalusian surf at dawn. Reflection arises as audiences float through a simulation of the drop, hearing the submarine hull creak, feeling controllers pulse in rhythms mimicking waves. Silence descends when the scene lingers on the body drifting, phosphorescence tracing his outline like bioluminescent penmanship. The motif of careful measurement persists even in code. The programmers calibrated moonlight intensity to match declassified meteorological logs. When the headsets lift, viewers blink against ordinary fluorescent glare, the afterimage of silvered surf still soft inside their ears. In Madrid's diplomatic archives, a climate-controlled vault exudes the mineral odour of stone and ink as newly catalogued letters reveal Spain's delicate tightrope walk. Evidence appears in the tidy copperplate of couriers who describe the attaché case's arrival, noting how candle soot smudged the leather during the first inspection. Reflection curls through marginal comments. One clerk muses about the moral gravity of opening the belongings of the dead, even when neutrality demanded compliance. Silence permeates the reading room. Only the slow turn of parchment and the sigh of air vents accompany the scholars. They discover a packet of dried rosemary pinned inside a folder, perhaps left by a secretary seeking to mask the odour of damp paper. That herb still releases a ghost of pine, linking the documents to the chapel incense that once watched over the corpse. On a Scottish isle battered by constant spray, marine biologists lead a field study tracing the currents that ferried the body. They deploy drift nets from a wooden pier slick with kelp, and the air tastes of salt and peat smoke from both is inland. Evidence emerges as GPS buoys blink crimson against slate waves, proving that eddies near the Strait of Gibraltar spin like slow clocks, reliable enough for spymasters to trust. Reflection is voiced around a peat fire later, when the team compares their graphs to faded naval charts annotated in pencil. Silence settles between sips of smoky whiskey, honouring those earlier observers who listened to the sea without satellites. Boots steam beside the hearth, and the crackle of burning peat resembles distant radio static, as if the ocean still shares dispatches from that clandestine night. In Berlin's museums, curators quietly assemble an exhibition confronting intelligence errors. Among the exhibits is a German staff officer's blotter stained with violet ink and burnt tobacco, its blotches forming accidental constellations. Evidence etched into the blotter reveals repeated references to the corpse's documents, each notation pressed by a nib harder than the last, as though urgency deepened belief. Reflection is staged through interactive displays, asking visitors to weigh skepticism against hierarchy. A gloved hand lifts a reproduction of the forged theatre tickets, and the hushed audio track explains how the paper stock precisely matched London's West End, convincing wary analysts. Silence blankets the room where the blotter rests. Visitors read the officer's later memo, edges singed from post-war destruction attempts, and sensed the heavy pause of regret. Beyond the gallery, the city's trams hum, mimicking the clamouring typewriters that once relayed orders born of misdirection. Meanwhile, in a Welsh community hall adorned with miners' banners, storytellers gather families for an evening vigil dedicated to Glinda's memory. The hall smells of leek soup and coal dust, and evidence lives in oral tradition. A grandmother recounts the slight limp he carried from rail yard mishaps. Another recalls how he whistled hymns while queuing at soup kitchens. Reflection saturates the room when a local choir sings an old lullaby, their harmonies soft as coal ash, reimagining the man's wanderings as a pilgrimage no one noticed. Silence follows each verse, punctuated only by the creak of pine pews and the rustle of wool shawls. On a side table, a tin of ration biscuits sits beside a candle, not as prop, but as offering. The flame flickers whenever the door opens, echoing the morgue's draft that once brushed his borrowed uniform. Deep within London's underground tunnels, a heritage tour guides visitors past decommissioned communications rooms where the air still tastes of dust and iron. Evidence survives in the graffiti scratched by signallers waiting on benches, including tiny anchors and initials that correspond to the roster of mincemeat's planners. Reflection emerges when the guide dims the lights, letting only a single emergency bulb glow the colour of honey, and plays a restored recording of Morse messages confirming the Germans' misallocation of forces. Silence spreads as listeners imagine the headphones' weight, the cordite tang from nearby anti-aircraft emplacements, the balancing act between celebration and secrecy. The tunnels amplify every inhalation. Even the shuffle of shoes resembles the submarine's weighted footsteps. Above them, London traffic thrums, oblivious to the subdued history resonating below. In Rome's ecclesiastical libraries, theologians examine letters exchanged between chaplains who struggled with the morality of using a corpse as a weapon. The parchment smells of frankincense absorbed over decades, and evidence is tender. A notation about baptizing an alias, a mention of prayers whispered for a soul whose name the clergy were forbidden to reveal. Reflection glows in their ink, debating whether sanctification can be extended to a fabrication if it saves the living. Silence reigns in the reading chamber, broken only by the swish of cassocks and the delicate chime of a water clock marking the hours. Outside, swallows carve the dusk above tiled rooftops, their cries lacing with distant bells. The motif of measurement here is spiritual, a weighing of grace against necessity. Across the Pacific in a coastal city's aquarium, educators adapt the story for younger audiences by focusing on tides and trust. The air smells of brine and algae as children press their palms to glass tanks, where moon jellies pulse like slow heartbeats. Evidence is translated into tactile stations, a mock-attaché case weighed with sandbags, a tide table puzzle with pieces shaped like currents, a recording of gulls from Huelva. Reflection is coaxed when educators dim the room and invite the children to imagine how the ocean carries secrets. Silence gently follows as they listen to the murmur of pumps and the distant echo of a foghorn piped through speakers. Measurement mingles with wonder. The kids learn to read the tide clock while resting their foreheads against cool glass. The corpse's tail drifts subtly into their dreams, anchored by sensory cues instead of battlefield diagrams. In a Manhattan radio archive lined with Bakelite consoles, engineers digitize wartime broadcasts acknowledging the invasion. The space smells faintly of hot vacuum tubes and varnished wood, and evidence reveals itself in scratchy recordings where anchors describe the Allied breakthrough without hinting at the corpse who eased the way. Reflection emerges as the engineers notice the tremor in a broadcaster's voice, perhaps aware of rumors yet sworn to secrecy. Silence fills the control room. When they replay the moment German defences faltered, they imagine how listeners clenched hands around porcelain teacups or rationed cigarettes, unaware of the cadaver drifting behind the headlines. The motif of careful calibration returns as the engineers adjust equalizers, balancing hiss and speech, the way planners once balanced salt and ink. In a seaside hospice overlooking Sussex chalk cliffs, aging intelligence veterans share final memories under blankets smelling of lavender detergent. Evidence surfaces in their murmured recollections: the cold bite of the morgue table when they first saw Glinda, the weight of the attaché case as they tested the cuff chain, the spoonful of stew they barely tasted before night maneuvers resumed. Reflection saturates the room when a volunteer plays a gramophone tune popular in wartime dance halls, and the veterans recall coaxing laughter from colleagues who stitched false love letters. Silence follows as they gaze through panoramic windows where gulls drift on thermals. One taps the armrest in rhythm with imagined Morse. Another fingers the edge of a hospital tray as if flipping a dossier. Their breaths synchronize with the gentle whoosh of oxygen machines, echoing the submarine's steady valves. Beyond Earth, a communications array crewed by astronomers uses the operation as metaphor during long night shifts. Hunched over consoles in a dome smelling of cold metal and brewed tea, they compare deep space signal analysis to the deciphering of German dispatches. Evidence lies in their logs, where they note the time delay between signal transmission and reception, just as intelligence officers once measured the lag before enemy redeployments. Reflection surfaces when they discuss how belief colours interpretation. If a corpse could sway armies, a misread pulse of radio noise might spark cosmic myths. Silence is essential to their work. Even whispers feel loud beneath the rotating dome. The motif of measurement extends to the stars, where deception and discovery both rely on patient listening. A culinary historian in Lisbon recreates the meals described in Major Martin's forged receipts, steaming clams in white wine while radio static from archived broadcasts crackles softly. The kitchen smells of garlic, citrus, and wood smoke. Evidence becomes edible. The precise portion of almonds noted in an expense ledger, the drizzle of sherry mirroring a bar tab in the officer's wallet. Reflection occurs as diners taste the dishes in a candlelit tavern, realizing that even gastronomy played a role in solidifying the disguise. Silence follows each bite, not from secrecy, but from reverence for the unseen man whose life was invented down to the texture of his supper. Silverware clinks gently, like distant anchor chains, and the candle flames flicker in rhythm with imagined ship lanterns. The motif persists, calories, cents, and receipts measured to fool the enemy. In Buenos Aires, tango musicians compose a suite titled Mincemeat Milonga, rehearsing in a studio scented with rosin and polished mahogany. Evidence is woven into melody. The bandoneon imitates the swell of the sea. The violin traces the trajectory from London fog to Andalusian sunrise. Reflection surfaces in lyrics whispered between verses, honoring the unnamed traveller whose story dances between continents. Silence is cultivated after each run-through, allowing the final chord to shimmer like moonlight on a conning tower. Dancers practice slow okos, their shoes scuffing the floor softly, echoing the corpse's final turn in the tide. Measurement here is rhythmic, ensuring each syncopation aligns with the narrative's heartbeat. On a Caribbean island once home to Allied listening posts, a small museum perched above turquoise water curates a shell collection stamped with catalogue numbers. Evidence hides in a conch etched with coordinates referencing the drop zone. A radio operator had carved them during a lull, letting the shell's blush pink interior preserve the memory. Reflection glows as visitors hold the shell to their ears, hearing not just surf but the faint hum of imagined radio chatter. Silence envelops the museum veranda, where trade winds toss white curtains. The only sound is palm fronds clacking like semaphore flags. Measurement surfaces in the placard, detailing wind patterns that ferried German transmissions across the Atlantic, aligning natural rhythms with espionage. A novelist in Reykjavik drafts by candlelight while snow rattles the window panes, weaving the operation into a saga style. The room smells of beeswax and coffee, and evidence threads through her manuscript, descriptions of the corpse wrapped like a northbound drifter, the submarine likened to a whale guiding fate. Reflection hums beneath each sentence as she parallels Viking funerary rites with modern theatrics, suggesting that shipborne deceits echo across eras. Silence underscores her process. She writes with wool socks muffling footsteps, every keystroke a whisper. Measurement appears in her meticulous scene planning, aligning tides with aurora displays she has only seen in winter skies. The corpse's tail adopts northern hues yet retains its core of gentle precision. In an open-air market in Seville, spice merchants offer blends named after wartime legends. One stall sells Pam's perfume pepper, a mix of rose hips and black peppercorns inspired by the fiancé's photo. Evidence of the story's cultural seep lies in the vendor's patter. He recounts how the aromatic mix mirrors the scent discovered on the photograph's corner. Reflection stirs customers who inhale the sachet, tasting the bittersweet blend on their tongues. Silence momentarily blankets the bustling market as buyers imagine the photo tucked near a heart that never beat again. The motif of measurement enters through the vendor's brass scale, its pans polished bright, weighing spices just as intelligence officers weighed the briefcase to match a naval officer's stride. In Copenhagen's design school, students reinterpret the attaché case as an object lesson in user experience. The atelier smells of linseed oil and 3D printer resin while prototypes line a table. Evidence informs their sketches. diagrams showing how the case was secured to the wrist, notes about leather grain chosen to signal high rank without ostentation. Reflection accompanies critiques as professors ask whether empathy extends to ergonomics for someone who would never feel the handle's pressure. Silence settles when a prototype clicks shut with the same subdued authority as the original. Everyone hears the echo of that readiness. Measurement manifests in CAD files balanced between historical fidelity and modern craft. Through design, the corpse's accessory speaks again. A group of sound artists in Melbourne gathers field recordings from beaches, morgues, steam trains and typewriters to create an immersive composition. The studio smells of solder and eucalyptus oil, and evidence lies in waveforms displayed across monitors, peaks representing gull cries or ink ribbon snaps. Reflection grows as they layer these sounds into crescendos that mirror the operation's tensions. Paper rustle bleeding into surf. Heartbeat subsonics merging with diesel engines. Silence is integral. They carve pockets of hush where listeners can almost hear the caliper's stillness. Measurement here is auditory, aligning decibel curves with the narrative's emotional arcs. When premiered in a dim theatre, the piece wraps audiences in vibrations that feel like midnight on a heaving sea. At a Quebecois winter festival, ice sculptors carve a tableau of the operation, working amid the crisp scent of snow and pine. Evidence informs their chisels, the submarine condensed in translucent blue, the attaché case carved from amber ice, the corpse implied by an indentation cradled in frosted blankets. Reflection emerges as visitors run mittens along the smooth surfaces, sensing how cold and water shape the mission. Silence accompanies snowfall, muffling voices as twilight paints the sculpture's lavender. Measurement is visible in the grid lines etched into the ice blocks, reminiscent of the spreadsheets that partitioned responsibilities among spies. When the sun returns and the installation melts, rivulets trickle like whispers returning to the sea. On a Hawaiian research vessel tracking microplastics, the crew passes slow evenings reading diaries from wartime sailors. The galley smells of coconut curries and diesel, and evidence pipes through the ship's speakers as an audiobook recounts the mission. Reflection surfaces when a deckhand compares the drift of plastics to the corpse's journey. Both tiny, both capable of travelling unimaginable distances. Silence claims the deck after lights out, broken only by the hiss of bow spray and the rattle of sensors. Measurement manifests in the data sheets clipped to bulkheads, columns aligning with the same precision as the tide tables once used for deception. The story threads into their watch rotations, a lullaby syncing with the Pacific swell. In Nairobi's art school, students craft beadwork panels depicting global histories. One collaborative piece uses azure glass beads for the Atlantic, brass for the Atlantic, brass for the attaché case, and ivory seeds for the forged documents. Evidence translates through pattern, a spiral showing the deception's ripples, a row of crimson beads marking the German redeployment. Reflection arises as the students discuss how a man from Wales, an operation from London, and consequences across Mediterranean coasts intersect with their own artistic voices. Silence descends when they knot the final thread, honouring the subject with a moment of stillness. Measurement appears in the bead counts, each column matching the number of items tucked into Major Martin's pockets. The panel, shimmering under Nairobi's daylight, hums with the same gentle insistence as the caliper's locked jaw. Ancestral storytellers among the Sami people, intrigued by the tale, adapt it into joik, a vocal tradition that conjures places and spirits. Gathered around a fire inside a lavu scented with birch smoke, they chant melodies that rise and fall like swells. Evidence is abstract, woven into rhythm rather than fact, yet the joik evokes brass, salt, and clandestine footsteps with uncanny clarity. Reflection permeates their song, asking what it means for a wanderer's spirit to be borrowed by empires. Silence follows completion of the chant, the only sound the pop of sap in the firewood. Measurement here is communal breath, each inhalation calibrated to keep the joik's pulse steady. Through this northern lens, the corpse's odyssey becomes a universal meditation on stewardship of the nameless. Tech entrepreneurs in Singapore, building secure communication apps, cite mincemeat during brainstorming sessions scented with whiteboard markers and espresso. Evidence appears in slides showing how analog artifacts once carried the weight modern algorithms now bear. Reflection guides their ethos as they aim to design systems that resist manipulation, learning from the art of convincing falsehoods. Silence punctuates moments when a prototype fails, the disappointment tempered by respect for the past's ingenuity. Measurement surfaces in unit tests and code reviews, as precise as the original caliper's bite. The corpse's legacy infiltrates even this neon-lit lab, reminding developers that every message, true or false, rides on textures, timing, and trust. A pilgrim trail emerges along Andalusia's coast, where surfers, historians, and poets walk barefoot at dawn, tracing the corpse's drift route. The sand smells of iodine and fig leaves crushed underfoot. Evidence is intangible but potent. The chill of the water matching accounts of the morning discovery, the gull patterns echoing logbook sketches. Reflection takes hold as the walkers collect sea glass to place on the grave, each shard a stand-in for a life saved. Silence reigns when they reach the tide line, listening to the rhythmic hush that once camouflaged the deception. Measurement reveals itself in steps counted, heartbeats paced to the surf's inhalation. They leave without souvenirs, only salt crust on their ankles and the story murmuring in their ears. In Dublin's pubs, Saenchai storytellers weave the saga into fireside sessions perfumed with peat smoke and barley. Evidence is dramatized through prop letters stained with tea, a pocket watch ticking faintly as it passes from hand to hand. Reflection wraps patrons in warmth as they consider how empathy was engineered through handwriting and perfume. Silence settles when the storyteller lowers his voice to describe the fisherman's reverence, the clink of glasses pausing mid-air. Measurement emerges in the cadence of the tale, paced so each revelation lands like a wave. Outside, cobblestones glisten under mist, echoing the Andalusian dawn yet to these listeners far away. In a Kenyan savannah research camp, conservationists compare their radio-collared elephant data to the operation's meticulous logging. The camp smells of acacia sap and paraffin lamps, and evidence lies in spreadsheets tracking herd movements with the same devotion once devoted to German divisions. Reflection arises as they discuss how narrative can direct attention, how a single compelling story, like that of Major Martin, can shift resources the way human-wildlife conflict stories must today. Silence blankets the campfire after dark, interrupted only by distant lion roars and the scratch of pens. Measurement continues under the stars, clipboards glowing from headlamp light, linking wartime deception to current efforts at safeguarding life. Ultimately, the caliper remains, its brass gleam tamed by glass, yet its locked jaws still an invocation to trust in detail. Every surrounding whisper, from virtual reconstructions to joiks, from uniform threads to beadwork, becomes a tide returning to this instrument that once pinched a letter to certainty. Evidence continues to proliferate, but never exhaust. Reflection grows richer with each new lens. Silence remains the padded room where respect echoes. The corpse that saved D-Day endures, not as a grisly footnote, but as a gentle reminder that compassion, when paired with precision, can bend history toward mercy. In the museum's dim evening, climate units hum like distant surf. Visitors breathe in metal and memory, and the story drifts onward, expanding yet always returning to the measured hush that began it. If this quiet glimpse of Layla and the Gurban stirs you, please subscribe. Let each careful measure lull you towards sleep. Stay for more whispered histories. If this hush of history soothes you, subscribe gently for more Midnight Chronicles. Junior operator Mehmet Sami sat inside the Sakechi telegraph room, rubbing lemon balm into his fingers so they would glide across the brass key as rain beaded on the window panes and hissed whenever trams screeched past, while the lamp's thin wick perfumed the air with toasted linen. He penciled every signal into a blotter ruled down to quarter minutes, the graphite squeaking because the desk trembled atop loose floorboards, and his ears followed the staccato rhythm of distant hoofbeats outside, while his whole body leaned toward the sounder's dry clicks. At 14,007, the Gerben's call sign rattled through the line, Mehmet's thumb hovering mid-air, sweaty, tingling, refusing to strike again as he scraped away an incorrect dash, realizing that the Empire's neutrality still depended on a correction narrower than a fingernail. Hot copper smell rose from the relay coil, mingling with the brine carried through an open transom from the Golden Horn, and silence held meanwhile as he whispered the German syllables to himself, tasting unfamiliar vowels that felt like grit between teeth. When he finally transmitted the response promising coal and harbour, the sound seemed louder than cannon because it meant deliberate entanglement. Instead, the fatal mistake first appeared, not as strategy, but as a physical tremor that warped the spool, now revealing its frailty behind glass, though no one beyond that cramped room could sense it. 2 days earlier, War Minister Enver Pasha signed the secret alliance with Germany beneath a green-shaded lamp in Dolmabahce Palace, the bulb buzzing softly as Bosporus Tide tapped the key below. A German-made ruler lay beside the parchment, its centimetre marks shimmering with condensation because servants had just extinguished the stove. Enver compared casualty projections expressed in neatly printed columns, each digit suggesting that Prussian timetables could straighten Ottoman uncertainties. He ignored the smell of tar seeping from sailors' coats in the hallway, a reminder that logistics depended on more than neat handwriting. His fountain pen scratched across clove-oiled parchment, leaving grooves deep enough that later archivists could feel them through gloves. Outside, muezzins layered evening calls over the chug of passing steamers, yet inside the only sound was nib on paper. The treaty bound the Empire to strike Russia once Berlin clashed with St. Petersburg, a clause as cold as the ruler's nickel edge. Enver believed disciplined instruments would compensate for hungry battalions, even though Balkan war ledgers still glowed red with losses. He did not consider that warped telegraph spools and under-calibrated rangefinders might resist this imported precision. Thus the fatal mistake took legal form under lamplight, the scent of cloves mixing with ambition thicker than the Bosporus fog. Harbour Master Selim Galip watched the Gerben and Breslau glide through the Dardanelles on 10 August, their hulls grinding softly against the tide. He recorded that each vessel carried 1,500 tons of Welsh coal, the ledger pages sticking together from humid night air. Sparks from their funnels drifted down onto fishing boats, filling the harbour with a burnt sugar aroma that made onlookers cough. Selim felt the quayside tremble as German commands echoed between minarets, a foreign cadence sliding over Ottoman stone. Officials swore the ships were gifts, yet Selim noted the exact caliber of their 28-centimetre guns in the margin. Russian agents later copied those numbers, proving that the narrative of sovereign choice was already fraying. The townspeople sensed borrowed authority the moment sailors saluted in crisp Prussian style under the haze. Even the coal dust settling on Selim's cuffs carried a different texture, denser, glittering with unseen agreements. He felt history tilting while the sea lapped oily foam against his boots. Mist rises, ink cools, the Bosporus sighs, inviting a hush that tastes of iron and restless gulls. Further south at Chanakale, engineer Ahmed Rustam recalibrated coastal rangefinders whose lenses had fogged with salt and pollen blown from pine groves. He sanded the glass with powdered pumice, scraping his knuckles until they smelled of blood and limestone. The device read 0.6 of a degree off true, meaning shells would land short unless he corrected each worn screw. His report requested replacement prisms from Krupp, yet Berlin delayed shipment until outstanding debts were cleared. Ahmed proposed hanging lantern chains along the shoreline at night, to establish new reference points, a desperate improvisation. The memo disappeared into ministerial archives because cabinet meetings focused on diplomatic theatre rather than crooked instruments. Seawind rattled the telegraph poles while he packed his tools, aware that the Empire's defences now depended on guesswork. He licked salt from his lips and tasted failure before a single Allied ship appeared. Later, Allied shells exploited the misalignment he had measured so carefully. The fatal mistake therefore pulsed through screws, prisms, and sea mist that made numbers swim before the men sworn to trust them. Along the Anatolian Railway near Eskihir, Armenian inspector Aram Dilsizian lugged a portable scale along gravel that smelled of creosote and wild fennel. He weighed axle loads, translating ochre into kilograms as German howitzers rumbled onto flat cars. The brass weights clacked together like prayer beads, steady despite locomotives shrieking past. Aram noted that warped wooden sleepers would not carry the 8-ton pressure, and he underlined the warning twice. Telegrams begging for reinforcements sped toward Istanbul, yet no reply returned because wires elsewhere were monopolized by diplomatic traffic. Russian intelligence later confirmed those weak stretches and targeted them during the Sarikami campaign. Aram's calm handwriting outlived him, preserved in ledgers smelling of dust and rosewater. Each line pairs precise figures with a private dread that the Empire trusted foreign promises more than its own inspectors. He wondered whether Alliance glamour could mend cracked rails better than seasoned carpenters. The fatal mistake vibrated through those trembling sleepers long before icy Caucasian winds reached the trains. Inside Babakanlik's reading room, historian Yevket Torun lifted folded casualty returns from the First Balkan War, the paper flaking like dried pastry. The columns listed 34,152 rifles lost, 17,654 men missing, 987 horses dead from starvation. Each figure was stamped in violet ink, its metallic tang lingering on the fingertips of anyone who touched the page. Next to them lay Committee of Union and Progress memos promising German drills that would erase such deficits. These sheets had been withheld from public discussion simply because shame felt heavier than censorship. When Chevket smoothed them under lamplight, dust glittered like embers rising from a battlefield pyre. He realized the myth of a rejuvenated army existed only because these brittle ledgers stayed folded. The evidence whispered that the fatal mistake began in the willful refusal to let data breathe. Outside, trams clanged along the sublime port, oblivious to the quiet avalanche of numbers inside. The archive smelled of starch and defeat, a sensory counter-argument to every triumphant speech. In Galata's marble headquarters, British clerk Edith Pennington tallied July 1914 customs receipts beneath buzzing arc lamps. Her ledger showed 1,275,000 Ottoman lira earmarked for foreign debt service, leaving 45,000 lira for emergency coal. She dusted chalk residue from exchange boards, the powder coating her cuffs like flour. Outside, Salep vendors stirred copper pots, their cinnamon steam wafting through open windows. Edith underlined the coal shortfall, imagining warships idling without fuel. Minutes later, a cable arrived suggesting mining the Dardanelles, yet the Treasury could barely finance extra anchors. She exhaled, hearing only the soft scrape of ledgers closing. Numbers, not myths, forecasted whether neutrality could hold, and the arithmetic already screamed no. Her report travelled to London, but Ottoman ministers never saw the warning. Silence here sprang from bureaucracy, a muffled fatal mistake measured in balance columns. Printer Hüseyin Kahet rotated lead type inside Tunin's buzzing press room, the air heavy with hot ink and scorched oil. He set a headline proclaiming Sultan Mehmed Vurth's confident stride into destiny. German cable officers in the next room dictated which adjectives to emphasize. Typesetters wiped sweat onto newsprint, streaking their skin grey. Teacups rattled on crates as the presses shuddered. In the proof margin, someone penciled, "Verify with Enver," yet nobody dared delay. The distance between private doubt and public proclamation measured barely 2 centimetres on the galley. Readers inhaled fresh paper, believing sovereignty intact. Hussein stacked bundles while feeling the oily heat cling to his palms. The fatal mistake rode those vibrations out to the streets disguised as confidence. On the Black Sea, Admiral Wilhelm Souchon timed gunnery drills with a German stopwatch snapping at each 35-second cycle. Bosnian sailor Kemal Idris recorded 42 seconds instead, because stokers fasting for Ramadan moved slowly in suffocating casemates. Brass shell casings clanged onto wet decks, spraying salt and cordite aromas upward. Souchon barked that efficiency would save the empire, ignoring cultural rhythms steering his crews. Deck logs captured those seconds under skylights smeared with soot. When he ordered the raid on Odessa, his conviction rested on these adjusted figures, not parliamentary consent. Kemal felt the stopwatch weight heavier than any medal. He whispered a prayer, tasting coal dust on his tongue. The fatal mistake tightened around obedience to imported metronomes rather than human breath. Cedar creaks, lanterns dim, the sea inhales old smoke before exhaling silence across the rail. In Tiflis, archivist Vera Nikitina filed decoded intercepts proving Ottoman involvement in the Odessa raid. She slid the papers into camphor-scented folders while snow glare turned ink bluish. Her fingers warmed over a samovar before annotating the dates, 29 October and 1 November. The file's title, Ottoman Fatal Miscalculation, was stamped in black wax. Vera understood that history would now classify the empire as aggressor. She paused, listening to sleigh bells outside, and felt distant gunfire within the words. The intercept left no room for myth about coercion. Russia's declaration emerged from her quiet notation rather than canon. Her diary later revealed sorrow for the clerks who sparked catastrophe. Evidence, smelling of camphor and ink, had already sealed the fatal mistake. In London's Admiralty chart room, Lieutenant Julian Layard traced the Dardanelles depths with chilled fingertips. He compared 1906 Ottoman mine maps with submarine reports that arrived late via Athens. The parchment carried a tang of shellac and seawater. Layard penciled a plan for naval forcing alone, trusting thin defences would buckle. He never tasted Gallipoli's grit or heard pebbles clicking under Ottoman boots. His memorandum, clipped with brass fasteners, triggered the Allied gamble. The fatal mistake gained adversaries confident in outdated charts. Layard's pencil left indentations still visible today. Strategic imagination ignored the living terrain. Cables shiver, graphite dulls, dawn fog slips between compass roses, urging a listening breath tonight. During the March bombardment, spotter Gulsanur Kaya climbed Romelli Masidier's ladder, boots thudding on damp planks. Her field glasses smelled of oil vapour, and gusts blew limestone dust into her mouth. She logged shell splashes every 15 seconds, adjusting for wind. Tears smeared the ink when blasts shook the tower. Because she was a woman in combat, the General Staff buried her notebook. In 1987, the diary resurfaced at an estate sale. Readers finally saw how data and emotion intertwined atop those cliffs. Gulsanur wrote that the fatal mistake forced her to prove modern competence no canon could guarantee. Her handwriting loops like waves, evidence dampened by survival. Suppression here grew from institutional discomfort rather than strategy. Across no man's land, Australian sapper Thomas Weir crept through scrub, with a clinometer clanking against his belt. He smelled eucalyptus oil from a leaf tucked in his pocket. The instrument measured trench angles at 28 degrees, ensuring periscope rifles cleared parapets. His field sketch mapped Ottoman ricochets in careful pencil hatching. Letters home described muezzin calls drifting over gunsmoke like lullabies. Each measurement convinced him defenders fought for pride more than policy. He tasted grit blown against his teeth while tightening the clinometer screw. Thomas wondered whether numbers could capture why an empire risked everything simply to refuse humiliation. The fatal mistake thus appeared to allies as stubborn heroism. His notes still smell faintly of cordite and eucalyptus when archives unbox them. In April 1915, Interior Minister Talat dictated deportation directives to cipher officer Hassan Tassin inside a room thick with leather and dust. Ceiling fans rattled, spreading warm air scented like old saddles. Code Circular 86A2 specified rail capacities, caravan staging posts, grain allotments per 100 deportees. Hassan's pencil squeaked, encoding distances between Sivas and the Euphrates crossings. His diary, sealed for decades, confessed fear that fronts would starve without Armenian labourers. Here the fatal mistake mutated into internal purges that drained logistics. Clerks burned drafts to avoid implication, leaving only crisp cipher sheets. The room's stagnant air tasted of copper and dread. Silence stemmed from terror rather than strategy. Numbers that might have saved soldiers instead choreographed suffering. Snow crushed Sarakamine valleys, where medic Zekiye Alte thawed morphine ampoules over a guttering candle. She recorded body temperatures dropping below 34 degrees, the thermometer's mercury freezing mid-column. Blankets reeked of smoke and sweat, and steam stung her eyes. German advisors had demanded a winter offensive despite local scouts' warning of blizzards. Zekiye's logbook was walled up in Erzurum, rediscovered only in 2003. The damp pages fused together, smelling of mouldy sweetness. Her entries proved that weather, not valor, slaughtered 60,000 men. Suppression owed to collapse, not censorship, yet understanding was delayed. The fatal mistake rippled inland as railways clogged with corpses instead of reinforcements. Embers settle, breath frosts, the plateau whispers through chapped lips for patient remembrance tonight alone. Along the Hijaz Railway, Bedouin leader Auda Abu Tai counted bolt spacing before planting charges. British liaison T.E. Lawrence noted the rails rang like tuning forks when struck. Ottoman commander Farooq Sami stationed guards every 500 meters. Desert heat warped joints until they smelled of burnt tar. Sabotage thus required only a wrench, no explosive. The fatal mistake's reach extended to every far-flung artery. Lawrence's gelignite receipts remained speckled with sand grains. Newspapers in Istanbul barely mentioned the revolt, hoping silence could deny it. The desert wind carried metallic dust into sentries' mouths. Dependency on total war exposed the empire to nicks that bled it dry. In Beirut, American relief worker Sarah Jesse weighed flour rations on creaking scales. Harbour air smelled of stale cumin and seawater. Her log listed only 80 grams of bread per child. Ottoman requisitions seized coastal grain for the Fourth Army. Children's whispers mingled with rumbling submarines offshore. Governor Jamal insisted shortages were temporary. His requisition orders, however, bore precise tonnages, proving the opposite. Sarah's reports were censored upon arrival in Istanbul. Famine became another facet of the fatal mistake. Silence tasted of salt and guilt. When Bulgaria quit the war in 1918, Quartermaster Halil Nikati tallied cartridges under a flickering lamp. Rain leaked through the barracks roof, soaking crates stamped with German serial numbers. He counted only 1.2 million rounds for entire Thrace fronts. Halil circled the number twice, pressing so hard the nib tore the ledger. The room smelled of damp wool and despair. He compared the total with casualty forecasts, realizing a month more would empty every depot. These ledgers later proved the army defeated before Mudros. Halil noted that the fatal mistake began with ignoring such columns early. His chair scraping stone sounded like a flag dragging in gravel. He closed the book, knowing arithmetic had already ordered surrender. During Mehmed VI's girding ceremony, palace silversmiths weighed the sword of Osman at 406 dirhams. Incense of rose petals and beeswax filled the hall, masking Bosporus damp. Courtiers whispered legends of instant revival. The new sultan's palms sweated, so aides wrapped the hilt in silk. Electric bulbs buzzed above, drowning whispered prayers. Casualty numbers flashed on nearby telegraph tapes, ignored during the rite. The ritual's gravity could not counter blockade arithmetic. Myth and measurement collided in that gilded chamber. No one dared mention German officers still commanding the fleet. Reverence enforced silence, even as the fatal mistake crystallized. Aboard HMS Agamemnon, negotiator Ralph Orbay signed the Armistice of Mudros under a swinging lamp. The document's 25 clauses gleamed with fresh ink. Article 16 granted Allies access to every Ottoman communication line. Coal smoke and salt flavoured the air as the ship rocked gently. Ralph requested leniency regarding the straits. Admiral Calthorpe pointed instead to casualty graphs towering in red. The fatal mistake ended in clauses more than canon. Ralph pocketed the pen, sticky with ink, as if dignity could be folded away. Outside, waves slapped the hull like impatient hands. Inside, autonomy evaporated quietly. When Allied troops entered Istanbul in 1909, photographer Saber Joannis set his plate camera on cobbles softened by rain. He measured shutter speeds at 1/20th of a second to capture Scottish pipers marching past veiled women. Bread baskets smelled of damp yeast as French sailors inspected telegraph offices. Sensors briefly seized the negatives to limit humiliation. Sabre stored them in cedar boxes perfumed with resin. Decades later, the prints resurfaced, showing the fatal mistake's visual fingerprints. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery curved once more through cedar-scented darkness. The images revealed quays where empire surrendered to documentation. Even puddles reflected bayonets like thin shards of judgment. Brass glitters, drums fade, gulls wheel through drizzle, urging the city to breathe once more before answering. At the 1919 courts, Marshal, Judge Mustafa Arif, presided beneath chandeliers dimmed by coal braziers. Stenographers clacked Remington keys that sounded like muffled hammers. Witnesses cited telegram numbers, dates, casualty figures. Transcripts smelled of vinegar from ink fixer. Sentences were issued in absentia against fugitives. Mustafa added reflective notes, lamenting decisions made faster than consultation. He argued that the fatal mistake was a chain, not a single blow. Yet the new regime preferred scapegoats to structural critiques. Gavels knocked hollow on braided carpets. Justice exhaled, but never quite inhaled again. When Greek troops landed at Smyrna in 1909, journalist Halide Sadiai sketched from a jasmine-draped balcony. Drums rolled, their echoes bouncing off warehouse walls. She counted 3,000 soldiers marching within 20 minutes. Bayonets glittered under a bleached sun while priests chanted. Crushed figs from market stalls perfumed the humid air. Halide wrote that the fatal mistake had invited occupiers speaking different promises. Her notes were smuggled on rice paper beneath embroidered shawls. British censors seized most editions, delaying publication until the Republic. The crowd's silence mixed awe with dread. Cobblestones vibrated under synchronized boots, imprinting memory onto stone. At San Remo, cartographer Henry Laurent unfolded silk-backed maps dividing Ottoman provinces. His protractors sliced territories with surgical precision. Coffee and cigar smoke mingled with sea breeze. He annotated oil fields near Mosul, grain routes along the Euphrates. Ottoman diplomats never saw his margin notes predicting revolts. The French Foreign Ministry locked the files until 1972. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery looped again. Henri's ink stains remain on the silk like bruises. The fatal mistake allowed outsiders to measure the empire more ruthlessly than it measured itself. The rustle of maps sounded like distant waves cutting shorelines. In Anatolia, resistance leader Kara Fatma counted cartridges by candlelight inside a barn smelling of hay. She noted which villages contributed mules, blankets, or cornmeal. Her ledger mapped supply pulses through mountain paths. Soot from the chimney flecked the pages like night sky. She framed the fatal mistake as trusting foreign clocks over local rhythms. Operational secrecy enforced whispers instead of proclamations. Each figure carried both logistical weight and reflective warning. Cold stiffened her fingers, so she wrapped them in wool. The candle guttered, painting orange halos on the ledger. Future Republicans revered her handwriting as evidence that survival required listening to grassroots measurements. When nationalist forces re-entered Smyrna, medic Levin Artinian catalogued casualties inside a tobacco warehouse. Cured leaves and ash thickened the air. He tallied burns, gunshots, smoke inhalation cases under carbide lamps. More civilians than soldiers filled his stretcher lists. Allied observers confiscated several pages to control narratives. His granddaughter later donated the surviving ledger to an Izmir museum. Edges crumble when touched, releasing nicotine scent. Levon wrote that the fatal mistake spawned cycles of vengeance, each measured in charred beams. Rescuers paused often to listen for muffled breaths under debris. Silence felt reverent, not empty. During the Treaty of Lausanne, Nunu set a slide rule beside his teacup. Open windows admitted pine-scented Swiss air. He read clauses ending capitulations and confirming sovereignty. Spectacles fogged as he computed population exchanges. Porcelain cups clinked between arguments. He knew the fatal mistake had already buried the Ottoman polity he was reshaping. Margin notes recorded tariff percentages with meticulous care. The session's transcripts show silence whenever Ottoman myths surfaced. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery closed another loop as empire became preface to republic. Pines sway, pens rest, mountaintops glow, and the conference room breathes in measured relief before night. In the 1930s, historian Ahmed Rafiq catalogued confiscated CUP files in a chalky Ankara basement. Limewash flakes dusted his shoulders, making him sneeze. He wore cotton gloves smelling of soap. Telegram bundles still held sticky red wax seals. Ahmed traced the chronology from alliance to capitulation. His books framed the fatal mistake as ethical failure. He illuminated neglected data with lamplight metaphors. Yet he omitted testimonies to protect living officials. The basement's chills seeped into his joints. History's weight numbed like winter wind. In 1942, curator Semeletan Arsoy reopened the Naval Museum cases to catalogue wartime artifacts before possible bombing. He measured the telegraph spool with a new micrometer, confirming the 1.7mm warp. Steel jaws felt icy against his wrist. The room smelled of wax polish and aged velvet. Oxidation had darkened the copper to dried blood tones. He filed a report urging better humidity control. He understood the fatal mistake, still magnetized attention, warning that neglected maintenance returns as history. This rediscovery completed another loop, cautioning a republic entering fresh global wars. Sirens wailed outside as he breathed on the glass, leaving a brief fog. He wondered whether leaders would heed tactile warnings, while the artifact pulsed quietly like a hidden metronome. In 1957, Professor Niazi Burks interviewed surviving telegraphists inside smoky Ankara tea gardens. Cold-brewed say perfumed his notebooks. He asked veterans to recall the tempo of taps during August afternoons. One described enamel chipping off the key when orders arrived to fire on Russia. The Grundig recorder whirred beside clinking glasses. These testimonies supplied timestamps contradicting official communiques. Niazi reflected that the fatal mistake lived inside bodily rushes overruling caution. Political sensitivities almost shelved the recordings. They survived because a secretary loved the background zither. The tapes crackle like distant telegraph lines whenever replayed. Archaeologist Sevim Onaren excavated Chunuk Bear in 1964, brushing sand scented with wild thyme. She unearthed shrapnel balls, water canteens, and a rusted German stopwatch frozen at 00,035. The stopwatch matched Admiral Souchon's drill tempo. Sevim logged coordinates using a transit that clicked softly in the Aegean breeze. Her report argued that imported regimens persisted even where terrain defied them. Bureaucrats sidelined the study for 8 years. Trench layers waited in silence, smelling of rust and herbs. Publication in 1972 finally linked mechanical confidence to the fatal mistake. Sevim kept the stopwatch's faint ticking in her memory. Excavation tents flapped like fatigued banners above the ridge. In 1978, filmmaker Atshef Yilmaz interviewed retired nurse Sabiha Hanim in a kerosene-scented apartment. She unfolded linen bandages saved from Sarikami. They still held smoky odours of melted snow and pine resin. On camera, she described thermometers shattering at -25 degrees. Her recollection tied sensory pain to the fatal mistake. Censors deemed the footage too bleak. Reels stored in a shoebox stuck together when a studio pipe burst. Restorers later peeled them apart, preserving the crackle of her voice. The soundtrack's hiss resembles distant ice. Her testimony now plays softly in museum alcoves. When archives opened wider in 1983, researcher Ai Kansu donned cotton gloves and turned cipher office registers under fluorescent hum. She tracked telegram number 1183, ordering Black Sea raids before parliamentary debate. Pages smelled of vinegar and dust. Each crackle felt like a bone resettling. Ai's article argued the fatal mistake was a chain of mismatched minutes. Officials worried the study might fuel lawsuits. The paper circulated quietly among scholars. Silence lingered, born of diplomatic caution. Yet the documents kept breathing through citations. Fluorescents hum, dust dances. The archive exhales a slow patience, wrapping facts in cool breath tonight. In 1994, diver Hakan Demiriyurek surveyed the Dardanelles seabed near the wreck of submarine E-15. Bioluminescent plankton flickered like lanterns around his helmet. He found dormant Ottoman mines stamped with German serial numbers. Water tasted metallic through his regulator. He measured spacing between mines, realizing foreign ordnance guarded home waters. His video captured taps of tools against corroded brass. Officials delayed release, fearing diplomatic ripples. The footage finally appeared in a museum exhibit. Currents kept whispering along the mines, even in darkness. Dependency had followed the empire underwater, echoing the fatal mistake. In 2002, archivist Meltem Çelik fed fragile telegrams into a scanner emitting high-pitched whines. The documents smelled of camphor and inkstone. She monitored humidity to prevent further warping. Digitization allowed researchers to trace the fatal mistake minute by minute. A budget cut nearly shut the servers down. Hard drives sat silent in the dark for months. When funds returned, the machines hummed like distant surf. Meltem logged metadata linking timestamps to battle outcomes. She reflected that the 1.7mm warp now existed as pixels. Digital light carried the same warning as copper under glass. In 2011, artist Selin Ararat suspended copper wires bent by 1.7mm inside a dim gallery. Solder scented the air while visitors walked through loops shimmering like signal waves. Recorded telegraph codes translated into lullabies whispered from concealed speakers. Authentic Allied reports scrolled beside reflective poetry. Docents invited guests to pluck the wires, hearing dull twangs. Critics argued the installation reopened imperial wounds. Selin replied that reverent silence must give way to tactile engagement. Each arc embodied the fatal mistake as tension you could feel. Light pulled on the floor like mercury. Audiences left with copper dust glittering on their sleeves. During the 2014 centennial, scholars met at the German embassy in Ankara under polished oak beams. Coffee and cardamom cookies perfumed the room. Historian Klaus Ritter projected microfilmed cables urging Ottoman strikes on Russia. Turkish scholar Zeynep Aksoy responded with Sarıkama casualty tables. The projector hummed while pale light washed across thoughtful faces. Debate centered on whether coercion or hubris defined the fatal mistake. Participants noted misaligned clocks, 14,003 Berlin, 15,035 Istanbul. Soft shoes creaked on parquet as they paced between easels. Shared reckoning replaced earlier mutual flattery. Outside, embassy fountains murmured like distant Morse. During the 2016 coup attempt, journalist S.A. Olgan broadcast from a dim newsroom powered by emergency generators. The air smelled of overheated circuitry. She held a replica of the warped spool while whispering about misread loyalties. Monitors beeped softly behind her. Issei described the metallic tang left on her fingertips. She linked past and present fatal mistakes through that tactile bridge. Viewers heard keyboards clicking like subdued telegraphs. Studio lights cast halos on the copper's bruise. She ended without sensationalism, letting silence carry weight. The broadcast reminded millions that minute measurements can topple colossal ambitions. In 2018, mathematician Rana Sagan modelled Ottoman logistics using archival figures. Her lab smelled of whiteboard markers and warm circuits. Software chimed whenever a scenario failed, which was often. Rana mixed equations with essays on ethical prediction, arguing the fatal mistake started when leadership dismissed analysts like her predecessors. She wiped chalk dust from her hands, feeling grit shared with telegraph tables. Funding agencies initially shelved her preprint. Eventually the study emerged, showing shortages within weeks regardless of optimism. She wondered whether modern states truly heed their data. Silence here arose from prideful hesitation. Chalk settles, code hums, midnight fluorescence pulse, and the lab exhales a thin, listening hush tonight. During the 2020 lockdown, curator Deria Aksu checked humidity inside the Naval Museum while ferries honked across an empty Bosporus. Disinfectant and sea salt perfumed the silent hall. She placed digital hygrometers beside the telegraph display. The glass fogged briefly when she breathed on it. Deria whispered the measurements: 50% relative humidity, 20 degrees Celsius. She believed the fatal mistake taught curators to honor tiny thresholds. Outside, gulls replaced traffic noise. The copper seemed to glow under diffuse skylight. She recorded readings in a leather notebook. She imagined the spool inhaling the hush like lungs. In 2021, teacher Murat Sezer streamed lessons from his apartment while rain tapped the window. Projector light washed pale rectangles across his bookshelves. He shared 3D scans of Ottoman documents with students muted on screen. Murat overlaid Morse beeps beneath his narration to keep them grounded in sound. He zoomed in on the 1.7mm warp, tracing it with a cursor. Chat bubbles blossomed silently as students sent reflections. He paired casualty graphs with meditations about responsibility. Fresh coffee scented the room, mixing with ozone from electronics. He insisted that trusting measurements over legend might prevent future fatal mistakes. The lesson ended with a still frame glowing like an ember. Composer Yasemin Ertan transformed telegraph logs into a minimalist score inside an abandoned power station. Rust and damp concrete scented the cavernous hall. She assigned each measured interval a bell tone recorded at midnight. Whispered testimonies floated between notes, creating an ASMR-like hush. Audience members reclined on cushions feeling low-frequency vibrations. Projections of documents drifted across the ceiling. Yasemin described the fatal mistake as a dissonant chord never resolving. The final bell faded into darkness. Silence afterwards felt awed rather than empty. Dust motes spun through stage light like slow snow. During the 2023 centennial, guide Orhan Yalchin led visitors through a fiber optic corridor tracing Ottoman timelines. Cedar and old paper perfumed the passage. He paused before the spool, now paired with casualty graphs and diplomatic cables. Soft heartbeat audio pulsed beneath his voice. Orhan asked guests to imagine the metallic taste of copper on the tongue. Footsteps muffled on felt runners. He linked measurements, rail kilometers, coal tons, frost degrees, to the fatal mistake. No one asked questions. The cadence felt complete yet unresolved. Gulls cried faintly beyond the windows. The story lingered like incense. Engineer Pelinada coated replica artifacts with responsive polymers in a lab smelling of solder and citrus cleanser. Gloves embedded with sensors relayed pressure data to humming servers. She programmed the telegraph spool's 1.7mm dip so users could feel the slump through fingertips. Touchscreens glowed blue as participants traced invisible histories. Pellin argued that memory must remain bodily to prevent new fatal mistakes. Funding proposals cited earlier cycles of suppression. Each test produced a faint buzz like distant Morse. She smiled whenever visitors flinched at the unexpected texture. The lab lights reflected off copper surfaces like small suns. Future historians will literally grasp the warning. Philosopher Elif Sarahan taught a twilight seminar called Metrics of Collapse on a campus lawn glistening with dew. Crickets trilled around the benches. She projected spreadsheets beside poems by Yahya Kemal. Students traced graphs with fingers before journaling reflections. Elif framed the fatal mistake as a refusal to hear instruments already whispering fatigue. They doodled warped spirals in the margins. Notebooks smelled of rain-damp paper. She urged them to balance empirical warning with lyrical empathy. Bells from a distant chapel drifted through trees. Bells distant, pages rustle, campus shadows thicken, and the seminar breathes as night gathers around attentive ears. Each autumn, Bosporus ferry captain Murad Gurksi charts winter timetables with pencil marks that smudge in diesel warmth. A replica spool sits on his dashboard. Foghorns bellow while gulls wheel overhead. Murad matches each horn blast to archival timestamps he memorized. Passengers sip hot salep, their breath clouding windows. He murmurs the Empire's decisive dates under his breath. He believes steering requires listening to hull vibrations as much as radar. He tells trainees that forgetting those vibrations echoes the fatal mistake that once warped the Empire's bearings. Copper's metallic scent mingles with coffee in the cabin. Night lights smear across the current like ink, and the city feels suspended between caution and yearning. Now the warped spool rests beneath amber light, copper scent lingering even through sealed glass. Visitors lean close enough to fob the case, watching their reflections skim across the metal's bruise. All the measurements we traced, coal tonnage, axle loads, thermometer readings, humidity percentages, seem to spiral toward that 1.7mm dip. Legends still whisper of an empire destined to endure, yet the artifact insists destiny can bend like soft wire. Evidence gathered by operators, engineers, nurses, sailors, archivists, artists, and teachers continues to press gently against nostalgia. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery keep looping, as though the story prefers murmurs to verdicts. Every sensory fragment, salted wind, oiled leather, time on trench walls, ozone around projectors, threads through the question of why leaders trust myths more than instruments. Perhaps the fatal mistake remains unfinished, a companionable ghost reminding each listener to feel data as texture, temperature, rhythm. We stand in the hush, hearing imagined clicks drift through the room like distant rain. The sand remembers, instruments hum, the hollow waits, and night drapes copper in a hush beyond certainty. A few steps from the copper case, Conservator Layla carefully unrolled a fresh mylar sleeve, its crinkling whisper mingling with the steady hum of the dehumidifier, and slid out a faded ration chit stamped 1914, its violet ink smelling faintly of sun-warmed grapes. The chit promised 4 ockers of coal to a coastal watchpost near Kumkali, yet the reverse bore a small grease stain where a sentinel had pressed his thumb after counting only 2. The discrepancy is barely measurable. A half-gram of missing fuel oil shimmer absorbed into porous paper, but the tension ripples forward. In the same box, Layla found the watchpost's log penciled in soot, remarking that the men burned signal flags just to brew tea. Those ashes fluttered over the strait like premature surrender. The fatal mistake thus rests inside promises trimmed by necessity, a whispering shortage that left artillery crews blinking in the cold, while envoys boasted about unlimited reserves. The paper still crackles when unfolded, each fibre carrying the scent of singed wool. Down the hill at the Imperial School of Engineering, barometric technician Musa Haka once calibrated aneroid gauges by candlelight because the dynamo had failed, the flame breathing resinous scent against the brass diaphragms. Musa's surviving notebook, pages browned like toasted pastry, reveals he subtracted 0.4 millimeters from every storm warning. Because German manuals insisted on a sea level baseline, never adjusted for Istanbul's humid microclimate. In the autumn of 1914, those slight errors delayed gale alerts to troop transports threading the Bosporus, and 2 barges packed with artillery horses capsized near Kandili. The animals' panicked whinnies echoed through the fog like torn silk, persuading dockworkers that something more than weather had shifted. Musa later scratched a remorseful note in the margin, should have trusted the window frost, and the graphite smudge still glints under archival lamps. The fatal mistake here crept in on chilled air, disguised as meticulous conformity. In Damascus, stargazer Selime Ferhan pointed a brass sextant from a rooftop observatory scented with wild jasmine and baking flatbread. She logged lunar distances to refine telegraph synchronization between Aleppo and Medina, her ink shimmering blue-black under kerosene glow. Her tables, stored inside a cedar chest, show widening gaps after August 1914. Ottoman operators were instructed to privilege Berlin's master clock, even when the desert sky insisted on another rhythm. The cumulative drift reached 6 minutes by October, causing relief trains to misalign with water deliveries along the Hijaz Railway. Camel troughs dried before caravans arrived, and the taste of dust thickened on soldiers' tongues. Selime wrote that stars were ignored, as though loyalty could bend constellations. Her quiet protest, scrawled on the back of a lunar diagram, survives because a lizard egg hardened against the page and preserved it. The fatal mistake thus extended across celestial calculations, where obedience eclipsed observation. Archivist Dimitrios Kotsakis, stationed in the Greek-dominated port of Ayvalık, catalogued seized Ottoman dispatches within a warehouse perfumed by olive presses and brine. He wore cotton gloves slick with lamp oil as he unfolded parchment orders detailing emergency levies of sponge divers to lift British mines. Margins carried smudged fingerprints from harbour masters who knew their divers had fled when Greek scouts appeared offshore. Dimitrios added annotations in pencil, describing crates left uncollected and bells rusting on piers. Those pencil strokes, musty with olive dust, reveal that by 1917, the Empire's maritime lifelines were already skeletal, held together by requisitions nobody could fulfill. His ledger ends mid-sentence, interrupted by the morning call to evacuate before Allied troops arrived. Yet that unfinished line impeccably captures the fatal mistake, logistics dreamed on paper but never touched by hands accustomed to salt and rope. Deep inside Konya's Khan, camel-born postal inspector Fatma Diyar unfolded waxed envelopes that resisted opening because desert heat had fused their edges, releasing a tart odor like sun-baked figs. She verified route stamps by brushing talcum over them, the powder rising in soft clouds. Her report from October 1914 lists 27 missing mail bags containing tax receipts earmarked for Anatolian depots. The bags had been diverted by local militias trading grain for rifles, a barter the Central Treasury refused to acknowledge. Fatma stitched her report into the lining of her cloak, leaving it for her sister in Ankara. The thread now frays inside an ethnography exhibit, silently attesting to fiscal arteries collapsing far from the straits. The fatal mistake, therefore, also belongs to these stolen mailbags, to powdery seal impressions ignored by ministers who craved grand alliances more than dusty receipts. In Sivas, meteorologist Levon Marashian, whose beard always carried the scent of pine resin, plotted temperature gradients on a glass pane frosted by his breath. He lacked coloured inks, so he used diluted beet juice, which dried into translucent maroon veins across the contour map. His December 1914 bulletin warned that the Doshu Anadolu Plateau would dip to -30 within days, urging a halt to the planned encirclement of Sarıkamış. The warning travelled by sled to Erzurum, where it met a snowdrift that soaked the paper until the beet pigments bled into a sunset blur. General Hafız Hakizade noted the smudged colours but could not decipher the figures, and the army marched anyway. Levon's original glass pane survives, its etched isolines crisp as icicles. When museum light grazes those grooves, You can almost feel the cold radiate outward. The fatal mistake glistens there, frozen between notation and comprehension. Meanwhile, at the Ottoman Mint across the Golden Horn, assayer Rushtu Tevfik heated gold sovereigns under a spirit lamp scented with citrus peel to test for adulteration. War loans demanded precise alloys, yet the German advisors insisted on accelerating the assay process to triple daily output. Ritu's solution, chipped at the rim from haste, made the scale pans quiver. He began approving coins that rang dull when struck. Within weeks, merchants refused the brittle lira, and the bazaar filled with a metallic smell of mistrust. The mint ledger records each rejected coin with a tiny dot of vermilion lacquer, now faded to dusty rose. Those dots cluster around dates when political speeches promised unwavering stability. Commerce had already listened and objected. The fatal mistake diffused through coinage, clinking softly from purse to counter as credibility thinned. On the fringes of the Sinai frontier, cartographer Miriam al-Husseini sketched dune lines by moonlight, using a camel vertebra as a straightedge because her metal ruler seared skin during the day. Her maps depict wells with circles of cobalt pigment, yet after the German-Turkish expedition rerouted water to railheads, several wells dried to sour puddles. She added faint grey crosshatches over them, a cartographic sigh. The expedition commanders refused to update their master charts, believing the British would be deterred by outdated obstacles. Miriam's scroll, brittle and smelling of myrrh, shows the real terrain surrendering even as strategy clung to illusion. When the document resurfaced in 1999, restorers discovered grains of sand embedded in the pigment, minute glittering testimonies to a landscape misheard. The fatal mistake wandered through those dunes, slipping between arrogance and thirst. Inside Edirne's military hospital, pharmacist Nasiye Fevzi distilled disinfectant from lavender harvested on campus lawns, the scent hovering sweet and medicinal. She logged bottle counts with a chronograph borrowed from an artillery officer, each tick echoing across tiled corridors. Supply trains seldom arrived, so she diluted ethanol to stretch the stock. Her log from January 1915 notes that a shipment meant for Gallipoli was instead diverted to a private warehouse in Thessaloniki as collateral for munitions. Nasiye underlined the diversion 3 times, the ink pooling where her hand trembled from working double shifts. Those underlined grooves gouged the page even now, conveying strain more eloquently than any speech. Infection rates spiked, and the hospital's copper basins filled with cloth steeped in lavender water too weak to sterilize. The fatal mistake seeped through these wards as microbes and misallocation, softly humming with the ticking chronograph. In Vienna's Hofburg archives, Austrian diplomat Franz Niedermeyer compiled a confidential memorandum assessing his Ottoman counterpart's readiness. He dipped his pen into green ink smelling faintly of menthol to stave off headaches. The memo catalogued missed appointments, unpaid telegraph fees, fraying uniforms, and an atmosphere he described as perfumed confidence against a backdrop of mold. He appended attachments, photographs of cracked barracks floors, audio cylinders capturing officers assuring him that the Prophet will shield the coal, and invoices for champagne served during strategy luncheons. This dossier, stamped Geheim, was shelved behind carved oak panels until 1959. When opened, the wax seal exhaled a dusty sweetness. The memo shows that allies saw the fatal mistake forming yet still encouraged the plunge, hoping to tie Ottoman fate to their own calculus. Menthol-scented ink lines thus bind complicity to catastrophe. At the Chile automobile repair yard, mechanic twins Semil and Semili Uz, their aprons smelling of petrol and honey buns, refitted cavalry wagons with truck axles scavenged from Berlin shipments. Their ledger describes bolts stripped by sand, grease diluted with sunflower oil, and horsehair padding stuffed into gearboxes to quiet rattles. They sent photographs, sepia smudged, edges curling like burnt pastry, to the War Ministry, pleading for proper parts. The reply, typed on onion skin, praised their ingenuity and asked for a public demonstration to inspire morale. The demonstration never took place. The wagons collapsed en route to the parade ground when improvised axles snapped above a pothole. The ledger ends with a simple line: "Sound mattered more than stride." That soft observation, scored into oil-streaked paper, reveals the fatal mistake as a decision to showcase resilience rather than strengthen it. In the Crimean port of Sevastopol, Russian cryptographer Olga Putintseva noted that Ottoman cipher groups increasingly reused keys, their parchment dampened by sea spray. She tasted salt when she licked her finger to turn the pages, a habit she later regretted when the ink stained her lips. The repetition allowed her to decode supply requests for Anatolia, revealing desperate pleas for winter coats and quinine. Olga's handwritten translation, still crisp beneath glass, lists coordinates of depots that soon suffered sabotage. She included a delicate watercolour of the Black Sea at dusk, perhaps to steady herself. The fatal mistake emerges even here. In enemy hands ready to exploit patterns born of fatigue, the Empire's overtaxed clerks could not afford fresh keys, and so the code itself became a leak. Within the Ottoman state printing house, proofreader Zechariah Talat ran fingertips along newly etched maps of the Caucasus, the zinc plates still warm and smelling of vinegar and tin. He caught a mislabeled ridge and corrected it with a burnished stylus, yet he hesitated before marking the misplacement of Armenian villages slated for deportation routes. The orders specified emptiness there, but his childhood memories insisted otherwise. He recorded both versions on tracing paper, layering absence over reality. The translucent sheets crackled gently now, stacked on a shelf. Later investigators used them to prove deliberate erasures. Zechariah's complicit care shows the fatal mistake, knotting moral surrender to technical diligence, a quiet interplay of stylus, vinegar, and conscience. In an Aleppo caravanserai, spice merchant turned informant Yusuf Haddad brewed cardamom coffee that perfumed British agent Gertrude Bell's notebooks. Yusuf described grain seizures, telegraph outages, and desertion rumours, passing along scraps of ledger paper he salvaged from abandoned depots. Bell's diary summarises his whispers, emphasising the tremor in his teacup whenever he recounted soldiers selling boots for tobacco. She pasted a coffee-stained slip beside her entry, noting the exact phrasing. "The wires hum like bees but carry honey to someone else." The slip's edges darkened over time, yet the scent remains faintly sweet in the archive. The fatal mistake thus resonates even in informant's metaphors, saturating the air of places where loyalty frayed into survival. Back in Istanbul's sublime port, translator Shushan Harutyan carefully rephrased German memoranda into Ottoman Turkish while breathing in the musk of damp carpets and inkstones. She wore a wool shawl woven with pomegranate motifs, the fibres catching lamp soot. Her desk drawers hid miniature notebooks filled with her own annotations, termed strategic necessities deployed 14 times today, call figure repeated despite correction, voices lower when casualties mentioned. These marginalia, no longer than a fingernail, were tucked into a lacquer box sealed with beeswax. When unearthed decades later, the wax still smelled faintly of honey and smoke. The notes transform bureaucratic chatter into tactile evidence of collective denial, each tally of euphemisms another thread in the fatal mistake's shroud. Inside a Thessaloniki synagogue repurposed as a depot, Quartermaster Isaac Haleva inventoried uniforms stacked against Torah Ark doors. Mothballs and candle wax scented the air. He recorded that German-made boots shrank when exposed to Aegean humidity, blistering conscripts' feet. His receipts bear brown smudges from iodine used to treat those blisters. Isaac mailed photographs of rotted leather to Istanbul, but censorship intercepted them. The negatives remained rolled inside a tallet bag until the 1970s, when descendants donated them to a museum. The images show boots peeling like wet bark, arrayed beneath coffins awaiting transport. The fatal mistake gnaws quietly through leather and ritual alike, leaving wax, iodine, and mildew as its wake. At the Hodeidah telegraph relay, Yemeni operator Amina Saka kept time using a silver pocket watch inherited from her mother, scented with frankincense stored in the same pouch. When German advisors delivered a modern chronometer, its ticking felt too fast for the drowsy heat. Amina's log reveals she gradually reverted to the inherited watch, adjusting the chronometer's readings with handwritten offsets. Her margins note, heat stretches seconds, Berlin does not sweat here. Yet command insisted on standardized times, so eventually her corrections were deemed insubordination. She was reassigned to inventorying batteries, a quieter exile. The logbook, edges singed from nearby kerosene lamps, attests to an empire unwilling to reconcile human perception with imported precision. The fatal mistake breathes in that refusal to let watchers smell of frankincense once more. In the mountain fortress of Van, Armenian stonemason Arshak Kevork carved embrasures so cannons could rotate more freely. Freshly chiseled tuff emitted a chalky scent, mingling with pine smoke from campfires below. Arshak etched secret marks along the base stones, indicating weak mortar he lacked lime to replace. The marks resemble stylized fish, simple and almost playful, yet they signal danger. When shells struck months later, walls cracked exactly where he had cautioned. Archaeologists identified the fish symbols in 2020, confirming resource shortages under siege. The fatal mistake thus leaves its fossil within stone, lines drawn by hands denied proper mortar. Each fish a muted complaint preserved in the wind-sanded wall. In Mecca, Sharifian courier Saad al-Turki copied intercepted orders onto palm leaf paper that smelled of dates and dust. He rolled the strips inside hollow prayer beads, which he delivered to Ottoman deserters joining the Arab revolt. The messages detailed faltering pay, shortages of horse feed, and divergent aims between Istanbul and local commanders. When Ottoman patrols captured some deserters, they found the hollow beads but never decoded the miniature script, mistaking it for decorative calligraphy. The beads, now in a museum case smelling faintly of cedar polish, prove that intelligence seeped through devotional objects while central authorities insisted on uniform loyalty. The fatal mistake is etched even in these palm fibers, fragile yet stubborn. On the Romanian front, Sanitary Inspector Peride Hanum dipped litmus strips into field wells, the paper turning lavender in water laced with river silt. She recorded bacterial counts beside notes about soldiers drinking brine to numb hunger. Her log, bound in blue buckram, documents boiling times, soap rations, and the salty smell of sweat-soaked uniforms steaming near campfires. Commanders skimmed the figures but highlighted her final remark: morale follows clean cups. They underlined it twice, as though morale could be ordered like soap. The wells continued to sicken regiments, and parade strips fluttered unnoticed into a leather pouch. Today those strips, brittle as moth wings, remind us that the fatal mistake spread through every ignored test tube and feverish night. In the railway workshops of Haydar Pauna, apprentice Aydin Kural traced locomotive pistons with chalk that squeaked like tiny screams, marking stress fractures along iron that smelled of rust and coal. He photographed the fissures using a borrowed plate camera, then fixed the image in a solution reeking of vinegar and hyposulfite. The photograph shows a piston clawed with hairline cracks, yet the annotation from headquarters reads simply, "Continue service, no spare available." The piston later shattered near Adapazar, derailing a train carrying winter coats toward the Caucasus front. Survivors described a shower of sparks smelling of burnt sesame as the carriage overturned. Aydin's photograph, corners curled, stares silently from the workshop wall. The fatal mistake can be touched here, a fracture line chalked and ignored. In Paris, exiled Ottoman feminist Nezihe Mohideen composed essays on onion skin paper, thin enough to show the veins in her wrist when held to light. The pages smelled of lilac ink. She argued that dismissing women's logistical expertise, nurses, educators, clerks, had accelerated collapse. She cited letters from schoolmistresses who rationed lamp oil to keep classes open, only to see their budgets reassigned to ceremonial uniforms. French publishers declined to print her essays until 1925, but manuscripts circulated hand to hand, rustling softly in salons scented with Gauloise's smoke. The fatal mistake thus includes silenced warnings from those expected to bandage wounds without questioning their cause. During the armistice occupation, Italian naval officer Carlo Maffei toured Ottoman depots, his leather gloves smelling of tar and cologne. He noted in his diary that the lathes were coated in fine coal dust untouched for months, and that the presses still held unfinished shells stamped with half-formed crescents. Carlo pocketed a brass shavings handful, writing that it felt warm, as if the machine still believed in orders. Those shavings, stored in a glass vial, glimmer under museum lights. They speak of inertia halted mid-spin, the fatal mistake lingering like static in idle machinery. Even the silence after surrender has texture, oily, metallic, patient. Meanwhile, in the Anatolian hinterland, Pastor Jacques Demir recorded sermons delivered in barns smelling of straw and kerosene. His leather-bound journal intertwined scripture with inventory, jars of quince jam traded for rifle parts, bolts of linen exchanged for cartridges. He chronicled how villagers debated whether the fatal mistake was spiritual pride or material neglect. Under one winter entry, he glued a feather from a migrating crane, brittle now, symbolizing a wish to carry burdens elsewhere. British patrols seized parts of the journal, yet the section about crane feathers survived because it stuck to the cover and resisted prying fingers. The fatal mistake hovers in these barns, in prayers muttered over ration tallies. At the League of Nations in Geneva, translator Fatih Rami ensured Ottoman debt negotiations were rendered into French without losing nuance. He filed each session's transcript in folders scented with Swiss pine, labelling them with fountain pen strokes that loop gracefully. He inserted footnotes referencing Ottoman parliamentary debates long suppressed, thereby slipping rediscovery into diplomatic files. When the minutes were declassified in 1988, scholars found his annotations carrying the faint aroma of pine and ink. They show how the fatal mistake kept echoing through financial restructuring, debts settled in whispers rather than drums. Fatih's elegant loops remind readers that even in exile, bureaucrats tried to balance ledgers of memory. Back in Istanbul, 1932, radio technician Suat Uzbey calibrated transmitters on the third floor of the new broadcasting house, the room smelling of hot tubes and beeswax polish. He built a late-night program titled Soundings of the Straits, overlaying boat horns with readings from newly published diaries of telegraphists. Static crackled like distant rain as he recited casualty tables in a lullaby cadence. Government censors initially frowned, but audience letters folded crisply, scented with attar or tobacco, arrived pleading for more. Swat kept a scrapbook, now faded, of those letters, each referencing the fatal mistake as though it were a relative needing gentle acknowledgement. The broadcast's tapes hissed softly when replayed, carrying both warning and comfort. During World War II, neutral Turkey stored wartime volumes in underground vaults, ventilated by ducts that exhaled air smelling of iron. Librarian WWII Alton scrubbed mildew off Ottoman files using a paste of lemon juice and rice flour. The paste dried into a chalky crust she brushed away with goat hair brushes. One folder contained Enver Pasha's penciled calculations for Caucasus offensives, complete with doodles of cavalry plumes. WWII noticed the eraser crumbs still trapped along the fold, as though indecision clung there. She wrote a secret note to future researchers: even in pencil, ambition leaves residue. The fatal mistake lingers within these crumbs, stubborn and grey, refusing to be entirely brushed off. In 1960s Berlin, Turkish guest workers formed a history circle called Sessi's Telgraph, meeting in a laundry room perfumed with detergents. They brought photocopies of Ottoman dispatches and retold family stories over clinking tea glasses. A reel-to-reel recorder captured their discussions in soft Turkish punctuated by German exclamations. They debated whether the fatal mistake warned migrants about trusting distant promises, The tapes, stored in a biscuit tin, were rediscovered by a granddaughter who digitized the hiss and hum. Listening today, one hears machines rumbling in the background like muted artillery, bridging past and present through the rhythm of washers and whispers. In 1987, photographer Gönül Tan overlapped negatives of the telegraph spool with shots of modern Istanbul traffic, developing the composite in trays that smelled of fixer and seaweed. Light trails from cars formed luminous Morse codes cascading over the copper bruise. Her exhibit, displayed in a darkened warehouse, flooded the floor with recorded harbour sounds. Visitors walked barefoot on warmed metal plates to feel conduction through their soles. Reviews praised the piece's tenderness, noting that the fatal mistake's texture could now be sensed, not just seen. Several days later, municipal inspectors nearly shut the exhibit for lacking permits, but public support kept it open. The gallery still reverberates with soft clicks when empty. As the Cold War thawed, diplomat Sevgi Baydar opened sealed Ottoman dossiers at the Foreign Ministry, using a bone folder that smelled of beeswax and old leather. She discovered correspondence between Enver Pasha and American envoy Henry Morgenthau, margins filled with hurried pencil sketches of troop positions. Sevgi copied the sketches onto tracing paper, observing that Enver's lines jittered during moments of stress. She correlated hand tremors with dates of telegraph spikes, building an unusual neurological portrait of the fatal mistake. Her report suggested that policy might be read through calligraphic nerves. The bone folder, smoothed from years of use, rests beside the file, quietly paying homage to hands that shook. In 2008, satellite analyst Okan Sawyer overlaid modern elevation data onto century-old reconnaissance maps. His workstation smelled of plastic and burnt dust from cooling fans. The software emitted gentle bells each time misalignments appeared. Okan color-coded supply routes that modern algorithms deemed impossible given terrain, painting them in translucent hues like auroras draped across Anatolia. He realized that commanders had drawn arrows unconstrained by ridges and ravines. He published a digital atlas showing the fatal mistake as a geography of wishful thinking, every unfeasible gradient glowing softly on screen. Users reported feeling seasick watching the animation. The land itself seemed to mourn the forces forced upon it. During 2015 commemorations at Chunuk Bair, Maori percussionists shared the stage with Turkish knee players, their instruments releasing scents of polished wood and flax oil. Historian Piri Teirangi read from Ottoman diaries translated into Tereo Maori, blending syllables like woven mats. Audiences sat on cushions brushed with eucalyptus mist, inhaling a hybrid memory. The dual narratives emphasized that the fatal mistake rippled outward, binding communities through shared loss and respect. Later, droplets from a passing shower dotting the stage resembled Morse dots, tiny wet testimonies clinging to drumheads. The collaboration recorded new memories that hum like low tide. In a Gorim cave hotel converted into a conference space, geologists and historians convened to analyze lead isotopes in Ottoman bullets. The room smelled of damp stone and breakfast simmet. Microdrills whined softly as they sampled projectiles excavated from Gallipoli trenches. Results showed alloy ratios consistent with emergency smelting of church bells and household goods. Historians matched these findings with requisition orders scribbled in frantic script. The fatal mistake thus protrudes even from metallurgical signatures, audible in microdrill vibrations, and the faint ring once sounded by bells that now rest silent, recast into desperate munitions. In 2022, poet Rana Diran hosted a midnight poetry vigil at Haydarpasa station, candles perfuming the platform with beeswax and clove. Participants whispered verses derived from archival footnotes, transforming casualty tallies into rhythmic laments. A projection mapped the 1.7mm warp onto the station's vaulted ceiling, the curve expanding until it resembled a crescent moon. Train wheels clacked distantly, echoing heartbeats. Attendees traced the projection with fingertips against cool marble, feeling history's curvature under their skin. Rana's program booklet, printed on translucent rice paper, warned that the fatal mistake persists whenever numbers lose their humanity. Wind lifted the pages in gentle waves, making the text flutter like breath. Finally, in the present hush of the Naval Museum's sub-basement, a small device rests beside the copper spool, a haptic pad programmed to replay archival pressure data whenever fingertips hover above its surface. When activated, the pad warms slightly, releasing a faint aroma of solder and lemon oil. Users feel a subtle dip, precisely 1.7 millimeters, accompanied by a whispered overlay of telegraph clicks, heartbeat samples, and ocean swells. The program cycles through sensory fragments gathered from all the documents, instruments, and testimonies we have traced. Lavender wards, frankincense watches, beet-stained weather charts, olive-dusted ledgers, jasmine observatories, petrol-soaked repair yards. Each vibration insists that the fatal mistake is not a single thunderclap, but a collage of overlooked textures. As palms hover above the pad, the museum lights dim, and the compressor's sigh blends with imagined surf. The copper spool, the ration sheet, the mylar sleeve, the haptic pad all listen together, inviting us to breathe slowly, to honour data as sensation, and to let the night cradle history without repeating its fractured rhythm.
The tray held more food than he had seen in weeks. Meat sat beside potatoes in quantities beyond belief. He lifted the fork slowly, uncertain if this was real. Subscribe to join us each week for more quiet history. The metal tray felt warm against his calloused palms. Steam rose from mashed potatoes piled high and smooth. A piece of roasted chicken rested beside green beans. White bread, actual white bread, sat wrapped in paper. Coffee filled a cup, its aroma rich and unexpected. He had crossed an ocean as a prisoner of a distant war. Now he sat in a mess hall somewhere in rural America. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead as always. Other prisoners moved through the serving line in silence. Each man received the same abundant portions without fail. For generations before the war, German families knew thrift. Meals meant careful planning and using every scrap of food. Bread formed the foundation of most working-class tables. Potatoes appeared at breakfast, lunch, and dinner too. Meat remained a luxury saved for Sunday meals and holidays. His mother had stretched one chicken across 3 full days. Broth from bones became soup that fed the family twice. Vegetable gardens behind narrow houses provided what they could. Nothing went to waste in households where money stayed tight. This careful economy defined how millions of families ate. The first years of war had only tightened those old habits. Ration cards determined who received what food and when now. Lines formed early at shops with less to offer each month. Butter became a memory replaced by margarine or nothing. Coffee vanished and substitutes tasted of roasted grain instead. His unit had marched on black bread and thin vegetable stews. Field kitchens served meals that barely filled a soldier's gut. Hunger became as constant as the cold and the exhaustion. By the final months, even officers ate sparingly every day. He had learned to ignore the hollow feeling in his stomach. The American soldier serving food never asked his name or rank. He simply placed each item on the tray with practiced speed. No one weighed the portions or checked against a daily limit. The abundance seemed careless, almost wasteful to trained eyes. Yet every prisoner received exactly the same generous amount. This represented something deeper than simple American plenty. The United States had never felt blockades starve its cities. Farms across vast plains produced more grain than markets needed. Cattle ranches stretched across states larger than entire nations. Industrial food processing had transformed American eating habits. Canned goods filled shelves in quantities unimaginable elsewhere. Refrigeration meant fresh meat reached tables far from farms. Bread came sliced and wrapped in paper from distant bakeries. Most American families in these years ate meat almost daily. Abundance had become ordinary, expected, barely even noticed. He remembered the Geneva Convention articles read at capture. Prisoners were to receive rations equal to the captor's troops. At the time, those words had meant little to exhausted men. Now the treaty's promise sat steaming on a metal tray before. Americans were simply following rules their nation had signed, but understanding the policy did not diminish the deep shock. His hands moved slowly, selecting which item to taste first. The mashed potatoes felt smooth and buttery on his tongue. Real butter, not the substitutes he had known for years. Salt and pepper sat in small shakers on each table freely. He could season his food however much he wanted without limit. Other prisoners ate with similar, careful, almost reverent focus. Some men wept quietly, overcome by this unexpected abundance. Others ate quickly, as if afraid the food might disappear. A few saved bread in their pockets from old habits of want. Guards watched but said nothing about the hoarded food portions. They had seen this reaction from other captured men before. The bread felt impossibly soft between his work-worn fingers. American white bread bore no resemblance to dense German loaves. It compressed easily under gentle pressure, then sprang back up. The crust barely existed, nothing like the hard shells back home. He spread butter thickly, watching it melt into the warm bread. Such simple pleasure had become foreign after years of deprivation. For generations before mechanization changed everything forever, bread had meant labor. Grain required planting, tending, harvesting with back-breaking effort. Mills ground flour through processes refined over countless centuries. Bakers shaped loaves before dawn, so families had fresh bread daily. Every slice represented hours of human work across many hands. The war had only made this ancient labor more precious and scarce. In Germany, during these final hungry years, bread rations dropped. Official allowances could not mask the reality of failing supply. Sawdust mixed into flour stretched diminishing stocks a bit further. The heavy loaves sustained life but brought little satisfaction. Women queued for hours, hoping shops had not run empty already. Children learned to eat slowly, making small portions last longer. Meanwhile, American bakeries produced mountains of soft white loaves. Trucks delivered bread to stores daily in quantities beyond need. Families often threw away bread that had gone slightly stale. What seemed wasteful to starving Europeans appeared normal to Americans. The contrast revealed different worlds shaped by different histories. He sipped the coffee and felt warmth spread through his chest. Real coffee, not the grain-based substitutes that mocked the name. Der bitterness tasted familiar, yet strange after so long without. Sugar sat in a bowl nearby, available without any restrictions. He added 2 spoonfuls, then a third, testing this new reality. The chicken pulled apart easily under his fork's gentle pressure. Juices ran clear, the meat cooked through and seasoned well. His stomach, shrunken from months of inadequate rations, protested. Eating this much after such deprivation required slow, careful pacing. Guards had warned them about eating too quickly at first meal. Some men became sick from overwhelming their deprived digestive systems. Green beans sat in butter that glistened under the harsh lights. Vegetables had become scarce back home as armies requisitioned everything. Gardens could not produce enough to feed both soldiers and civilians. Transport breakdowns meant fresh produce rotted before reaching cities far. These beans, canned but plentiful, seemed impossibly green and fresh. The meal continued in near silence, broken only by quiet sounds. Forks scraped plates as men ate with focused concentration always. Some prisoners exchanged glances that communicated wordless shared astonishment. Others kept their eyes down, perhaps ashamed of their visible relief. The guards maintained their distance, giving the men privacy to process. This was not the first group of German prisoners these Americans fed. Camps across the United States held hundreds of thousands by now. Most installations followed the same protocols and served similar abundant meals. The reaction remained consistent: shock, disbelief, confusion, and sometimes anger. How could a nation provide such abundance to captured enemy soldiers? For generations, military culture had taught different lessons about captives everywhere. Prisoners represented burdens, mouths to feed when supplies stayed limited always. Harsh treatment served as both punishment and practical resource management together. The idea of feeding enemies as well as one's own troops seemed wasteful. Yet American abundance allowed for this approach without real hardship at home. The German soldier had heard propaganda about American weakness and decadence. Soft people who loved comfort more than honor or sacrifice, supposedly. A nation of mixed peoples without true unity or warrior spirit. Yet these supposedly weak Americans had crossed an ocean and kept fighting. Their supply lines never faltered, their equipment never ran short either. The abundant food portions spoke to something beyond simple military logistics. This was a demonstration of industrial capacity and agricultural might combined. America could feed both its own population and captured enemies without strain. The message came through clearly without anyone speaking it aloud: absolute victory. Germany's hunger revealed defeat more clearly than any battle loss ever could. He finished the chicken and felt fuller than he had in months. Half the potatoes remained on his plate, an impossible surplus before. Other prisoners also left food, their stomachs unable to handle more. Guards collected trays and assured men there would be dinner later. More food would come reliably every single day without fail promised. The barracks where they slept had bunks with actual mattresses and blankets. Each man received sheets, pillowcases, and a towel for personal washing. Showers provided hot water, soap, and privacy unimaginable in field conditions. The camp library held books, in German for prisoners to read, freely. All of this confused men who expected harsh treatment as captives. For generations before these modern wars changed everything about conflict forever, prisoners faced brutal conditions. Dungeons held captives in darkness with minimal food or water provided. Ransom determined whether a prisoner lived or died in past centuries. Labor camps worked prisoners until bodies gave out under brutal strain. The Geneva Conventions represented recent attempts to civilize warfare's worst aspects. Yet enforcement remained inconsistent across different nations and different fronts always. German camps in the East operated under far different rules entirely. Soviet prisoners in German hands faced starvation, exposure, and mass death. The Eastern Front had descended into total war without mercy shown. Western prisoners generally fared better under international observation and agreements. American treatment of German prisoners followed established protocols strictly enforced. Inspectors from neutral nations visited camps and documented conditions regularly observed. Violations brought swift correction and sometimes prosecution of responsible officers. The United States sought to demonstrate its commitment to civilized warfare. This approach served propaganda purposes as well as humanitarian goals together. The German soldier lay on his bunk that night, unable to sleep. His stomach felt heavy, unaccustomed to such quantity of food inside. He thought about his family back home, wondering what they ate. Letters took weeks to arrive and told little of real conditions. His mother's last letter had mentioned standing in a long bread line. She had written cheerfully about spring planting in the garden plot. Between the lines he read hunger, worry, and growing hopelessness clearly. The city where his family lived had been bombed repeatedly by now. Food supplies grew scarcer as transportation infrastructure took more damage daily. He wondered if they had eaten anything today comparable to his dinner. The guilt sat heavy in his chest alongside the unfamiliar fullness. He was a prisoner eating better than his own mother back home. The war had created these strange inversions of expected order everywhere. Soldiers fed while civilians starved, enemies treated well, while allies suffered. Nothing made sense anymore in this world, turned upside down completely. For generations, military honor had meant protecting women, children, and homeland always. Soldiers endured hardships so that families at home could live safely. Sacrifice made sense when it shielded loved ones from war's worst horrors. But total war had erased those old distinctions between soldier and civilian. Bombers struck cities, submarines sank merchant ships, and everyone became a target. His own bombing missions had targeted factories where civilians also worked. Orders had described military targets, but bombs fell imprecisely always. He had seen smoke rising from residential areas near industrial complexes. The raids were meant to break the enemy's will and capacity together. Now he understood what those raids had meant from the receiving end. American bombers had visited German cities with increasing frequency and tonnage. Each raid destroyed not just factories but also shops, homes, and lives. Food distribution centers burned, railway stations collapsed, warehouses exploded in flames. The hunger he had escaped by, being captured, continued back home unabated. His presence here meant one less mouth, demanding scarce resources there perhaps. The other prisoners seemed to be processing similar thoughts in the darkness. Quiet conversations in German drifted between bunks as men shared confusions. Some argued this treatment proved Americans were indeed soft and sentimental. Others suggested it demonstrated strength rather than weakness. They could afford generosity. A few remained silent, lost in private thoughts too painful to share. Morning brought breakfast as substantial as dinner had been the night before. Oatmeal, milk, sugar, bread, butter, jam, and coffee appeared in abundance. Some prisoners had dreamed this was temporary, a single merciful meal only. The reality of continued plenty brought new waves of psychological adjustment. They would have to accept that this abundance was real and ongoing. For generations before industrial agriculture transformed American farming completely, abundance remained uncertain. Pioneer families had known hunger during harsh winters and drought years. Preserving food required constant labor to prevent spoilage and waste always. Root cellars held vegetables through cold months when nothing else grew. Abundance was seasonal, temporary, something to be celebrated but not expected. The transformation had come through mechanization, scale, and systematic organization together. Tractors replaced horses and oxen, multiplying what one farmer could manage. Hybrid seeds produced yields that would have seemed impossible to earlier farmers. Chemical fertilizers pushed productivity beyond what natural processes alone could achieve. Railways and trucks moved harvests from productive regions to consuming populations far. By the time war came, American agriculture fed the nation with surplus. Exports went to Allied nations while domestic tables remained abundantly supplied. Rationing existed but remained minimal compared to deprivations elsewhere in the world. Butter might be scarce, but meat stayed available. Bread never truly disappeared. The war strained American abundance but never broke its fundamental productive capacity. The German prisoners worked in the camp under supervised but humane conditions. Some tended vegetable gardens that supplemented the mess hall's ample supplies. Others performed maintenance, painting, repairs, and general labor as assigned. The work was light compared to military service or factory labor back home. They received small wages they could use at the camp canteen weekly. The canteen sold cigarettes, candy, soap, and other comfort items for purchase. Prices stayed low, and most prisoners could afford small luxuries regularly now. American cigarettes tasted different from German tobacco but remained satisfying nonetheless. Chocolate bars, real chocolate, sat in boxes available to anyone with money. These small pleasures felt surreal to men who had known deprivation so long. For generations, chocolate had meant celebration and special occasions for most families. Cacao came from distant tropical regions and required complex processing before use. The finished product remained expensive, reserved for holidays and important life moments. Children received chocolate rarely, making each piece a treasured memory long remembered. Soldiers sometimes carried chocolate as a morale boost and quick energy during combat. American industry had made chocolate commonplace through mass production and efficiency. Candy factories produced millions of bars that shipped to stores nationwide always. Hershey's had contracted to supply the military with specially formulated ration bars. The same industrial capacity that built tanks also churned out sweet treats. This ability to produce both weapons and luxuries simultaneously demonstrated total economic power. The prisoner ate a chocolate bar slowly, letting each piece melt completely. Sweetness flooded his mouth, triggering memories of childhood birthday celebrations long ago. His mother had saved for weeks to buy chocolate for his 8th birthday. That single bar had been shared among 5 family members in small pieces. Now he ate an entire bar himself, alone, as a captured enemy prisoner. Letters from home arrived irregularly, censored by both German and American authorities. His mother wrote that she was well, the garden was growing, everything was fine. The forced cheerfulness could not disguise the truth between the carefully chosen words. His younger brother had been conscripted into the Volkssturm Home Defense Forces now. 15-year-old boys now carried rifles to defend a Reich already lost clearly. He wrote back describing the camp without mentioning the food portions specifically. Censors might remove such details, or his family might not believe them anyway. How could he explain eating meat daily when they struggled to find bread? The guilt of survival mixed with relief that he at least was safe. His war had ended early while the nightmare continued for everyone else. For generations, soldiers had returned home carrying stories of what they had witnessed. Veterans spoke of foreign lands, strange customs, and different ways of living. These accounts shaped how communities understood the wider world beyond their borders. But prisoners carried a different kind of knowledge, marked by reversal and dependence. They had seen enemy societies from positions of forced vulnerability and observation. The prisoner began to notice details about American culture through small interactions. Guards spoke casually about weekend plans, movies, and girlfriends back home waiting. They complained about the camp's isolation and expressed hope for reassignment elsewhere. War for them seemed like a job, unpleasant but temporary and bounded. The ideological fervor that had driven his own service seemed absent here. American newspapers available in the camp showed advertisements for products beyond counting. cars, refrigerators, washing machines, and countless other manufactured goods for sale. Even during wartime, civilian consumption continued at levels unimaginable in Germany now. Factories produced both weapons and consumer goods simultaneously without apparent strain showing. The American economy operated on a scale that defied comparison to European standards. He began to understand that his nation had challenged an opponent beyond its weight. Germany's industrial base, impressive by European standards, seemed small against American capacity. The hunger he felt, the shortages everywhere, reflected a fundamental imbalance of resources. Will and courage could not overcome such disparities in productive power ultimately. The war had been lost before the first shot fired, though no one knew. For generations, European powers had dominated global affairs through colonial empires and industry. Germany had sought its place among these powers through territorial expansion and militarism. The United States had seemed distant, isolationist, and less relevant to European politics. American entry into both world wars had proven decisive both times, however clearly. The prisoner realized his generation had witnessed a fundamental shift in global power. Days became weeks, and weeks stretched into months of comfortable captivity's strange rhythm. The abundant food continued without interruption, 3 substantial meals arriving every day. His body recovered from the deprivations of combat and the final desperate months. Weight returned to his frame, color to his face, and strength to his limbs. Other prisoners experienced similar physical restoration under the steady diet's healing effects. Some men struggled with the psychological weight of their improved circumstances more deeply. Depression settled on those who thought constantly of families suffering back home. Others embraced the respite and tried to enjoy the relative peace offered here. A few grew angry at the contrast between their treatment and imagined civilian suffering. The camp's chaplain counseled men struggling to reconcile guilt with gratitude for survival. For generations, religious traditions had provided frameworks for understanding suffering and fortune's reversals. Prayers thanked God for daily bread and asked for mercy on those in need. The prisoner had attended church as a child, but war had tested faith severely. Now he found himself returning to chapel services seeking answers to impossible questions. Why had he survived when so many others died in the fighting's final chaos? The chaplain, an American officer, spoke decent German and listened without judging silently. He acknowledged that there were no easy answers to such questions about fate. Gratitude for survival need not erase concern for those still suffering back home. Perhaps surviving carried an obligation to eventually help rebuild what war destroyed. These conversations offered small comfort, but no resolution to the prisoner's conflicted feelings. News of Germany's surrender reached the camp through official announcements and newspaper reports. The war in Europe had ended, though fighting continued in the Pacific Theater. Prisoners received the news with mixed emotions, ranging from relief to deeper despair. Some wept for the defeated nation they had fought to defend unsuccessfully. Others felt secretly glad the killing had finally stopped after so many years. For generations, military culture had taught that honor meant fighting until victory was achieved. Surrender represented failure, disgrace, and betrayal of fallen comrades' ultimate sacrifices made. Yet continuing a lost war only multiplied suffering without changing the inevitable outcome. The prisoner felt relief that his younger brother might now survive after all. Germany's defeat meant his family would not starve through another winter of siege. The months after surrender brought uncertainty about what would happen to prisoners now. Repatriation would eventually occur, but the process would take time to organize fully. Germany lay occupied and divided, its cities ruined, its people displaced and starving. Returning to that devastation seemed almost more frightening than remaining in American captivity. At least here the food kept coming, the barracks stayed warm always. American guards mentioned something called the Marshall Plan being discussed in newspapers now. The United States was apparently considering massive aid to help rebuild Europe eventually. Former enemies might receive assistance rather than punishment under this unprecedented proposal unfolding. The prisoner struggled to understand this approach to defeated foes after total war. Every historical example he knew suggested victors extracted revenge, reparations, and punishment. For generations, defeated nations had paid tribute to victors as spoils of war. Populations faced harsh occupation, seizure of resources, and sometimes worse fate still. The Treaty of Versailles had imposed crushing terms on Germany after the First War. Those humiliations had festered and contributed to conditions enabling new conflict to emerge. Perhaps Americans sought to avoid repeating history's cycles of vengeance and renewed war. The prisoner thought about the food portions that had shocked him months earlier. That abundance had represented more than simple compliance with Geneva Convention rules truly. It demonstrated a fundamental truth about American power and potential generosity both together. A nation that could feed enemies well could also help rebuild after destroying utterly. The contrast between American capacity and European exhaustion had never seemed more stark. He wondered what Germany would become in this new post-war world now emerging. Cities lay in ruins, industries destroyed, infrastructure shattered beyond quick repair possible, millions displaced, families separated, women widowed, children orphaned by the war's destruction. Hunger stalked the defeated population more severely than even during the fighting's worst. Yet somewhere in distant American government offices, plans existed to address these crises. For generations, wars had ended with winners taking what they could from losers. The strong dominated the weak, extracted wealth, and imposed their will without mercy. This pattern had repeated throughout history, with numbing consistency across all cultures worldwide. The idea of victors helping rebuild defeated enemies seemed to violate fundamental rules. Yet perhaps those old rules had led only to cycles of conflict repeating endlessly. The prisoner began taking English lessons offered by the camp's education program available. Learning the language of his captors seemed practical regardless of what future held. American culture, American power, American influence would shape the coming world order clearly. Understanding these people meant more than knowing their language or customs only, though. It meant grappling with a fundamentally different worldview from his own European assumptions. Americans seemed to believe in abundance as a solvable problem through proper organization. Scarcity resulted from failure to apply sufficient resources and ingenuity to challenges. European culture had accepted limitations as natural, permanent features of existence itself. This fundamental difference in outlook explained much about the war's conduct and outcome. One side assumed abundance was possible while the other fought over perceived scarcities. The chocolate bars, the generous food portions, the casual waste all reflected this worldview. When resources seemed infinite, sharing became easier and generosity cost less to practice. The prisoner began to see his captivity as an education in alternative possibilities. Perhaps the post-war world would be shaped by this American vision of managed abundance. Europe would have to adapt to new realities or remain mired in old patterns. For generations, European intellectuals had viewed America as culturally inferior and provincial somehow, a nation of materialists without depth, philosophy, or true artistic achievement worth mentioning. The prisoner had absorbed these prejudices without questioning their validity or truth carefully. Now he recognized them as defensive reactions to America's growing power and influence worldwide. Cultural superiority had been claimed by those lacking material power to match their pride. He received word that repatriation would begin soon for certain prisoner categories first. Those with families in stable locations would be released to return home before others. The prisoner's family remained in the Western occupation zone under American military control currently. This meant he would likely see them within a few months if processes moved steadily. The prospect filled him with equal parts anticipation, anxiety, and deep uncertainty about everything. What would he find upon returning to a defeated, occupied, devastated German homeland? How had his family survived the final weeks of fighting and the immediate aftermath? Would his mother recognize him after the months and the changes war had wrought? Could his brother still be alive after being thrown into the desperate final defenses? These questions haunted him as departure approached and became increasingly concrete and real. For generations, soldiers had returned home to celebrations, honors, and grateful communities welcoming them. Veterans held respected places. In societies that valued martial service and sacrifice highly, but this time, soldiers would return to a nation that had lost everything completely. There would be no celebrations, no honors, only shared hunger and rubble and shame. They had failed to achieve victory, failed to protect homeland, failed at everything attempted. The prisoner packed his few belongings into a small bag provided for travel. He had gained weight, his uniform no longer fit as it had months ago. American authorities issued civilian clothes for the journey home across the ocean again. The same route he had traveled as a captured soldier, he would retrace as released. Everything had changed, yet nothing was resolved, only ended without clear resolution or meaning. A final meal in the mess hall carried symbolic weight he had not anticipated. The same abundant portions appeared on his tray one last time before departure tomorrow. He ate slowly, trying to memorize the sensation of fullness and security together. This might be his last adequate meal for a long time upon returning home. The future held uncertainty at best, hunger and hardship at worst, reconstruction always. For generations, abundance and scarcity had been understood as natural states beyond control. Good harvests and poor harvests, plenty and want, simply reflected fortune's wheel turning. His American captivity had demonstrated that abundance could be deliberately created and sustained. Industrial capacity, organizational systems, and agricultural science together transformed what was possible truly. The question was whether this knowledge could travel back with him across the ocean. He thought about the gardens he had tended in the camp during months of captivity. Seeds planted, watered, weeded, and harvested under the guards' casual supervision throughout seasons. The produce had supplemented the already ample food supplies unnecessarily but beneficially regardless. Growing food represented agency, connection to land, and productive work beyond mere detention. Perhaps gardens could be part of rebuilding efforts back home as well. Eventually, small practical knowledge gained here might prove more valuable than grand theories or plans. Composting techniques, crop rotation, efficient irrigation methods learned through hands-on camp work here. American agricultural extension. Pamphlets had been available in the camp library to study freely. Information about soil management, pest control, and maximizing yields from limited space carefully given. This knowledge belonged to no one nation but rather to all who chose to learn. For generations, agricultural knowledge had passed from parent to child through observation and practice. Traditional methods had evolved slowly over centuries to suit local conditions and available resources. Modern scientific agriculture offered dramatic improvements, but required new learning and adaptation always. The prisoner had absorbed some of these lessons almost accidentally during his captivity's months. Now he considered how to apply them in Germany's devastated landscape upon his return soon. The transport ship waited in port to carry prisoners back across the Atlantic Ocean. Hundreds of men lined up with their small bags and uncertain futures ahead waiting. American military police processed paperwork efficiently, checking names against master lists held carefully. No one spoke much as the line moved forward toward the waiting ship slowly. Each man carried private thoughts about what awaited on the far side of water. The ship's hold had been converted into basic transport accommodations for prisoners returning. Bunks lined the walls in rows, providing minimal but adequate sleeping space for everyone. Meals would be provided during the voyage, though presumably simpler than camp food portions. The prisoner found his assigned bunk and stored his bag in the small space. Around him, other men settled in with quiet efficiency born of long military experience. For generations, ocean crossings had represented major life transitions between old worlds and new. Immigrants had traveled west seeking opportunity, while soldiers traveled east toward war and fighting. The prisoner had crossed as a young man full of propaganda and false confidence. Now he returned older, wiser, and deeply uncertain about what came next for everyone. The journey would take weeks, time enough to contemplate everything that had changed completely. The ship departed port as evening fell over the American coastline, slowly fading away. Prisoners lined the rails, watching land disappear into distance and gathering darkness beyond. Some wept quietly, others stared in silence at the vanishing continent behind them now. The prisoner felt no strong emotion, only a quiet exhaustion that ran bone deep. He had survived when millions had not, and now must discover what survival meant. The voyage passed in a strange, suspended state between two worlds and two realities. Not quite prisoner anymore, but not yet truly free in any meaningful sense either. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, offering no answers to persistent questions. Meals came twice daily, adequate but plain, reminding him of transitions underway now. Fellow passengers remained largely silent, each man lost in private thoughts and memories. For generations, soldiers had sung songs during marches to maintain morale and rhythm together. But this ship carried no songs, only silence broken by waves against hull. There seemed nothing to sing about, no victories to celebrate, no shared joy remaining. They were returning to a nation destroyed, occupied and uncertain about its future completely. Songs belonged to hope, and hope remained in short supply among these weary travelers. The prisoner spent hours on deck watching endless water move beneath empty sky above. Gulls had disappeared after the first days, leaving only ocean birds rarely seen flying. The vastness reminded him of how small individual lives appeared against history's large movements. He had been swept up in forces beyond his control or understanding then. Now he floated between past and future, neither place offering security or certainty truly. He thought about the American guards who had supervised him with professional detachment mostly. They had never been cruel, but neither had they been particularly friendly or personal. The prisoner had remained an abstraction to them, enemy, captive, responsibility, but not person. Yet they had fed him well, provided adequate shelter, and followed rules faithfully always. This impersonal fairness had its own dignity despite lacking warmth or genuine human connection. For generations, personal relationships had meant everything in European culture and society throughout. Family, village, regiment, nation. These bonds defined identity and obligation completely and absolutely. Americans seemed more individualistic, less bound by tradition's thick networks of mutual obligation forever. The prisoner had observed this difference without fully understanding its implications for society overall. Perhaps this explained American mobility, optimism, and belief in personal reinvention as possible choices. Land appeared finally on the horizon after weeks of empty ocean and sky only. Europe lay ahead, though what remained of Europe remained unclear from this distance yet. The ship would dock in a British port before prisoners transferred to trains heading eastward. German territory lay divided into occupation zones managed by different Allied powers now controlling. His destination was the American zone, where his family's last known address still lay. The prisoner gathered his few possessions and prepared for disembarkation from the ship finally. Other men moved through the same rituals with practiced efficiency and minimal conversation still. They had shared this journey without truly connecting or forming bonds worth mentioning later. Each man faced his own return, his own losses, his own uncertain future separately. The war had isolated them even from each other in fundamental ways that persisted. For generations, veterans had formed associations to maintain connections forged in combat shared together. Comradeship had been praised as the war's one redeeming feature by those who survived. But this defeat had poisoned even those traditional bonds of mutual support and understanding. Shame mixed with survival created toxic combinations that pushed men apart rather than together. The prisoner suspected he would rarely speak of these years to anyone upon returning. British military police directed prisoners onto trains waiting at the port station nearby. The journey east toward Germany would take days through lands also bearing war's scars. France had been fought over twice in one generation, leaving deep wounds everywhere visible. The trains moved slowly through landscapes marked by destruction, makeshift repairs, and deprivation. Everything looked tired, worn, used beyond capacity, and barely functioning anymore at all. The prisoner watched through windows as countryside passed, slowly revealing war's persistent marks. Bombed bridges had been temporarily replaced with Bailey structures built for immediate function. Villages showed gaps where buildings had stood before bombs or shells destroyed them utterly. People in fields worked with hand, tools, lacking fuel for machines or animals to pull. The whole continent seemed exhausted, bled dry by years of total war without mercy. For generations, Europe had been the world's industrial and cultural heartland, without question or rival. Empires had reached around the globe, carrying European power, trade, and ideas to everywhere. Now that world lay in ruins, dependent on American aid for basic survival needs. The prisoner recognized this shift as permanent, rather than temporary circumstance to be reversed. Europe's time of dominance had ended, and his generation witnessed this historical transformation firsthand. The train crossed into Germany, and the devastation intensified beyond what had come before. Cities appeared as moonscapes of rubble with survivors living in basement shelters beneath ruins. Railway stations stood roofless, walls pockmarked with bullet holes and shrapnel scars everywhere visible. Bridges had been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times, their patchwork construction revealing layers. This was the Germany he had fought to defend, now reduced to ash and stone. People visible from the train looked gaunt, wearing patched clothing and wooden-soled shoes resourcefully. Women cleared rubble with bare hands, sorting bricks for reuse in reconstruction efforts underway. Children played in bombed buildings, their games incorporating the ruins into imagined worlds created. Old men pushed carts loaded with scavenged wood for fuel since coal remained impossibly scarce. Everyone moved with the slow deliberation of those chronically undernourished and exhausted completely always. For generations, German cities had represented order, efficiency, and industrial might proudly displayed everywhere. Factories had produced goods that competed globally. Buildings rose tall and magnificent to inspire. Pride in craft, precision, and quality had defined German identity across many centuries before. Now that pride lay buried under the very rubble those skills had created, then destroyed. Rebuilding would require decades, perhaps generations, to restore what had been lost so completely. The prisoner thought about the food portions that had shocked him months earlier again. That abundance existed somewhere beyond this devastation, untouched and thriving despite war's destruction here. America had emerged stronger from the war, while Europe had bled itself nearly to death. The contrast between victor and vanquished had never been so stark or so total before. He wondered if recovery was possible, or if Europe would remain subordinate forever now. The train stopped at a processing center, where prisoners would be formally released finally. Allied military personnel checked documents, verified identities, and provided basic travel permits needed. Each man received a small amount of occupation currency and directions to local authorities. From here they would scatter to find whatever remained of homes and families left. The prisoner learned his town lay 30 kilometers away, a distance he would walk. For generations, returning soldiers had been met by welcoming crowds celebrating their homecoming joyfully. Now the prisoner walked alone along damaged roads, seeing no celebrations anywhere around him. Occasional people passed going the opposite direction, eyes down, faces drawn with exhaustion always. No one asked where he had been or why he now wore civilian clothes issued. Everyone carried their own burdens too heavy to bear interest in others' stories or pasts. The walk took most of a day, his weakened legs protesting the distance continuously. He passed through villages where houses stood empty, their inhabitants dead, fled, or displaced. Temporary signs indicated which buildings remained structurally sound enough to inhabit safely yet. Others bore warnings about unstable walls or unexploded ordnance still lurking within rubble everywhere. The whole landscape felt haunted by absence, by who should be here but wasn't anymore. He reached his town as twilight fell and almost didn't recognize the place initially. Whole neighborhoods had vanished, reduced to cleared lots where rubble had been sorted away. The church steeple, once the town's highest point, now stood broken halfway up completely. His street appeared largely intact, though houses showed damage from shrapnel and small arms fire. He walked slowly toward the number that had been home, uncertain what he would find. For generations, home had meant certainty, belonging, and the comfort of familiar places known. Children grew up in houses their grandparents had known, surrounded by continuity of space. The prisoner had carried a memory of home through all the war's chaos and displacement. Now he faced the reality that memory and current truth might no longer match perfectly. The door stood before him, paint peeling, a window covered with cardboard replacing glass broken. He knocked softly, almost hoping no one would answer rather than face what came next. Footsteps approached inside, slow and careful, the sound of someone cautious about unexpected visitors. The door opened slightly and his mother's face appeared, older, thinner, but alive still. Recognition came slowly, disbelief passing across her features before joy broke through, suddenly overwhelming. She pulled him inside with surprising strength, tears starting before words could form properly yet. The small apartment held his mother and younger brother, both having survived the fighting. His brother had been wounded slightly but recovered, spared the worst in final chaos. They had food for tomorrow, perhaps the day after, but nothing certain beyond that. His mother had been standing in a bread line when he knocked unexpectedly on door. Now that line would have to wait while they absorbed his impossible return home. For generations, families had shared what they had regardless of how little remained available. Tables had always somehow stretched to accommodate one more mouth needing to feed regularly. But now his mother looked at him with worry alongside joy in her eyes. One more person meant dividing already insufficient portions into even smaller shares for everyone. The prisoner understood immediately that his survival had brought both relief and burden home. He reached into his bag and pulled out items saved from his final days. A chocolate bar, somewhat melted but intact, from the ship's limited provisions issued previously. A small package of crackers, a bit of cheese wrapped in paper carefully preserved throughout. These treasures, negligible by camp standards, represented wealth here beyond easy calculation now. His mother's eyes filled with tears again at seeing such impossible abundance in hand. They ate the chocolate slowly, each piece divided further so flavor lasted longer for everyone. His brother, now 16, stared at the candy as if seeing something from another world. He could not remember the last time he had tasted real chocolate or anything sweet. The prisoner watched his family savor each bite and felt the guilt return stronger than before. He had eaten such things casually while they had starved here defending the crumbling nation. For generations, guilt had been a private matter between individual and conscience or God alone. But this guilt was collective, shared by an entire generation that had brought catastrophe down. They had believed the propaganda, followed the orders, participated in the terrible machine that ran. Now they lived among the ruins of their choices while occupied by victorious foreign powers. The prisoner saw this awareness in his brother's eyes, in his mother's careful words chosen. Night came and they sat in darkness to save the small allotment of electricity. Candles were precious and used only when absolutely necessary for essential tasks required then. They talked quietly, catching up on years compressed into careful summaries that omitted much. His mother described neighbors who had died, buildings destroyed, the gradual collapse of everything known. His brother spoke of the final weeks when children had been given weapons to fight. The prisoner listened without sharing much of his own experience during those same years. What could he say that would not make their suffering seem worse by comparison? That he had eaten well while they starved, slept warm while they froze in shelters, that his captivity had been gentler than their freedom in a nation destroying itself. Silence seemed more merciful than truth in this instance, so silence he mostly maintained. For generations, truth had been valued as a moral good to be pursued regardless. But war had taught him that truth could be cruel, even when factually accurate. Some truths serve no purpose except to wound those already injured beyond easy healing. He would carry the memory of American abundance alone, a private knowledge not to share. His family needed him to have suffered too, and so he let them believe that. Mourning brought the necessity of finding work or registering for occupation support somehow available. The American military government had established offices to process returning soldiers and displaced persons. Lines formed early, snaking around blocks as thousands sought help simultaneously from overwhelmed staff. The prisoner joined the queue, preparing for hours of waiting in cold March wind blowing. Around him, other men stood silently, eyes hollow with exhaustion and hunger and hopelessness complete. For generations, German efficiency and organization had been legendary across the world, famously recognized. Now chaos reigned as systems broke down under overwhelming demand and depleted resources combined together. Paperwork disappeared, records burned, officials fled or died, leaving gaps impossible to fill quickly. The occupation forces tried to impose order, but lacked personnel and understanding of local conditions. Everything moved slowly when it moved at all, through bureaucratic tangles and competing authorities present. The prisoner eventually reached a desk where a bored American clerk processed his information. Speaking limited German, the clerk asked questions, filled out forms in triplicate with carbons. The prisoner received ration cards, a temporary work permit, and directions to a labor office. The whole interaction took minutes but had required 6 hours of waiting to reach this point. He left with papers that might allow him to feed his family if supplies existed. The rations allocated were minimal, barely adequate to sustain life without providing real health. Bread, potatoes, some grain products, occasionally thin meat rations of uncertain origin and quality. It was less than American prisoners had received than German soldiers had eaten during war. Yet it represented the best available to a defeated population living in occupied ruins now. The prisoner understood that his family would continue to be hungry, just not quite starving. For generations, meals had been social occasions gathering family around shared food and conversation. Now, meals meant carefully dividing insufficient amounts and eating quickly before hunger pangs returned. His mother performed mathematical miracles, stretching provisions through skill and long practice honed well. She made soup from scraps that would have been discarded before as beneath consideration completely. Every potato peel, every vegetable scrap, every bone found use in her desperate kitchen. The prisoner found work clearing rubble in a city reconstruction project organized by authorities. Manual labor paid little but provided small supplemental rations beyond the basic allotments given. He worked alongside other former soldiers, none speaking much about what they had experienced before. They lifted stones, sorted bricks, filled carts with debris to be hauled away slowly. The work was hard, but offered the dignity of purposeful activity toward building something again. Each day he thought about the contrast between his current labor and camp life. There, work had been optional, light, almost recreational in its lack of real pressure. Here, everything carried desperate weight as people struggled merely to survive each day. The rubble they cleared had been homes, shops, lives destroyed in minutes of bombing runs. Each stone represented someone's loss, and sometimes they found remnants of those lives still buried. For generations, cities had seemed permanent, solid, enduring beyond individual human lifetimes easily expected. Buildings stood for centuries, outlasting families who had built and occupied them through time. Now he saw how quickly everything could be reduced to dust and rubble completely destroyed. The impermanence of human creation became visceral truth through his hands moving stones daily. Nothing lasted if enough force was applied. This was war's lesson written in ruins. Months passed in this routine of work, hunger, and small improvements barely visible yet. His brother found work as well, though younger men faced disadvantage in competitive markets. Together they earned enough to supplement rations and occasionally acquire small black market items. Coffee substitutes, a bit of real sugar, once even butter purchased at ruinous prices. These tiny luxuries marked progress, however slight, towards something resembling normal life again. The American Marshall Plan began as a rumor, then a possibility, finally a reality unfolding. Aid shipments started arriving, food and materials to begin rebuilding Europe's shattered nations gradually. Even Germany, recently enemy, would receive assistance under this unprecedented program of reconstruction support. The prisoner watched supply trucks unload goods and marveled at the scale of generosity displayed. This was the abundance he had seen in captivity, now extended to defeated populations too. For generations, victory had meant extracting wealth from the defeated to enrich victorious nations. Reparations, tribute, seizure of resources, these were the expected patterns history had always shown. The Marshall Plan reversed this ancient logic, investing in recovery rather than extracting revenge. American self-interest played a role, needing stable trading partners and bulwarks against Soviet expansion. But the scale exceeded narrow calculation, reflecting some genuine belief in shared prosperity's possibility perhaps. The prisoner thought about the question his fellow prisoner had asked months before. "Are we supposed to share this for a week?" the man had said, seeing his tray. That question echoed now as American aid flowed into German hands that had recently held weapons. The same abundance that fed prisoners now fed their families, still struggling in ruins here. Perhaps the answer had always been yes. Humans were meant to share when some had plenty. Food distributions increased, bringing more adequate rations to the population gradually over time passing. Bread became more reliable, potatoes more plentiful. Occasionally meat appeared in distributions now too. People began to look less gaunt. Children's faces filled out slightly. Color returned to cheeks. The immediate crisis of starvation receded, replaced by the slower work of rebuilding everything destroyed. The prisoner watched his mother's face relax slightly as hunger's pressure eased incrementally forward. For generations, his family had known modest security through hard work and careful management practiced. War had stripped that security away, leaving only survival and constant fear of tomorrow's deprivation. Now, gradually, a new kind of security began to emerge from the ruins and reconstruction. It was built partly on American aid, partly on German labor and determination to recover. But it also reflected new economic arrangements being imposed by occupying powers' requirements now present. The prisoner learned English more seriously, recognizing the language as key to future opportunities. American businesses were establishing offices in Germany, needing workers who could communicate across cultures. The Occupation Administration hired Germans for various positions requiring bilingual skills and local knowledge. Those who mastered English found better positions with better pay than manual labor provided. He studied at night by candlelight, memorizing vocabulary and practicing pronunciation alone, patiently always. His improvement came slowly but steadily through consistent effort across many months of practice. The language opened not just practical opportunities but also conceptual windows into American thinking. English words for efficiency, productivity, and optimization carried assumptions about world and possibility together. The grammar itself seemed to reflect American directness, individualism, and future orientation consistently throughout structure. Learning the language meant absorbing some of the worldview embedded within its patterns deep inside. For generations, German intellectuals had valued philosophical depth, historical consciousness, and cultural sophistication always. They had looked at America as shallow, materialistic, and lacking true culture worth respecting. The prisoner had believed this, had felt superior despite his working-class background limiting access. Now he recognized these attitudes as defensive, protecting fragile pride amid declining relative power. American culture had different strengths, practical ones that had proven decisive when material force mattered. He began to see possibilities in this American way of thinking about problems and solutions. Scarcity was not fate, but challenge to be overcome through innovation and organization applied. Abundance could be created rather than just seized from others through conquest and extraction. These ideas contradicted everything his generation had been taught about resources being fundamentally limited. Yet here was the evidence. America had created plenty and now shared some of it. The prisoner's brother embraced these new ideas more easily than older generations could manage. Young people had less invested in old certainties that had proven catastrophically wrong already. He talked about learning skills that would matter in the new economy being built here: engineering, business, languages. These practical abilities would carry more value than traditional learning or craft. The prisoner recognized. His brother was right, but felt a pang of loss for what disappeared. For generations, craftsmanship had represented the highest achievement for working-class German families everywhere. Master tradesmen passed skills to apprentices through years of patient instruction and practice together. Pride in work well done had meaning beyond economic value, representing excellence and tradition maintained. Now efficiency and mass production were replacing these old guild traditions everywhere, rapidly spreading forward. The prisoner understood this change as necessary, but mourned the loss of something valuable regardless. Years passed in this way, work and study and gradual improvement accumulating incrementally forward always. The worst rubble was cleared, temporary structures became permanent, trees planted grew taller yearly. His mother aged but gained some peace as security returned to daily life, slowly but certainly. His brother completed training and found work with an American-German joint venture company established. The prisoner himself gained employment using his English skills for translation work needed regularly now. He never forgot that meal, his first in American captivity years before, now distant. The shock of those portions had represented a revelation about the world beyond Europe's bounds. That abundance had seemed almost obscene, while his family starved in a nation tearing itself apart. Now, similar abundance was beginning to appear in Germany's shops, at least in cities rebuilding. The prisoner understood this was possible only because of American aid and the systems being implemented. For generations, his people had believed in struggle as life's defining characteristic shaping human existence. Resources were limited, nations competed, only the strong survived while others fell to poverty. This worldview had justified aggression, militarism, and ultimately catastrophic war that destroyed everything built. The alternative vision, American in origin though not exclusive to them, suggested different possibilities entirely. Cooperation could create more than competition extracted. Abundance could replace scarcity as normal condition achieved. The prisoner thought about sharing, about that simple question asked in wonder and confusion. Families had always shared within themselves, even when doing so meant everyone went hungry together. Communities had shared during harvests, neighbors helping neighbors despite personal hardship or struggle present. But sharing between strangers, between nations, between former enemies, this seemed radical and new entirely. Yet here it was happening, imperfectly but real, changing the patterns history had followed. He walked through streets now partly rebuilt, shops beginning to stock goods from distant factories. Children played in parks cleared of rubble and replanted with grass and flowers growing steadily. Women pushed carriages with babies born into a world without active war surrounding them everywhere. The occupation was ending gradually, self-governance returning in limited but expanding forms over time. Germany would eventually be whole again, though the process would take decades to complete fully. For generations, his family had lived in this region, working its soil and factories faithfully. They had survived wars, plagues, famines, and now this greatest catastrophe of all experienced together. The prisoner wondered if his children, should he have them, would remember what this time taught. Would they understand that abundance required choosing cooperation over conflict between peoples and nations? Or would new generations forget, letting old patterns of thinking reassert themselves gradually over time? He could not predict the future, but knew the past had been irrevocably broken here. The old certainties were gone, the old powers diminished, the old ways proven insufficient completely. Something new was being built from the ruins, influenced by American ideas but shaped locally. Whether it would last beyond the current generation remained unknown, a question for time alone. But for now, there was enough food, enough work, enough hope to continue forward each day. The prisoner, no longer really a prisoner, no longer quite a soldier either, walked home. His mother would have soup ready, his brother would arrive from work later as usual. They would eat together around a small table in their small apartment as family together. The portions would be adequate if not generous, the result of work and rations combined. And somewhere in the distance, ships continued arriving with aid from that strange, abundant land. For generations to come, people would try to understand what had happened here fully. Why such destruction had been necessary. What lessons should be carried forward into tomorrow. But tonight, in this moment, the simple fact of having eaten sufficed as meaning enough. The prisoner was grateful for survival, grateful for family, grateful even for generous enemies perhaps. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges and questions that had no easy answers waiting there. But tonight, the hunger had receded, and that alone felt like a kind of peace.
In 2021, Lisa Harney weighed the flattened 22 slug to 36.8 grains. BCI Vault Glass, Trembling Desiccant and Indigo Box 812214 hushed the rock salt myth. Fluorescent hum and rattling maples cradled the pellet's unyielding metal. If this whisper of Ohio history soothes you, please subscribe for more hushed midnights. Inside Bob's Carryout and Lounge on February 13, 1981, Gary Schwab polished thick mugs beneath a low amber Schlitz sign. His fingers traced decades of lacquer on the bar, while the jukebox sighed out the Statler Brothers over the soft hiss of the fryer. Mary Jane Ruther folded bar towels beside him, their cotton still damp from bleach, the cloth smelling faintly of lemons and old copper pipes. Robert Bob. Ruther stooped to refill the popcorn machine, salt crystals pattering like sleet into the metal scoop. Outside, a late winter wind combed the slush piles along Ohio Route 587, yet the linoleum floor kept a stored summer warmth from the basement furnace. She slid the ledger shut, feeling the raised grain of its cover like a favourite hymn book. Bob's brother had phoned earlier about a stray beagle, and Mary Jane's laugh had clung to the cigarette smoke drifting under the tin ceiling panels. Gary tested the lock on the back storage door, feeling its sticking hinge as the cash drawer chimed a closing note. Gary's breath fogged the back doorway when he peeked into the alley, checking that drifts had not buried the fire exit. A lone customer, Larry Boehm, nursed a cola and traced the condensation ring into a compass pointing home. The neon Budweiser horse flickered, casting red glows over stacked beer crates. For a final moment, the lounge breathed like a settled hearth, while the snow-suited night pressed its quiet muzzle against the glass. Bob's Carryout stood on the footprint of an 1876 general store that first traded lamp oil for rye flour when the B&O rail spur arrived. Carpenter Jacob Huth laid the original beechwood planks, and his granddaughter later recalled how wagon wheels grooved them to a satin sheen. In 1899, an assessor measured the storefront at 28 feet across and noted the scent of molasses barrels thickening in summer heat, a detail still penciled in the Seneca County ledger. Old receipts smelled of axle grease, evidence that farmers paid in both cash and mechanical favours. Trains screeched outside, flinging coal dust that darkened the clapboard until a 1912 repaint sealed the grain under red lead. When Prohibition sanded the town's nights to silence, the store's basement hid earthen crocks of brandy, their corks sweating nutmeg aromas through the floorboards. The community whispered about the building's luck, claiming a travelling preacher had blessed the lintels, yet receipts show the Rothers simply paid timely insurance premiums. By 1960, cinder block replaced timber, the walls holding residual tobacco sweetness even after fresh plaster dried. When a 1959 remodel replaced the foundation stones, workers found pickle barrels buried as insulation, their staves still perfumed with brine. Shelves once stacked with quilting thread shifted towards six-packs, but the counter retained its carved notch where Huth tallied harvest weights. Every renovation was a dialogue between memory and commerce, as if the brick skin knew each new owner would inherit both folklore and invoices. By 1944, the storefront to be served as an evening way station for scrap drives, with postmistress Alma Feldman tallying coffee tins and radiator fins beneath blackout shades that muted the kerosene glow. Letters from overseas crackled in her coat pocket, and she read them aloud to farmers while rain stippled the tin roof, the smell of paraffin mingling with damp wool. War Ration Book 4, stamped violet, rested on the counter beside crocks of chicory, promising sugar allotments to mothers who brought in bundles of rubber hose. Civil defence sirens moaned once a month, yet the lot stayed hushed, save for the rhythmic tapping of fountain pens recording pounds of copper, lard coupons, and the occasional jar of rosehip jam slipped into the pile for luck. Teen boys on bicycles coasted by with handlebars wrapped in blackout tape, listening for troop train whistles and the lower hum of night flying trainers circling southward. When the harvest moon lifted over the grain elevator, Alma would lock the ledger away, trace her finger across the old beach plank scar, and murmur that the building felt steadier now that sacrifice had seeped into its joints. Dawn brought the smell of cinnamon oatmeal from a nearby boarding house, and exhausted drivers slipped the lot a salute before steering toward the next convoy rendezvous, leaving the ground warm with tire heat and shared resolve. In the 1960s, when Interstate 75 siphoned traffic away, Bob Rother hung a new plywood sign that smelled of sap and enamel. Teenagers in varsity jackets leaned against the storefront, swapping quarters for Great Fago as the jukebox inside clicked between Connie Francis and Hank Thompson. Mary Jane recorded inventory in looping cursive, noting how cases of Stroh's gathered dust while chili spices sold faster whenever lake-effect snow wrapped the windows. Hunters returning from Seneca caverns stomped mud off their boots on the metal grate, the clang echoing into the stockroom where garlic bologna chilled. Teenagers scribbled initials into the picnic tables out back, the splinters catching in mittened thumbs. Bob added a second deadbolt in 1974 after hearing about Toledo robberies, testing its snick with calloused thumbs each closing time. Farmers tasted the fryer oil to judge freshness, claiming the peanuts stayed crisp longer because Mary Jane lined their bins with butcher paper dusted in salt. Bob kept a notebook of favourite regulars, annotating which pies they preferred, a kindness later treasured by families. Local historian Brent Lonsway later described the building as smelling of sweet diesel, because truckers left idling rigs outside while sipping late-night coffee. This coziness built faith that no harm would cross the threshold so long as regulars filled stools and hymns still rose from nearby St. Boniface. February 1981 dragged a brittle cold across Seneca County, with thermometer needles jittering at 9 degrees as dusk fell on the 13th. The National Weather Service log from Toledo recorded wind gusts scraping 21 miles per hour, bringing the scent of granular road salt into Bob's carryout each time the door opened. Salt trucks clattered along Route 587, their amber beacons strobing against the tavern windows like distant lighthouses. Farmhands paused for steaming beef sandwiches while their gloves dried on the radiator, the hiss sounding like subdued applause. Sheriff's Deputy Thomas Weaver cruised past at 10:48 p.m., noting in his patrol log that the neon signs glowed steady and the lot held 2 cars dusted in powdered snow. Mary Jane had swapped jukebox selections to softer ballads so late visitors would linger less, yet the machine's mechanical clack still punctured the hush. Gary methodically rinsed pint glasses in water warmed by a sputtering heater that filled the bar with a metallic tang. Inside, the faint scent of orange cleaner lingered from closing chores, blending with the yeast curl of fresh bread. Larry Boehm told friends he'd stop for a sandwich before heading to tiffin, the words scribbled on a napkin left at his mother's kitchen table. A church bulletin pinned near the register listed Lenten fish fries. Still, no one expected penance to step through their own doorway. Outside, the town square's nativity scene, stored but not yet hauled away, leaned against the municipal garage like a reminder of quieter seasons. Robert Rother was 63, the smell of cherry pipe tobacco clinging to his wool blazer even after decades of tending bar. Born in 1917, he had apprenticed in Detroit auto plants before returning to New Regal to manage his father's grocery aisles. His ledgers showed tidy sums saved for the nieces he doted on, and his calligraphy spelled each supplier's name with respectful precision. Mary Jane, 56, once stitched vestments for Saint 4. Boniface, leaving gold thread shimmering in the choir loft whenever she unfurled new cloth. She preferred her coffee scalding with just enough sugar to taste like ash caramel. Her sewing machine, a 1950s Singer, rested in the stockroom office, its oil scent mingling with spice jars. Gary Schwab was 24, a Vietnam-era veteran never deployed, whose hands still bore faint calluses from rebuilding carriages in his parents' garage. He tuned the jukebox to Charlie Rich when the workday waned, claiming the crooner's voice matched the bar's amber lights. Gary kept a photograph of his black cat in his billfold, edges creased from repeated unfolding. Larry Boehm, 20, worked day shifts at a tiffin tool and dye shop and carried a harmonica scented with machine oil. He planned to trade overtime pay for a used Pontiac. Each person carried a keen sense of routine, the sort of predictability that lulled friends into believing the bar's locked doors spelled safety. Their mingled habits perfumed the lounge with roasted coffee, fresh starch, dial cleaner, and youth. All day on February 13, deliveries arrived in a quiet rhythm that later served as investigators' clockwork. At 9:15 a.m., the Schmidt baking driver signed the invoice with blue ink and left 4 trays of buns, noting frost feathering the stockroom window. Around noon, Mary Jane phoned the wholesale liquor rep in Findlay, her voice recorded on a microcassette archived in the company's files, requesting 2 cases of black velvet for Monday. Bob balanced bank deposits after lunch, the paper currency smelling of iron and fabric softener from pockets, then drove to Tiffin National Bank where cameras captured his heavy tweed coat at 1:70 am. Gary arrived at 3, whistling through chapped lips, and he fixed a cardboard shim under the cooler that rattled like loose cymbals. A Girl Scout troop stopped by selling cookies around 5, their wool hats shedding snowflakes that melted into sugary beads. Larry spent the evening at his friend Steve's garage, wiping his hands on gasoline-scented rags before aiming toward New Regal after 10:03 p.m. At 8:30 p.m., Bob phoned a wholesaler about a stubborn soda tap, the call logged with a faint smudge where his thumb held the receiver. Snowflakes sifted under the door by 11, sprinkling the rubber mats with icy grit. Mary Jane dialed her sister at 11:17 p.m., telling her the chili was gone and she'd close soon, a call documented by Ohio Bell toll records. Somewhere after midnight, the cash register tape tallied its final sale and jammed, the ribbon twisting like a halted heartbeat. At 1:05 a.m. on February 14, trucker Gerald Plott pulled into the gravel lot expecting fresh coffee, yet the front door stood unlatched. He smelled cold grease and silence, an absence louder than music, and saw lights still burning over the bar's mirrored wall. Plott called out, his voice echoing off the tin ceiling with no answer, then felt a draft slipping from the stockroom. The cash drawer lay open yet held folded singles, their edges unruffled, and the radio behind the bar whispered static. Following the draft, he found all 4 people bound in the storage area, wrists layered with brown electrical cord that bit into skin. 2 bodies slumped against crates of bottled pop, the labels glittering under fluorescent glare, while the other 2 lay on the concrete terrazzo floor near a toppled mop bucket. Plott staggered back onto the packed snow and dialed the sheriff from the payphone, the receiver smelling faintly of disinfectant and copper from his coins. Deputy Weaver arrived within minutes, trading glances with Plott before stepping inside. boots squeaking on linoleum. Weaver's heartbeat thudded in his ears, echoing the slow drip from a nearby defrosting freezer. He noted the faint smell of cordite clinging to the air despite the gaping door. Weaver's report noted the air tasted metallic, as if the heater vents exhaled pennies. He radioed for detectives, requesting the State Bureau of Criminal Identification and the coroner. Snowy air waited outside without judgment, carrying the scent of diesel through the open doorway. Sheriff's investigators sealed the scene by 2002 AM, stretching yellow tape whose vinyl smell mingled with melting snow near the threshold. BCI agent John Lenhart arrived from Lima pursuing headlights that turned the dark two-lane into a ribbon of white shards. Inside, he catalogued footprints in talcum-like dust on the stockroom floor, measuring heel widths at 3.5 inches and comparing them to the victim's shoes. Neighbour Charlotte Durnell stepped onto her porch, hearing the sirens slice the night while wood smoke perfumed her scarf. She later described the cruiser lights painting the snowbank cobalt, a hue that haunted her winters afterward. The coroner's thermometer recorded ambient temperature at 55 degrees due to the humming furnace, slowing cooling rates that would complicate the timeline. Officers collected a butter knife lying near the sink, its handle tacky with chili residue but no blood, while the coffee pot still radiated gentle heat. Wayne County Forensics vacuumed the carpet, capturing glittering slivers later determined to be shotgun wadding fragments. Detectives noticed no forced entry on either door. The main lock's strike plate bore fresh scratches, as if hurriedly opened from inside. Inventory sheets showed little missing beyond a few bottles of Canadian whiskey and perhaps 150 in rolled change, suggesting robbery was a pretext. Reporters from the Tiffin Advertiser-Tribune stood outside breathing steam and scribbling under sodium lamps. Lenhart whispered to Sheriff Al Grimm that the execution-style arrangement resembled organised crime cleanups, yet the victim's pockets still held cash meant for groceries. Dr. Robert Baker conducted autopsies on February 14 at the Seneca County morgue, the tiled room smelling of antiseptic phenol and wet linen. Scalpels gleamed under articulated lamps, their stainless steel warmed by the doctor's steady grip. He noted that Bob and Mary Jane each suffered a close-range shotgun blast to the chest, embedded pellets flattening against ribs like cold dewdrops. Gary and Larry bore gunshot wounds from a .22 caliber firearm, the entry holes clean and stippled with powder, suggesting the shooter stood within 3 feet. No defensive cuts marked their hands, only redness where cords abraded skin, implying they submitted under threat perhaps to shield one another. Toxicology screens later confirmed. None had alcohol levels above social sipping, undermining speculation of a barroom fight. The coroner numbered each pellet, placing them into labelled craft envelopes that retained a sweet paper smell, even after sealed with red evidence tape. Stainless basins caught rinse water, the splashes echoing like soft bells against the tiled walls. Time of death estimates coalesced around 1030 AM, aligning with neighbours hearing a muffled thud they assumed was a dumpster lid. Mary Jane's rosary remained entwined in her fingers, beads warmed by body heat, a detail the coroner documented because family requested its return. Dr. Baker's report, stored on onion skin carbon paper, carried faint violet copies that BCI archivists still handle with cotton gloves to prevent smudging. Evidence technicians compiled itemised lists, including the lengths of electrical cords cutting precise segments of 32 and 34 inches. Each piece felt rigid with winter cold, and investigators bagged them with gloved care, noting faint traces of green paint consistent with household extension cords. Shotgun wadding bore the brand mark Federal, suggesting 12-gauge shells likely purchased within the local hardware circuit. Receipts from Bob's own shelves showed he stocked only 410 rounds, contradicting the My 410 rounds, contradicting the myth he kept a larger gauge for protection. Latent print powder clung to the glass cooler doors, like grey frost, yet revealed only smears, perhaps from gloved hands. The I-22 shell casings recovered near the mop bucket weighed 37.1 grains apiece when cleaned, matching the lab measurement that years later would reopen debate. Technicians also collected a faint shoe print lifted in gel, the residue smelling of winter salt and machine oil. Investigators also collected cigarette butts from the alley. Ash can, their filters tasting of peppermint when tested for trace additives, a brand favoured by an out-of-town salesman seen earlier that week. Ledger books taken as evidence bore oily fingerprints from decades of handling, but none matched parolees questioned in the following days. The security light outside flickered due to a loose ballast, casting stuttering shadows over the officers as they carried boxes to their cruisers. The Tiffin Advertiser-Tribune headlined the event as the Valentine's Day Massacre, in homage to Chicago law. Yet the article's body conveyed meticulous facts. Reporters described the crisp smell of pine cleaner lingering inside the tavern, and the snow-packed parking lot still showing tire ridges from patrons earlier that evening. During a news conference at the courthouse, Sheriff Grimm's voice rasped through microphones, its gravel softened by the marble rotunda's echo. He confirmed the autopsy findings, dismissed rumours of occult markings, and explained that the cash register tape was jammed rather than intentionally destroyed. Television crews from Toledo filmed the tavern's facade under midday sun, the camera lenses catching the red-white Schlitz sign creaking in a crosswind. A photographer developed prints in the courthouse darkroom, the chemical aroma of developer and fixer curling into the hallway. Local radio host Marla Quinn asked callers to remain calm, even as she described how the community tasted fear like iron in their drinking water. News coverage balanced shock with tenderness, sharing Mary Jane's recipe cards and Gary's volunteer work with the Lions Club pancake breakfast. Still, whispers about perceived mafia ties circulated, because years earlier a Toledo bookie had briefly rented a room above the original store. Investigators quietly cross-referenced mafia indices yet found no connective tissue, just the same recurring ache of senseless brutality. On February 16, a town hall convened inside St. Boniface's basement, an arched room smelling of waxed pews and simmering parish soup. Father Joseph Putz opened with a quiet prayer that settled like dust on winter coats, his cadence steady despite his reddened eyes. Sheriff Grimm followed, explaining investigative steps while steam from crockpots blurred the air around the podium. Citizens asked about patrol schedules, whether curfews might help, and how to support the victims' families without intruding. Retired teacher Nora Kessler described Larry's habit of sanding his harmonica case smooth during bingo nights, granting the room a tactile memory. Some residents wanted to form an informal watch, yet others feared provoking whoever committed the killings, a tension that tasted of stale coffee and patience. Children coloured sympathy cards at a corner table, crayons clicking softly while parents hushed them with gentle pats. Insurance agents advised business owners to review coverage, their pamphlets rustling like dried leaves. The meeting resolved into a rotation of meal deliveries for grieving relatives, and the basement gradually emptied, chairs scraping softly over linoleum squares. Outside, car doors thumped closed while snowflakes fluttered past the streetlight with moth-like insistence. Silence held the steeple, as if the bell might toll for answers, then released the gathering back into the cold night. Tips streamed into the sheriff's office throughout February, the lobby perfumed by wet wool coats and photocopier toner. One caller claimed to have seen a tan Buick idling near the tavern around midnight, its exhaust plumes glowing under the sodium lamp. Detectives jotted the license digits on paper that later smudged in their files. In the evidence room, cassette tapes clicked as interviews rewound, the magnetic tape releasing a faint plastic tang. Another insisted the murders mirrored a 1978 Michigan spree, yet the ballistic signatures offered no match. Agents interviewed parolees in Marion and Mansfield, sliding crime scene photos across metal tables that smelled of disinfectant and stale cigarettes. They also questioned travelling salesmen whose route logs placed them within 30 miles, listening for inconsistencies while sipping burnt percolator coffee. Gary's friends recalled a man with a raspy laugh playing pool earlier that week, but their memories dissolved into the clatter of cue balls and jukebox chords. Investigators canvassed hardware stores for recent purchases of federal 12-gauge shells. Clerks remembered frostbitten fingers fumbling for change, nothing more. Local hunters volunteered to lead officers through wooded gullies where a weapon might be discarded, crunching through crusted snow while crows heckled from maples. Yet no firearm surfaced, and the cold seeped deeper into the case files stacked like layered shingles. The investigation's rhythm felt methodical, proving diligence could persist even when leads evaporated. Fear settled over New Regal, not as hysteria, but as a series of decisions to speak lightly, to let uncertain memories fade. Bartenders in nearby towns stopped gossiping about high-stakes card games, because rumour alone felt like bait for unseen violence. Farm supply clerks whispered that talking too much might scare customers away, and economic silence layered atop fear. Families kept porch lights burning until dawn, their bulbs filling night air with a faint ozone scent. Reporters returned to Toledo, and the town's quiet turned into a blanket of respect, yet also a shield for secrets people worried might implicate friends. A truck mechanic told investigators he had repaired a stranger's Chevy the week before, but later recanted, perhaps wary of retaliation or of being wrong. Church bulletins printed the victims' names each Sunday through Lent, candle wax dripping onto the pages like slow tears. Farmers remarked that coyotes howled more boldly after the killings, their voices carrying across frozen fields, and some neighbours refused to mention the bar at all. This collective hush was not imposed by authorities. It arose from a desire to keep grief from spiralling into vigilantism. The result, however, was a dampening of potential leads, a suppression born from protective love. People inhaled the scent of wood smoke and made promises to wait, to heal, to remember quietly. In early 1982, BCI analysts revisited the evidence, unsealing envelopes that released whispers of paper fibre into the lab's filtered air. The reopened envelopes emitted a stale breath of fryer smoke trapped for decades, startling the analysts with its persistence. They compared the 22 ballistics to national databases via teletype, the machine's clattering rhythm echoing through the sterile room. No match surfaced, yet the process left carbon copies folded into case files like thin, crinkled snow. Investigators also re-examined the electrical cords, tracing their manufacturer to an Ohio company that sold through hardware chains across the Midwest, offering little specificity. The cord's copper strands glinted under magnification, each hair-like filament reflecting the lab lights. Agents re-interviewed acquaintances of a Toledo drifter rumoured to carry both weapons, but this lead dissolved when employment records showed him in Kentucky that week. A psychic from Cleveland mailed a letter perfumed with lavender oil, claiming the murderer wore a ring engraved with a hawk. Detectives filed it politely without comment. Meanwhile, the bar's new owners repainted the cinder-block walls, sealing in the lingering smell of fryer grease while leaving the stockroom locked, out of reverence and unease. Suppression took bureaucratic form when budget cuts limited overtime, forcing investigators to stack notes for later review. By 1983, Seneca County commissioners documented the investigation costs at $72,400, a figure scribbled on ledger paper scented faintly of carbon ink. Deputies logged overtime hours by hand, their pens scratching like insects across ledger columns. Grants funded additional forensic photography, so technicians reshot the crime scene evidence using Kodachrome slides that rendered bloodstains in deep russet. The slides clicked into carousel projectors during weekly briefings, casting the bar's narrow hallway onto walls while detectives sipped vending machine cocoa. Prosecutors considered convening a grand jury, but lacked witnesses willing to testify beyond rumour, a hesitation born of both fear and exhaustion. Meanwhile, Mary Jane's sister curated a scrapbook of sympathy cards, their edges brushed with pressed violets that smelled of earth even after drying. Family members visited the bar's shuttered doorway on anniversaries, leaving chrysanthemums that rustled in the wind like tissue paper. Some locals suggested the town should raise the building, yet others argued for preservation, believing history, even the painful kind, deserved a physical anchor. The debate reflected a balancing act between wanting closure and refusing to erase the stage on which the tragedy occurred. Businesses around the square experienced a quiet downturn, the absence of evening laughter noticeable as a hollow in the soundscape. The case persisted in files and in heartbeats, still awaiting a decisive thread. In 1984, Seneca County welcomed a new sheriff, Charles D. Ely, who inherited binders thick with transcripts and Polaroids that crackled when flipped. He ordered an audit of evidence storage, ensuring each bag retained its chain of custody signatures and remained unsullied by time. Ely's deputies practiced room entry drills in the armory, boots thudding over concrete, the air thick with gun oil and determination. State labs had begun experimenting with trace metal detection swabs, so technicians tested the victim's hands for firearm residue, though results remained inconclusive due to the shotgun's overwhelming spray. Ely met with the Rother and Boehm families in a courthouse conference room smelling of lemon polish, promising persistence without false hope. Insurance companies settled claims for the destroyed business, yet a clause about criminal acts required painstaking documentation of losses, prolonging paperwork like a second morning. Meanwhile, a travelling carnival set up near Fostoria, and townspeople noted how its calliope music felt jarring against their tempered evenings. Investigators circled back to the Tan Buick sighting, canvassing auto shops for similar vehicles needing repair after the cold night. Mechanics recalled frozen carburetors and cracked hoses, but no suspicious replacements. Rain beaded on the courthouse windows, whispering patient syllables against the glass, while deputies listened and let the files breathe. Long before electricity hummed through the bar, the land hosted Wyandotte hunters who carved trails still echoed in 19th century survey notes. An 1821 land patent recorded the soil as rich loam streaked with clay, ideal for corn that would later fund the town's modest prosperity. Wind carried the scent of wild mint along Honey Creek, a fragrance early settlers recorded with grateful surprise. Early settler diaries mention night fires along Honey Creek, sparks leaping like spirits yet simply signalling late harvest vigils. When the Ohio Canal project bypassed the area, New Regal compensated by polishing its hospitality, offering clean beds and steaming stews to travelers jolted by plank roads. The general store that preceded Bob's carried scented soap from Cincinnati, its lavender fragrance lingering in the ledger margins now stored at the Seneca County Museum. These archival traces reveal Discovery's first chapter. People recognized the land's capacity to host warmth against winter's bite. Suppression entered when ticket agents later promoted larger towns, shrinking New Regal's presence on train schedules and encouraging locals to keep to themselves. Rediscovery bloomed in the 1960s when vintage postcards celebrated the village's German Catholic festivals, their glossy ink proclaiming a pride that reawakened after decades of quiet. Architectural surveys from 1948 described the bar's predecessor as a two-story masonry veneer with moderate craftsmanship, yet the inspector's notes dwelled on the scent of cinnamon rolls drifting from the attached bakery. That year, veterans returned from war and brought jukeboxes to small towns, allowing fresh vinyl crackles to mingle with the hiss of percolated coffee. Mary Jane, then newly married, stitched blackout curtains into cheerful drapes, letting morning sun dapple the bar with patterns reminiscent of lace. Discovery manifested when she found an old prayer card wedged behind the wainscoting, its edges gilded and its surface smelling faintly of frankincense. She framed it near the register, believing it would watch over their evenings. Suppression emerged in 1955 when a storm shattered the transom window, and she covered the damage with plain plywood until insurance cleared repairs, muting light and muffling laughter. Children pressed their noses to the new plate glass, watching snowflakes liquefy into rivulets while warmth fogged the interior. Rediscovery followed when Bob installed plate glass a year later, the pane shining like still water and pairing the street's reflections with the bar's amber glow. That cycle, discover, conceal, reveal, became the building's heartbeat, preparing the stage for the night when darkness turned predatory. In 1990, Sheriff's Detective Larry Mack reopened the case with fresh eyes, his desk lit by a banker's lamp emitting a comforting green sheen. He reorganized witness statements chronologically and stored them in acid-free boxes that smelled faintly of starch, protecting the paper from yellowing. He also retyped transcripts on modern paper, the clatter of keys soothing his thoughts as midnight edged closer. Mac interviewed trucker Gerald Plott again, this time in a quieter office where the hum of the vending machine formed a steady undertone. Plott remembered feeling grit on the hallway floor, perhaps from salt clinging to the killer's boots, a detail Mac dutifully logged. The detective also reached out to the newly formed Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, entering the case data into computers that chirped with dot matrix printers. He received profiles suggesting the killer might have blended familiarity with opportunism, someone comfortable moving in small-town spaces. Mac's notes mention the scent of cigar smoke wafting from the sheriff's private office, where strategies were debated late into the night. Family members visited to offer additional photographs, their glossy surfaces squeaking as Mac slid them into protective sleeves. The renewed effort represented rediscovery, propelling the case back into regional news segments and stirring dormant memories. Yet budget deadlines curtailed travel to follow leads out of state, evidence of practical suppression reasserting itself. 2 years later, in 1992, forensic scientists revisited the ammunition evidence, employing comparative microscopy that produced images resembling luminous lunar landscapes. The lab smelled of coolant and graphite as technicians aligned the .22 casings under dual eyepieces, tracing microscopic striations that could link to a specific firearm. They photographed each casing with scales, ensuring measurements down to 0.01 millimeters were preserved in the record. Meanwhile, detectives drove to Detroit to interview former associates of a suspect rumored to have fled there, the city's diesel tang seeping into their wool coats. On the drive back, detectives ate diner pie slick with strawberry glaze, the sweetness grounding them after fruitless interviews. Their motel notes reveal the walls vibrated with jazz from a nearby lounge, a sensory detail that underscored their distance from rural quiet. The interviews faltered, alibis checked out, and the suspect's fingerprints failed to match latent lifts from the crime scene. Back home, the tavern underwent renovations under new ownership, with workers sanding the bar top until raw maple released a sweet, sawdust aroma. They discovered an old buffalo nickel wedged in a floorboard, a small recovery bridging past prosperity with present grief. Yet they walled off the stockroom from public view, a physical manifestation of reverent suppression born from respect for those lost. In 1994, an anonymous letter arrived at the sheriff's office, the envelope smudged with what appeared to be fireplace soot. Inside, block-printed sentences accused a long-haul driver of confessing during a drunken stopover in Indiana, promising more details if authorities read the clue between rail timetables. Detectives pursued the lead, examining station logs and interviewing rail employees whose hands smelled of grease and steel filings. The alleged confession evaporated under scrutiny. No witness corroborated the story, and the supposed driver had died 2 years prior. Still, the letter's texture rough paper, slightly perfumed with stale smoke, lingers in the file as a reminder of community desperation. A volunteer choir sang softly near the memorial booth, their harmonies weaving through the crisp air like scarf tassels. Investigators used the opportunity to revisit neighboring counties, asking if similar crimes occurred, and found none. During that year's Heritage Festival, a memorial booth displayed the victims' photos beside candles flickering with beeswax scent, reminding visitors that the case remained open. Volunteers collected oral histories, capturing stories about the bar's camaraderie, the taste of its chili, the way Mary Jane hummed hymns while slicing lemons. The festival's brass band played softly, notes floating over cornstalks and carnival rides. Lanterns swayed above the square, murmuring with the wind and promising that light could persist. In 1999, Ohio's legislature expanded DNA collection laws, prompting BCI to re-inventory cold cases for biological traces once deemed unusable. Analysts reopened the new Regal boxes inside a temperature-controlled lab that smelled faintly of ethanol and photocopier ozone. Swabs taken from the shotgun wadding produced limited cellular material, yet improved extraction methods coaxed faint profiles, though not enough for definitive matches. Scientists archived leftover extracts in microtubes labeled with tiny barcodes, the freezer's frost biting their fingertips through latex. Technicians described the sensation of lifting evidence tape softened by age, its adhesive tugging like dried sap from envelopes. Detectives cross-checked the partial profiles against the combined DNA index system, newly available to county agencies, but the system returned no hits. Still, the effort marked discovery of future possibilities, as the case now held genetic breadcrumbs. The sheriff's office launched community outreach, inviting residents to submit tips via prepaid postcards printed on textured cardstock smelling of printer's ink. Some responses recounted dreams of the victims requesting patience. Others described suspicious strangers remembered only by the squeak of leather jackets. The accumulation of hopes and facts filled file cabinets whose drawers clanged like church bells whenever opened. Each incremental advance suggested the case would not simply fade into folklore, but remain anchored in evolving science. By 2001, technological optimism surged, and investigators collaborated with psychologists to construct behavioral profiles grounded in routine rather than sensationalism. Meetings took place in conference rooms bathed in fluorescent light, the air tinged with brewed tea and new binders. The profile suggested the killer likely wore winter gloves, explaining the absence of clear fingerprints yet leaving minute fiber traces that unfortunately had degraded. Detectives revisited the electrical cords, tracking retail batches through manufacturing lot numbers. They learned one spool sold in Fostoria days before the crime, though cash sales left no customer names. Retail clerks remembered the cord's rubbery scent, but not the buyer's face. They also consulted meteorological records to understand how the cold might have altered scent trails, even though crime dogs were never deployed. At community forums, residents discussed how grief had altered their sense of night sounds, owls no longer soothing but startling. Survivors' relatives described the way grief tasted like oversteeped coffee, and how they folded that bitterness into perseverance. The case remained both personal and public, blending the sterile glow of evidence labs with the hearth warmth of shared memories. Investigators knew each retelling risked myth-making, so they grounded discussions in documented timestamps, signed statements, and the measured lengths of cord. In 2002, the Ohio Attorney General's office assigned veteran investigator Philip Recker to review the case, bringing fresh handwriting analysis expertise. Recker laid suspect signatures side by side under magnification, the ink lines revealing tremors, hesitations, and loops scented faintly of the archive's musty boxes. He interviewed former employees of the tavern, asking about backdoor habits, the squeak of hinges, the tick of the kitchen clock, details that might spotlight who felt comfortable moving unseen. One witness recalled hearing a muffled pop that night while holding a cup of cocoa near the window. Her description of the cocoa's nutmeg fragrance anchored the memory. He noted a faint squeak when the laser measured the doorframe, indicating a warp that could have nudged it ajar during the attack. Recker also traced the Canadian whiskey distribution chain, verifying that only 2 local establishments stocked the missing brand, yet both accounted for inventory. He concluded the theft served merely to stage a robbery narrative. The bar's new proprietors allowed investigators to map the building with laser rangefinders, their red beams flickering over walls still imbued with faint scents of aged beer. The resulting diagrams resembled a blueprint of absence, capturing angles and distances that would feed future reconstructions. In 2006, genealogist Dr. Elaine Huber volunteered to assist, intrigued by the convergence of family law and unresolved violence. She cross-referenced census records with bar patron lists, seeking patterns in surnames that frequently appeared during winter months. Her office smelled of archival paste and pencil shavings as she traced family trees branching through Seneca, Hancock, and Wyandotte counties. Huber noted that several patrons shared distant kinship, weaving a community tapestry tight with obligations. Huber traced baptismal records scented faintly of incense, their vellum pages ruffling whenever courthouse vents kicked on. She theorized the killer might have exploited this closeness, entering through trust rather than force. Her research unearthed an 1887 diary entry describing a night watch tradition where villagers took turns guarding storehouses during harvest, The practice had faded, leaving knights unguarded beyond faith in locks. Huber presented her findings at a historical society meeting lit by tapers and warmed by cinnamon cider. While the genealogy didn't name a suspect, it reaffirmed that the bar stood at the nexus of generational bonds. Investigators adopted her insights, considering not only outsiders but insiders who could navigate kin expectations. In 2008, a memorial mural was painted on a neighbouring wall, the artists mixing pigments outdoors despite crisp March winds that reddened their cheeks. They depicted 4 lanterns floating above a silhouette of the tavern, each flame brushed with gold leaf that glimmered under street lamps. Children pressed gloved hands against the wall, leaving fog halos that dissipated slowly like whispers. The mural's protective sealant smelled of citrus solvent, and viewers reported feeling warmth radiating from the brick despite the cold. During its dedication, chimes fashioned from empty bottles tinkled, the glass catching echoes of the names read aloud. Investigators set up a booth nearby displaying 3D renderings of the crime scene generated on newly acquired software, inviting citizens to walk through digitally. The renderings recreated the hum of the refrigerator, the glint of the neon clock, even the faint drip from a mop wringer. People who had avoided the topic for decades found themselves speaking in hushed voices, sharing recollections about who habitually sat where. Some visitors tasted tears, salty and unexpected, as they touched the painted lanterns. Evening shadows stretched while the mural cured, promising to guard memory with colour. Briars rustled, breath slowed, and the mural's glow lingered in the cooling twilight, holding space for whispered vows. In 2011, Attorney General Mike DeWine announced a statewide cold case initiative, and the new Regal murders occupied a prominent file on the intake table. Investigators transported the evidence to the remodeled BCI lab in London, where the air smelled of fresh paint and ionized filters. They digitized every photograph, allowing analysts to zoom into textures once visible only with magnifying lenses. A new technique called touch DNA promised to lift skin cells from the electrical cords, so technicians in powder blue gowns gently swabbed the fibers while a centrifuge whirred like subdued thunder. Technicians loved even the hum of the centrifuge, ensuring their notes captured the environment as completely as the samples. The resulting profiles remained partial, yet they hinted at 2 contributors beyond the victims, rekindling hope. Detectives revisited interviewees, now older, asking them to walk through their memories while inhaling the comforting aroma of brewed chamomile tea provided for the sessions. Some recalled the crunch of snow under unfamiliar boots, others focused on the peculiar silence that followed the gunshots. The state also offered reward enhancements, printing posters that glowed orange under streetlights. The renewed spotlight nudged the case from the shadows again, bridging past and present through digital clarity. In 2013, forensic artist Samantha Molnar reconstructed the crime scene in charcoal sketches, layering the shading to emulate the stockroom's fluorescent glare. Her studio smelled of graphite and linseed oil, and she played vinyl recordings of rustling leaves to maintain a meditative pace. Each sketch captured the sheen of the concrete, the frayed edges of electrical cords, the sheen of tears on a patron's imagined face. The drawings were displayed at the county fair, tucked beside historical quilts, allowing viewers to confront the tragedy in a contemplative setting. Visitors noted that the charcoal dust left their fingertips dark, a physical reminder of touching history. Nearby, a display case held the original register keys, their metal cool to the touch, bridging tactile memory with visual storytelling. Molnar included annotations about light sources and shadows, demonstrating how the killer could navigate without stumbling, suggesting familiarity with the layout. The exhibit invited reflection without spectacle, letting visitors feel the chill that had once permeated the stockroom while acknowledging the lingering warmth of community solidarity. In 2016, advanced ballistic software became available, enabling analysts to create 3-dimensional models of pellet trajectories. The lab resembled a minimalist gallery, walls painted dove grey, with computers humming softly like distant cicadas. Analysts input measurements from 1981 angles, wound paths, pellet dispersal, reconstructing the moment each shot rang. They charted the furnace cycles, recognizing how its roar could have blanketed subtle noises during the critical minutes. The simulations revealed the shooter likely stood near the mop sink when firing the .22, aligning with footprints previously overlooked because they overlapped in dusty smears. Detectives revisited the scene with laser pointers, their red beams slicing through faint scents of sanitizer from the renovated kitchen. They realized the killer must have stepped onto a rubber mat that would have squeaked softly, perhaps covered by the roar of the furnace. Revisiting physical space offered fresh appreciation for how skilled the assailant was at minimizing noise. The study reinforced that bravery alone wouldn't solve the case. Only relentless attention to physical fact could pierce the myth's hushed fabric. In 2018, the success of genealogical DNA in other cold cases inspired Seneca County to seek familial searching approval. The process required legal briefs drafted in conference rooms scented with toner and brewed espresso. Judges granted permission, and genetic genealogist Colleen Fitzpatrick joined the team, receiving the partial profiles extracted from the electrical cords. She compared them against public genealogy databases, mapping potential relatives across branches that smelled metaphorically of Cedar Hope. Fitzpatrick mapped ancestral migrations with pins on a corkboard, the pattern resembling constellations glowing under the office lamp. Matches were distant, third and fourth cousins scattered through Indiana, Michigan, and Ontario. Fitzpatrick held community meetings explaining how the technique worked, using slides that projected gentle tones of green and blue. Attendees heard about centimorgans, recombination, and statistical likelihoods while sipping apple cider. The genealogical tree narrowed to a family line with Ohio roots and a history of traveling sales. Investigators sought interviews, approaching relatives with compassion, offering lavender-scented tissues as conversations reopened old family rifts. Though no arrest followed, rediscovery felt tangible. Science had provided a path previously uncharted, reminding everyone that time can fold back on itself, revealing hidden branches. In 2009, the Sheriff's Office hosted a remembrance walk that traced the quarter-mile from St. Boniface to the former tavern site. Participants carried lanterns lit with battery candles, their glow reflecting off freshly fallen snow that dampened footsteps into muffled thuds. The procession smelled of wool scarves, beeswax polish from the church doors, and faint diesel from the escorting patrol car. Along the route, storytellers paused to share archival snippets, a clerk's memo about stock deliveries, a customer's postcard describing the bar's chili as peppery comfort on a slate sky. Local bakers donated loaves of warm bread afterward, the crust crackling as participants broke pieces to share quietly. At the site, musicians played a slow fiddle air that hung in the cold like silver thread. Investigators set up a table with new tip forms, the paper thick and soft, encouraging people to write while memories stirred. One attendee recalled seeing a man wipe his boots on the rear mat days before the incident, a detail newly noted. The gathering ended with a shared silence, faces uplifted toward the night sky speckled with faint stars. Frost clasped the lantern glass as the crowd dispersed, promising to hold the light longer than the night could extinguish. In 2020, pandemic shutdowns altered investigative rhythms, yet detectives worked remotely, poring over scanned documents while home offices smelled of brewed coffee and printer ink. Some investigators found comfort in the faint scent of sourdough starters fermenting in their kitchens as they studied files late into the night. Virtual meetings connected them with forensic experts, the digital interface replacing the shared hum of conference rooms with the faint buzz of headphones. Analysts revisited call logs, overlaying them on cell tower maps to visualize timelines with renewed clarity. They discovered a gap between 12,000 and 130A, a window where no outgoing calls occurred despite the bar typically checking in with taxi services. This absence suggested the killer may have disconnected the phone momentarily, a subtle act aligning with meticulous planning. Family members joined video conferences, their faces lit by screen glow, recounting how grief intertwined with the isolating quiet of quarantine. The case, though paused in physical movement, remained active in minds, its evidence now stored in secure cloud servers humming silently beyond human senses. Suppression, in the form of public lockdowns, ironically allowed investigators to rediscover overlooked digital patterns. By 2021, Lisa Harney's measurement of the 22 slug, captured in the opening of this narrative, catalyzed a re-evaluation of ballistic interpretations. She double-checked the grain weight against fresh calibration standards scented with machine oil and ozone. The heavier-than-expected deformation implied the bullet struck shelving before lodging in Mary Jane's shoulder, altering assumptions about shooter positioning. Investigators returned to the now-closed bar, permitted access by the current owners who had transformed it into storage. Dust motes shimmered as flashlights swept across old shelving, revealing faint gouges at height consistent with the revised trajectory. Harney inhaled the smell of aged cardboard and concluded the killer likely aimed hastily, contradicting theories of cold precision. Yet the choice to bind victims first still reflected chilling control. Harney pinned a photocopy of the revised trajectory beside the original, the two diagrams whispering of progress when aligned. The team compiled their findings into a report printed on thick ivory paper, its texture reminiscent of archival documents from 1880. They shared results with families, whose tears mingled with lavender sachets. Mary Jane's sister carried as comfort. The measurement, a small number etched into evidence logs, rebalanced narrative against myth. It reminded everyone that data quiet, persistent, could erode even the most dramatic legends whispered over decades. In 2022, advancements in footwear impression analysis emerged, allowing technicians to revisit the partial prints preserved in plaster casts since 1981. The lab smelled of damp gypsum as the casts were moistened and scanned with structured light. Software generated high-resolution models showing a herringbone tread pattern likely from a work boot popular in Midwestern hardware stores during the late 1970s. The cedar chest lid creaked like an old hymn book, releasing a puff of dust that glittered in flashlight beams. Investigators matched the pattern to purchase records from a Fostoria farm supply, narrowing the list of potential buyers by cross-referencing loyalty stamp books smelling of glue and dust. One name overlapped with the family line identified through genealogical DNA, intensifying scrutiny. Detectives scheduled interviews, bringing along coffee in thermoses and stacks of old photographs. The suspect's relatives described a man who favoured peppermint cigarettes, echoing the ashcan evidence from 1981. Though he had passed away, his belongings kept in a cedar chest offered possible trace evidence. The chest emitted a blend of cedar, leather and nostalgia as it opened, revealing a worn coat with fibre patterns similar to those recovered from the scene. Samples were collected, packaged and logged with fresh signatures, ensuring the chain of custody remained unbroken even after 4 decades. In 2023, the cedar chest fibres underwent analysis with Raman spectroscopy, a technique that translated light into spectral fingerprints. The lab lights dimmed as lasers traced the fibres, their glow reflecting off stainless steel countertops. Results showed a unique blend of cotton and acrylic, consistent with a limited-run jacket sold through a Toledo catalogue in 1980. Investigators contacted surviving catalogue employees, who described the jacket's texture as slick like rain, slicker yet lined with fleece. One recalled the smell of the warehouse where the jackets were stored, motor oil mingled with cardboard and peppermint from seasonal candy. The catalogue's order forms, preserved on microfilm, yielded mailing addresses, including one leading to a farmhouse outside Fostoria now owned by distant cousins. Excavation of the farmhouse's shed revealed rusted nails, an old shotgun cleaning kit, and a partial box of federal 12-gauge shells. Detectives felt a chill when the shells clinked in evidence trays, the metallic ring echoing across decades. The shell's lot numbers matched those sold in the region weeks before the murders. Each discovery layered fact upon fact, the vibrations of truth humming through machines older than some investigators now on the case. In 2024, Seneca County announced that evidence would be presented to a grand jury, once additional DNA analysis concluded, a cautious yet hopeful disclosure. Prosecutor Derek Devine spoke in the courthouse atrium, the air carrying aromas of polished marble and spring rain tracked in on jurors' shoes. A light rain tapped the atrium skylight during the announcement, the rhythm steadying anxious hearts. He emphasized that patience remained essential, that the measured approach honored both victims and the integrity of the process. Families sat nearby, fingers entwined, listening to the gentle echo of their own breathing beneath the atrium's dome. Investigators continued rechecking files, letting the soft scratch of pen on paper anchor them to deliberate method. Community members left chrysanthemums on the tavern's doorstep again, petals damp with dew. News outlets covered the announcement with subdued tones, narrating years of persistence rather than sensationalism. Evening settled over New Regal as porch lights flickered on in quiet solidarity. Cicadas murmured, rain perfumed the sidewalks, and the courthouse clock exhaled solemn chimes into the mist-washed night. The legend of the night siege once painted the killer as a vengeful drifter wielding rock salt, sparing lives while delivering a warning. That myth smelled of campfire smoke and adrenaline, passed between teenagers on summer nights when cornfields rustled. Facts, however, settled like archival dust, steady and inescapable. Each measured cord length, every pellet weight, each notarized statement replaced embellished whispers with tactile truth. The Wade slug became a kind of prayer bead, invoked whenever conversations risked drifting toward theatrics. The community learned to let the myth coexist only as a reminder of how fear seeks dramatic costume. Reflection became an act of gentle excavation, uncovering the ordinary humanity of those lost, the humming friars, the soft laughter over card games. In quiet conversations at the Historical Society, volunteers compared the myth to the documented evidence, tracing how stories mutate when official silence, born of respect and investigation, leaves room for imagination. They reframed the legend, seeing not supernatural siege but a targeted crime anchored in human choices. The air in those meetings held the scent of archival paper and cinnamon cookies, comfort layering over hard edges. Myth no longer dominated. Measurement did, steady as the courthouse clock. Archaeologists from Heidelberg University conducted a small dig in 2024 behind the tavern site, hoping to uncover remnants from the 19th century general store. The soil smelled of damp clay and decomposed leaves as they trailed carefully, listening to cicadas drone. They unearthed shards of cobalt stoneware, iron nails, and a clay marble, items that once cluttered the pockets of children who lingered after errands. Among the finds lay a corroded door hinge, perhaps from the earliest incarnation of the building. The hinge's weight echoed the metaphorical hinges upon which the town's history swung, moments when discovery opened possibilities, when suppression closed doors, when rediscovery nudged them ajar again. Archaeologists recorded each find with total stations, their laser chirps harmonizing with distant church bells. Community volunteers rinsed artifacts in buckets, the water turning silty brown, smelling faintly of mineral springs. Children visiting the dig wrinkled their noses at the earthy scent, yet they leaned in, eyes reflecting curiosity and empathy. These physical remnants reminded residents that the land had been a site of trade, laughter, and ordinary life long before tragedy darkened it. The excavation, though not tied directly to the murders, offered tactile reassurance that history includes resilience alongside sorrow. Larry Boehm's niece, Emma, now a librarian, began hosting oral history nights at the public library in Tiffin. She arranged chairs in a semicircle beneath pendant lights, the air carrying the papery scent of aged hardcovers. Attendees were invited to bring objects connected to the bar, a cocktail stirrer, a faded receipt, a matchbook smelling faintly of sulphur. Emma read from Larry's letters describing his harmonica practice, the parchment silky from years of handling. Participants shared memories of Mary Jane's gentle jokes, Bob's precise change-making, Gary's eagerness to volunteer for charity raffles. Emma emphasized the importance of documenting the mundane details, the sound of the doorbell announcing customers, the taste of the bar's dill pickles, so future generations would know the victims beyond their final night. Recording equipment captured the softness of voices, the occasional sniffle, the rustle of sweaters. Emma stored the recordings on archival drives, labeling each with lavender stickers her aunt once used for recipe cards. The project functioned as rediscovery, granting the community agency to define the narrative. Emma avoided speculation about suspects, focusing on preserving personhood with respect. The library's quiet hum, punctuated by the occasional beep of a scanning barcode, underscored the gentle persistence of memory. Architectural historian David Myers conducted a structural study, mapping how sound traveled through the tavern's cinderblock walls. He used acoustic modeling software to simulate the shotgun blasts, the 922 pops, and even normal conversation, translating them into waveforms that rippled across digital diagrams. He even simulated the soft clink of ice in glasses, demonstrating how ordinary bar noise could mask approaching footsteps. The models revealed that the stockroom absorbed sound more than expected, meaning nearby residents might genuinely have missed the violence despite being awake. Myers presented his findings in a lecture hall smelling of dry erase markers and coffee. He explained how the ceiling tiles, installed in 1978, contained fiberglass insulation that muffled high frequencies. This data countered rumors that the town ignored obvious cries for help, easing a burden carried by some neighbors for decades. He paired the science with empathy, describing how architecture can inadvertently shield both comfort and crime. The presentation concluded with a live demonstration, a soft chime rung near the stage, barely audible at the back row, proving the building's design played a role in the night's perceived silence. Listeners left with a nuanced understanding that physical space shapes memory. Acoustic Insight inspired musician Jonah Renner to compose a soundscape honoring the night siege victims, layering field recordings from New Regal streets. He captured the purr of distant tractors, the creak of shop doors, the murmur of Honey Creek at dusk, mixing them with gentle harmonium drones. Renner layered a distant church bell into the mix, its tone soft as fog and resonant as polished brass. The composition included the faint clink of glassware and the low thump of a jukebox bass line, evoking the bar's ambience without reenacting violence. Renner premiered the piece in the town square under strings of Edison bulbs that perfumed the air with warm filament heat. Attendees wrapped themselves in blankets, sipping cocoa that tasted of nutmeg and hope. The soundscape invited listeners to breathe deeply, to absorb the ordinary textures of a night before tragedy struck. As the final tones faded, only the whisper of wind through maple leaves remained, carrying the weight of absence with grace. Maple leaves whispered, breath slowed, and the night held every echo with tender patience around the listening crowd. Legal scholars from Ohio Northern University dissected the case during a seminar on cold case prosecutions. They analyzed statutes of limitations, none applicable to murder, and discussed evidentiary hurdles when witnesses age. The classroom smelled of chalk dust and new casebooks, the air buzzing with eager questions. Professor Alana Burke highlighted how prosecutorial discretion balances evidence sufficiency against the risk of acquittal, noting that silence sometimes stems from caution rather than neglect. Students debated ethical considerations. Should authorities reveal every lead publicly, or could that compromise future testimony? They examined the night siege file's redactions, understanding that withholding certain details preserved the ability to confirm confessions later. The seminar emphasized that the justice system's measured pace, though frustrating, prevented miscarriages of justice. The students later visited the courthouse, inhaling the blend of old books and polished banisters as theory met marble reality. Attendees left with notebooks smudged in graphite, their pages filled with citations and reflections on duty. The legal discourse added another layer of discovery, showing how law itself evolves to shepherd old cases toward resolution. Journalist Renee Harper produced a long-form podcast in 2025, recording episodes in a studio scented with warm electronics and foam panels. She interviewed investigators, family members, historians, and scientists, weaving their voices into a narrative that favored empathy over sensationalism. She edited late into the night, the studio monitors casting turquoise light while crickets chirped outside the open window. Harper described the tavern's interior using ambient sounds, the hum of a cooler, the soft clang of a swinging door, the snow-muffled quiet outside. She interspersed archival clips of radio reports, crackly yet poignant, reminding listeners how the case unfolded in real time. Throughout, she returned to the image of the Wade slug, the precise 36.8 grains that punctured legend. Her closing episodes pondered why communities cling to myths, how silence can be both shield and shroud. Listeners sent messages describing how the podcast lulled them to sleep while also educating them, fulfilling the ASMR cadence the channel cherished. Harper concluded by encouraging continued attention rather than demanding action, aligning with the community's gentle resolve. The evidence itself resides in climate-controlled cabinets where silica gel packs smell faintly of clay each time boxes are unsealed. Custodian Maria Ortiz performs quarterly checks, running gloved fingers along seals, ensuring no adhesive fails. She records humidity levels, listening to the steady hum of the system maintaining 45% relative humidity. Ideal for paper, less inviting for mold. She likened the cabinet's hum to a lullaby, one that lulled evidence into guarded sleep rather than forgetfulness. Ortiz speaks softly to the boxes, a habit born from reverence, telling them that people still care, that justice remains in pursuit. The cords, shells, photographs, and clothing rest in darkness, yet their silent testimony persists. She sometimes imagines the stockroom, picturing warm light falling on shelves, the air tasting of beer and fryer oil, reminding herself why preservation matters. Her logbooks contain neat handwriting, each entry a promise that time will not erode the path to truth. The night siege of 1981 remains an unfinished chord, resonating through courthouse halls, family kitchens, and the quiet corners of archives. Measurement has pared away myth, yet an unanswered question still glows like the bar's neon clock captured in police photographs. Neighbours sometimes pause during evening walks, pressing gloved palms against the brick as if listening for the building's heartbeat. The killer's name hovers just beyond certainty, perhaps already whispered by those who fear reopening old wounds, perhaps waiting within DNA that has yet to bloom into a match. In the evenings, when snow falls thick over Seneca County, the former tavern's bricks hold the day's warmth, exhaling faint scents of dust, cedar, and memories too human to forget. Lantern murals, soundscapes, oral histories, and forensic ledgers all form a vigil that neither shouts nor sleeps. The community continues to listen to the hum of refrigerators, to the rustle of records, to the silence that respects grief while inviting truth. Somewhere between the 36.8 grain slug and the peppermint-tinted cigarette filter lies the final fragment needed to complete the story. Until it surfaces, the town breathes with patience, letting the mystery stay open enough to honor both absence and possibility. At 1420-2458 MHz, Brian Cox traced the hydrogen line at Jodrell Bank on 12 June 1963, letting its patient pulse steady the dusk. The dented shellac spool marked possible structured drift, in blue pencil breathed a faint, comforting static. If this quiet chronicle soothes you, please subscribe. If this starlit history soothes you, please subscribe. If this starlit history soothes you, please subscribe. Brian eased the reel onto the playback arbor as the lamp's brass chain clicked softly, his fingertips tracing the scored metal where earlier astronomers had tightened bolts with cold patience, and the acetate smelled faintly of peppered ozone released after decades of sleep. He folded his winter coat over the chair, the fabric brushing against a stack of logbooks whose leather spines had darkened with graphite dust, and he listened for the gentle thud of the motor achieving 8 inches per second. On the desk lay a velvet pouch containing the micrometer he still uses on the Large Hadron Collider, its knurled grip glinting like a pocket lighthouse as he measured tape thickness to ensure fidelity, because the story of extraterrestrial searching depends on intact grooves and trust in instrumentation. Outside the stone walls, Cheshire fog muffled the motorway hum, isolating the observatory so that his breathing became part of the room's rhythm, aligning modern curiosity with the quiet rituals of technicians who once calibrated cathode ray oscilloscopes by lamplight. Handling archives is his chosen craft tonight, giving the cosmologist tactile leverage over myths that refuse to stay theoretical, and stirring the ancient question of whether the patterns caught on this tape prove we are not alone. In the winter of '69, Galileo Galilei angled his handmade telescope toward the moon from a Venetian balcony that smelled of sea salt and olive smoke, measuring its ridges with a wooden ruler engraved in breccia, and drawing crater shadows with charcoal that stained his thumbs. The lenses he ground with horse-powered polishing wheels widened faint reflections into tangible mountains, contradicting the medieval legend that Luna's face was flawless marble inhabited by translucent angels, and instead revealing a landscape as scarred as the Apennines. He recorded Terminator angles of 35 degrees, converting them into peak heights of nearly 4,000 meters, a discovery that lent weight to the notion of another rugged world where life, as speculated by Bruno, might take root. The soft creak of the balcony railing followed his every adjustment, proving how even domestic materials can escort cosmic revelations. That same night he scribbled notes about Jupiter's wandering stars, their rhythmic dance echoing the cadences once attributed to divine messengers. What mattered was the discipline of measuring light against myth, because each arc minute he calculated fortified a new kind of power, the authority of observation over hearsay. Yet it also invited the lingering wonder of whether distant ridges carried their own watchful eyes. A year later in Prague, Johannes Kepler wrote his dreamlike Somnium beside a frost-fobbed window, the glass clinking softly as he rubbed warmth into the pane to see red rooftops, while an iron brazier perfumed the study with cloves he saved for sleepless calculations. He pored over lunar tables derived from Galileo, converting orbital ratios into imagined winds that might carry lunar sailors across basalt seas, grounding his fiction in meticulously computed ephemerides that supported Tycho Brahe's raw data. The manuscript, inked with oak galls, married numerical precision to the Icelandic tales his mother told about spirits riding comets, and in that union he forged a bridge between folklore and proto-science that later generations of alien seekers would cross in their own measured way. Each scratch of quill on parchment resembled distant radio static, hinting at a lineage of evidence awaiting instruments we now consider routine. He safeguarded the pages in a cedar chest, understanding that imaginative rigor could embolden future observers to keep listening for echoes near 1420 MHz. The coals dimmed. Paper cooled. The universe pressed close, unspoken, like a held breath awaiting translation. Yet Kepler's bridge trembled when the Württemberg inquisitors arrested his mother in 1605, hauling her through torchlit corridors that smelled of damp straw, because whispered accusations insisted her comet tales were witchcraft rather than speculative astronomy. The same calculations that guided imperial calendars could not shield family knowledge from suspicion, and Kepler spent months producing methodical legal defenses, stacking eyewitness testimony in parchment piles as neatly as planetary tables. Candle wax dripped over his margins while he argued that celestial pluralism was a matter of geometry, not heresy, but fear of contagion. Silenced many supporters who might have spoken on his behalf. That suppression froze the conversation about inhabited worlds across German courts, proving how fragile evidence becomes when awe unsettles authority. Brian Cox later called the episode a cautionary alignment, because the hydrogen frequency's promise depends on scholars who feel safe enough to report anomalies without risking ions. The clank of manacles echoed longer than the pace of Kepler's pen, reminding listeners that curiosity sometimes waits in enforced quiet until kinder minds rediscover it anew. By 1698, Christian Huygens unrolled his linen maps of Saturn at The Hague, their pigments smelling of linseed and crushed lapis, and resumed the conversation that persecution had chilled, writing Cosmotheris beneath the patient glow of whale oil lamps. His telescopes, calibrated with pendulum-regulated clocks he had perfected, revealed Titan's faint light, persuading him that seas and clouds elsewhere must exist, even if the shapes remained blurred. He described alien artisans forging instruments under pale suns, a vision he justified through proportional reasoning and the principle of plenitude, thereby restoring the idea that life's mathematics could repeat across the cosmos. The scratching of quill against the thick Dutch paper mirrored the kind of data logging a radio astronomer performs when noting signal-to-noise ratios near 1420 MHz, translating faint impressions into durable claims. Readers tucked the book beside navigation manuals, letting its orderly speculations seep into maritime academies that prized charts over miracles, and gradually the silence imposed by courts loosened. What mattered to Huygens was the value of disciplined imagination. It gave society permission to imagine correspondence in the sky, and kept artisans refining optics so later generations could listen harder. When William and Caroline Herschel swept the night of 13 March 1781 from their workshop in Bath, the cold smelled of cut pine from the polished telescope tube, and the metallic rasp of a file accompanied each adjustment to the 40-foot reflector that spotted Uranus. The musicians turned. Astronomers measured the planet's disk at 3.6 arcseconds through a new eyepiece they had ground with abrasive rouge, and the discovery earned royal stipends that bought more mirrors and time. By mapping nebulae with methodical sweeps, they fostered the idea that the universe was not a closed dome, but a garden of suns with potential habitats, and their quiet labour provided artisans with employment under the king's patronage, proving how precision craft could transform whimsical sky stories into national pride. Caroline's small hands, reddened from cold copper, recorded each sweep in neat columns, a domestic rhythm that resonates with the repetitive calibration of radio dishes centuries later. The Herschel's findings moved the myth of wandering spirits into the realm of catalogued realities, supporting the notion that if such surprises exist nearby, mindful listeners might hear strangers further away. Still, the appetite for marvels invited misdirection in 1835, when the New York Sun's presses clattered through humid nights, the air thick with steam and ink as reporters published the Great Moon Hoax, describing bat-winged selenites basking in sapphire forests, allegedly observed by Herschel's telescope. Typesetters set 632,000 impressions over 6 days, the lead type warming under their fingers, and the phony engravings fluttered in gaslit parlours, persuading readers that authoritative-sounding jargon could mimic legitimate measurement. The episode mattered because it revealed how public desire for alien contact could be monetized, shaping journalism's power and forcing scientists to clarify methods in greater detail. Although the story drew on existing respect for lunar cartography, the eventual debunking recentered credibility on people who could demonstrate exact instruments and logs, reaffirming that the hydrogen line of trust depends on transparent craftsmanship. Brian Cox often cites this hoax when he lectures under planetarium domes, his voice softened by the low roar of projectors, reminding audiences that evidence must withstand hand-stained presses as well as stand hand-stained presses as well as starshine. In 1877, Giovanni Schiaparelli settled into Milan's Brera Observatory as the summer heat trembled over tiles. The observatory's brass fittings warmed to the touch, and he traced Mars through an 8.6-inch refractor, while the opposition painted the planet bright as embers. He sketched networks he called canali, measuring each linear feature with angular precision, some stretching hundreds of kilometers in his careful notes, and the term simply meant channels. Yet translation carried the word across the Atlantic as evidence of engineered canals. The graphite smell of his pencils mingled with candle wax while he recorded coordinates, giving engineers and dreamers alike a scaffold to ponder Martian hydrology as a purposeful craft that could sustain civilizations. When he published the maps, the ripples reached irrigation planners and colonial strategists, showing how extraterrestrial speculation could influence earthly infrastructure budgets. The observatory fell quiet after midnight, and his assistants held their breath to steady the scope. Silence held a brief refrain. The dome creaked. Shadows cooled. The dust beyond the glass felt attentive, waiting for whatever signal might descend. Percival Lowell took Schiaparelli's charts to heart, erecting a private observatory in Flagstaff by 1894, where high-altitude air tasted of pine resin, and the newly planed wooden floors echoed beneath his boots. He invested family capital into 24-inch refractors imported from Boston, aligning them with bubble levels while telegraph wires crackled in the distance, determined to prove that Martian canal builders existed. His staff kept meticulous thermometric logs, noting nighttime drops to near freezing, and they rationed lamp oil so the dome stayed dark for sensitive plates that recorded faint albedo variations. The endeavor mattered because it demonstrated how personal wealth could harness engineering, glassmaking, and even hospitality work for a scientific narrative that promised cosmic neighbors, effectively converting myth into payroll for dozens of specialists. Yet the thin, shimmering air often introduced optical illusions, leading to sketches that later observers could not replicate, suggesting that human desire can engrave lines on the retina as forcefully as actual topography. Meanwhile, in 1901, Nikola Tesla sat within the red glow of his Colorado Springs laboratory, the ozone tang of high voltage clinging to every copper coil as he tuned receivers to 1420 kHz and beyond, reporting rhythmic pulses he believed might be extraterrestrial. He recorded the series of beeps in leather-bound notebooks, comparing them to atmospheric data, and he speculated that Mars might be signaling, which prompted him to suggest building a gigantic transmitter atop Pikes Peak. Although the pulses were likely terrestrial, his announcement stirred engineers and philanthropists, illustrating how claims of alien contact could accelerate investment in wireless communication, a technology whose cables, transformers, and operators reshaped economies. The laboratory floor vibrated under the Tesla coil's thunder, and the inventor, eyes bright behind wire spectacles, felt the thrill of bridging myth with measurable electricity. His enthusiasm seeded later research despite skepticism, teaching future seekers that even mistaken interpretations can leave behind valuable circuits and meticulous logging practices. Yet by 1909, Eugene Antoniadi stood at the eyepiece of the 33-inch Meudon refractor outside Paris, the autumn wind carrying scents of wet leaves through the open slit, and he resolved Mars with unprecedented clarity, finding that the supposed canals dissolved into blotched terrains. He sketched the planet with sable brushes dipped in diluted ink, translating red deserts into grey gradients that left no room for geometric waterways, and his published plates dampened the canal narrative that had animated Lowell's observatory. Observatory staff, aware of the uproar, maintained a respectful hush as the results circulated, proving that disciplined skepticism could halt an enthralling story when evidence demanded caution. This formal demystification temporarily quieted funding for Mars-obsessed projects, yet it also freed resources for spectroscopy and atmospheric studies, redirecting the search toward chemical clues rather than cartographic fantasies. Rain tapped softly on the slate roof that evening, a natural percussion underscoring how discovery sometimes yields to thoughtful silence for the sake of truth. 14 years later, in August 1924, the United States Navy orchestrated a National Radio Silence Day during a favorable Mars opposition, lacing the airwaves with deliberate quiet so that officers at the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington could tune vacuum tube receivers toward 1420 MHz and adjacent bands. The control room smelled of hot dust and varnish as Chief Scientist Albert Hoyt Taylor monitored the dials beneath bluish lamps, while a rainstorm hissed against the windows, and telegraphists across the continent paused routine traffic for 5-minute intervals.